In this world, everyone has become a parasite on the bodies of giant beasts. Due to the calamity that befell the world, strange monsters destroyed all the cities on the surface. To escape from the monsters, survivors built cities on the bodies of titan beasts, wandering the wilderness alongside them. Only powerful individuals with special abilities dare to leave the giant beasts and survive on their own. Although I haven't awakened any special abilities, I unexpectedly gained the power to upgrade machinery. Give me a revolver. I can upgrade it to a Star Annihilator cannon. Give me a set of iron armor. I can upgrade it to steel mech armor. At this moment, I find myself staring down the barrel of a gun. I'll give you only 1 minute. Either die by my gun, or run outside to attract the wolf pack. A few days ago, due to the captain's erroneous command, the entire team fell into a trap set by the decayed wolves, trapped in a cave with no ammunition or food left. Now, in order to get fire, everyone is planning to use me as bait to lure the wolves away. Others are also advising, Shinshen, why don't you understand? Sacrifice for the greater good, serve the collective, prioritize the bigger picture, you need to be enlightened. Naturally, I won't be demoted by others' words alone, but I am wary of the gun in Xiaolong's hand. After a moment of contemplation, I let out a bitter smile. But you also have to give me a chance. Xiaolong asked. What do you mean? I need a gun. Just keep running with your head down, having a gun won't help you, Xiaolong said in a deep tone. I'm not speaking, just staring with unwavering eyes, reaching out my hand to ask for the gun. Seeing the situation, I fell silent for a moment, looking discreetly at a man behind me. The man nodded, pulled out a badly damaged pistol from his waist. I took the gun, removed the magazine, with only one yellow bullet pressed in, and at that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in the corner of my eye. Pistol LV-11, a severely damaged P-26 semi-automatic gun, 100% chance of barrel explosion, not usable. I was momentarily distracted. The cheat code, though concise, was somewhat unclear. What is the purpose of the cheat code? Just now, the process of removing and inserting the magazine increased my experience points. The more important information is that these people actually gave me a gun that will explode the barrel. I temporarily suppressed my anger, refraining from scolding or blaming, wanting to see the effect of the pistol upgrade. I removed and inserted the magazine again, but no experience points were added. So I completely disassembled the pistol, cleaned the sand inside the components, reassembled it, and at the moment of completion, the text in the corner of my eye jumped again. Pistol LV-15 can be upgraded. Indeed, disassembling items will increase experience points. I had a thought, upgraded the pistol to LV-20, an old P-26 semi-automatic pistol, range of 50 meters, one bullet can be used. Is it so mysterious? I plan to upgrade again, disassembling and assembling the pistol once more. Unfortunately, this time no experience points were added. Just then, Xiaolong couldn't wait any longer and urged, 1 minute, hurry up and go out. I was contemplating how to break the deadlock when suddenly it occurred to me that before Xiaolong led everyone into the cave, he arranged a lookout at the top of the cave. From the current situation, Liao Wangshou should have been taken out by the axe wolf long ago, but he had a barret in his hand. I pondered carefully on Liao Wangshou's initial position. Fine, you all want me dead. You want to survive, huh? I sneered inwardly, then slowly walked to the cave entrance under everyone's gaze. I took a deep breath, glanced back at Xiaolong and the others, and Xiaolong impatiently lowered his voice, making it sound a bit hoarse, saying, "Take action, what are you waiting for?" A smile played on my lips, thinking of bidding you all a final farewell. You don't need to complete your mission. Alright then, a blood hole suddenly appeared on Xiaolong's forehead, leaving everyone stunned and dumbfounded. I put away the smoking handgun, a vengeful smile on my face. Damn, giving me a faulty gun and expecting me to die? Let the last bullet kill you first. A gentleman settles his grudges on the spot. At the same time, there was an unexpected surprise. Firing a shot actually increased experience points. Handgun LV-21 is now at full throttle. The others in the cave never expected the situation to unfold completely beyond their expectations. Damn, that gun was clearly broken. How did it fire a bullet? As the others in the cave angrily raised their guns to shoot, my figure had already disappeared, leaving them frustrated and cursing incessantly. At this moment, I sprinted towards the mountaintop, aiming to break through a group of over 300 axe wolves. Without any superhumans, it was simply wishful thinking. The only solution was the sniper rifle at the mountaintop. At this moment, the leading wolf in the distance, upon seeing Shinbei's figure emerge, didn't send all the axe wolves charging forward. Instead, it dispatched a few to chase, as if understanding that this person was human bait. Glancing at the corpse wolves rushing from behind, I wished I had 8 legs to escape. Finally, a small hill less than 3 meters tall appeared in my field of vision. I crouched, jumped, arms outstretched, fingers gripping the edge. Using the momentum, I somersaulted up, turning my head to the left to see a partially eaten corpse and a Barrett rifle. Pressing 95, I hesitated no more. With a few steps and a roll, I grabbed the sniper rifle on the ground, pulled the bolt, and a prompt appeared in the corner of my eye. A modified Barrett M95 sniper rifle, upgraded to level 10, with a range of 900 meters and significant firepower. With no time to heed the prompts, I turned around. The nearest corpse wolf not only leaped onto the mountaintop but also lunged with its jaws wide open. I could even smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. I took a deep breath, stopped my pounding heart, no time to aim, had to blind fire at such close range. My shoulder felt sore and numb from the recoil, as if it might fall apart. At the same time, a large blood flower bloomed on a timber wolf. A hot bullet completely tore open its belly. Without a moment of hesitation, I fired another shot. The bullet, carrying a trace of energy, directly broke another timberwolf in half at the waist, then turned the gun to blast the head of the last timberwolf trying to jump up. After dealing with the pursuing timberwolves with one shot, I flipped over and lay on the mountaintop, slowly aiming at the head of the leader wolf below, capturing the leader first. The next moment, a loud and violent gunshot echoed through the entire valley, the scorching bullet leaving a white line in the air. In an instant, the thick chest of the monkey wolf almost exploded, the wolf fell, and the wolf pack was thrown into chaos. Most of the decay wolves were enraged, running back and forth in the entire valley, searching for the culprit who dared to provoke the entire wolf pack. However, in the wind echoing through the valley, apart from the scent of gunpowder drifting from an unknown location, there was no unusual smell at all. The most sensitive decay wolf had already rushed to the mountaintop, but it was already empty. Dozens of enraged decayed wolves charged towards the humans in the cave, but this reckless attack was akin to suicide. The only result was depleting a third of the team's ammunition. Half an hour later, the wolf pack fell into greater agitation and unrest. A strong male wolf began roaring and howling frequently, attempting to take over the alpha position. Witnessing this scene, the people in the cave immediately grew tense. Although this wolf was far inferior to the previous alpha, with a new alpha emerging, no one knew what would happen next. Just then, another heart-stopping gunshot rang out, and the new alpha wolf fell. This time, the people in the cave. Finally, a wisp of smoke emerged on the opposite mountain slope. Someone took out binoculars to look across, only to see the mountains with no sign of a person. Is that Shinbei? I told him to lure the wolf pack away, but he disappeared somewhere. When he comes back, we must hold him accountable. The people in the cave breathed a sigh of relief, then resumed blaming Shinbei, overlooking their mistreatment of him. Peace returned to the valley. With the alpha wolf gone, the decayed wolves quickly dispersed. As I looked at the people celebrating in the desolate cave amidst the chaotic rocks on the opposite mountain ridge, a scornful smile curled my lips. With the crosshairs aimed at their heads, "You are too happy too soon. You will pay the price for your actions with blood." At this moment, as the people leave the cave, they all looked at the dozens of dead wolf corpses. "Brothers, this time we didn't come back empty-handed." Crystalline cores are everywhere. Everyone had greedy expressions as they wiped their noses and began harvesting the crystalline cores from the brains of the decaying wolves. These items are used by ability users for charging and are gradually becoming tradable currency. Little did they know, as they drove themselves out of the cave to lure the wolf pack, my sniper crosshairs were already hovering over their heads amidst the chaotic rocks on the opposite side of the valley. At that moment, both sides became mortal enemies, and only through hunting could revenge be sought. A thunderous explosion instantly tore through the valley, and a fierce flame gushed out from the gun barrel, resembling a shooting star streaking across the sky. The man excitedly digging for gold element cores in the valley was blown apart directly, and blood gushed out like a blooming red lotus, dyeing half of the sky red. The occurrence of this scene instantly horrified the others, causing panic and alertness. Some were sniped, and we, the people in the valley, scattered like startled prey, frantically trying to find cover to evade the sniper. I changed a magazine, pulled the bolt, and fired bullets one after another. After 5 consecutive shots, 5 more bodies fell in the valley. Then I retreated, circling around, with 3 enemies still hiding behind the boulder. During the circling, I also upgraded my sniper rifle. From a Barrett M95 LV1 with 12 modifications, range of 900 meters, to a Barrett M95 LV27 with 10 modifications. In the blink of an eye, within a range of 1,000 meters, I circled halfway back to the mountaintop where I once sniped the Wolf King. I scoped with my sniper rifle and saw the 3 enemies still huddled in their original spots, cautiously peeking out from the opposite hillside, trying to locate me and prepare for counterattack. Without hesitation, I aligned the enemy's head in my crosshairs, pulled the trigger directly. A slightly dull gunshot echoed in the valley, followed by another shot. As 2 fell, the remaining one's muscles twitched incessantly. Each shot felt like a blow to his heart. He suddenly turned around, only to find someone lying at the top of the cave, the dark gun barrel slowly adjusting, aiming at him. At that moment, he vaguely saw the sniper's face, divine and beautiful. How could this be? Indescribable regret engulfed him, tearing his heart apart like countless ants. Yet the next moment, he suddenly heard a strange, sinister chuckle in his ears. It was the high-frequency vibration of a bullet approaching. Intense regret and meaning violently struck him down, leading to a hoarse, low growl. When the sniper rifle reached level 20, I breathed a sigh of relief, smiled lightly, and upgraded it to level 30, transforming the modified Barrett M95, extending the range to 1,100 meters, with a 20% increase in accuracy for moving shots. After reading the information, my pupils slightly contracted. This upgrade unexpectedly brought a completely new magnetic strip. It's worth noting that trying to shoot a target while running is much more challenging than blind sniping. With the sniper rifle slung across my back, I stood up and walked towards the valley. Soon, the view was filled with the remains of axe wolves and humans. After a moment of adjustment, I began to clean up the battlefield. The ferocious beasts on the wasteland all produce crystal cores, which are important currency in this world and essential for espers. Unfortunately, I don't possess the conditions to awaken any abilities, so I can only use them as currency. After spending an hour collecting all the essence cores, totaling 37, I looked to the east, bathed in the moonlight, and set off through the night. Shelter 36 is to the east. Although the shelter is mobile, it usually doesn't move too far. As long as I don't make any sharp turns, I should encounter it. After daybreak, in the distance on the barren land, a gigantic creature measuring 5 kilometers in length, around 300 meters wide, and over 10 meters tall appeared. This is Shelter 36. Humans refer to this type of gigantic creature as a titan. The reason titans are shelters lies in their most crucial feature: any evil creatures cannot approach within a radius of 500 meters. Why they possess this trait remains unknown to humans, but it's not important. As long as evil creatures cannot approach this point, it is the last hope for humanity to survive. There are currently 56 known shelters like this, scattered across the wilderness. Humans follow behind the titans, migrating wherever the titans go. Inside the shelter, there are also class distinctions. The powerful and wealthy humans naturally reside on the backs of the titans, where numerous residences and facilities are built. As a lowly individual like me, I have no qualification to ascend to the shelter. I can only follow behind the titans. I quicken my pace, trying to catch up with the shelter. Soon, the outline of the massive titan body obscures my view, and within a few kilometers, a very peculiar scene unfolds. Countless unmeasurable ropes connect the titans' bodies to houses with wheels attached. I wander around and arrive at a shop, which sells water. A bald-headed boss sits behind the counter, with a huge water tank behind him. I take out a crystal core, hand it over for a bottle of water. The boss turns around and says the price of water has increased. Now it requires 5 gold source cores. In this world, whether underground or surface water, almost all are contaminated, and humans seek water sources. These giant creatures often stop moving, open their huge mouths, extend rotating hollow flesh underground, draw out groundwater, filter the contaminated water through special internal organs, and store it in their stomach belts. Humans will carve a passage on the titans, leading to the unknown, to extract clean water for consumption. At this moment, the shop owner explained that Titan has not stopped fetching water for nearly 2 months. Scarcity drives up prices naturally. I handed over 5 gold yuan cores to the supervisor, took the filled water bottle, and left the hydroelectric station. Walking through a cluster of houses, I finally arrived in front of a humble apartment. The landlord who came back was a greasy middle-aged man, gnawing on the bone of some unknown fierce beast. This time, the gain was mine. Face calm. It's all quite normal. The landlord wiped his hands and continued, he was drinking and chatting happily yesterday, but today he's kicked the bucket. I smiled faintly, then went upstairs. The landlord used to be a supernatural being, but after a battle with a fierce beast, he was exposed to the god-sealing miasma, which led to his powers being sealed, turning him into an ordinary person. The so-called god-sealing miasma is a gas that appears randomly anytime, anywhere. Once a supernatural being is exposed to this gas, no matter how powerful they are, they will inevitably become an ordinary person. Back in my room, I picked up a photo on the bedside table. In the photo, there was a young boy and girl, around 5 years old, posing together. On the back, it was written in delicate handwriting, New Calendar Year 67, Shinnan followed me to Shelter No. 8, personally penned by the Spider Queen. With my current abilities, I have no chance to go to Shelter No. 8 to find my missing sister. I put away the photo, then grabbed the alarm clock on the table. Tilting my head, my eyes lit up. The alarm clock, LV10, had a damaged internal part, causing the time to be inaccurate. My hands swiftly move, quickly disassembling the alarm clock into hundreds of small components, then reassembling it. Alarm clock LV1, alarm clock LV2, alarm clock LV50, all intact and accurate in timekeeping. If loaded with 10 gold core pieces, it can be used as a detonator. A time bomb. I made a mistake, never expected that. The small alarm clock after an upgrade turned into a detonator. What a surprise, thought only firearms could be upgraded, but now it seems like mechanical objects can be upgraded as well. If something like a Gundam or battle armor were to come, I dare not think about it. Take a break, can't contain the thoughts in my heart, heading to the upper level of Titan before going out. Want to try my luck, see if I can attempt to make a mech suit, increase combat power. The scene on the Titan Cup is no different from a small city, with all kinds of factories and shops. At that moment, a violent vibration suddenly came from underfoot, like a small earthquake. The commotion quickly subsided. Soon, many people on the street began to cheer. The Titan has stopped. Heaven has blessed us, the price of drinking water can be lowered. Quick, go down and see if there are any mines nearby, whether it's a coal mine or an iron mine. We can make money. Damn it! The surface water is a kilometer away. Hire someone to fetch water. Let's go cut down some trees, whether for firewood or processing into boards, to have for the winter. The Titan, which had been crawling for 2 months, finally came to a stop. This was the busiest time for everyone in the shelter. There was a lot of work to be done. Gathering various materials on the spot, even repairing the wheels of houses was a rare opportunity. The lower class people, especially the landlords, first had to untie the dragging ropes. They pushed their houses within a 500-meter radius around the Titan to avoid sudden attacks by evil creatures. Chaos was inevitable, with wheelhouse owners fighting over positions and cursing each other. Even fights broke out frequently. In general, the generals in control of the shelter would send out the enforcement team of the tribunal to maintain order. At this moment, Shinshen could choose to descend from the Titan and easily find a job with any employer for a wage. But Shinshen's goal was not to do odd jobs, but to customize mechas. Soon, Shinshen arrived at a private workshop. Here, firearms could be processed. Glancing around, various models of firearms were scattered on the ground like trash. The boss even used a 98K as a skewer for roasting meat over a fire. What kind of firearm are you looking to buy? Take a look around, take your pick, scrap metal prices, the boss said when he saw Shinshen. Shinshen looked around. Do you have a revolver? I knew you liked antiques. The boss slapped his thigh. You've come to the right place. You might not find a revolver in other shelters, but I happen to have one here. Shinshen's knowledge of firearms in this world was once again elevated. Without hesitation, all the firearms in this private workshop could arm a group of armed rebels in a small African country on Earth. But in this world, these firearms were all considered antiques, used only by poor ordinary people. Shinshen currently had a handgun and a sniper rifle. The sniper rifle was working fine, and its level was gradually increasing, so he could continue using it. However, the handgun was inadequate, and he needed to replace it with a revolver. After rummaging through the weapons pile, the boss pulled out an M500 revolver. Here, the boss casually tossed it to Shinshen. Shinshen took a look. It was rusty and poorly maintained. The trigger was stiff, as if it might jam. M500 revolver LV1, 0/5, no bullets, trigger movement abnormal, cylinder slightly jammed, hammer not sensitive. Rifling intact, high killing power. Many malfunctions, not recommended for use. Shinshen's mouth twitched. On Earth, this revolver was twice as powerful as a desert eagle, capable of killing a large rhinoceros with one shot. But now, it looked like scrap metal. However, Shinshen didn't mind, as he had external enhancements that could surpass physical rules, and he could repair it by leveling up. Where are the bullets? Shinshen asked. The boss was taken aback. Aren't you collecting it? For combat. Well. The boss scratched his head. The bullets for this handgun are quite special, called. Let me think. Shinshen cut to the chase. 500 SW Magnum bullets. Right, that's it. This damn thing is hard to pronounce. The boss complained. I don't have ready-made bullets like that, but if you need them, I can make them on the spot for you. Pointing to the lathe and production line in the inner room, the boss proudly said, I can tell you without reservation, all the bullets in Shelter 36 are produced by me. Of course, I can't handle the new stuff used by the supernaturals. New stuff? Shinshen inquired. The boss smiled. It's the kind of firearm that can use a crystal core as kinetic energy and trigger energy. Oh. Shinshen's face remained calm, but turmoil surged within him. Are firearms standard issue for espers? And not just any, but ones beyond his knowledge. A chance to truly see. How much? Shinshen fiddled with the revolver in his hand. The The boss was quite straightforward. I can give you this antique for free, but you need to order no less than 300 rounds of ammunition, costing 50 crystal cores. Shin-chan rummaged through his pockets, only finding 6 crystal cores. He then placed the 20 pounds of decaying wolf meat on the ground. I don't have that many for now. Can I consider these as part of the down payment? The boss stroked his chin. Show me your residency permit. Shin-chan produced the original owner's permit. After examining it carefully, the boss noted, an old resident. After some thought, he said, for the 20 pounds of decaying wolf meat, I can only give you 4 crystal cores. I can process 300 rounds of ammunition for you, but you'll have to repay me with 80 crystal cores. Don't think I'm heartless. I'm already being charitable. To put it bluntly, if you die in the wilderness tomorrow, can I chase you to hell for those crystal cores? Interest. It's actually quite high. But the boss's concerns were not unfounded. When one dies, all debts are gone. Normally, 50 crystal cores for 300 rounds of ammunition. The unit price is 6 crystal cores per round. In the wilderness, facing ferocious beasts, with luck, one can obtain 1 crystal core by killing a beast within 3 shots. Overall, the profit is not bad. Shin-chan nodded, agreed. After reaching an agreement, they wrote an IOU. The boss searched for the ammunition blueprint and headed to the workshop. Come back in an hour to collect it. Meanwhile, Shin-chan sat on the ground, disassembled the revolver, and reassembled it. Revolver LV1, 5/5. Shin-chan seemed to grasp a pattern. As long as he acquired a new item, based on the number of detachable components, he could almost always level up. Except for the alarm clock. Level up. Revolver LV2, 0/10, no bullets, the cylinder slightly jams, the claw is not sensitive. The rifling is intact, high lethality. Can be used, watch for jams during continuous firing, observe the claw's operation status. Done. The trigger's abnormal activity disappeared. From unusable to usable. This is the effect of leveling up. Awesome. Shin-chan held the heavy revolver and found sandpaper. He began polishing, refining, and oiling it. Soon, an almost new revolver appeared before him. This handgun also had a distinctive appearance, gray-black, reminiscent of a small handgun held by aliens in sci-fi movies. At that moment, Shin-chan also found a bullet with engraved patterns on the table. Curious, he asked the boss what it meant. The boss replied straightforwardly, something concocted by mysterious side espers, claiming to enhance bullet power, but I don't believe it. How is this different from engraving a handgun? Shin-chan nodded without much thought, pocketed the bullet, and planned to study it later. During the downtime of bullet processing, Shin-chan continued walking towards the shelter's interior. Before long, he arrived at a place with a gear signboard. Inside, many espers were working. When Shin-chan entered, he saw people transforming chunks of iron ore directly into metal, then shaping the metal into various forms. There were firearm components and various incomprehensible items. Shin-chan's eyes gleamed as he witnessed the role of espers. This was the most rational utilization of productivity. Whom are you looking for? An elderly man in the courtyard looked warily at Shin-chan. Shin-chan bluntly said, I want to customize some equipment. A customer, huh? The old man smiled, I'm Chen-anji, the supervisor here. Come in and let's talk. Shin-chan shook hands with him and followed Chen-anji into the office. Tell me, what do you want to customize? Any specific requirements? Chen-anji was straightforward by nature, never one for pleasantries. Shin-chan pondered his words carefully, considering how to express himself appropriately. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I want to customize a portable mech suit. Do you think it's possible to make? Portable? And a mech suit? Chen-anji was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he was being pranked with the idea of turning an elephant into a teddy bear. Was he being teased? Chen-anji propped his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and instead of getting angry immediately, he patiently asked, how do you define portable? Shin-chan stated his requirements. If possible, I would like it to be collapsible into a box that can be carried while traveling. When needed, pressing a button would expand it into a wearable mech suit. Chen-anji was taken aback, looking at Shin-chan in surprise. May I ask how much one of these portable mech suits would cost? Can I buy one? Chen-chan. Chen-anji continued, young man, in this day and age of emerging abilities, what use is there for such a massive mech suit? Just the power consumption alone would be unsustainable. We are not a high-tech factory here, you've come to the wrong place. A psychic who was transforming ore into metal remarked, unable to contain his laughter. Shin-chan was not embarrassed, he was merely testing the capabilities of these individuals, wanting to see if there were any special abilities that could create such a miraculous item. Seeing that they couldn't produce what he wanted, he lowered his request. How about a wearable battle armor then? Your request is even more demanding than a mech suit. Chen-anji almost exclaimed. Shen pursed his lips. Then what can you create? My only requirement is simplicity for portability. Shen's question was evidently contradictory. How could a wearable battle armor be simplified? It involved a large number of components and modules, including exoskeletons, armor skins, power modules, and more. The construction was extremely intricate and complex. Chenonji rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Actually, our research institute did attempt to design battle armor. Although there are psychics, there are also many ordinary people. If they could be equipped, it would be a considerable combat force. Moreover, with the special shaping materials of psychics and the crystal core, theoretically, it is entirely possible to design a wearable battle armor." When Shen heard the word theoretically, he knew things were not looking good. They might have attempted it, but they had definitely given up halfway. Shen asked tentatively, "What are the chances of achieving the ideal battle armor you envision?" Leader Chen pondered for a moment, lightly stroking his chin with his finger, and said, "Let's not talk about how far the research has progressed. The question is, do you want it?" Shen naturally nodded. If he didn't want it, why waste time? Give me 1,000,000 crystal cores, and I can provide you with a battle armor that disregards cost and manpower. Shen. To be honest, this joke wasn't funny at all. Shen coughed. "Leader Chen, you have quite a sense of humor." Chenonji shrugged, smiling wryly. "If I had that much money, I'd just buy a fighter jet." "Indeed, with that much money, you could buy 10 fighter jets." Leader Chen chuckled bitterly and continued, "Powered armor has always been a subject of our research. Since the world changed, with various new materials and energy sources, our research progress has greatly improved, but we are still a bit short of powered armor." "What's missing?" Shen asked curiously. "It's missing." A nearby technician coughed hastily. Yourself, I know what to say and what not to say, get back to work." Team Leader Chen gave a stern look at the technician, then turned to Shen and said, "The problem lies in the power aspect. Our power armor finds it difficult to support the high-speed movement of the armor, making it hard for the heavy armor to run like a human, unless we use the crystal core as an energy source at all costs. However, the consumption is enormous, making it not worth it." Shen thought to himself, "I wonder how heavy the armor you've developed is? Also, how big is it?" 1 ton. 2.5 meters tall, humanoid, Team Leader Chen said. "To ensure its defensive capability, we have used the lightest materials possible. This is already the lightest we can achieve." Shen's eyes lit up at this and he couldn't help but ask, "If we use ordinary materials, can we further reduce the weight?" Team Leader Chen replied with a strange look in his eyes, "If you don't need defense, you can remove many modules, even use cheaper materials. But honestly, it would be a waste even if you buy it. This quality of armor is just for show because the material is of poor quality, prone to wear and tear. It might break with just a few hits, without even needing enemy attacks." Shen pondered and asked, "To what extent can this powered armor perform? How much does it cost?" "You guessed it right, I just want to experience wearing powered armor, fulfilling a childhood dream. Whether it has combat capabilities doesn't matter to me. Even if you have money, it shouldn't be wasted like this." Team Leader Chen was speechless but continued, "This kind of powered armor, which can make you run, weighs around 100 kilograms, but it's limited to running, and its speed might not even match your own running speed. As for the price," he calculated in his mind, "if you don't need weapons, just a shell, I can make it for you with 1,000 monster cores, and it can be assembled right now." 1,000 cores. Shen thought for a moment and said, "Are the materials you're using bulletproof? What if we don't use bulletproof materials? Even if it's just resistant to handgun bullets, I want it to be like Iron Man. I only care about the appearance, as long as it can move, but the functions need to be complete, like engines for hands and feet. Appearance matters, performance doesn't. Also, it should have camouflage colors. Are you trying to learn the technology by imitating it? Do you have a way to improve its performance?" Team Leader Chen looked at Shen suspiciously. Nowadays, there are all sorts of extraordinary abilities. His assembly room was full of similar ability users, lacking combat power but capable of creating astonishing value. "Ha, you caught me," Shen joked. "My usual hobby is dismantling remote controls, alarm clocks, and such. I just want to see if I can modify powered armor, challenging my limits. Follow me to the lab, the kind you want, I can assemble it for you on the spot." Team Leader Chen shook his head speechlessly, thinking he could make a big profit. In the end, it's just a shell. That would be much simpler. However, Shen didn't follow Chenonji's footsteps to leave. Chenonji tilted his head. "What's wrong?" Shen felt a bit embarrassed. He had intended to tell the truth that he currently didn't have the means to pay for the armor. But as the words almost came out, he stopped himself. It could have caused trouble. Shin Chen thought, if he really said he had no money, Chun Anji would definitely kick him out. Next time, even if he had money, they wouldn't deal with him or might raise the price. It's better to let Chen Anji manufacture the item first. That way, apart from selling it to him, Chen Anji had no other choice. Shin Chen didn't say much, just smiled and said, "It's okay, let's go. Stand on top, I need to scan your body data, height and body type are crucial, otherwise, even if it's made, wearing it might not be comfortable." Arriving at the newly built lab, team leader Chen operated a computer and then pointed to the platform beside him. Shin Chen hesitated slightly but then walked up onto the platform. 8 infrared cameras descended from above, scanning his body up and down. "It's done." Captain Chen operated the computer for a few more minutes, and the nearby 3D printer started working rapidly, automatically selecting materials. To Shin Chen's surprise, under his amazed gaze, piece by piece, modules were quickly printed, many of them even made of plastic besides the necessary parts. Some parts couldn't be completed by the 3D printer. They required a shaper to mold iron pieces into balls and then stretch them into the corresponding parts. This combination of technology and mysterious power in production widened Shin Chen's horizons. Captain Chen seemed to want to convey to him to keep checking the data as he picked up the parts. He showed Shin Chen, as if to say, "You want a crispy shell? Then I'll make you a real crispy battle armor." However, Shin Chen didn't mind, after all, he could upgrade. Under his astonished gaze, over a dozen mechanical arms swiftly started assembling. Was the technology in this world so advanced? At least in terms of artificial intelligence, it was much more advanced than the Earth he had crossed from. "Can I assemble it myself?" he hurriedly asked. Even though it's the most basic version, it's still a sophisticated high-tech product. "I'm not confident I could disassemble and reassemble it myself." Captain Chen, who was operating the computer, paused and said, "You want to assemble it yourself? This armor, even if many modules are removed, still has over 1,000 parts. The mechanical arms can assemble it in a few minutes, but manually, it would take several hours." "Are you sure you want to assemble it yourself?" "Yes, I want to assemble it myself, but I hope you can provide me with an assembly sequence," Shin Chen said. "Even if I give you a video of the assembly sequence, if you don't understand powered armor, you might not be able to assemble it correctly. If you miss a screw, it might not function properly," Captain Chen replied. "Can you guide me then?" "I can, but my time is precious." Captain Chen paused, pondered for a moment, and said, "I can give you an assembly video, and you can ask me if you have any doubts." Shin Chen nodded, "No problem." Captain Anji shrugged, feeling relieved himself, but he thought to himself, "I really don't understand. If you manage to learn the technology, I'll eat this computer." Even if he learned how to assemble it, without understanding the working principles and being unable to manufacture various parts, it would be useless. Captain Chen shook his head in silence, then instructed the mechanical arms to disassemble the newly assembled modules and proceeded to control them to move the newly printed parts to the assembly table. "Come over, let's begin," Captain Anji said, leaving the assembly table and heading to the other side of the lab to work on his own project. Shin Chen rubbed his hands together, opened the assembly video on the computer, and followed along to learn the assembly process. Manual assembly was indeed slower without the automated mechanical arms, but Shin Chen didn't mind. It was all valuable experience. Experience +1, experience +1. Shin Chen gained an experience point for each module he assembled into a component. Little by little, it all added up. Time passed. It took a full 3 hours, but eventually, a disguised, Iron Man-like powered armor was assembled. Perhaps due to the removal of many modules, this powered armor was only 2 meters tall. When the final piece was installed, a white light flashed, visible only to Shin Chen. The powered armor in front of him displayed its data: fake, powered armor LV. 1000 useless battle armor, incapable of combat, providing no defense, and lacking attack power. Perhaps it could be worn for celebrations to enhance the festive atmosphere. Shin Chen's mouth twitched. The word fake in front was quite witty. It clearly indicated that this thing was just a plastic toy, but Shin Chen was still very excited. Just after assembling it by hand, the experience points were already enough for an upgrade. With the upgrade data, there was no issue. Of course, Shin Chen wouldn't upgrade it right now. After all, Chief Chin was still in the lab, and it was best not to attract unnecessary trouble. This thing. Chief Chin was too embarrassed to call it powered armor, so he just referred to it as this thing. It has all the functions you want, but they are all severely cut down versions. It weighs about 20 pounds, just a fragile shell. Forget about bulletproof, an ordinary person with a sword could probably cut through it. The most valuable thing on it is this energy converter in the chest. You better not wear it into a fight, or don't blame me if you end up dead. Don't worry. Shin Chen grinned. Chief Chen took a crystal core, manually opened the energy slot on the armor's chest, and placed the crystal core inside. In the next moment, the eyes of the powered armor lit up. "Alright, you can go in now." He pressed something on the outside of the armor's chest energy slot again, and the front part of the armor retracted completely. The helmet, chest, abdomen, hands, and feet all retracted by half, allowing a person to step in directly. Shin Chan stepped in. After his hands, feet, and head were in place, the armor closed automatically. Soon after, he realized that he seemed to be able to control the armor through his mind. Was there a weak artificial intelligence inside? No, it had nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It seemed to be a technology linking to his neurons, allowing him to control all the functions of the armor with his mind. He was surprised that such technology existed, showing the advanced level of technology in this world. Because all the functions are severely cut down, the ventilation system is also poor. "You better open the face mask, or you might suffocate," Chief Chen advised. "All right," Shin Chen thought, and the face mask automatically retracted to reveal his face, although the speed was a bit slow due to the poor power. He tried to move around and felt like he was wearing a heavy shell. Although the armor was light, his movement speed was not slow, but there seemed to be no extra power. He then tried the engine functions of his limbs and found that his palms and soles could indeed emit light particles, but he could hardly feel any thrust. Additionally, there were hidden firing ports on each shoulder, each capable of holding 10 bullets of a pistol model, but the power. Don't bother trying. The power is almost non-existent. It has all the functions you want, but as you wished, it's just for show. You can only move it with your own strength. However, the joints are flexible enough. In theory, if your strength is sufficient, the movement speed can be increased, but it's prone to wearing out the parts. Chief Chen shook his head helplessly. The crystal core can sustain for 3 minutes. Once it's used up, you'll have to replace it yourself. This energy converter is also a cut-down version, leading to significant energy waste. Shin Chan widened his eyes slowly. Only last for 3 minutes? That's too short, right? He felt embarrassed to say it out loud, as it might lead to misunderstandings. However, Shin Chen soon discovered a pleasant surprise. Just now, when he put on the battle armor, 1 minute had just passed. A text flashed in the corner of his eye, pseudo-battle armor, experience points +1. Could it be that I gain a bit of experience every minute I wear it? Just by wearing it, I can earn experience. He felt delighted, realizing that this way, gaining experience with this powered armor was easier than with a pistol. Shin Chan summarized his experience. Anything could only be assembled once to gain a wave of experience points. To gain experience points, one must use the item. For example, firing a gun. But firing not only required bullets but also hitting a person or a beast. That's why Shin Chen had emptied the magazine when sniping at his teammates before. Only by hitting the target could experience points increase. However, gaining experience points with this battle armor turned out to be unexpectedly convenient. As long as he kept wearing it, he could continuously gain experience. Isn't it cool? At this moment, Chen Anji said, "Alright, as per your request, the battle armor is ready, 1,000 crystal cores, make the payment." Shin Chen stepped out of the battle armor, smirked, and said, "I don't have that many crystal cores now." "What? Can't afford to pay?" Chen Anji's mouth twitched. He could tell that Shin Chen was probably a resident from the lower levels. If it weren't for the lack of a strange smell on Shin Chen, he wouldn't have even entertained him. "But if you don't have money, why bother talking to me?" "Goodness. Now that this toy is made, if you say you have no money, who am I supposed to sell it to? Can I owe you temporarily?" Shin Chen asked tentatively. "I've been an old resident of Shelter 36. Chen Anji glanced at Shin Chen sideways, his face turning green with anger. Amid Chen Anji's grumbling, Shin Chen left the research institute. Although Chen Anji was unhappy, he still gave Shin Chen a 10-day deadline. If Shin Chen didn't produce 1,000 crystal cores in 10 days, he would destroy this toy directly. But Shin Chen was confident, Chen Anji would never destroy it. After all, it was money. Besides selling it to himself, no one else would even look at it. Selling junk was unsatisfactory. Chen Anji had no choice. Back at the weapon shop, the owner had already prepared 300 rounds of ammunition. Shin Chen thanked him repeatedly and took them. By the end of the day, Shin Chen had accumulated a lot of debt. But Shin Chen felt no pressure. The cheat was his greatest survival reliance. Finally, Shin Chen used the remaining jerky to replenish some sniper rifle bullets. As the sky darkened, Shin Chen returned to his rented room. There wasn't much entertainment in this world at night. Just gambling, bars, and brothels, which Shin Chen disliked, so he could only gaze at the setting sun in a daze. At this moment, in the wilderness, many residents were rushing towards the shelter. Some carried coal from the mines, some carried ore, and others picked wild fruits in the dense forest. Just then, in the far distance within Shinshen's sight, between the horizon, several terrifying black smokes suddenly rose into the sky like wolf smoke, forming 7 smoke columns, as if to pierce the sky. Within these thick black smoke columns, countless sinister faces formed by condensed black smoke. Shinshen stared, his heart pounding. "That is," Shinshen exclaimed, "the evil seed." At this moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded throughout the shelter. Residents were pulling their necks, looking towards the west. The clamor was incessant. "Those outside, run! The evil seed is here! Damn! This is the toxic smoke evil seed. Is this evil seed still active?" According to records, the last time it appeared, it destroyed an entire city of 1 million people. No one survived, all dead. "Damn it! What are you thinking? Those of you who haven't entered the safe zone, throw away everything, run for your lives. Damn it, are you stupid, still carrying things while running?" At this moment, those humans who were still 500 meters outside the Titan's shelter, upon hearing the alarm, turned back to look. Seeing the terrifying evil seed, they were so scared that their legs went weak, crying and howling like ghosts, running madly towards the shelter. The ores or wild fruits they had worked hard for all day were abandoned on the ground. The entire wilderness was in chaos due to the sudden appearance of the evil seed. The people in the shelter kept cheering and shouting for the residents who had not yet entered the shelter. At this moment, from within the 7 wolf smoke columns, a black smoke suddenly flew out, condensing into a terrifying human face the size of a football field, flying over as if it were a demon, opening a huge bloody mouth, sharp teeth, even emitting a devilish grin in the wind. The strong wind in the sky blew everything apart, even people, let alone smoke. However, this mass of smoke remained intact, as if it were truly a devil, making Fong Han's heart tremble. Where the wolf smoke passed, darkness covered the sky, with no light from the sun or moon. Those humans who ran slowly, after inhaling a puff of poisonous smoke, immediately had blood flowing from their 7 orifices, as if their entire bodies were instantly drained of bones, turning into a pile of flesh. In the blink of an eye, this flesh seemed to bubble like boiling water, then with a bang, exploded into a mist of blood fireworks. At that moment, a resident, with a horrified and ferocious expression, ran while pulling out a rifle, shooting back as he ran. The bullets pierced into the black smoke, sparking bursts of fire. However, they were no match for the advancing speed of the evil creatures. "Ah, no! Help! Give me a hand!" The black smoke continued to engulf the humans, blood fireworks bursting in the darkness, tragic yet beautiful. Among these desperate people, there was a psychic, moving through effortlessly. His entire body emitted swirling energy, with purple electric currents crackling 3 meters around him. With a flick of his thumb, a blade of dark thunder shot out, sweeping through the air, devouring everything in its path, powerful electric currents piercing through the void, directly striking towards the evil creatures. A thunderous flash lit up the sky. Shinshen shook his head. Although the psychic's attack was fierce, the black smoke was of evil origin. Despite the thunderous blade cutting through, it still couldn't inflict any harm. However, psychics were naturally much stronger than ordinary people. Running at incredible speeds, he even took a few lagging residents with him as he sprinted. Eventually, after all the residents had run into the Titan shelter's range, they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, some even coughing up blood. As the evil creatures approached within 500 meters of Titan, they seemed to encounter an invisible wall, unable to advance further. Inside the shelter, the residents began to chatter again. "How many people died this time?" "I roughly counted, probably around 30 or so. Damn, this world. There's no choice. Once Titan stops, it's our chance to restock supplies. If we don't go out for resources, we'll all go hungry. The problem is the shelter stopped in a bad location, too far from the mine." Sigh. Not long after, the drifting black smoke of the evil creatures passed over Shelter 36, heading eastward, disappearing from sight. They came fast and left just as quickly, leaving behind blood-red craters on the wasteland. The residents had grown accustomed to life and death. In almost an instant, they resumed their activities, playing cards and drinking. Shinshen sat in his cabin, witnessing how fragile life was, feeling a sense of urgency. "I need to become stronger. Even if I can't defeat the evil creatures, I must be faster than them." The recent events deeply affected Shinshen. Frankly, if he encountered the evil creatures in the wilderness, he wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, upgrading his battle armor was imperative. "Tomorrow, I have to go out hunting, collect 1,000 crystal cores early, and get my hands on the battle armor." Once he had the armor on, Shinshen believed that before long, he would upgrade to become like Iron Man with his buttoned-up armor. The sun had completely set. Night fell. The stars shone brightly. The starry sky of this world was exceptionally enchanting, like countless diamonds embedded in the sky. Shin-chan blinked, feeling drowsy. Before going to sleep, he tied a metal wire at the door as an alarm. Then, with a tilt of his head, he drifted into slumber. This was his first time sleeping in this world. Shin-chan had a peculiar dream. In the dream, he transformed into a massive spaceship, constantly managing vast amounts of data and repairing the ship. However, he couldn't seem to fix the damaged parts of the ship. In his superbrain data, a red alert flashed. Mid-sleep, a signal from deep within Shin-chan's consciousness was sent out. Like a high-speed computer, dozens of data instantly transmitted throughout his body, causing his body to mysteriously shift 30 centimeters to the side. Then, he abruptly sat up, gripping a revolver in his left hand, swiftly moving forward, pressing it against the chin of an unexpected visitor. The series of actions happened so quickly that Shin-chan's eyes only truly opened when the pistol was aimed at the target. In the darkness, his pupils flickered with a faint light. Shin-chan was taken aback. When did he raise the gun and sit up? Was it an uncontrollable reflex? In a brief moment, he realized there was an unexpected guest. "Who are you?" Shin-chan whispered. With deliberate softness, his gentle voice gained a subtle magnetism, contrasting sharply with the rough revolver in his hand. Shin-chan woke up from his dream. Almost reflexively, even his brain had not received the signal, his pistol was already raised. The massive revolver in Shin-chan's hand, with its huge size, extra-long barrel, and intimidating black hole muzzle, left no doubt that it had enough power to blast the skull of the fiercest armored bear into pieces within any range. This was not a weapon for ordinary people to wield. Its fierce recoil was comparable to ancient war machines' firepower output. Firing this gun single-handedly, even if the wrist miraculously remained unbroken or unfractured after the first shot, the subsequent recoil would be enough to significantly shift the grip position, greatly increasing the time and precision needed for subsequent aiming. But at this moment, the savage revolver was already aimed at the intruder's jaw, eliminating any aiming issues. Even if Shin-chan's wrist were to break after firing, it would only happen after the invader's head turned into flying fragments. The head under the gun looked fragile and thin, easily pierced by both this domineering revolver and the least powerful ordinary pistol. However, few could easily pull the trigger, especially after seeing the intruder's face. Almost all men would hesitate to shoot at first sight, because she was an extremely beautiful young girl, appearing to be under 20 at first glance. In the era of mass exodus, women often looked younger than their actual age. Maybe she was only 18 or even younger. She had deep chestnut short hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, and her sexy lips were painted with a strange purple-gray color. Her bright eyes were fixed on Shin-chan, showing a mix of panic, excitement, and anticipation. The girl wore a short leather jacket with a low neckline and a short hem that outlined her full chest and flawless waist, as if there was nothing else under the jacket. Paired with tight jeans that hugged her full, perky buttocks and long, powerful legs, it was like a second layer of skin. The girl not only had outstanding looks and a graceful figure but also exuded vitality and excess energy, evident from the strong alcoholic scent emanating from her. Clearly, the alcohol had overstimulated her nervous system, focusing on seeking excitement and thrills while appearing numb to the fear of life and death before her. Despite the pistol hanging under her chin, ready to send her to the heavens at any moment, her slightly blurred eyes, due to alcohol, only gazed at Shin-chan's captivating eyes and the hand holding the gun. Shin-chan's washed hands, with their smooth lines and delicate skin, made the girl's proud hands pale in comparison. A hint of killing intent flashed in Shin-chan's eyes as he noticed the metal wire on the ground. This woman had managed to disarm his alarm trap while intoxicated. His slender index finger on the trigger slightly tightened. With a little more pressure, the firearm would unleash its thunderous strike. The girl finally sensed this deadly change, her eyes instantly sobering up, fear spreading. Shin-chan maintained his posture with the gun pointed at her and stood up. If his finger trembled even slightly, the beautiful face of the girl would turn into a pool of flesh and blood. The pistol was pressed tightly against her, forcing her to tiptoe, maintaining an extreme posture only achievable by ballet dancers, where any slight movement could accidentally trigger the gun. However, at this critical moment, Shin-chan made an unexpected move. He roughly frisked her, ensuring she posed no threat to him. She dared not make a move, allowing fear and tension to spread throughout her body, sweat silently trickling down her cheeks and neck. The girl grimaced in pain as Shin-chan's frisking came to a temporary halt. Stepping back, he holstered the pistol. After confirming she was unarmed, not feigning intoxication, and seemingly lacking any obvious malice, Shin-chan asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl's eyes burned with fervor as she replied, "I'm Bai Luo. When you came out of the bath, I thought you were so cool. I've been here many times before, how did I not notice you, hee hee? By the way, I'm a master locksmith." Shin-chan was no stranger to such situations. In this era of rampant violence, women, due to their physical and strength disadvantages, had a low status. Many women could only trade their bodies for basic survival necessities like food and water. With Bai Luo's youth and beauty, she could indeed survive this way, but to live a better life, she needed solid skills to provide practical value to her shelter. As a former mercenary from a past life, now a hunter in the wilderness of this world, Shin was well versed in the essence of money, violence, women, and transactions. However, the current situation seemed to challenge his principles. Touching on certain bottom lines he was not willing to compromise easily. "I'm out of money." Shin didn't even have a single crystal core on him now. They had all turned into bullets and rent. He only had a pound of jerky left. This girl was clearly worth more than that. The flames in the girl's eyes burned even more fiercely as she suddenly pounced on him like a mother leopard, pushing Shin down on the bed with great force. Gasping heavily, she forcefully tore at Shin's clothes, a mix of desire and growls escaping her lips. "This time, no money. You were so despicable just now. Give it to me now." But Shin once again pressed the revolver against her chin, lifting her up. "I have a lot to do tomorrow, need to conserve energy." The girl was almost driven mad by this sudden shift from heat to cold but had to leave under the coercion of the gun. Almost completely naked, she held her clothes, watching helplessly as the door slammed shut and locked in front of her. Shin sat upright on the edge of the bed, the pistol resting on his knee. He heard the outside threat, teeth clenched, a hysterical voice saying, Shin, one day, I will rape you. Shen. After daybreak, Shin took out the jerky, tearing it into pieces and eating while sipping water. He then slung the Barrett sniper rifle on his back, with the revolver at his waist and bullets in a satchel. A small bag was on his back as he left. The landlord looked meaningfully at Shin, showing his yellow teeth. "Heading out?" Shin nodded. "Young man, don't be discouraged. So what if you're the 3-second war god? The key is to solve problems quickly," the landlord said mysteriously. Initially, Shin didn't understand at all and took a while to react, asking in surprise, "You know? Hey." The landlord smiled. "Girls also come out looking for work, but I think this girl lacks dedication." "Is that so? You paid so quickly," and she still looked unwilling. Shen. "Of course, she's not willing," Shin explained. "I wasn't hiring her." "Ah." The landlord nodded knowingly. No wonder she left grumbling. Shin waved his hand and left directly. Shin did not leave the shelter directly to venture into the wilderness. Instead of heading towards the shelter, he turned towards the mission hall. There was a blackboard hanging there. It listed the supplies needed for the shelter, or other temporary employments by employers. Generally, there were more tasks that required people with abilities. After all, the combat power of individuals with abilities was incomparable to that of ordinary people with firearms. Despite being nominally a shelter, it was actually quite large. One could even say it was like a small town. And that was not even counting the wheelhouse following behind the Titan. Shelter 36 was considered medium-sized, with a population of around 90,000 residents. Some larger shelters could reach 200,000 to 300,000. Therefore, once the Titan stopped, there were plenty of employment tasks available. Shin squeezed through the crowd and looked at the blackboard. There were many tasks listed. Many of them involved mining, logging, and similar jobs. These tasks didn't involve fighting beasts, which made them safer. There were also long-term tasks issued by the shelter's generals. One of them was to scout for information on the Titan's direction of advance. This task was rarely taken on by anyone because it meant walking ahead of the Titan. The Titan's route was completely uncontrollable by humans. It went wherever it pleased. It might seem like a straight line one day and then turn the next. When the scouts returned, they usually kept quiet about what they saw. However, this task was still quite important. Above the wasteland, there were many huge city ruins. These places were inhabited by all sorts of cunning and cruel mutated creatures, mutants, zombies, and beasts. The shelter's people with abilities were not ones to shy away from such challenges. The only problem was that once the Titan entered the ruins, there would be a significant tilt and jolt. The shelter needed to reinforce its buildings in advance, and the wheelhouse following behind had to untie all ropes and go around in circles. This was a massive undertaking that required early warning. Every time they passed through ruins, many people ended up bankrupt. Shin glanced at a task and focused on it. It involved exploring an abandoned coal mine to see if any beasts were lurking there, in exchange for 30 crystal cores. If beasts were found and eliminated, the reward would be 200 cores. In reality, underground environments were not suitable for snipers. The sprawling urban areas above ground and the mountains and forests were the sniper's paradise. However, the reward for this task was too tempting to pass up. Generally, mines above the wasteland had been repeatedly exploited. Shelter 36 was here today, and Shelter 30 might pass by tomorrow. Naturally, nearby mines would be thoroughly searched. The likelihood of encountering beasts inside was minimal. Shinshen made a mental note of the location of this task and then walked out of the mission hall. Suddenly, a person stood in front of Shinshen, blocking his way. "You're Shinshen, right?" Hearing this, Shinshen slowly raised his head to look. The man in front of him was wearing a leather battlesuit, not a standard military uniform. The top half of his suit was unbuttoned, revealing a chest covered in hair and well-defined chest muscles. His eagle-like nose, deep gray eyes, and powerful aura gave him a charm filled with strength and heroism. This appearance bore some resemblance to the Harrier. In the original host's memory, Shinshen recalled the man's name, Harpy. He was one of the combat-type ability users from Shelter 36. "Why did you come back alone? Where's my brother, Harrier?" Harpy's tone was serious, his gaze unfriendly. Shinshen shook his head. "I don't know. They ditched me halfway, so I came back." Harpy looked skeptical, finding it hard to believe. "They ditched you?" "Yes, any problem with that?" "Ha!" Harpy's gaze intensified, his expression changing from dark to stern. A hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. "Your initial mission direction should have only involved scavenger beasts like the Rotwolf, with no real danger. How could they have treated you like a burden and left you behind?" Shinshen couldn't be bothered with small talk. "Then go ask your brother." "I'm asking you, damn it." Harpy's temper flared up directly. "What the hell happened? Explain it to me clearly." "My brother," Shinshen reiterated. "I don't know." After speaking, Shinshen brushed past directly. As a first-tier Esper, as long as he wasn't ambushed, Shinshen was not afraid of a direct confrontation. Firearms still held threat and advantage, especially the firearms in Shinshen's hands, the upgradable kind. The eyes of the hawk were fixed firmly on Shinshen's back. He seemed to have a bad premonition. He wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Shinshen said. After a moment of thought, the hawk's eyes flickered, leaving the shelter and heading in the direction where the hawk dragon had carried out the mission. "Damn it, if my brother is still alive, you, Shinshen, will be fine. If something happens to my brother, you will be buried with him." The hawk's face was ruthless. Meanwhile, Shinshen hid in a concealed place, watching the hawk's figure move away, squinting his eyes. As soon as he saw the hawk dragon's body, he knew he would be a prime suspect. After all, people were shot to death, not killed by firearms. In the future, the hawk would be in the dark, and he would be in the light. Revenge might unfold at any time. Shinshen gritted his teeth, temporarily ignoring the mission. He followed directly. Shinshen had to find a good spot to ambush and kill the hawk. Cut off future troubles. In this world, not to mention holding grudges overnight, even a second's delay in killing someone would lead to a lifetime of regret. An hour later, Shinshen set off. The sunlight with intense ultraviolet rays mercilessly scorched the earth. However, Shinshen's heavy cloak kept all the sunlight out. He didn't walk fast, but his pace was steady, and it took him 3 hours to stop in front of a lonely ruined house. After carefully inspecting the villa with half of its roof missing and confirming that there were no deadly creatures hidden inside, nor was it a den of some large carnivorous animal like an armored bear, Shinshen finally relaxed. This is it. Shinshen lay in ambush on the path where the hawk would return. This was the grave Shinshen had chosen for him. What of the Esper? "It's either you die or I live." Shinshen waited quietly alone. Just as he closed his eyes to rest for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. He took out a bullet from his pocket. This bullet was taken from the gun shop owner's table in the shelter. It was engraved with intricate patterns. Running his finger lightly over it, he could feel the unreal nature of these patterns. They didn't seem carved but rather naturally occurring on the metal. However, upon closer inspection, he could still feel the engraved grooves, although they were very shallow, too shallow to be discerned by the naked eye. It was evident that the craftsmanship was superb, akin to a high-precision machine tool. Mysterious Side Esper. Espers in this world were broadly divided into two categories: combat and support. Combat Espers were powerful, capable of destroying anything except for the evil kind, theoretically able to kill any beast or undead. Additionally, combat Espers had many branches, such as natural elements, genetic enhancements, and more. On the other hand, support Espers lacked formidable combat abilities and focused on improving life in shelters and the equipment needed. However, the mysterious side was somewhat eerie. Some mysterious side Espers had combat abilities comparable to combat Espers, such as manipulating space, time, and more. But some mysterious side Espers could only help combat Espers enhance their combat abilities. Now, the bullet with engraved patterns in Shinshen's hand was from a mysterious side Esper. At that moment, the information about this bullet also appeared in the corner of Shinshen's eye. Rifle bullet LV5, fully upgraded. Disposable item, this bullet is imbued with mysterious energy, increasing range by 500 meters, significantly enhancing lethality, greatly improving accuracy, and possessing strong armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, the trajectory of this bullet can be adjusted. After reading the information, Shinshen was stunned. A seemingly ordinary bullet, engraved with patterns, had such terrifying changes. Just the increased range alone was a deadly tactic to confuse the enemy. The enemy misjudged the shooting distance of the gun, but the bullets were cheating. That's not even the worst part. What's truly twisted is that they can alter their trajectory. Shinshen couldn't fathom how that was possible. Was it some kind of gun-shaking technique? Even in this bizarre world, once the bullet is fired, it's out of the shooter's control. It was incomprehensible. Until that moment. A bright light flashed through Shinshen's consciousness. In the depths of his mind, it felt like a divine force was connecting with the bullet in his hand. Ha! Shinshen suddenly noticed a slight leftward deviation in the bullet in his palm. Turn right. The bullet's head slowly adjusted its direction, pointing to the right. Heavens! Shinshen exclaimed, realizing that altering the bullet's trajectory was a matter of consciousness. In other words, once the bullet was fired, it could be steered according to one's will during its flight path. Shinshen was pleasantly surprised. No wonder the mysterious supernatural beings can create bullets like this, anyone can use them. Shinshen clicked his tongue, feeling that the owner of the gun shop was blind to miss out on a great deal. Without further ado, Shinshen took out his own bullets and rummaged through his backpack. He pulled out a less than 10 centimeter alloy file. He began to carve the bullet following its patterns. Although Shinshen was not a supernatural being, he believed that by imitating the process, he could gain the necessary experience to create such bullets. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Soon, Shinshen realized he was being too hasty. The intricate patterns on these bullets were quite complex. Some intersecting lines made it impossible to determine the order in which they were drawn. Also, due to his lack of experience, his control was not precise enough. After his first attempt at carving was completed, a prompt appeared in the corner of his eye, rifle bullet LV, 0/5, surface scratched, but still usable. Shen Chen. All that effort for nothing. I need to be more careful. Shinshen glanced at the wilderness, devoid of any human presence, and continued to focus on his carving. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Shinshen started by replicating and carving the simplest patterns. Experience +1, not bad, making progress. Keep going. With the second pattern carved, he didn't gain any experience points. Undeterred, Shinshen continued carving. Experience +1, experience +1, until he accumulated 5 experience points. The entire bullet had no more space for carving, but compared to a level 5 bullet, many lines were still missing. This was mainly due to Shinshen's thick carving lines. The spacing between the lines was incomparable to a level 5 bullet. The tool is the issue, and so is my technique, Shinshen concluded. He decided to upgrade the bullet directly. Rifle bullet LV2, 0/10, surface scratched, slightly increased shooting distance, slightly increased damage. It wasn't perfect, but for Shinshen, it was a significant achievement, akin to discovering a new world. Especially for someone like Shinshen, without any supernatural abilities, relying solely on firearms for a living, it was undeniably a huge help. With more precise tools, I can definitely carve a level 5 bullet. Shinshen didn't waste any time and tried carving bullets for a revolver. After a short while, the carving was complete. Revolver bullet LV1, 5/5, upgrade. Revolver bullet LV2, 0/5, disposable item, surface scratched. When this bullet hits the target, it will explode. However, it will lose accuracy and shooting distance. Shinshen furrowed his brow. The M500 revolver had a killing radius within 250 meters and an effective range within 50 meters. After this bullet received its enhancement, it surprisingly lost some accuracy and range. However, Shinshen didn't mind at all. As for the loss of accuracy, it was no longer a concern for him. According to Shinshen's plan, when he used the revolver, he never stood more than 20 meters away from his target. Shinshen meticulously handled the bullets, one after another, seemingly never getting tired or bored. In the blink of an eye, a box of bullets was already processed, each bullet engraved with the same pattern on the tip. Even if precision machinery was used for engraving, it seemed no different. During this time, all the bullets Shinshen could depict were of level 2, level 3 yet to be carved. Shinshen was not in a hurry, finishing up things here before seeking out the mysterious supernatural being on the side for some advice. Shinshen carefully stored the bullets, then took out a second box, opening it. The repetitive work seemed not to bore him even after a solid 2 hours. His experience as a special forces soldier in a past life told him that patience was essential for survival. Shinshan looked up again outside. Suddenly, in the distance on the wilderness, a figure appeared, carrying a corpse, maintaining a speed of about 30 miles per hour, running towards him. The eagle has returned. Shinshan swiftly stored the bullets and tools at an unbelievable speed, holding the barrett in his hand. With a flick of his right hand, a modified bullet was already loaded into the chamber. He then stepped to the wall, peering outside through a crack in the wall. Throughout all this, besides the metallic impact of loading the rifle, Shinshan made no sound. At this moment, there was no sight on Shinshan's rifle, but that didn't hinder his sniping. Shinshan squinted slightly to block the reflection in his eyes, carefully looking outside. Skilled in long-range shooting, he knew well what could expose his position. Getting closer and closer, Shinshan's gun barrel slowly extended out. On the other side, the eagle was running in the wilderness carrying his brother, the dragon's body. By now, he was furious. He had a premonition that his brother had been killed. But he never expected that upon reaching the scene, not only was everyone dead, but all were killed by snipers. After inspecting each body, he found that apart from a bullet piercing the dragon's forehead, the others were shot by sniper rifles. Instantly, the eagle associated the sniper rifle with Shinshan. It's him, he must have killed everyone. The eagle's face twisted in a grimace. If I had known, I should have killed him in the morning. Thinking this, it wasn't too late now. As long as Shinshan appeared at Shelter 36, without a word, he would be eliminated on the spot. A mere mortal's life was of no concern to the shelter. With this in mind, the eagle increased his running speed. Leaping back and forth among the wilderness, he hurriedly rushed back to the shelter. At this moment, Shinshan's eyes were fixed on the eagle's voice in the distance, the T-shaped reticle following the slowly twisting gun barrel, quickly capturing the two legs running swiftly through the vegetation. Originally intending to shoot the opponent's head or chest, the lush branches hanging from the trees obstructed the upper body of the target. The dense undergrowth within the reticle had limited visibility, only catching glimpses of the two legs moving rapidly. The eagle's upper body was at an angle, making it impossible to guess. Blindly shooting at the head not only risked missing but also alerting the eagle. This first shot was crucial. Slow down, even slower, look back at your evil kind. Shinshan silently mouthed, a few soft blades of grass gently brushing against his cheek. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, just as the eagle's running legs suddenly stopped, waiting for the brain to signal a change in direction, Shinshan decisively pulled the trigger, a sharp bullet whizzing out of the barrel, shattering the obstructing grass and hurtling straight towards the target. The bullet flew at an extremely high speed, skimming the ground under the vegetation, leaving a whistling trail of fire. The hawk was just about to lift its foot to run when a bullet hit the prominent bone on his left ankle, causing him to fall heavily, like a galloping steed suddenly stumbling over a tripwire, crashing down without reservation, breaking its nose, knocking out teeth, and splitting its lips, unable to avoid the injuries. There was a commotion in the grass and bushes. Soon, everything fell silent. It was evident that the hawk had a strong sense of combat awareness. Even after being shot, he did not panic or shout. Instead, he remained extremely calm, making no unnecessary movements, disappearing into the foliage as if he had never been there. Shinshan swiftly ejected the spent cartridge from the chamber of his rifle, his finger ready on the trigger, eyes glued to the scope without a moment of relaxation, keeping a close watch on the target. After a careful examination, he noticed a flaw. A hand reached out from beyond the vegetation, glaringly obvious amidst the tangled grass. Swish! Shinshan, with his Barrett sniper rifle in hand, like a vicious snake, promptly struck the exposed hand with a second shot. The bullet shot out along the still warm trajectory in the air in an instant, shattering the exposed palm directly. Shinshan did not hear the expected howl. Moreover, after the hand shattered, there was no reflex action. It was like a dead person's hand. Shinshan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! That's the body of the owl dragon. Shinshan's horrified expression froze on his face as he immediately picked up the sniper rifle and retreated behind the wall. He looked around, listening intently to the sounds around him. Shinshan was certain that the first shot had hit the hawk's ankle. The second shot was a bait set by the hawk, hitting a dead body. Therefore, the hidden hawk had likely pinpointed his location and would probably come around. Left or right, Shinshan had to move. At close range, he definitely couldn't outmatch the hawk. Taking a gamble, Shinshan moved stealthily, crouching and running towards the left. He advanced cautiously, heading straight for the owl dragon's position. He needed to change his position, catch the hawk off guard when he showed himself in the ruins, perhaps even take a headshot. Soon, Shinshan reached the rear of the owl dragon's body, raising his sniper rifle. Almost simultaneously, a dark figure appeared where Shinshan had originally aimed. It was none other than the hawk. Shinchen's finger on the trigger gradually exerted force, decisively firing a shot. Bang! A bullet shot out of the barrel, flying towards the grass pile in the ruins. This streak of white line passed by swiftly, disappearing into the dense vegetation. The sunlight and shadows on the bullet had alternated at maximum speed, finally causing a few blades of grass on the thick greenery to tremble slightly before vanishing into the depths of the ruins. Puff! A cloud of blood mist erupted in the ruins. Shinshen thought he had surely killed the target this time. Although the hawk was an esper, only at the first level, coupled with his level 3 sniper rifle and level 2 bullets, it should have been more than enough to take him down. But the next moment, a rifle barrel emerged from the ruins, wildly spraying bullets in Shinshen's direction. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire was filled with impotent rage and random shooting. Shinshen acted swiftly, using the owl dragon's body as a shield against the bullets, then quickly rolled under a large tree. The gunfire ceased, and the hawk's voice echoed from the ruins. Damn it, Shinshen. It's you, Shinshen. Shinshen was also taken aback, gaining a whole new understanding of espers. To be shot twice and still able to talk. Shinshen responded openly, that's right, strike first, right? You don't mind, do you? F***CKU. You killed my brother and now you want to kill me? The hawk's malicious voice came again. What, you still want to shoot me with firearms? I'm an esper, I advise you to surrender obediently, I'll spare your dog's life. Stop talking nonsense at this time. Shinshen continued casually, although superhumans are powerful, they are not invincible. Imagine this, you step forward, I aim a shot at your forehead. As long as you don't die, I'll let you kill me willingly. The eagle owl fell silent. It had to be admitted that the sniper rifle posed a significant threat to superhumans. Especially first and second tier superhumans were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Only third tier or higher superhumans could ignore bullets with their defense. With his ankle already shattered, severely affecting his mobility, and a bullet lodged in the bone crevice of his shoulder, the pain was almost unbearable. Although not shot directly, it was a matter of life and death, and he felt too passive. His ability was power enhancement. This meant he couldn't engage in close combat, only passively endure attacks. The eagle owl surveyed the surroundings, feeling trapped. With his injured ankle slowing him down, if Shinshen kept him on the run, he would eventually be outplayed. What to do? Squinting, he looked at his injured ankle. On the other side, Shinshen pondered his next move. He couldn't get too close to the eagle owl. If they engaged, he would be torn apart in seconds. But the eagle owl remained hidden behind a wall. If they continued like this, once the eagle owl's foot healed, Shinshen would be the one facing death. Shinshen reluctantly loaded a level 5 bullet into his gun. Despite some hesitation, he memorized the markings and chambered the bullet without hesitation. He couldn't afford to wait. Shinshen couldn't afford to wait. If it were an ordinary person, he might have charged with a revolver, but the eagle owl was a superhuman. His regenerative abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. No matter the cost, he had to seize this opportunity and strike while the iron was hot. So, Shinshen chambered the level 5 bullet without hesitation and decisively fired. Bang! The bullet, like a finger, swiftly cleared the soft vegetation at the edge of the crater and headed towards the ruins. In an instant, the eagle owl hiding in the ruins flinched. Random shots? The wall behind him was impenetrable. Useless. The eagle owl's mindset had stabilized by now. He was prepared to wait it out. Whether Shinshen retreated, launched an attack, or did nothing, victory would ultimately be his. Time was on his side. Swish! The eagle owl could see a bullet graze past his head, leaving a white line. But in the next moment, his eyeballs exploded, his expression twisted in extreme horror, oppression, and despair. Because he saw the bullet dragging the white line, originally flying straight, suddenly change direction in midair, almost drifting, making a turn and heading straight for him. What the hell? The eagle owl turned completely purple, his eyes filled with unparalleled fear, looking terrifyingly abnormal. He had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. It was inconceivable, unimaginable, unbelievable. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't fathom why Shinshen's bullet had miraculously changed course. Was Shinshen a superhuman? Capable of controlling bullets? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, the absurd scene unfolded before his eyes, leaving the eagle owl dumbfounded. Meanwhile, as Shinshen's consciousness connected to the level 5 bullet and it was fired, something miraculous happened. He could share the bullet's perspective. As the bullet flew past the eagle owl's head, Shinshen immediately steered it, aiming the bullet at the bewildered eagle owl. Bang! The bullet precisely hit the eagle owl's right eye, exploding in his brain. The explosive force of the bullet destroyed the eagle owl's brain tissue from within. His skull was blown open, and red and white matter spewed out like boiling porridge, creating a fountain of brain matter in Shinshan's view. Shinshan let out a sigh. Consuming a precious level 5 bullet, all troubles were finally dealt with. Now that the young one is not dead, will the old one come next? Shinshan put away the barret, slung it behind him, and in a few leaps, he was back on the ruins. Crouching on a broken wall, Shinshan looked at the corpse of the harpy eagle, a smile playing on his lips. An esper. Ha! He flipped over and jumped down. Shinshan began to search the harpy eagle's pockets and messenger bag. An esper identity card. Shinshan was somewhat envious. This card could get at least a 30% discount on all purchases at shelters. Some places even offered a 50% discount. As for ordinary people, getting no markup was already good. Apart from various odds and ends, the most valuable item was the crystal core. Shinshan counted, there were a total of 330 of them. Killing and setting fires for a gold belt. It's a universal rule no matter what world you're in, killing and looting is the most profitable business. Shinshan turned the crystal cores into currency. He took a box of cigarettes and discarded everything else. After eating some jerky and drinking a few sips of water, Shinshan began his return journey. His figure moved like a ghost, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, among the ruins. This world, resembling an apocalypse, was just a description of humanity. Humans liked fixed living places, but now, chased by unpredictable evil creatures, humans could only rely on titans to live a life of mass exodus. But for other ferocious beasts, this world was a paradise. The wilderness was not desolate. It had various terrains and ecosystems. The return journey would probably take about 2 hours. Shinshan tried to avoid ferocious beasts and not provoke them. It wasn't that he couldn't handle them, but Shinshan needed to get back to complete the task of exploring the mine. The reward for that was more cost-effective. However, things didn't go as planned. An hour later, Shinshan ran into a peculiar life form. Stone Man. This was a stone man over 3 meters tall, appearing heavy, but strangely, it moved almost silently. It usually liked to lie on the ground, almost blending with the earth, basking in the sun and sleeping, hardly moving. But once awakened, they would ruthlessly chase and kill any creature that disturbed their sleep, relentlessly. The most troublesome part was that the stone man's body was extremely tough, difficult to injure with swords, and regular firearms were useless. Generally, when encountering these stone monsters, it was best to have an ice-type esper in the team to freeze them and then leave confidently. Once a fight broke out, it was indeed a waste of time and not cost-effective. The stones were as tough as those in a thatched cottage, smelly and hard. Besides espers, there was another relatively quick way to kill them. That was to use 5 bullets, hitting the same spot in a very short time, piercing their heart. This was not an easy task. It tested extremely precise marksmanship. If one shot too slowly, the stone monster's wound would heal instantly. Especially in this world where espers were common, handguns in the hands of espers gradually became decorations. And ordinary people didn't have the money to buy bullets to train their marksmanship. So, when encountering stone monsters, it was better to turn around and run until they couldn't catch up. Shinshan had intended to run as well, but the stone monster chased him like a mad dog, relentless. After running 2,000 meters, Shinshan was exhausted, panting heavily and dry-mouthed. Annoyed, Shinshan took out his revolver, rolled, sidestepped, raised his gun to shoot. He aimed at the stone monster's chest, but this thing was slow too. Shinshan immediately adjusted the gun's direction, aiming roughly, directly at its sturdy leg joints. Bang bang bang, a direct 5-shot burst. The powerful bullets directly shattered half of the stone monster's left leg joint, causing its heavy body to suddenly fall to the left. Boom! Amidst the billowing dust, Shinshan saw the stone monster's leg joint rapidly regrowing. Truly a tough guy. Revolver LV2, 5/10. Shinshan ignored the text prompt. As the fingers danced, the revolver drum opened, 5 hot casings dropped, and 5 bullets were deftly loaded into the drum by nimble fingers. With a click, the drum returned to its place. Without much aiming, the gun slightly lifted upwards as the stone monster was about to rise, unable to move, and the gun muzzle once again spewed out a long tongue of fire. Bang, bang, bang. 6 shots were fired continuously towards the stone monster's chest. The bullets from the revolver had great power, shaking Shinshan's hand numb with the huge recoil. Almost all 5 shots hit the same spot, creating a deep bullet pit in the stone monster's chest. Then, the stone monster trembled and fell silent. Shinshan holstered his gun, lit a cigarette, feeling somewhat melancholic. It took 10 bullets to kill one stone monster, yielding only 1 crystal core. And 1 crystal core could only buy 6 bullets. Loss. Shinshan continued on his way after collecting the crystal core. At the same time, Shinshan took out his revolver. Upgrade. Revolver LV3, 7/30ths, 5 bullets, slight jamming in the revolving axis, rifling intact, slightly increased damage, capacity +1, 20% reduced recoil. Shin-chan was intrigued. This upgrade was good. Not only did the clumsiness disappear completely, but the capacity also increased to 6 rounds, giving a sense of an ability akin to ancestral thoughts. Nice! Shin-chan looked at the gun, muttering to himself, I feel like one day, this gun could turn into a small cannon. Shin-chan quickly returned near shelter No. 36. He could see the giant titan's mouth drilling underground, continuously extracting water sources. Shin-chan kept walking north, passing the shelter, and saw a large mountain ahead in the wilderness. Under the mountain, every few kilometers, there were dark mines. Some mines were in operation, with humans operating steam machines, pulling out mine carts with ropes, dumping the ore or coal on the ground, and transporting it back to the shelter. These steam devices that were still usable were jointly established by multiple shelters. Anyone near a shelter could use them. It was a bustling scene, with everyone working hard to make the most of their time. After all, titans moved unpredictably. Sometimes they stayed in one place for a year, and other times they started moving the next day. The difference in time between the two scenarios was significant. Shin-chan arrived near one of the mines numbered A013. Several logistics personnel from the shelters were peering into the mine. In the wilderness, although resources were unclaimed, the right to mine belonged to the shelters. After all, the defense forces organized by the ability users were not to be trifled with by ordinary people. Shin-chan mingled with them and chatted with a few logistics workers. Then he got straight to the point, I want to take on a reconnaissance mission. A worker named Mingyi looked Shin-chan up and down, with a smile of unknown meaning, you? Yes. Let me see your ability user license. I'm just a regular person, Shin-chan replied truthfully. Mingyi clicked his tongue, buddy, not to be harsh, anyone can take on a mission, but you also need the luck. What if there are fierce beasts down there, would you still risk your life? Shin-chan calmly replied, life and death are in my hands, you don't need to worry about that. I think. You'd better work as a laborer, you can earn some living expenses in a day. Another one, Mingyi continued, this reconnaissance mission has already been taken on by 2 ability users, they should be back soon. Shin-chan clicked his tongue at the news. He was late. He sighed. Working as a laborer was out of the question, not in this lifetime. Since the task here had been taken, Shin-chan didn't hesitate and turned to leave. He headed towards the mountains, searching for fierce beasts to hunt, digging more crystal cores to buy back the battle armor as soon as possible. And just at that moment, at the entrance of the mine, other workers panicked and shouted, something's wrong, quick, help. Shin-chan followed the sound and saw an esper stumbling out of the mine. His body was in tatters, his face resembling a crushed persimmon, one eyeball missing as if forcibly taken away. Bite marks covered his body, dripping with blood. Even a strand of flesh on his arm had been gnawed off, exposing bone. After falling to the ground, the esper's face still held a terrified expression as he uttered 4 words, save them, danger. Before he could say another word, he stiffened and perished. Mingya's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting. Hey, is Lei Laowu still alive? What's down there? Speak up, he's dead. A worker checked his pulse, finding no signs of life. Damn it! Mingya's face turned angry. I'm afraid Lei Laowu's chances are slim. What should we do? Another person asked. If Lei Laowu is still down there, he might be alive. Should we go back and call for a higher-ranked esper to come over? We must mine the ore in this mine. Mingyi suddenly turned to Shin-chan. Do you have the courage to investigate? Shin-chan's gaze was firm. What ranks are these 2 espers? Both are rank 1. I'll take on this task, Shin-chan stated without hesitation. He was here for this mission and wouldn't falter due to the uncertainty of one esper's fate or the death of another. In other words, if he had received this task in advance, he would still face the same dangers. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. The loss of 2 rank 1 espers didn't mean he would fail. Good. Mingyi was direct. If you can eliminate the threats inside, I'll add 100 crystal cores, making it 300 in total. If you bring Lei Laowu back alive, I'll add another 100. Shin-chan nodded, rolling in a nearby mud pit to cover himself in dirt. Mingyi and the workers watched Shin-chan's preparations, impressed. He's damn professional. Is he masking his aura? Seems like he's got a plan. Espers never pay attention to these details. Each has their own way. Shin-chan wiped the mud off his eyelids and retrieved a triangular military dagger from the deceased esper as his weapon. Without a word, he entered the mine. He cautiously navigated the deep cave, his steps light and silent like a nimble cat, concealed by a thick hooded cloak and the earthy scent, preventing his presence from being detected by the dangerous creatures relying on smell or infrared vision underground. After all, beasts living underground must have highly developed senses. With a sharp triangular dagger in hand, honed to a deadly edge, Shinchan, although not skilled in combat, was a former special forces soldier in his past life, his combat skills ingrained in his genes through reincarnation. Combat skills were more like data, easily transferred through reincarnation. His modified rifle and pistol were strapped to his back and hidden under the cloak, the pistol powerful but less accurate, yet effective in cave passages, where its impact could be amplified. However, in the quiet depths of the tunnel, gunshots would carry far, alerting monsters kilometers away. In this scenario, the dagger was more suitable. The mine wasn't completely dark. At intervals, oil lamps with shades were lit on the walls, left by the previous espers exploring the tunnels. Normally, when the oil lamp goes out, that's where they got into trouble. At a corner, Shinchan suddenly stopped in his tracks, retracting himself into his cloak, slowly blending into the darkness. A low rustling sound echoed in the alley as a mutated rat, about a meter long, emerged. Its disproportionately large nose with two nostrils kept twitching upwards, its small dim eyes devoid of light, indicating a significant degeneration. Decades ago, the rats living on the surface and this mutated rat belonged to the same species. But now, with the world drastically changed and abundant eerie energy enveloping everything, even these animals underwent a sharp transformation. Despite the mutated rat growing in size and strength, Shinchan remained calm. According to the memories of the original owner, a couple of ordinary people could easily kill such a creature with caution, posing no significant danger. However, Shinchan was puzzled. If it was just a mutated rat, shouldn't two superhumans be able to handle it? Too weak, perhaps? Shinchan had a premonition that beneath the mine, there might be something even more dangerous than the mutated rat. No time to think about it. Shinchan hid in the corner, preparing his dagger. Waiting. As the mutated rat approached Shinchan's turn, Shinchan, lurking quietly in the darkness, suddenly made a move. As the mutated rat almost aligned with Shinchan, he struck first. The triangular dagger swiftly pierced, nailing the mutated rat to the ground through the upper part of its nose, penetrating its upper and lower jaws. The nose was the mutated rat's most vulnerable spot, causing it to scream frantically. Its four short, thick, sharp claws desperately scratched the ground, sending gravel flying as it quickly dug a hole in the hard rock. Shinchan's left hand firmly held the dagger, his seemingly fragile arm as steady as a rock. Simultaneously, Shinchan's body swayed to avoid the mutated rat's claws. A scratch wouldn't be a big deal, but the main concern was the bacteria. In this world, there was no health insurance, and medical treatment could be heartbreaking. At this moment, the mutated rat, critically wounded, couldn't hold on for even a minute, convulsing violently before lying motionless on the ground. Shinchan slowly pulled out the dagger, flipping the mutated rat over to reveal it was a female. Shinchan frowned, his expression shifting slightly. Mutated rat males usually acted alone, and if a female appeared, there would always be a male following behind. Shinchan wasted no time. He swiftly moved a few steps, standing in the middle of the passage where the mutated rat appeared, front legs half-crouched, rear legs firm on the ground, dagger raised, aimed at the deep dark passage. Just as he raised his dagger level, a foul wind suddenly rushed out of the passage, and a stronger mutated rat male leaped out from the darkness, lunging toward Shinchan. The dagger remained steady, and with the momentum of the mutated rat, the sharp tip plunged deep into the rat's throat, traversing through its organs, almost breaking out from its anus. Shinchan let go, quickly stepping back, light and agile as if gliding on water. With a snap, the mutated rat exerted all its strength to clamp its huge jaws fiercely on the dagger's handle. Although its incisors could gnaw through almost any rock, they were no match for the reinforced steel. With a crunch, the steel bent immediately, and the rat's teeth shattered. The rat's momentum was too strong, causing it to fall from the air and slide several meters on the rugged ground before reaching Shinchan. Shinchan lifted his right leg, stepping on the rat's head. The rat squealed in agony, struggling, but its head couldn't lift off the ground. Any force applied would cause unbearable pain from the dagger piercing its body. Despite the severe injury, it struggled for over a minute before ceasing to breathe. Shinchan withdrew the dagger, feeling nauseous. Killing this thing was more sickening than killing a person. Shinchan continued deeper inside. In the dark and rugged cave, Shinchan's eyes kept scanning the ground, searching for the mutated rat's claw marks. The claw marks became more and more numerous, scattered in a messy manner throughout the various tunnels. Before long, the light from the oil lamp disappeared, plunging Shinchan's vision into darkness. Fortunately, occasional glowing moss and dimly lit sewage in the passageway provided some clarity to Shinchan's sight. Shinchan pursed his lips, feeling the increasing necessity of his battle armor. If only he could gain infrared vision through the armor, he would see clearly in this darkness as if it were daylight. Shin Chen's alertness had reached its peak at this moment. Those two mutants were likely ambushed here. Shin Chen crouched down, carefully examining the ground. Indeed, there were scattered human footprints and a large amount of blood mixed into the mud. Looking into the tunnel, he could see traces of dragging. Shin Chen almost half-crouched, wrapped tightly in his cloak, like a ghost, silently following the traces deeper into the passage. Surprisingly, in this rugged and uneven tunnel, some areas seem to have intentionally placed empty cans hanging on ropes above. Is this an alarm device? Shin Chen was somewhat surprised. Only intelligent creatures would make such things. Had the mutated rats evolved to this level of intelligence? This reminded Shin Chen of the alpha wolf leader. Shin Chen rubbed his temples. These crude traps were no match for him, but they slowed down his movements. Carefully stepping over them, Shin Chen finally saw an iron door. Simultaneously, the traces of dragging disappeared behind the door. This iron door should lead to the mine's refuge chamber. Shin Chen drew his revolver, took a deep breath, and with a creak, he suddenly pulled open the heavy iron door and rushed out. It was a hall of over 100 square meters. In the hall, there were more than 30 mutated rats of various sizes, some almost adults, while others were still blind, indicating they belonged to different litters. Judging from the 3-month adult period of mutated rats, they could give birth roughly once a month, which was considered normal. What shocked Shin Chen the most was a conspicuously placed large bed in the center of the hall. The figure lying on it was female. Although her sharp teeth and long tail behind her were still visible, she was wearing a complete set of old-fashioned professional women's suits, including a pencil skirt. Her skin was not covered in thick fur like other mutated rats. It was relatively smooth, resembling a human professional woman from the old era. Despite her petite figure, the other mutated rats were extremely cautious and dared not approach the bed, and the brighter red glow in her eyes compared to ordinary mutated rats indicated that she was the queen of this nest. At the same time, Shin Chen's gaze fell on the human on the bed. At first glance, he recognized him as Lei Laohu, as mentioned by Meng Yi. Lei Laohu's clothes had been stripped clean, his face filled with silent despair, unable to seek survival or death, only enduring the queen rat's abuse. Shin Chen was momentarily stunned, his whole body numb. This scene was too damn intense. At a glance, a chill ran down his spine as he saw Lei Laohu being violated by the rat queen. Although she resembled a human, she was fundamentally a rat. Shin Chen almost vomited. "Save me! Please save me!" Lei Laohu's voice was hoarse, his face trembling in desperation upon seeing Shin Chen. Although they had never met, it was undoubtedly a rescue team sent from above. Without hesitation, Shin Chen raised his revolver. The dark barrel pointed straight at the queen rat's forehead. At that moment, the rat queen's mouth widened suddenly, her eyes shining with dazzling red light, revealing 2-inch-long incisors, and she pounced at a faster speed than ordinary mutated rats. Her contorted face was distorted to the extreme by that mouth. Bang 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 bang. After the upgrade, the recoil of the revolver was significantly reduced. Shin Chen held the gun with one hand, without any hesitation. Almost at the same time, 6 bullets were fired, the first one piercing through her neck, while the remaining 5 bullets traced an arc along her clavicle, cleanly severing her head from her body. This scene gave the impression that the bullets in Shin Chen's gun were like a chainsaw. Even Lei Laohu was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he watched the Queen of Rats' head being effortlessly pierced by Shin Chen, tumbling to the ground. His eyes showed an expression of disbelief, his face suddenly paled. This killed the Queen of Rats? Without even using any abilities? Wait a minute, Lei Laohu frowned, this person seems to either not have abilities or simply relies on the power of the gun, bold and meticulous. Thinking of this, Lei Laohu couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain. Although being overpowered by a creature like a rat was embarrassing enough, as long as his life was not threatened, he still looked down on ordinary people flaunting their guns. At this moment, Shin Chen slowly retracted his gun. The other adult mutant rats in the hall finally reacted, hysterically roaring and madly rushing towards Shin Chen. Shin Chen once again moved back like gliding on water, just evading the mutant rats' attacks. Then, with swift and precise steps, he jumped out of the door and disappeared into the deep passage. Squeak squeak squeak! The mutant rats suddenly became agitated, instinctively rushing out of the hall one by one, following the passage towards where Shin Chen had disappeared. Meanwhile, Shin Chen ran to create distance, shooting frantically. The hot shell casings clattered to the ground. Bang bang, the muffled and heavy gunshots occasionally rang out, echoing along the winding passage, sending waves of sound into the distance. 10 minutes later, Shin Chen slowly retraced his steps and returned to the hall. By then, Lei Laohu had broken free from his restraints. He was not even wearing clothes, his body exposed, filled with anger, his face contorted as he swung his fists covered in steel elements, smashing the remaining mutant rat pups in the hall into a pulp. The extreme shame and rage almost made his eye sockets burst open, smashing over and over again. He even dragged the Queen of Rats' body over, smashing and stomping on her head until it burst. Shinshan leaned against the doorway, watching with a smile. After venting his anger, Lei Laowu slowly raised his head. His face was covered in the foul-smelling blood splattered by the mutant rats. "What's your name?" "Shen Chen." "Shen Chen?" Lei Laowu's face twisted into a manic and neurotic smile. "You've got guts. An ordinary person dares to come down here." "What about my buddy?" "Dead." Lei Laowu twisted his neck. "What a pity. From now on, you'll be my lackey. Go, get some clothes." Shin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling displeased. "Who spoiled you with such an arrogant attitude? Let me be your lackey?" Shin Chen coldly smiled, not moving a muscle. "Didn't you hear me?" Lei Laowu's gaze was filled with savage, cruel, and ruthless colors. "You, an ordinary person, should consider it a great honor to follow me." Shin Chen's gaze was icy and profound, as he slowly spoke. "Following you to be overpowered by rats? Say that again, you mother fasterous cur." Lei Laowu's eyes were filled with horror, resentment, and disbelief. "Are you looking to die? I warn you, if you dare to breathe a word of this outside, I'll kill you." Shin Chen squinted his eyes. Is this idiot completely out of his mind? Rescuing someone only to bring trouble. This 100 crystal core is not worth it at all. Lei Laowu must have suffered a huge psychological trauma. If he goes out, he might suspect every day that someone is saying he was overpowered by rats. Just thinking about it is very annoying. Shin Chen's tone was indifferent, a waste of an ability user who can't even beat a mutated rat, shamelessly boasting in front of your savior, forgetting the pain after the scar has healed, right? Damn you, are you looking for trouble? Did I ask you to save me? Wasn't it the higher-ups who put a bounty on me? Lei Laowu continued fiercely. You did what you were paid for, but my status is still higher than yours. Don't expect me to be grateful, don't forget, you ordinary people are here to serve the ability users. And bang! Shin Chen, not in the mood to listen to Lei Laowu's nonsense, raised his revolver and decisively pulled the trigger. With one bullet, Lei Laowu's head exploded. Without hesitation, upgraded gun and bullet at such close range, the power was even greater than a Barrett. A first-tier ability user couldn't withstand it at all. The world was quiet. Shin Chen felt extremely relieved. For trash like Lei Laowu who didn't know gratitude, burying him was the best way to sever ties. However, Shin Chen also suffered some losses. 100 crystal core sources gone. Ming Yi had set a task initially, promising a reward if this guy could be brought back alive. But this guy brought it upon himself, so Shin Chen couldn't blame himself for being ruthless. At this point, Shin Chen had completed the task of exploring the mine. With a profit of 300 crystal core sources, plus the loot from the hawk and the mutated rats, the total assets reached over 700, not far from 1,000 crystal core sources. Next, Shin Chen dragged Lei Laowu's body away, entered an abandoned mine tunnel, found an underground well, and threw him in. Then he returned to the hall, dug out crystal core sources from the decaying rat queen's head. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, turned back, and walked to the shelter hall. Lei Laowu should have some goods, right? Shin Chen searched around and found Lei Laowu's luggage in a corner. Opening it, a bright blue light emitted, causing Shin Chen's eyes to widen. There were about 300 crystal core sources inside. Wow, can I clear my debts in a day? Killing and looting is indeed profitable. Shin Chen happily collected them. Afterwards, Shin Chen left the shelter hall and continued deeper into the mine. Generally, mutated rats have a strong sense of territory and there shouldn't be any other mutated rats lurking inside this hole. But out of caution, Shin Chen continued to explore, until he was blocked by a wire mesh gate. He cleared the debris blocking the gate, then broke the rusty iron lock with a shot before pushing open the wire mesh gate. After climbing up for over 100 meters, Shin Chen squinted his eyes slightly as a bright sunlight shone on his face. Having been active in the darkness for so long, the sunlight made his eyes uncomfortable. After adjusting a bit, Shin Chen walked up to the surface. The warning sign above the stairway, "Pedestrians do not walk, vehicles do not pass," was still clear, not completely blurred by time. This was another exit of the mine. The scenery outside was no different from the entrance, desolate yet teeming with life. Looking around, to the west was a vast wilderness, while to the east were numerous high-rise buildings shrouded in mist, once the human habitat. Now, it was occupied by all sorts of strange beasts. Shin Chen retraced his steps, carefully checked the mine tunnel back and forth twice to ensure there were no issues or leftover mutated rats. Only then did he return to the entrance. The task handover process went smoothly. Shin-Chen briefly described the mutated rats, without mentioning Lei Laohu's whereabouts. Ming-Yi asked, but Shin-Chen knew nothing. Shin-Chen didn't want to end up like the hawk and the eagle, going after the small ones to get to the big ones. The task reward was settled on the spot, with 3 crystal core sources in hand. Yes, just 3. They were larger in size, known as intermediate crystal core sources. An intermediate crystal core source could be exchanged for 100 crystal core sources. This mission turned out to be quite fruitful. After deducting expenses and paying off debts, Shin-Chen was left with 100 crystal cores. Without lingering, he headed straight back to Shelter 36. He intended to purchase the custom-made unique battle armor. Time was of the essence for upgrades. At Shelter 36, Shin-Chen boarded Titan's back. He first went to the weapons shop, cleared his previous debts, and ordered a batch of sniper rifle and revolver bullets. Looks like you had a good haul, Shin-Chen nodded with a smile. The loot from killing and setting fires must have been quite exhilarating. By the way, I have something to inquire about. Shin-Chen put away the bullets and continued. I once saw a bullet with engraved stripes here. Do you remember the maker? Thinking it better to ask the right person directly rather than fumble around, even if it meant spending money, Shin-Chen was taken aback when the shop owner sighed. He's dead. Dead? Shin-Chen's mouth twitched. Was his luck really that bad? Although he felt a pang of regret, Shin-Chen remained unfazed. In this world, not only ordinary people but also ability users faced death every day. They needed to hunt for crystal cores to advance, and these cores were crucial for their promotion. Went out to the wilderness with someone and got hammered by a bursting ape, the shop owner casually mentioned. Shin-Chen shrugged, chatted a bit more, then left. Shortly after, Shin-Chen re-entered the courtyard of the research institute. Inside the laboratory, he glanced around. Shenanji was working, and the customized battle armor lay neglected in a corner. It was still there, which was good. Shenanji, busy with work, seemed impatient upon seeing Shin-Chen and continued fiddling with the items in his hands, saying, Your stuff is still here, no need to check every day. Come back when you've saved up 1,000 crystal cores. I don't do credit here. Before he could finish, Shenanji heard a clattering sound on the table. Looking up, he saw 3 intermediate crystal cores and some others rolling and spinning on the table. Meanwhile, Shin-Chen had moved to the other side of the lab, dragging the battle armor out of the pile of items. You didn't have money yesterday, and today you've earned so quickly? Shenanji looked shocked and puzzled. Even for an ability user, earning 1,000 crystal cores in a day was quite challenging. How could Shin-Chen, an ordinary person, make money so fast? Did he poke a dangerous beast's nest? Shin-Chen just smiled without answering. Initially, Shin-Chen thought of wearing the armor back to the rental house. However, it was too cumbersome at the moment. He could walk back wearing it, ignoring the mocking gazes, but it would drain his energy. After some thought, Shin-Chen decided to carry it back. He joyfully lifted his battle armor, as if holding a girlfriend. Surprisingly heavy, but not a flaw. As long as it could be upgraded, it would eventually become a button-style battle armor. Thanks. Shin-Chen happily carried the armor away. Shenanji rolled his eyes, thinking about the spendthrift who bought a large toy with hard-earned money. There was a reason why Shenanji didn't call Shin-Chen a spendthrift. A wealthy person was a spendthrift, while someone without money was just a spendthrift with toys. Shin-Chen returned to the lower level, back to the rental house, startling the landlord. The landlord circled the armor a few times, marveling at the 2-meter-tall figure. Though mostly made of plastic, it looked like a toy but had a distinctive design. I'm considering charging rent for 2 people from now on, the landlord propped his chin, yawning. Shin-Chen replied, This isn't a person. Ha, the landlord teased. So, are you planning to sleep while hugging it? No, I'll sleep wearing it, Shin-Chen half-jokingly replied. Actually, Shin-Chen is serious. If you want to level up quickly, you have to wear the armor to sleep, at most it's just uncomfortable. The landlord said, I sincerely advise you not to bother with these flashy things. Make money, find a wife, have children, it's much better. Shin-Chen was puzzled. In this messed up world, aren't we just setting up our children for suffering? Although that's true. The landlord choked up, but why do people live? Shin-Chen paused, his answer straightforward, of course, to live. Superficial, the landlord suddenly sounded like a philosopher, saying, What is the meaning of life? Leaving something to be remembered by future generations. Most of the time, it's leaving your own descendants, creating replicas of yourself, sowing seeds, and nurturing them to grow. Shin-Chen clicked his tongue, rolled his eyes, and ignored him, heading upstairs. In a peaceful world, this kind of talk was outdated. Don't bring it up in this dangerous world. Back in his room, Shin-Chen placed the armor on the bed, realizing he had no place to sleep. However, he was still excited and happy. This enthusiasm was akin to buying an inflatable doll and eagerly wanting to try it out. But Shin Chen restrained himself. To open the armor, he needed a crystal core. It could only be maintained for 3 minutes. It was just getting dark, not yet time to rest, otherwise, taking it off to use the restroom would be a loss. Shin Chen decided to upgrade the armor first. With a thought, information about the armor popped up: fake, power armor LV. 1001/1000, armor with no practical value, unable to fight, provide defense, or have attack power. Perhaps it can be worn for celebrations to enhance the festive atmosphere. When assembling it initially, the armor had gained experience for upgrades. But with Chen Anji present at the time, he was afraid he would notice any changes in the armor, leading to unclear explanations. Now, he could finally upgrade it. Upgrade. Fake, power armor LV2, 1/2000, almost useless armor. Using it for combat is irrational, but its defense capability slightly improves, walking speed increases slightly, mental connection reaction speed slightly improves, an infrared vision system added. During nighttime parades, you can keep up with others and see the road clearly. After reading the information, Shin Chen clicked his tongue. There was a change, but it was far from combat ready. Although it was a small step, it was a significant improvement in Shin Chen's overall combat effectiveness. Temporarily setting aside the armor, he planned to rest and deal with this troublesome armor later. Heading out, Shin Chen arrived at a bar. Feeling good today, he decided to have a drink and dinner. The bar's deep blue glass facade was spotless, with a huge billboard on the roof, featuring a prominent flaming logo. Blaze Bar was one of the favorite places for the common people in the lower wheel society. Inside the bar, dim lighting filled the air with the scent of alcohol and hormones. Women in revealing outfits moved around, trying to find men willing to pay for their services tonight. On a small stage, 2 nearly naked dancers were wildly moving their bodies. Under the influence of hallucinogens and alcohol, they could dance frantically for 2 hours before being carried off exhausted. Some men enjoyed venting their desires on their exhausted bodies. Of course, these dancers were attractive, and their value matched their looks and figures. Shin Chen found a seat. Just as he sat down, an unexpected guest took the seat opposite him, boldly saying, "You're treating today." The speaker had a rather arrogant appearance, with a steel-like stubble beard, as if it hadn't been groomed for over a decade. There was a scar on his face, extending from the left eye corner to the right corner of his mouth, resembling a twisted earthworm. Shin Chen's brain suddenly flashed a memory from the original host. His name was Locke, a staff member of Shelter No. 36, working in the Employment Task Distribution Office. Whenever there was an employment task, it was his responsibility to assign it. It could be said that he had many opportunities for others to work and earn money. However, any task thrown out was not a good one. The real money-making tasks were all taken up by his friends in the circle. The relationship between the original host and Locke was still decent, but due to the original host not being an Esper, many tasks could not be carried out, although there was no financial relationship, just purely genuine friendship. "Buddy, how about a bottle of whiskey?" Locke smiled, twisting the scar on his face like a coiled snake, fierce, and asked Shin Chen. Shin Chen smiled. The original host didn't need Locke before, and the current Shin Chen was different. He nodded and paid with 12 crystal source cores. The price was reasonable. "I like this place." Locke poured down a shot of strong liquor, exhaled sharply, grinned, and continued, "The decadence, desire, and debauchery pervading here, a sip of alcohol, that's life." If Shin Chen wasn't in a good mood today, he wouldn't like coming to such a place. The almost indissoluble smell here was almost equivalent to hallucinogens and aphrodisiacs for most people. It would make them lose their reason, degenerate into desires driven by primal instincts. Shin Chen thought to himself, a bottle of whiskey worth 20 bullets. In the wilderness, these ammunitions could often save Shin Chen's life, but whiskey wouldn't. Yet Shin Chen took a sip of the whiskey. The taste was not great. It wasn't the high-quality product from the old days but just the Shelter's own production. This kind of liquor lacked the rich fruity aroma of old-fashioned whiskey but was strong enough. In reality, Locke's tolerance for alcohol wasn't that great. He was a rookie who was both bad at drinking and loved it. After a glass of alcohol, he would start feeling dizzy and ramble about past events. According to the original host's memory, Locke was like a broken record, almost memorizing those stories. He could even predict what Locke would say next and in what tone and expression. Shin Chen ate dinner quietly, being a silent listener. He couldn't interrupt, or even if he did, Locke wouldn't respond, still narrating his brave deeds from the past when he hadn't been exposed to the divine punishment miasma. Shin Chen's only evaluation of Locke was pitiful yet fortunate. Despite losing his Esper abilities, he could still get a decent job enough to sustain himself, belonging to a lucky minority in this world. At that moment, Locke poured himself a full glass of liquor, contentedly sighed, Today I saw you entering and leaving the upper levels of the shelter, getting a big toy? Shin-chan nodded, just for fun. Are you out of your mind, or did that research institute deceive you? Locke tilted his head back, took a sip of alcohol, and with a mysterious look in his eyes, said, the one you're dealing with has the wrong gender. Shouldn't it have a female appearance? Shen-chen. That's not a toy for pleasure, Shin-chen explained. Locke chuckled, I knew it. You just want to play with women. Just then, a young woman who was already half drunk sat next to Shin-chen, almost whispering in his ear, You've charmed your way into my heart, handsome, what should we do? Locke burst into laughter, Look, your luck in love has arrived. Saying that, he took out some crystal source cores and threw them on the table, with a knowing look, my treat. The girl giggled, pocketed the payment, and tucked it into her cleavage, a subtle way of showing off, indicating her ample bosom. Shen-chen. Honestly, this woman had a good figure and appearance. It made Shin-chen inexplicably think of the girl, Bai Luo, who had tried to force herself on him last night. But Shin-chen had no time for romance. Even if he wanted to sleep, it would be with his battle armor. Not in the mood for romantic entanglements with women. However, trouble always seems to come along with women. Shin-chen hadn't figured out how to politely refuse, maintaining his composure, and still managed to retrieve the crystal core of rock from the girl's chest and return it. A dark hand pressed down on the wine glass in Shin-chen's hand, crushing it heavily on the bar counter. Then, the large hand flaunted a shake in the air, dropping glass shards all over the floor, without a scratch on the palm. Shin-chen slowly raised his head to face a giant man standing nearly 2 meters tall. His muscular body shimmered with a reddish-copper hue under the lights, as if oiled. The giant man leaned down, his gaze dark and menacing, his tone as sharp as steel grinding against steel. Kid, are you trying to steal the woman I have my eye on? This was clearly a provocation and a challenge. It was obvious that the woman was the one who had approached Shin-chen. At this moment, the entire bar fell silent, with almost everyone watching this scene. Among them were ordinary people, individuals with special abilities, women trying to make a living, and many employees from Shelter 36. The owner stood behind the counter with crossed arms, looking like he was ready to enjoy the show. Shin-chen clicked his tongue. Can't even have a meal in peace. Shin-chen's expression remained unchanged, as he casually said, You're interrupting my meal. Meal? The giant man's mouth curled into a sneer, his face exuding an intense and fierce aura. Do you want to taste my fist, you pretty boy? With that, the giant man raised his fist. Every pore on his entire arm began to enlarge, continuously expanding and contracting as if swallowing air. The already massive fist now resembled an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, a fist larger than a basin appeared in front of Shin-chen. The giant man, proud and smug, had eyes filled with cold cruelty and disdain towards Shin-chen. The onlookers in the bar began to cheer, goading on the fight, fight, fight. We need some snacks. Mengshan, if women see those fingers of yours, they'll be smitten, ha. Forget it, I know his ability. It can only last for 3 minutes at most. Ha! Poor thing, why not have some blue bliss pills? Mengshan didn't care about the teasing from the others, he just wanted to teach Shin-chen a lesson. Money doesn't buy the right to play with women. Mengshan cleared his throat, a thick phlegm already at the back of his throat. He intended to spit the phlegm on the weak white face before breaking his neck with a punch. However, the phlegm seemed stuck in his throat, unable to be expelled. His expression, eager to vent his anger, suddenly changed. In a moment, Shin-chen fell silent for a moment, then his arm moved. A large revolver, nearly 30 centimeters long, was suddenly pressed against Mengshan's forehead. Mengshan's mouth fell open, his eyes widened, completely unaware of how the gun had appeared. However, the massive gun barrel, nearly 30 centimeters long, served as a constant reminder that it could easily shatter his skull, no more difficult than smashing a glass. At such close range, even an individual with special abilities couldn't withstand the power of a bullet. Brother, let's talk this out. Mengshan faltered, his tone softened, no longer aggressive. However, Shin-chen just smiled calmly. He pulled the trigger directly. Click. Mengshan's fierce face instantly turned blank, alternating between pale and bluish. He never expected the gun to be fired so decisively in front of him. However, after the trigger clicked, there was no louder gunshot. Mengshan, who had already fainted from fear, collapsed to the ground, knocking over 2 tables and several bottles and countless glasses. The women in the bar screamed continuously, whether mocking Mengshan's cowardice or cheering Shin-chen on. Shin-chen picked up the bottle of expensive brandy on the table, poured some on the gun barrel, then lit a cigarette. He waited until the light blue flame burned out before opening the drum and reloading the 6 bullets in his right hand. Rock laughed heartily. You never cease to amaze me. Shin-chen smirked. Save me a good job for next time. Do you want to prove that you are not weaker than the mutants with firearms, Shin-chen? Wake up. You're really drunk, Rock said. Shin-chan replied, "Who says I am?" After a little teasing, Rock and Shin-chan left the bar. At that moment, on the outskirts of Shelter 36, above the dark wasteland, bright and glaring lights lit up. Squinting, Shin-chan saw rows of vehicle headlights. "They're not our people," Rock muttered, "either they're from another shelter here to trade, or they're eyeing our control over the shelter." In this world, gasoline had long been depleted. Due to the mass exodus, even if some refineries were intact, there were not enough skilled workers to operate them. The cost was too high. Dealing with ferocious beasts was one thing, but living in mutant-infested areas was like living in hell. Humans could only survive with the help of titans. Standing guard or engaging in production work for a long time meant certain death, with no chance of luck. Therefore, the engines of vehicles in this world had been modified to be powered by crystal cores. Even so, the cost was not something an ordinary person could bear. Often, a kilometer's worth of travel required a high-grade crystal core. Only big shots or shelters could afford such extravagance. Shelter 36 also directed searchlights at the convoy. Soon, the convoy stopped about 500 meters from Shelter 36. There were about a dozen modified vehicles with carriages lined up. Many people in black military uniforms jumped out, some setting up machine guns on the trucks, aiming at Shelter 36. They seemed extremely arrogant, as if they were about to attack and occupy the place. Inside the shelter, many people came out to watch, some showing extreme panic, while others were screaming in fear. In this world, shelters were safe havens for mutants, but for humans, they were grounds for conflict and war. Each titan was a scarce resource, and whoever controlled them held power over a domain. The covetous were relentless, and being the leader in control of titans was a high-risk occupation. One could easily be eliminated, allowing someone else to take over. This often led to the elimination of remnants of the previous regime. Every conflict resulted in massive bloodshed. At that moment, General Yu Wuchang, the controller of Shelter 36, stood at the fence, observing. His tall and slender figure, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and a sinister face. He wore military boots and a crimson military coat adorned with skeletal motifs, his eyes emitting a faint red glow as he gazed down at the people below, as if they were lambs to be slaughtered. "General!" Rock looked up at General Yu Wuchang under the moonlight and shouted, "Looks like trouble is coming." The wind rustled through General Yu Wuchang's military uniform as he calmly smiled. "With me here, they won't dare to fire a shot." Boom! The unidentified individuals below immediately set up a mortar and fired a shot towards Shelter 36. Shen-chen. "Oh, did we just get slapped in the face?" However, the shell did not hit the shelter but exploded on the other side. Under the moonlight, General Yu Wuchang stood with his hands behind his back and let out a mocking chuckle. "White Luo from Shelter 7, can you please stop fooling around?" The next moment, among the vehicles below, a pair of straight legs extended from the car door, stepping on the ground, making a rustling sound. At this moment, Bai Luo was dressed in a stiff high-ranking military officer uniform, with a dazzling gold star on the shoulder epaulets. Her short hair was all tied under the beret, her face covered in a layer of frost, and her eyes shimmered with a charming smile. As soon as the residents of Shelter 36 saw her, they sighed and dispersed. Some residents went home to fetch supplies and ran out to trade with the convoy. Some continued back to the bar to drown themselves in alcohol and dreams. Rock snorted and rolled his eyes. This woman, always the same style, trading is trading, always needs a bang or a few shots to be satisfied, as if no one knows she's coming. Shin-chan widened his eyes, his expression freezing. "Bai Luo?" Shin-chan was momentarily dazed. The current Bai Luo was completely a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Where was the slightest hint of the drunken and infatuated demeanor from that night? "How? What's going on?" Shin-chan blurted out. Rock made a puzzled sound. "You know her?" Shin-chan furrowed his brows. "We've met before." "I warn you," Rock said solemnly, Bai Luo is a member of the judgment court established by the Spider Queen. Her status is not low. Don't provoke her for no reason. Her nickname is the Widowmaker. Shin-chan gasped. Who provoked her? She came to him. Who knows why this woman was still like a prostitute last night, and today she transformed into the leader of the convoy. What kind of game is this? Shin-chan was a bit confused. Wait a minute, this is not the point. The point is the Spider Queen. Shin-chan remembered that his sister was still in the hands of the Spider Queen. He didn't know what the situation was now. Just then, Bai Luo scanned Shelter 36, and in an instant, her gaze met Shin-chan's. Shin-chan stiffened all over. Bai Luo slowly raised her hand, pointed at Shin-chan, lightly pursed her lips, a beautiful curve forming at the corner of her mouth, a hint of ambiguous smile in her eyes. Bai Luo believed that Shin-chan could understand the meaning behind her expression. And Shin-chan did understand. But his mouth twitched, his eyes showing no emotion. Bai Luo squinted, her eyes almost spitting fire. She silently mouthed, "I will conquer you sooner or later." Shinshen clicked his tongue, thinking he could have a good talk with Bai Luo, inquire about his sister Shinan's situation. But looking at the situation, it seemed like the only way to talk was in bed. For the sake of his dignity, Shinshen thought it over and decided against it. He would find out about his sister's information another time. He estimated that his sister should be fine. After all, she was taken away by the Spider Queen. That was a more formidable existence than General Yu Wuchang. Shinshen turned to Rock and said, "I'm going back to rest." Rock waved his hand, "Go ahead, I'll watch the show for a while." As the Titans were currently in a standstill, the wheelhouses were scattered apart. The connecting wooden planks between the houses were also dismantled. Shinshen walked on the ground, afraid that Bai Luo would rush out and push him down. Even if he was publicly conquered, others would just watch and applaud. For the people of this world, public erotic performances were normal. Shame had been thrown to the dogs. Shinshen walked back to the rental house, feeling relieved. Back in his room, he sat on the bed and carefully carved bullets for a while. Revolver bullet LV2, 0/10, disposable item. The bullet surface is scratched. When the bullet hits the target, it will explode. At the same time, accuracy and shooting distance will be reduced. For others, a level 2 bullet was already a significant unexpected surprise. But for Shinshen, it was a failure. To survive longer in this world, Shinshen could only rely on firearms and bullets. Shinshen hoped to obtain level 5 bullets. Keep practicing. Bullets were carved with intricate patterns. Shinshen kept recalling the details of that level 5 bullet. The depiction technique has improved, and after the upgrade, the efficiency of the secondary bullets is very high. Finally, after consuming hundreds of bullets, Shinshen was left with only one sniper rifle bullet in his hand. Sniper rifle bullet LV1, 0/5, sniper bullet, well-crafted, stable gunpowder performance. Rustle. Shinshen focused on depicting, meticulously carving, trying to continuously compress the distance between the carved lines. Experience +1, experience +1. After 5 experience points were credited, Shinshen directly chose to upgrade. Sniper rifle bullet LV2, 0/10, sniper bullet, with marks on the surface, range +50 meters, slightly increased damage, slightly increased straight line parallel distance. There's still room for depiction this time. Shinshen pinched the bullet, examining it by the moonlight. In this shelter, electricity is a precious resource, expensive, and with limited supply from the research institute. The electricity that others can allocate is very limited, not to mention the lower-level residents. Only commercial places would turn on the lights. For ordinary households, even lighting a candle is a luxury, and most of the time they spend the night in darkness. Of course, Shinshen's room has electric lights, but no electricity. If he needs electricity, he has to find the landlord and pay extra. Shinshen felt it unnecessary. The moonlight alone was bright enough, at least several levels higher than Earth's moonlight. The more Shinshen looked at his masterpiece, the more delighted he became. After all, after finishing the depiction of hundreds of bullets before, there was no space left to depict on the bullet's surface. This time, his technique was even more skillful. His control and understanding of the lines were clearer. I hope to create a level 3 bullet this time. Shinshen picked up the carving knife again. With a focused and serious expression, he slowly drew lines on the copper bullet casing. Experience +1, experience +1. Shinshen took a deep breath, shook his hand, and continued to carve. Upgrading bullets not only required space for depiction but also required consistency in the direction and turns of the lines. Shinshen was not a psychic and couldn't fathom the meaning behind these lines. He was not a machine tool that could do precision machining. Shinshen did everything manually, even a single breath could affect the depth and alignment of the lines. Experience +1, experience +1. With the final stroke of the carving knife, the bullet was fully engraved. Although not as intricate as a level 5 bullet, he gained 10 experience points. Upgrade. Shinshen excitedly held the bullet, and with a thought, he upgraded it directly. Sniper rifle bullet LV3, 0/20, range +100, increased damage, increased penetration, increased straight line flight distance. Shinshen looked at the information and felt a bit melancholic. It seems I was overthinking. The telekinetic control should be a unique attribute of level 5 bullets. No need to think about it for level 4 and below. Shinshen rubbed his temples. He collected all the bullets and went to the toilet. The so-called toilet was just finding a place and doing what you needed to do. After all, in this mass exodus, hygiene was not a concern. Shoot, change places, who needs a toilet? Just let nature take its course. After tidying up, Shinshen took out a crystal core and placed it on the chest of his battle armor. When the battle armor received the energy, it automatically opened. Shinshen quickly stepped inside. If he was too slow, he would have to put in another crystal core, which was not worth it. After lying down and finding a comfortable position, he went to sleep. Every minute, he would gain an experience point. That's what you call winning by lying down. Shinshen, ZZZ. Experience +1, experience +1. The next day, when Shinshen woke up, his spine was a bit uncomfortable. After all, sleeping inside the battle armor was not a great choice. But for the experience points, Shinshen had no other option. He pushed open the battle armor and jumped out, stretching his muscles. Next time, I'll have to put some bedding in there. Looking out the window, Bai Luo from Shelter 7 had already left, and Shinshen breathed a sigh of relief. After massaging his neck for a while, he finally felt relieved. He glanced at the information on the combat armor. Pseudo, Powered Armor LV2, 601/2000, a combat armor with almost no practical use. Engaging in combat with it is irrational, but it slightly enhances defense, walking speed, mental connection reaction speed, and comes with an infrared vision system. During nighttime festivities or parades, it can keep up with others and provide better visibility of the road. Shinshen was somewhat satisfied with the experience gained from the combat armor. It felt much easier to upgrade compared to firearms and ammunition. However, the downside was the high amount of experience required. Shinshen pondered and decided not to go out anytime soon, opting to stay inside the combat armor. At the very least, it should be able to assist in his activities, provide some defense, save energy during movement, and offer acceleration. The other functions could be upgraded gradually. After all, in this world, survival doesn't necessarily require being exceptional. Another rule of thumb is, as long as you can run faster than others, you're good. Shinshen still had some crystal core left, which, if used sparingly, would cover his expenses for a few days without going out. During this period, Shinshen's only goal was to lie in the combat armor, gain experience points, and keep leveling up. He needed to arm himself before going out again. He quickly prepared breakfast. Shinshen chewed slowly, savoring each bite, letting the food enter his stomach and convert into energy. Just as he finished breakfast, he heard the landlord shouting downstairs, "Beast Tide! Beast Tide is coming! Arm yourselves!" The entire rental building instantly became restless. Many people rushed out, armed with guns, weapons, or just their bare hands, and hurried downstairs. In this world, the evil creatures couldn't harm the titans, but various ferocious beasts could kill the titans. Therefore, when a beast tide attacked the shelter, humans had to coexist with the titans, a mutually dependent relationship. The landlord gestured in the hallway, 8th defense, curry. The so-called 8th defense was a designated point. Everyone living in the shelter had a unified defense task. When the beast tide struck, each person stood at their assigned position for defense, whether they were supernaturals or ordinary people. This was a mandatory requirement of the shelter, and disobedience would be severely punished. For the humans surviving in the shelter, the beast tide was an assault on their homes and assets. Without saying much, as soon as the alarm sounded, the residents spontaneously defended their positions. The only thing that could unite all residents was the arrival of the beast tide. Even when others attacked Shelter 36, there were still many spectators. The world changes easily. Power struggles were confined to the upper echelons, and the lower class rarely got involved. Whoever was in charge, it was all the same. Shinshen's plan to lie low was interrupted, and he grabbed his sniper rifle, following the landlord to the 8th defense area. At that moment, Shinshen gazed into the distance. He saw billowing sand and dust between the sky and earth. The ground trembled with a deafening roar echoing through the land. The dark mass of the beast tide rampaged recklessly across the wasteland. Various grotesque and ferocious beasts charged like an unstoppable force. Among them was a beast over 20 meters long, resembling a land dragon with tough scales comparable to alloy. Leading the pack was a white-furred ape-like creature with fangs bared, its arms hanging down, a gaping maw occupying almost half of its face, a fierce lump on its head, blood-red eyes larger than copper bells, and a suffocatingly massive body, a truly formidable sight. This was the explosive ape. Above the sky, a vast and overwhelming shadow descended from the sky, revealing dozens of monstrous birds the size of calves, each with 4 claws on their bellies, gripping rocks larger than basketballs in each claw. Their sharp cries were piercing and chilling. Their sheer numbers were hair-raising. General Yu Chang stood on the fence, his crimson eyes squinting, his voice low but exceptionally loud as he said, "Everyone, get ready. Defend our homeland. Resist the beast tide. Prepare the cannons. Fire together." Boom! Under General Yu Chang's command, Shelter 36's large-caliber cannons revealed their fierce and pitch-black barrels. They roared like a symphony of cannons. Countless shells shot into the sky, arcing down into the midst of the beast tide. Explosions erupted, mushroom clouds rising high, carrying powerful shockwaves that blasted the ferocious beasts within a radius of over 10 meters into flying pieces. The smell of explosives mixed with the stench of blood and the charred flesh, constantly stimulating the people in the shelter. Although this volley caused significant casualties, killing countless alien beasts, the sheer number of ferocious beasts, some able to withstand cannon bombardment, made it impossible to fully resist the beast tide's frenzied assault and impact. Roars shook the heavens, the earth trembled, as if thousands of troops were charging. However, the majority of ferocious beasts were killed by the artillery fire, forcing the beast tide to change course. Only a few desperate beasts continued to charge forward, some lucky ones sneaking into the safe zone only to be riddled with bullets from dense machine guns. Boom, boom. Shelter 30 SAXS cannons continued to tilt. More and more ferocious beasts charged into the Titan safe zone. At this moment, the team of Esper fighters stood at the forefront, forming an impregnable defensive line. These Espers were extraordinary in their abilities. One could shatter a 5-meter-tall ferocious ape with a single punch. Another summoned lightning that danced through the beast horde, electrocuting them with each flash. Yet another created a massive ice sheet, freezing any beast that entered it instantly. Through the coordinated efforts of the Espers, they became an insurmountable barrier against the beast tide. Shin-chan watched in amazement. Individually, an Esper might not have such a significant impact, but when many Espers worked together, it was not just 1+1, but 1 by 1. However, as time passed, some ferocious beasts broke through the Esper defense line and launched an assault towards the shelter. This was when ordinary people needed to muster the courage to fight. Ordinary people did not possess the robust physical strength of the Espers and could only rely on their firearms to shoot at the approaching beasts. Rat-a-tat-tat. The residents concentrated their fire, felling one ferocious beast after another. The overall defense remained steady, but at that moment, cries rang out in the sky. Shadows descended rapidly from above. Are these strange birds attacking the back of Titan? Shin-chan's expression turned serious. Logically, even if they had aerial abilities, they should assist other beasts in attacking the Espers first. Why head straight for the shelter? What were they planning? Shin-chan had no intention of being reckless and immediately retreated into a nearby building. After all, the airspace above the shelter was not his responsibility to defend. Just as Shin-chan had retreated into the room, bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid gunshots echoed, as the defenders on the upper levels cursed and fired their weapons at the strange birds in the sky, seemingly trying to draw their attention. Screech! However, in the next moment, a particularly loud cry pierced the sky. As if receiving some command, dozens of strange birds in the air completely ignored the shooting civilians and accelerated their dive, releasing over 100 rocks as they neared the center of the shelter. In the midst of the howling wind, these rocks fell like accelerating shells. For the upper levels of the shelter, it was like a fierce bombardment. Amidst a series of deafening explosions, these dense rock shells collapsed the roofs of low buildings or factories, and many unfortunate civilians were hit by the rock shells, blood splattering and turning into minced flesh. Damn it, their target is the factory. It's too high, we can't hit them at all. What's going on? How did these beasts become so smart? Damn it, we're surrounded. Everywhere was filled with roars, screams, and rumbling. It was impossible to distinguish who was giving orders anymore. The upper-class citizens' faces turned pale as they futilely shot at the sky, but their firearms were only pistols with a range of less than 50 meters, hardly a threat to the circling, screeching winged vultures in the sky. These winged vultures seemed to possess considerable intelligence. They focused not on the civilians in the upper levels but on the largest factories. The effect was evident, as the roofs of each factory were blasted open. A large number of panicked children rushed out, scrambling to escape. Children poured out of the rooms in droves, and the circling winged vultures in the sky let out excited cries, then swooped down like lightning bolts towards the fleeing crowd on the ground. Go support the factory, hurry to the upper levels to save the children. Witnessing this scene, Yu Wuchang immediately mobilized defense forces, with some Espers and ordinary people rushing towards the upper levels. Amidst the chaos, Shin-chan was also mobilized and followed suit. Upon reaching the upper levels, Shin-chan was horrified by what he saw. Ah! Save me, save me! Bang! 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 The winged vultures circled and dived in the air, and cries of agony echoed everywhere, whether from ordinary people or children. In the streets and alleys, the remaining fighting citizens and Espers grimly fired their weapons, with flashes of fire, roars, screams, and the eerie cries of the strange birds filling the sky above the shelter. Shin-chan saw an Esper pick up an oversized rifle measuring 2 meters. Its design was exceptionally rough, exuding an aura of violence and death. The barrel was as large as a fist. The Esper opened the rifle's rear cover, grabbed an intermediate crystal core, and inserted it. After firmly closing the cover, he raised the rifle. His face contorted in a furious snarl. "Bastards! Die!" In an instant, ethereal patterns appeared on the Esper's arm, seemingly activating the rifle with his Esper abilities. After the rifle erupted in a burst of dazzling light, a blue glow emanated from the barrel. Boom! 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 The rifle fired blue energy blasts that exploded in the sky like small blue suns, instantly taking down 3 strange birds. Shinshin gasped. It was his first time seeing an Esper using such a weapon. It was so futuristic, requiring the use of an ultimate crystal core and the Esper's own abilities to activate it. The power was impressive, but Shinshin didn't envy it. It was just a money-draining gun that he couldn't use. At that moment, Shinshin had no time to look around. He quickly climbed a small watchtower that had been smashed by rocks and looked around. Taking advantage of the height, Shinshin immediately saw the strange birds circling in the air, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Occasionally, they would swoop down towards the ground, and when they rose back up, there would be terrified struggling children or residents hanging from their talons, as if they had caught their prey, flapping their wings excitedly as they soared into the sky. In midair, these strange birds began to tear and devour the children in their talons with hunger, their sharp beaks tearing the desperate children apart like ragdolls, blood and entrails splattering in the air, a gruesome and horrifying sight. The strong smell of blood permeated the air as Shinshin's gaze swept across the scene. Strange birds circled and dove above the entire territory, avoiding the random shots fired by the people below and focusing their attacks on the children running around like headless flies. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen children were snatched away by the birds like eagles catching chicks. These birds were scattered, fierce in their movements, swift as the wind, and with the advantage of the sky over the ground, most people were powerless except for those with supersized rifles. Apart from a few unlucky birds that were shot down, their numbers remained largely intact. Shinshin immediately raised his sniper rifle, chambered around, preparing to shoot at the moving targets. Amidst the chaos, Shinshin noticed several figures that stood out and launched a sharp counterattack against the diving birds. In Shinshin's sight, a superhuman named In who moved swiftly like a cheetah, darting through the crowd like lightning. Just as a bird had swooped down to grab a civilian, before it could take off in excitement, In who pounced with lightning speed. With a swift motion, his whip entangled the bird's talons in mid-air, immobilizing it. Screech! Screech! The bird, caught by its talons, flapped its wings violently, creating a whirlwind of flying sand and stones. However, In who stood firm as if rooted to the ground, his face filled with a fierce determination. "Beast, come down!" With a powerful swing of his whip, In who stepped back, twisted his waist, and exerted tremendous force through his arms, slamming the struggling bird mercilessly into a nearby earthen wall, bringing it down. The bird, unable to resist, crashed into the wall like a cannonball, showcasing In who's astonishing strength. As the bird fell and struggled, the surrounding people opened fire, riddling it with bullets at close range until it stopped moving. Meanwhile, In who continued to move through the crowd, his whip poised like a snake, striking with deadly accuracy. In just a few minutes, he found opportunities to take down 2 more birds, displaying exceptional ferocity. Watching this scene from a high turret several dozen meters away, Shinshin's eyes flickered as he silently calculated something before shifting his gaze to another area, where he spotted Meng Shan, with whom he had clashed before. This superhuman wielded an exaggeratedly long saw, swiftly leaping from rooftop to rooftop like an ape whenever a bird dived down nearby. With a forceful stomp, he would leap out and ruthlessly chop off the bird's wings at the root, displaying a brutal demeanor. Shinshin narrowed his eyes, switching his gaze between several superhumans. Undoubtedly, these individuals exhibited strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and combat skills far beyond ordinary people, each one exceptionally fierce. From their displays of power, they seemed like a group of mini superheroes. Amidst the raging curses, roars, and cries, the scene was chaotic. Just as Shinshin was about to open fire, Rock climbed up the crumbling turret, sweating profusely, and exclaimed, "What are you doing hiding here? These beasts are as strong as bulls and fast. If they target us as prey, we're in trouble." Without looking back, Shinshin replied, "Of course, I'm planning to fight." Rock huddled in a corner, gazing at the chaos below and muttered, "These feathered beasts, the Talon stone vultures, see us as nothing but food they've been raised to feed on. Moreover, they seem to be getting smarter. In the past, they only knew how to dive and grab people. Recently, they even learned how to throw stones. Damn it. If it weren't for me being tainted by the punishment miasma, I would be the first to go up and tear them apart." Shinshin understood in his heart. These strange birds had the advantage of flight, making it difficult to deal with them using conventional firearms. These fierce and large creatures, the size of calves, swift as the wind, were originally extremely difficult beasts to deal with. However, In who and the others could handle them calmly, obviously having had experience long ago. Without Inhu, Meng Shan, and other supernatural beings taking action, the casualties in the shelter during this beast tide would be even more severe with attacks from both sides. Just at this moment, amidst the chaos ahead, a burst of excited and fanatical shouts erupted. "It's General! The General is here! The General is here! Ah, damn beasts, you're in for it now!" Upon hearing the word General, Shinshen suddenly turned his head in the direction of the sound. At this moment, the road was a mess, yet Yu Wuchang appeared with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely as if he were taking a casual walk in the park. The people scattered in various positions were shooting into the air while shouting excitedly, as if welcoming their king. Screech! A loud cry echoed through the sky, seemingly a signal urging action. At this moment, the aerial winged claw griffins had already reduced their numbers by half. Apart from the griffins tearing their prey in mid-air, there were several that seemed to have not caught anything, still circling impatiently in the air, searching for an opportunity. And at this moment, Yu Wuchang, dressed in a conspicuous blood-red military uniform, walking leisurely onto the main road, instantly became the target of several winged claw griffins. Screech! In the sharp cry, for winged claw griffins, stimulated by the scent of fresh blood in the air, could no longer contain their excitement. With a loud screech, their wings, spanning 4 meters wide, spread out, and their talon-like feet extended towards Yu Wuchang in the open area. "You beasts, you all deserve to die." A fierce wind blew as winged claw griffins attacked from different directions. On the ground, Yu Wuchang slowly raised his head, a cruel smile on his sinister face. "Because what you have destroyed and plundered is my property." Bang! Yu Wuchang stomped fiercely, and with a tremendous force, the ground beneath him exploded, and his figure disappeared in the flying debris. The nearby people only saw Yu Wuchang vanish on the spot, but Shinchen in the distance clearly saw Yu Wuchang soaring into the sky like a cannonball, leaping more than 10 meters high in an instant, and landing beneath the first diving griffin. Shinshen then saw, in the blink of an eye, Yu Wuchang leaping more than 10 meters into the air, lightning-fast hands grabbing the griffin's talons that were reaching out. With a mad laugh, he tore them apart with a swift motion. With a tearing sound, as if he was tearing not flesh and blood but a thin piece of paper, the griffin's body, the size of a calf, was torn apart, blood and entrails splattering in the air and falling with the wind. Boom! In the next instant, amidst the tremors, Yu Wuchang landed steadily on the rooftop of a low building, holding 2 pieces of corpses in his hands. The other 3 griffins that were diving from different directions didn't even have time to react before seeing Yu Wuchang bowing, stepping forward, and throwing the 2 corpses like hidden weapons. Bang! In the next moment, it was unknown how much power Yu Wuchang's throw contained. The 2 pieces of corpses, with a sharp whistling sound, accurately hit the other 2 griffins still more than 10 meters above the ground, causing their wings to break instantly, falling to the ground as if hit by a speeding car. The 2-headed talon stone vultures emitted a piercing cry, struggling frantically on the ground. Yet, Yu Wuchang didn't even spare them a glance. With a sweep of his gaze, he caught sight of the last stone vulture flapping its wings desperately, trying to take off 10 meters away. With a swift motion, he kicked the ground, and a dozen fist-sized stones shot out like hidden weapons, whistling through the air. Puff, puff, puff. The stones exploded on the last vulture, its wings severely damaged by the flying debris. With a pitiful cry, the vulture staggered and fell to the ground, flapping and struggling just like the others. In this moment, all 4 stone vultures that had attacked Yu Wuchang were brought down, in less than 10 seconds. In just a few seconds, Yu Wuchang effortlessly defeated the 4 stone vultures, showcasing his inhuman strength and brutal combat skills to the fullest. Shinshen blinked, his eyes fixed on Yu Wuchang in the distance, his mind racing to process the scene he had just witnessed. "General, you're mighty. General, you're amazing. I knew it, with the General here, these beasts don't stand a chance." Cheers and compliments erupted like a tidal wave, as the crowd gathered around, swiftly finishing off the 3 vultures that were still alive on the ground. Seemingly satisfied with the display of his power and prestige, Yu Wuchang smiled faintly and looked up at the sky. By now, the predatory activities seemed to be coming to an end. Nearly half of the stone vultures lay dead, and with a loud cry, the remaining 20 or so vultures, now satiated, turned and flew back in the direction they had come from. The disappearance of the vultures did not mark the end of the beast tide. There were still many ferocious beasts to deal with on the lower levels. Shinshen and the others had essentially been tagging along the whole time, not doing much as the espers efficiently drove the strange birds away. At this point, Yu Wuchang directed a few people to the research institute. They found Shunanji and brought out weapons resembling flying discs. Shinshen also held one in his arms, looking at the label, Cluster Firepower Flying Disc. "This is the latest aerial suppression weapon developed by our institute," Chen Anji explained quickly, demonstrating how to use it. In simple terms, once the disc is airborne, it will tilt its internal ammunition to cover the designated area with full firepower. After the ammunition is depleted, it will automatically return to its takeoff position for reloading. All you need to do is press this button, adjust the distance and height, release the firepower disc, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Remember, the flight range is only 5 kilometers. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Chen Anji continued, "This thing is still in the development stage and has not been officially produced. If the weapon malfunctions or any accidents occur, don't panic, just report back to me, as it's still in the development phase." Shin-Chen examined the weapon in his hand, curiosity piqued. According to Chen Anji, the ammunition inside should be small custom-made shells fired from a barrel similar to a railgun, with immense penetrating power and explosive damage. Yu Wuchang nodded at this moment. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Chen. Let's continue the fight." With that, Yu Wuchang left a few people to clean up the mess on the upper level. The rest returned to the lower level to continue battling the ferocious beasts. Shin-Chen, holding the cluster firepower flying disc, returned to Defense Section 8. The landlord looked at the object in Shin-Chen's arms with a hint of curiosity. "What is this?" "A newly developed weapon. These researchers are wasting funds on crap." The landlord aimed a shot at the fierce beast and continued, "Researching ways to improve the quality of people's lives, like developing sturdier wheels, is more powerful than studying useless things all day long." Shin-Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering how this was related to the research institute. Wasn't it just following what Yu Wuchang said to research? At that moment, various defense nodes raised densely packed black discs, quickly dispersing in all directions and firing numerous cannonballs. Boom! 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 The distant rocky area was leveled by the dense barrage, shattering many indiscernible fierce beasts. It had to be said, this thing was much more effective than cannons. It could target precisely. Moreover, despite their small size, the discs were armed with high explosive bombs, comparable in power to cannons. After a continuous bombardment, the entire beast tide was torn apart into a death zone. However, some monsters were exceptionally strong, leaping high to strike at the black discs. Bang! Boom! Thud! Some fierce beasts with strong jumping abilities could leap dozens of meters high, knocking the black discs out of the sky or exploding them directly. The intact firepower discs began to automatically return to their launch positions, reloading with high explosive charges. After adjusting the bombing location, they took off and bombed again. This scene boosted the morale of the people in Shelter No. 36. Regardless of fatigue, the espers resumed their battle, colorful abilities filling the sky. The pile of fierce beast corpses grew higher and higher. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Release your firepower discs," the landlord urged from the side. Shin-Chen nodded and operated the controls. Pressing the start button, a 1-meter diameter firepower disc soared into the air. Although Shin-Chen couldn't understand the power source of the firepower disc, which had no flame jets or gas propulsion ports, he was deeply impressed. However, after Shin-Chen's wobbly firepower disc flew out, it didn't hover over the fierce beasts but headed towards an unrelated area, flying towards the mountains. Eventually, it turned into a small black dot in the sky, disappearing from view. The landlord, puzzled, pointed at the fleeing firepower disc and asked, "Why is yours different from others?" Shin-Chen, bewildered, opened his mouth and said, "The research institute mentioned that this is a product still in development, with certain unknown and uncontrollable faults. Maybe I encountered one?" With a sigh, Shin-Chen raised a sniper rifle and said, "Let's shoot down the fierce beasts." The landlord nodded without much thought and began shooting one by one. In reality, Shin-Chen deliberately set incorrect parameters to make the firepower disc disappear. In his mind, upgrading this thing would be a great weapon. It would be like having aerial support, enhancing his own strength. Such a good opportunity couldn't be wasted. One must look out for oneself, or face destruction. After quietly completing this task, Shin-Chen focused entirely on shooting down the fierce beasts. This was not only for his safety but also to gain experience for his firearms. Moreover, there were espers ahead, so he just needed to shoot without much thought. Bang! The Barrett spat out flames, pushing the bullet out of the barrel. Swish! A steel-armored explosive bear that had sneaked into the safe zone had its eye pierced, and the powerful two-stage bullet directly blew off its skull. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching howl, the steel-armored explosive bear fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and died on the spot. Sniper rifle experience +1. Holy crap! Lying on the side with an AK-47 in hand, the landlord looked shocked, staring at Shin-Chen in disbelief and said, You just killed a steel-armored explosive bear with one shot?" Shin-Chen adjusted his aim and continued, "Is there anything surprising about that?" Bang! Shin-Chen pulled the trigger again, another bullet hitting the eye of a decay wolf, sending it flying. Sniper rifle experience +1, hiss. Another shot. When did your marksmanship become so precise? The landlord was deeply shocked, his eyes twisted. Without mincing words, if he were to hunt down an iron-armored explosive bear or a putrid wolf alone, he would only have the option to run. He lacked the ability or courage to face such ferocious beasts alone. Even if he had a gun, his marksmanship was lacking. It was no longer about shooting heads but shooting eyeballs. Even those proficient in shooting abilities wouldn't fare any better, right? The more the landlord looked at Shinshan, the more he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. What kind of freak was this? Especially with that crude, rough, and outdated modified rifle, the Barrett without even a scope. But in his eyes, it turned into something rugged, simple, representing an artistic violence aesthetic. Shinshan was not in the mood for idle chatter with the landlord. The beast tide was not a dinner invitation, it was about flipping the table. Bang bang. Shinshan didn't care about bullets at all. There would be compensation at the shelter afterwards. At most, he would lose some level 2 bullets. Shot after shot. Continuous shooting. Sniper rifle experience +1, sniper rifle experience +1. Shinshan discovered that with a level 3 sniper rifle and level 2 bullets, sometimes even if he made a mistake, the bullets could penetrate the defense of highly armored golden dragon beasts and enter their flesh. Although it couldn't cause fatal injuries. But the guns in the hands of others couldn't penetrate, sparking but silent. Faced with such ferocious beasts, one can only ask for the help of other ability users to fight fire with fire. And the one responsible for support happened to be Meng Shan. After a fierce battle at Defense Node 8, all the incoming ferocious beasts were cleared out. Shinshan had a moment to catch his breath. He glanced at his gun. Sniper rifle LV3, 50/30ths, modified Barrett M95, range 1,100 meters, 5 bullets, missing detachable bipod, missing adjustable monopod at the rear, missing scope, high lethality, precision shooting, plus 20% accuracy. It could be upgraded. But no rush. Let's empty all the bullets first. Just then, Shinshan's head was stepped on. Shinshan was resting when some ignorant fool stepped over him, landing a foot on his head. Shinshan's expression changed, a mix of anger and embarrassment. He directly cursed, "Are you blind? Can't you see? Heh, what's the big deal with me stepping on you?" The speaker's tone was quite coarse. Shinshan looked up. It was none other than Meng Shan. His towering figure completely overshadowed Shinshan. Looking down on him with a face full of resentment, yet a cruel smile hung on his lips. It's nothing. The landlord stood up at this moment, smiling. It's not intentional, it's an urgent situation during the beast tide. Bumps and bruises are inevitable, right Shinshan? Shinshan's expression was cold and indifferent, his hand reaching for his revolver. Meng Shan emitted an intense malice. "I did it on purpose. You got a problem with that?" Remembering the humiliation he suffered at the bar yesterday, Meng Shan was furious. Even though that revolver could end his life, being toyed with was the real shame. He was ridiculed by others at the bar, feeling utterly embarrassed. The way he fell, it was a complete disgrace. Now seeing Shinshan resting while he was running around putting out fires, was this how ability users were treated? Damn it, Shinshan was even more carefree than him. Meng Shan was burning with anger, retaliating by stepping on Shinshan. Even Shinshan dared not do anything to him. Let's go. Seeing things getting out of hand, the landlord hurriedly pushed Meng Shan away. But Meng Shan kept cursing and spitting at Shinshan, even threatening, "I'll fucking kill you sooner or later." Shinshan stood up, expressionless, his eyes filled with extreme indifference. "Gave you a chance to live yesterday, and you're still asking for trouble today?" Shinshan shouted, "Meng Shan." Meng Shan stopped in his tracks, pushed the landlord aside, and strode back aggressively, his face looking extremely sinister and terrifying. His expression turned cold in an instant as he gritted his teeth and growled, "What, you still want to challenge me?" In Meng Shan's eyes, even if given 100 times the courage, one wouldn't dare to shoot and kill a supernatural being like Shinshan, especially in a public place. But if he were to kill Shinshan, no one would intervene. In this world, the status of a supernatural being naturally surpassed that of ordinary people by a level. Meng Shan approached Shinshan, grabbed his collar, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, exuding a murderous aura. "Now, kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the beast tide." Shinshan, with his handsome yet sinister face, remained calm. Without a word, Shinshan raised his revolver and pressed it directly against Meng Shan's chin. "Ha!" Meng Shan showed no fear at all, his fierce and evil face breaking into a grim smile. "Do you dare to shoot? Do you know the consequences of killing a supernatural being?" Shinshan's eyes held an indescribable depth of coldness. "I will bear the consequences. And as for you," Shinshan cocked the hammer, took a breath, and continued, "As for you, you won't even see how ugly your death will be. Mengshan's eyes flickered with a mocking expression. Shoot. Let me see how brave you are. Bang. Without hesitation, Shinshen decisively pulled the trigger. The huge recoil of the revolver made Shinshen's arm drop suddenly. At the same time, a flash of gunpowder erupted from the muzzle. In a puff of smoke, not to mention a second-level bullet, even an ordinary bullet at such a close range would blow the head of a barely first-level supernatural being into pieces. At the moment Mengshan heard the gunshot, all his horror and resentment froze on his face. His eyes were filled with a terrifying glare, twisted as if seeing a fierce ghost. How dare he? How dare he shoot? In an instant, propelled by the volatile gunpowder, the bullet pierced through Mengshan's chin, entering his brain matter. His skull was blown off, splattering a mix of red and white brain tissue and flesh, bursting with blood. Shinshen pushed away Mengshan's body, wiped his face, and casually sat down, meticulously cleaning the flesh residue off his revolver. The landlord and others were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Shinshen to shoot without any hesitation or delay, killing Mengshan with a single shot. Mengshan was a combat-type supernatural being. Although only at the first level, he was still a supernatural being. Everyone's faces were filled with indescribable shock and astonishment, like turbulent waves of disbelief. The landlord's throat rolled as he spoke, his face dark and seemingly ready to drip water, teeth clenched. Shinshen, you're insane. You killed the supernatural being Mengshan. General Yunacheng won't let you off. Shinshen stood firm, his gaze deep and calm, like an old monk in meditation, his voice serene and indifferent. It doesn't matter. Damn it! The landlord had a decent impression of Shinshen as a person, but with such an incident, there was only one way out for Shinshen. He immediately took out a high-grade crystal core and handed it to Shinshen. A high-grade crystal core could be exchanged for 1,000 crystal cores. This was no small fortune. The landlord's voice was slightly hoarse, lowering as he said, "Go. Get out of shelter 36 immediately, go to the wilderness to find another shelter, and never come back." Although the landlord's words were harsh, Shinshen knew his good intentions. In this messed-up world, people with overflowing kindness were truly rare. But Shinshen did not accept the crystal core. Instead he threw it back, stood up, and a faint cold smile appeared on his face. "Thanks, but don't let your sympathy overflow in the future, or else you will have to bear the others' suffering." With that, Shinshen put away his revolver, slung the barrett over his back, and left Defense Note 8. "Where are you going?" the landlord asked, chasing after him. Shinshen waved his hand, "Just sorting things out, otherwise my only fate will be a dead end." Shinshen knew very well that in such a situation, killing an esper was simply seeking death. In the wilderness, killing silently was one thing, but in the shelter, especially during the beast tide, it would be like provoking General Yu Wuchang. The Thunder's wrath was bound to come. Shinshen didn't want to leave Shelter 36 temporarily. It was too dangerous outside the wilderness. His stamina was simply not enough for continuous combat. At the very least, he needed his battle armor upgraded before he could qualify for long journeys in the wilderness. Shinshen moved through various defense nodes, amidst chaos, back to the upper levels. He found Rock and explained his situation. Rock furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing it. "You really know how to stir up trouble." Rock clicked his tongue. Shinshen said, "I really know how to find people." "Cut it out." Rock rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "You continue defending your node, I'll take care of Yu Wuchang's side." "Thanks. Just remember, you owe me one." Shinshen shrugged, left the upper levels, and returned to his defense node. Shinshen knew that Rock would definitely be able to help him out. Before he was tainted by the divine punishment miasma, Rock was not just boasting about his bravery, he was truly fierce, controlling thunder with one hand, shattering heaven and earth. He even saved General Yu Wuchang. It could even be said that without Rock, there would be no General Yu Wuchang today. That's why Shinshen dared to openly shoot without any restraint. "We have someone above us." The beast-tide assault continued. The concentrated energy flying discs had become an undeniable main force. Every time they were deployed, they could clear out large numbers of ferocious beasts. This saved the espers below a lot of energy. After all, no matter how strong an esper was, they were not perpetual motion machines. There would always be times of fatigue. And Shelter 36 had faced the beast-tide not just once or twice. Both espers and ordinary people had experience in dealing with it. The only surprise was that the strange birds this time started throwing stones, causing considerable harm to the residents on the upper levels. Fortunately, General Yu Wuchang promptly led the defense and repelled them. Although there were casualties, they could still bear it. At this moment, after dealing with his own troubles, Shinshen once again plunged into battle. Shot after shot. Not a single miss. Every shot hit its mark. The landlords around Shinshen began to doubt their life choices. When Shinshen killed the Esper Mangshan, the landlord had thought about urging Shinshen to leave Shelter 36 immediately. The sky was vast, and anywhere would do. There was more than just Shelter 36 as a place to seek refuge in this world. But Shinshen just left for a while and then returned as if nothing had happened. Moreover, he showed no concern for the future, his shooting still so precise. If it were him, he would have been in a state of chaos long ago, with no thoughts of resisting the ferocious beasts. The landlord pursed his lips, unable to fathom Shinshen's current state of mind. The battle continued until the afternoon. The bodies of ferocious beasts in front of the shelter had piled up to over 10 meters high. A considerable number of wheeled houses in the shelter had been knocked down by the assailants. Many people had also died. Disasters could strike at any moment, and the people in the shelter had no time to grieve. After the beast tide receded, everyone busied themselves, repairing houses that needed fixing. Espers began dissecting the beast's skulls to extract the crystal cores. They also cut off valuable things from the beast's bodies for storage. To ordinary people, the beast tide was a disaster. But to Espers, it was like a treasure trove delivered to their doorstep. It was just a matter of handling it carefully, even if a few people died. After all, on the wilderness, who didn't die someday? At this point, Shinshen had already emptied all his bullets. Because the landlord's house was still intact and undamaged, there was no need for repairs, so Shinshen went back to rest directly. Of course, Shinshen could also choose to go logging and sell wood to those distressed landlords to make some money. But relatively speaking, lying in the battle armor was more cost-effective. The landlord followed Shinshen, looking puzzled and nervous. He was afraid that Yu Wuchang would come out at this time, capture Shinshen, and then involve himself. But until nightfall, he didn't see anyone coming aggressively to find Shinshen. According to reason, Yu Wuchang must have known about this news. The landlord patted his head. Could it be that Shinshen has a relationship with Yu Wuchang? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to think about it. At this moment, there was shouting outside the door. The landlord hurried out. The people outside were the logistics staff of Shelter No. 36, dragging 2 large bags and distributing them door to door. One bag contained crystal cores, and the other bag contained various kinds of beast meat. How many people? The staff asked the landlord. The landlord gestured and said, 9 households, plus me, 10 people. Nonsense. The staff pointed to the list and said, clearly, 1 person died. The landlord looked distressed, but the one who died has a family, a wife and children who need to eat. Life and death are fated. The staff's tone was harsh. I am also following the rules. If you break the rules, someone else will take advantage of it. The landlord sighed and took his reward for defending against the beast tide. He returned to his house and shouted. The residents downstairs all came down, each taking what they deserved. Shinshen was the last to receive. There were a total of 50 crystal cores and 100 pounds of beast meat. No one knew how it was distributed. Anyway, General Yu Wuchang gave you as much as he wanted, and you took as much as you needed. Finally, the landlord suggested that everyone take care of the deceased household, giving them a bit more. Others were given more or less meat. Shinshen, on the other hand, gave the little boy a handgun. This handgun was the one Shinshen used to kill the Xiaolong before, but it had been upgraded. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If you can't become an Esper, then a handgun is your survival guarantee. The landlord was stunned, his teeth aching. Don't the mother and daughter need food instead of beast meat? That's right. Shinshen grinned. What I gave them is food. No one eats iron. But beasts eat bullets. With that, Shinshen turned and went upstairs, lying down as soon as possible. The landlord watched Shinshen's back, lost in thought. He went back inside, took a box of bullets, and handed it to the little boy. He ruffled the boy's head. Little K, your dad is gone. It's time for you to grow up. The boy named Little K was young, barely 10 years old, but his eyes were clear and determined as he nodded. At this moment, Shinshen was sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring at the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand. A piece of information popped up. Sniper rifle LV3, 80/30ths, upgraded. Sniper rifle LV4, 50/100, 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 upgraded. Sniper Rifle LV4, 50/100. The recoil of this Barrett is much greater than that of a revolver. Firing a revolver with one hand made Shinchen's arm numb, and any wrong posture could easily dislocate it. But if this Barrett is not held with both hands or fired while prone, shooting with one hand, no matter the posture, the huge recoil would surely dislocate something. Guns are man-made, but humans cannot always fully control them. Another M500 revolver was only fired once today, killing Mengshan. Nothing much to see there. Next, Shinshen took out his alarm clock. After Shinshen disassembled and reassembled it, it had become a timed bomb. Just needed to add 10 crystal cores. Shinshen tried to put the crystal cores in. Strangely enough, although the alarm clock had no opening or place to put the crystal cores, each crystal core placed on the shell could be absorbed inside. Very good, even Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down. After putting in 10 crystal cores. Looking at the alarm clock again. Alarm clock LV5, max level, loading progress, October 10th. Besides being absolutely punctual and having a timely alarm, it is also a timed bomb. Shinshen clicked his tongue twice. Just don't know how powerful the explosion will be. Maybe I can buy some more alarm clocks to experiment. If the effect is good, it can be used to kill enemies. Putting down the alarm clock, Shinshen continued to battle with his most important equipment. Battle armor. Laying out the bedding, he lay down comfortably. Battle armor experience +1, battle armor experience +1. Shinshen yawned, roughly calculating, lying down for 6 hours in the afternoon, 12 hours at night, a total of 18 hours. 60 experience points per hour. Tomorrow I can get 840 experience points. The day after tomorrow, I can level up. Hopefully there will be a surprise. Blaze Bar. Shinshan entered early in the morning, and the bar was a mess inside. Empty bottles scattered around, food remnants everywhere. Drunk people lay on the ground snoring, the sound like a symphony. The whole bar was filled with a pungent mix of alcohol and vomit. The tension of the beast tide and the harvest yesterday had given everyone a good amount of crystal cores. For the humans who lived day by day, indulgence and heavy drinking were eternal themes. Naturally, they drank until they were completely drunk and clueless. Shinshan found a clean spot to sit down. Before long, Rock hurried over. Shinshan waved his hand consciously. "Waiter, whiskey." No one answered. The waiters were all fast asleep. Shinshan got up and went behind the counter alone, grabbed a bottle of liquor, dropped a crystal core, and returned to his seat. Rock took a sip of the liquor, coughed, patted his mouth, touched his stubbled face, and said, "The matter of you killing the Esper Mengshan has been settled." Shinshan raised his glass in gratitude. "Thanks. But it's not that simple," Rock added. Shinshan nodded, asking, "What additional conditions?" Rock's voice was very low as he said, "It's not that Yu Wuchang insists on adding conditions, my general face still has to give face. Without me, he wouldn't be where he is today, you know. But Inhu is Mengshan's good brother. If he insists on causing trouble, in the end, compromise and owe Yu Wuchang an unpaid task." Shinshan understood. Speaking frankly, it's owing Inhu a task, right? You can see it that way. Rock shrugged. "No matter what the task is, as long as it's in the name of the shelter, it must go through me. If it's unreasonable, I will reject it." Shinshan didn't mind, as long as he was given time to upgrade his battle armor. Even if Inhu wanted to use the task as an excuse to kill him in the wilderness, it wouldn't be that easy. The two chatted for a while before Shinshan left the bar. For 2 days, Shinshan had nothing to do, mainly just lying flat. When he was tired, he would walk around near the shelter. The wilderness was not a place to enter and leave casually. Encountering ferocious beasts was nothing out of the ordinary. When facing the vile creatures head-on, there was no safer place than the sanctuary. The piles of flesh left by the recent beast tide had turned into a place of entertainment. The scent of blood and meat attracted many ferocious beasts looking for a meal, while ordinary people carried guns and started hunting. Although the results were minimal, it was merely a waste of bullets. However, the entertainment value was quite high. It was all about placing bets. Betting on whether a shot could hit a ferocious beast. Shinshan, having some free time, decided to join in the fun. Coincidentally, the landlord was also present. Upon seeing Shinshan, the landlord's eyes lit up, knowing exactly how to place his bet. He winked at Shinshan, indicating to cooperate and make a killing. Shinshan nodded lightly. The sniper rifles used here were not of top quality. Just a 98K. Before Shinshan crossed over, the 98K was a well-known name in the gaming world. But in this post-apocalyptic world, it fell short in some aspects. Despite having a scope, the rifle had been haphazardly modified, and its performance had deteriorated. "Come on, it's Shinshan's turn." The host raised a bottle and cheered. "Not a supernatural being, not a shooting expert, just an ordinary person, place your bets." After some discussion among the bystanders, many bet that Shinshan would miss his shot. However, the landlord confidently placed his bet on Shinshan hitting the target. The landlord had witnessed Shinshan's marksmanship before. It was absolutely top-notch. Without reservation, he claimed that even against expert marksmen, Shinshan wouldn't fall short. Shinshan climbed onto the shooting platform, a high-powered scope's crosshair aligning with the head of a ferocious beast feasting on meat. It was a decay bone lizard. Its appearance was both bizarre and terrifying, covered in uneven, mottled carapace that shimmered with an eerie glow under the sunlight, as if made of countless decaying bones pieced together. Its eyes were sunken black holes, occasionally spewing out a ghostly blue flame, appearing eerie and dreadful even in daylight. Shinshan estimated the distance to be about 500 meters. Such a distance was nothing for a mercenary like Shinshan. Back when Shinshan was near the Decay Wolf Cave, he had sniped a teammate from a distance of up to 800 meters. Shinshan adjusted his posture, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A puff of blue-white smoke emanated from the barrel. Everyone's gaze shifted to the decay bone lizard. In the next moment, propelled by the bullet's kinetic energy, its eye exploded, and the dark blood mixed with silver-gray eyeball fragments splattered onto the rocks. It didn't flee, the bullet likely damaged its brain, causing it to emit sharp cries, rolling at the cave entrance and repeatedly hitting the rocks. Within moments, the decay bone lizard breathed its last. "Oh yeah!" The landlord laughed heartily, pocketing all the bets. The other gamblers gasped in shock. The rules of the game only required hitting the beast, not killing it. Yet, Shinshan's shot had directly taken the creature's life. This shooting technique truly amazed everyone. "Next, I bet Shinshan can hit the beast. Good marksmanship, count me in. I'm not sure if he can keep it up, I bet he'll miss this time. Are you kidding? Look at Shinchen's shooting stance and calm demeanor, he's got 100% chance of hitting it. Shinchan sneakily glanced at the landlord. The landlord had bet on Shinchan missing. Shinchan understood. With the next shot, he missed directly, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. The gamblers cursed and complained, calling it bad luck. In the following rounds, whatever the landlord bet on, Shinchan would shoot accordingly. After a few rounds, the landlord had won over 300 crystal cores. Signaling Shinchan to retreat, the landlord suggested stopping while they were ahead. On their way back, they were both covered in dirt. Shinchan had gained over 200 crystal cores. You keep the extra, I'll just tag along for the soup, the landlord said with a smile on his face. This is quite a cheat to pick up the crystal core, but he is not greedy. Shinchan would not back down and directly put it into his pocket. These fools are all going crazy, huh? The landlord recalled the scene just now, feeling extremely happy from the bottom of his heart. Shinchan remembered the saying, you lose 9 out of 10 bets. Sometimes, you don't even know how you lost. Just at this moment, a girl in a black cloak suddenly rushed out from the side and stopped the two with her hand. The girl slowly raised her head, her features extremely delicate, with a good-looking face like a porcelain doll. However, her pupils were shining with a faint blue light. Shinchan couldn't tell if her eye pupils were blue or if she used abilities to decorate for beauty. Enchantress. You are the blue enchantress with abilities. The landlord blurted out her name. The girl mostly hid her face under the hood, pointed at the landlord with one hand, and only said one word, get lost. The landlord obediently left, never looking back. But he didn't run far, instead hiding and watching from a distance. Shinchan was a bit confused and asked, do you need me for something? The blue enchantress spoke coldly, your marksmanship is good, comparable to a marksman with specialized abilities. There were many mistakes, you just saw them, right? You deliberately set traps to win money, I saw through it long ago. Shinchan. The blue enchantress spoke again, my squad happens to lack a sniper, although you are not an ability user, you are qualified to join. Shinchan remained expressionless and said indifferently, I'm used to being alone. There will always be a need for teammates. The blue enchantress passed by Shinchan and turned back to say, I will call you when needed. A sense of refusal that cannot be rejected. This girl is quite wild. On the way back, the landlord kept talking nonstop. Last time, there was a drunk guy standing outside the wheelhouse being, isn't that normal? Guess what happened? The landlord asked himself, wow, a shot of ice spear popped out and hit him directly. Said it contaminated her eyeballs. It's just unreasonable. Too brutal. As the landlord recounted the deeds of the blue enchantress, he kept looking back and covering his crotch, afraid that the blue enchantress would come back to kill him. Shinchan clicked his tongue at the words. Ability users are not reasonable. If he were powerful, he wouldn't be reasonable either. Whoever has the stronger fist, speaks the hardest. Shinchan killed the ability user Mangshan, and still had to find connections to settle things. Shinchan, who was prepared for such thoughts, was no longer surprised by what happened in this post-apocalyptic world. Back at his place, Shinchan continued to lie flat, focusing on upgrading his battle armor. In terms of physical strength and constitution, Shinchan couldn't compete with ability users, so he had to rely on technology. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Lie down. 2 days later, Shinchan crawled out of the battle armor. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He glanced at the battle armor information. Pseudo, powered armor LV2, 2320/2000, a battle armor with almost no practical use. It is not rational to use it for combat, but its defense capability has slightly improved, walking speed has slightly increased, mental connection reaction speed has slightly increased, and an infrared vision system has been added. During nighttime festivals and parades, it can keep up with others and see the road more clearly. Here it is. The experience points were fully prepared. Shinchan's consciousness moved, upgrade. Powered armor LV3, 320/3000, a somewhat useful battle armor, it can assist in running, defense capability has improved, has a certain carrying capacity, and mental connection reaction speed has slightly increased. Each crystal core can maintain the high-speed operation of the battle armor for 5 minutes. After reading the information, Shinchan couldn't help but smile. A level 3 battle armor, now he can use it. Although it's not satisfactory in all aspects. There is no super defense, no huge strength, no firepower system, and it can't be buttoned up for portability. But at least it can help him increase his running speed. Just this alone was enough to make Shinchan ecstatic. Moreover, the efficiency of the crystal core had greatly improved. From only being able to sustain for 1 minute, it could now last for 5 minutes. This was undoubtedly a huge advancement. What surprised Shinchan even more was that the battle armor, originally about 2 meters tall, had now shrunk to around 1.8 meters, just his height. The surface of the armor was no longer rough but had changed to a matte black color. The more he looked, the more he liked it, the more he felt joyous. Shin Chen couldn't wait to get back into the armor. He slung his sniper rifle on his back, holstered his pistol, and stepped out of the room. The expected creaking of joints did not occur as he moved in the armor. The armor itself did not produce much extra noise as he walked. Moreover, each part moved exceptionally smoothly, without any blockages or stiffness. The armor fit exceptionally well, feeling as comfortable as wearing a coat. It was evident that this upgrade had brought about a comprehensive evolution to the armor. Shin Chen kept moving his limbs, squatting, jumping, adapting to the rhythm the armor brought. He descended the stairs. The landlord, with a puzzled expression, exclaimed, "Haven't seen you in a few days, this toy looks completely different now." Shin Chen lifted his visor, somewhat boastfully saying, "Naturally, I did some modifications." The landlord remarked, "With your skills, you should be working at a research institute." "That's not the life I want. People ultimately seek stability." "That may be true for you." Shin Chen waved goodbye and left the rental house. He planned to head to the mountains to the north, where he had intentionally diverted a cluster of firepower discs during the beast tide. He wanted to see the effects of the upgrade. The entire shelter No. 36 was bustling with activity. Miners were mining, wood collectors were collecting wood. Shin Chen swaggered his way to the upper level of the shelter. The residents who passed by didn't find Shin Chen's attire too surprising. After all, among the espers, there were those fully armed to the teeth. For example, those specialized in marksmanship or close combat. However, the protective suits of these espers were targeted to protect specific areas rather than providing full coverage. The general consensus on Shin Chen's appearance was just one word: cool. Arriving at the weapon shop, Shin Chen restocked on ammunition. During the last beast tide, he had almost run out of bullets. Without bullets, a gun was just a stick. As he stored the bullets, he asked the shopkeeper, "Why haven't I seen any large firearms used by espers in your shop? I saw an esper shooting down strange birds last time, very powerful." The shopkeeper, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled. "What, you want to buy one?" Shin Chen blinked, actually considering it. "Can I use it too?" "You're thinking too much." The shopkeeper teased, "Those firearms that use crystal cores as kinetic energy aren't as simple as inserting the core to shoot. The user needs to catalyze the source energy to fire the light bullets, otherwise, the light bullets will just explode in place. The speed of the light bullet's flight is related to the esper's own rank. If one specializes in marksmanship, they will have better control over the firearm." Shin Chen finally understood. No wonder he had seen that esper struggling with a large source energy firearm to kill those strange birds. The flight path of the light bullets was somewhat odd. It felt slow and the trajectory was too early. It turned out it was due to the esper's lack of strength. Completely dispelling the idea of owning a source energy firearm, Shin Chen bid farewell and left. Leaving shelter No. 36, Shin Chen began walking north. A gap appeared in the low-hanging clouds in the sky, revealing the low-hanging sun, casting a large golden sunlight. Not long into his walk in the wilderness, Shin Chen discovered the weaknesses and shortcomings of the battle armor. Under the scorching heat, it felt like being inside an oven, making Shin Chen drenched in sweat as if he had been fished out of water. In fact, the armor had a temperature control system inside, capable of lowering the temperature to 0. But it requires consuming the crystal core. Shin Chen felt a bit sorry, so he didn't activate the temperature control system. He could only open the visor to catch his breath. Shin Chen's pace remained steady, neither fast nor slow, each step covering the same distance without any error. About 3 hours later, as Shin Chen approached the edge of the mountain, suddenly, a roar of engines erupted behind him. Shin Chen turned back to look. In the dust and smoke, it seemed like a Tyrannosaurus Rex was roaring towards the sky, its howl overpowering the roar of the two Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicles. Following the dust cloud, a dark black motorcycle suddenly burst out, crossing the two off-road vehicles at an unbelievable speed, heading straight toward Shin Chen. This motorcycle was heavily modified, and the roar of its engine perfectly matched its incredible speed. Shin Chen found this design somewhat familiar. After a brief thought, he suddenly remembered. This was by Luo's ride. Shin Chen's mouth twitched, persistent as a ghost. With almost no hesitation, Shin Chen took out the crystal core and directly inserted it into the kinetic energy device. Instantly, the power system of the battle armor was activated. Shin Chen ran for his life. This woman was not to be messed with, even more unreasonable than the Blue Enchantress. The Blue Enchantress at most would force you to invite her to join your team. But Bai Luo was eyeing her own body. In this messed up world, when women go crazy, not even 10 oxen can hold them back. You tell me this is an ordinary person? A big man sitting in the driver's seat, smoking a cigar, glanced at the speedometer, then at the man running ahead. Damn, he's already speeding up to 40 kilometers per hour. Bai Luo sat in the passenger seat, holding a thin steel needle, coiling her hair and inserting the needle into a bun. With an amused look, she watched Shin Chen running ahead. See, even an ordinary person can run at 40 kilometers per hour. The person I've set my eyes on is definitely right. The big man beside her chuckled. If you're sure he's an ordinary person, then the problem lies in the protective armor he's wearing. The big man took out a high-grade crystal core, stuffed it into the engine feed port, stepped on the gas pedal, and the vehicle suddenly accelerated, kicking up a towering cloud of dust. After a painful and trembling braking of nearly 100 meters, the vehicle, with the last bit of kinetic energy, lightly corrected itself, showcasing the big man's near-perfect control skills. The vehicle came to a perfect stop less than 3 meters in front of Shin Chen. Bai Luo kicked open the car door, hands resting on the edge of the car. She flipped over and leaped onto the roof. She sat cross-legged on the roof, smiling lightly, stretching her subtly alluring curves. Bai Luo looked at Shin Chen, saying word by word, I've set my eyes on you, whether you come willingly or not, give me a straightforward answer. Facing Bai Luo's declaration, Shin Chen touched his own face. It was then that he realized, back when he was showering at Shelter 36, what the staff member said was true. Having a good appearance was indeed the beginning of trouble. If it's a woman, she'll stick to you like glue. So annoying. Shin Chen didn't hold back either. He drew his left-handed revolver and pulled the trigger directly. Bang bang, the continuous gunfire, at such a close range, rang in Bai Luo's ears. For a moment, she thought the bullets spewing from the gun barrel were aimed at her. Especially the cold, sinister, and heart-pounding gun barrel. It was like a demon roaring. She had never felt before that a handgun could make her feel death so close. Even her spine chilled, and her hair stood on end. Bai Luo flipped off the car roof. Peeking out again, she saw Shin Chen had already dashed into the dense forest of the high mountains, disappearing from sight. Bai Luo was furious, climbed into the car, her innocent and charming face instantly twisted, chase after him. However, the big man smoking a cigar beside her couldn't help but chuckle, chase my ass, the tires are blown out. It was only then that Bai Luo realized, Shin Chen's 2 shots were actually aimed at the tires. Bai Luo kicked the car door. With a step, the ground exploded, and her body shot out directly. I want to see how far you can run. Bai Luo's pace was light and swift, each leap and landing showcasing graceful lines, yet far surpassing those of an ordinary person. A dust column rose behind her as she continued to maneuver through the dense mountain forest, hearing Bai Luo's rapid approach from behind. Shin Chen's expression stiffened involuntarily. Bai Luo's speed was comparable to that of a cheetah. If not for the battle armor providing super-fast mobility, she might have been captured by Bai Luo in minutes. Shin Chen climbed over a hill and spotted a ruined town not far ahead. It seemed to be an abandoned settlement. By the time Bai Luo crested the hill, Shin Chen had vanished into the ruins of the town. The long run had her blood rushing, face flushed, and breath ragged. What is he wearing that makes him as fast as an esper? Bai Luo couldn't help but exclaim. She then retrieved a thin, small dagger from her high boots, eyes gleaming like a wolf, a cold smile on her lips, heading straight into the ruined town. Before Bai Luo was a deserted town, a small river flowing through it with a shimmering green light, giving off a serene vibe. Due to abundant water sources, surprisingly resilient vegetation thrived everywhere. Abandoned for decades, some trees had even grown to several tens of meters high. Despite it still being morning, the sunlight was intense, yet the ruins exuded a chilling atmosphere, devoid of warmth. Shin Chen hit on a small building, peering through the murky glass window. Bai Luo moved agilely like a leopard, each jump among the ruins landing as lightly as a feather. The dagger in her hand gleamed, capable of cutting food if in an ordinary person's hand, but Shin Chen believed that in Bai Luo's hands, it would unleash tremendous killing power, delivering the most deadly blow to enemies. Shin Chen was unsure of Bai Luo's esper level, but not all espers were versatile. For instance, if an esper's defense reached 3rd level, even if their attack was 1st level, they would still be considered a 3rd level esper. Observing Bai Luo's tight leather outfit accentuating her figure, Shin Chen speculated that Bai Luo's esper ability likely focused on attack, particularly close combat. With this in mind, her defense level should not be high. Shin Chen decided to deal with Bai Luo here. She was a formidable opponent, and he couldn't afford to be constantly pursued by her every time he ventured into the wilderness, hindering his plans. Patience was something Shin Chen had in abundance. After a final glance at Bai Luo's figure, Shin Chen silently retreated within the walls, activating the temperature control system inside his battle armor, lowering the temperature to 0 degrees. This was to prevent Bai Luo from detecting him through any heat-sensing esper abilities. Shin Chen's clothing provided ample warmth. Given the town's considerable size, there were many buildings for Shin-chan to hide in. Bai Luo's thorough search would take some time. Shin-chan readied his bullets, placing them in front of him. He began to carve patterns on the bullets, enhancing their effectiveness. Each shot had to be lethal, a thought Shin-chan dared not dwell on, but they needed to pose a significant threat. As the sun set, the sky darkened gradually. Bai Luo, blindly searching the ruins, suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. She suspected Shin-chan had silently slipped away, leaving her alone to play her game. Her survival experience in the wild was extensive, never before failing to find her prey except for the cursed ones. Shin-chan, who left no scent, trace, or clue, was a first for her. Bai Luo's stamina was now depleted by half, her alertness and energy waning compared to daytime. She had to admit, Shin-chan was an extremely cunning ordinary person. Bai Luo was certain that Shin-chan must not have left but was somewhere watching her, waiting for her to become exhausted. She looked around again. It was pitch black. Suddenly, she felt a mosquito-like sensation on her neck. As she reached out to touch it, a dark red meat needle appeared in her hand. Bai Luo's heart skipped a beat. Venomous spider bee. This fierce creature was not large, just the size of a palm. However, it was a combination of a bee and a spider. The abdomen of the venomous spider bee was abnormally swollen, resembling both a bee's honey sac and a spider's egg sac. Not only could it shoot an anesthetic venom needle, but it could also bind its prey with spider silk. The threat of spider silk to superhumans was minimal, as the spraying speed was extremely slow and easy to dodge. But once hit by the anesthetic needle and unable to break free in time, the spider silk wrapping around the body would solidify over time, becoming harder and harder. Even if the superhuman woke up again and used all their abilities, they would not be able to break free. It was quite a big trouble. The next moment, the anesthetic started to take effect in Bai Luo's body. Endless fear began to envelop her. Her vision started to blur, her steps weakened, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Then, before she completely lost consciousness, she heard a rustling sound. A venomous spider bee flew over, hovering above her head, ready to spray spider silk to capture its prey. Just then, in the corner of Bai Luo's eye, 100 meters away, in a small building within the ruins, the glass window suddenly shattered. A sniper rifle emerged, followed by a flash of gunfire. Bang! A blazing fire streaked straight towards her. And all Bai Luo could think was, adding insult to injury, kicking someone when they're down. Unable to resist the invasion of the anesthetic any longer, Bai Luo passed out. Cold, stinging, as if countless ants were gnawing at her flesh, Bai Luo's consciousness drifted alone in a sea of pain. Amidst the chaotic consciousness, there seemed to be faint laughter coming from afar. TSK. Boss Wu, what do we say if Captain Bai wakes up? What do we say? Our wish has come true, but Captain Bai is passive. Who cares, whoever goes first, it's just a matter of not having fun. Various vague and indistinct voices seemed to whisper in the darkness, stirring up waves in Bai Luo's scattered will due to extreme pain. I am still alive. In Bai Luo's spiritual world, as if the first ray of light in the world tore through the darkness, a milky white light gradually dispersed the darkness like the warm sun in winter. Cold, stinging, itchy, numb. All kinds of maddening sensations spread throughout her body from the void of the spiritual world, making her breathe rapidly like a bellows. Her eyelids trembled slightly, gradually regaining a faint sense of her body, and Bai Luo slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in a relatively intact abandoned house. There was a bonfire beside her, radiating warmth. Her team members were chatting and laughing around the bonfire. Hey, you're awake? Big guy Boss Wu, with a cigar in his mouth, asked playfully. Bai Luo propped herself up and suddenly felt a tearing pain in her lower body. Bai Luo's eyes widened slowly as she reached down to touch herself and saw blood. She gasped in shock. Boss Wu joked, when we found you, Shin-chan had just left you. Damn! Bai Luo exploded in anger. Where is he? Gone. Gone? Why didn't you stop him? Men are all like that. Boss Wu laughed heartily, pull up their pants and leave. The other team members burst into laughter. Boss Wu said solemnly, in this game, losing is the price you expected to pay, isn't it? It's not in vain. Bai Luo's mouth twitched, but I haven't had my fun yet. The first time is never fun, Boss Wu grinned. Bai Luo closed her eyes, breathing heavily for a long time, before finally calming the anger and humiliation in her chest. This is so damn embarrassing. Next time I meet him, I must be on top of it. Ambitious. The team members cheered in unison, laughter lingering. The jungle under the night was undoubtedly dangerous. Any creature daring to come out for food at night posed a potential threat to ordinary people or those with extraordinary abilities. However, Shin-chan's pace was steady. Although his battle armor was far from a match in close combat with those with extraordinary abilities, the small creatures attempting to ambush him couldn't penetrate the armor with their venomous needles. Additionally, the armor was equipped with an infrared visual system, making it effortless to move around in the dark. He continued north, heading towards where the cluster of firepower discs had fallen. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain while running to death. Despite the short distance in a straight line, there were too many mountain peaks to climb. Shinshen's journey seemed endlessly long. Recalling the scene with Bai Luo just now, Shinshen couldn't help but chuckle. When one is unlucky, even drinking cold water can be troublesome. Bai Luo had been playing hide-and-seek all day, yet she let her guard down in the dark of night. She didn't even notice the venomous spider wasp behind her, which was quite careless. In the end, she was hit by enough tranquilizing darts to knock out a giant ape, collapsing in an instant. At that moment, Shinshen did consider killing Bai Luo. However, he ended up aiming his gun at the venomous spider wasp instead. In the end, feeling frustrated and wanting to end Bai Luo's persistent pursuit, Shinshen took advantage of her unconscious state and had his way with her. Throughout the process, Bai Luo was as motionless as a dead pig, but she seemed to enjoy it. It must be said, it was really tight. It took quite a while to get it in. Shinshen was reminded of a joke from a novel. A woman who had achieved immortality got married, and on the wedding night, the groom couldn't penetrate her. Anyway, Bai Luo lost the game, but she achieved the result she wanted. The process didn't matter. Long journey. Shinshen now stood in a mountain ravine. According to his calculations, his current position should be where the cluster of firepower discs had fallen. He searched every blade of grass and every tree along the valley meticulously. As the sky gradually brightened, Shinshen found the cluster of firepower discs on a large rock. Found it! Shinshen's excitement was beyond words. He immediately picked it up, inspected it, and found some scratches and dents on the surface. Not a big issue, the internal components should still be intact. Shinshen pondered. There were two problems to solve now. First, dismantling and assembling the firepower disc required a clean and stable environment, which was definitely not suitable in the current situation. If a screw fell into the grass, it would be impossible to find. Second, the firepower disc was too large, with a diameter of up to 1 meter. If he brought it back to the shelter, it would attract too much attention and would surely be confiscated by the Research Institute for investigation. After all, he had reported the deviation of the firepower disc's course, which led to it crashing into the mountain and being destroyed. Now, carrying back an almost intact firepower disc would only cause unnecessary trouble for himself. Therefore, Shinshen needed to find a hidden place to conceal it, gradually upgrade it, and see what changes would come in the future. With that in mind, Shinshen walked deeper into the valley. Before long, he emerged from the valley and was greeted by the sight of a not-so-small city ruin on the horizon. Shinshen depleted the crystal core, activating the acceleration mode of his battle armor. After about half an hour, he reached the edge of the city. Upon entering, he found a relatively secluded spot. After making sure there were no ferocious beasts lurking around, Shinshen set down the cluster of firepower discs. Rubbing his hands together, he stared at the firepower disc for a few seconds, and information popped up. Cluster Firepower Disc LV-10/100, a flying device capable of ground-to-air strikes, with strong firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Shinshen had witnessed the power of this cluster firepower disc firsthand. Now, all that was left to do was to dismantle and assemble it. He took out his toolbox, drank some water, ate some jerky to regain some energy, and then, after a short rest, Shinshen picked up his tools and began to dismantle it, starting with the outer shell. This one is relatively easy. Just unscrew a few high-strength No. 12 screws. It must be said that the manufacturing technology in this world is commendable. On top of the screws, no matter how much force your wrench uses, as long as you hear a click, you can put down the wrench and easily unscrew it with your fingers. Remove the casing. Inside is an incredibly complex structure and circuit library. Shinshen knew that without the guidance of a research institute, he couldn't rush to disassemble it at this moment. He needed to make notes. Taking out a pen and paper, Shinshen began drawing the internal structure diagram. In his previous life as a Special Forces soldier, Shinshen also studied basic courses on mechanical principles and structures for a period of time. To put it simply, he may not understand too complex things, but repairing a car is more than enough. Of course, the construction of cars in this world is mysterious, using crystal cores as power sources. Although Shinshen couldn't understand the principles, he treated it as gasoline and could still grasp some insights. Drive gear, flywheel output shaft, linkage large gear, gyroscope, firepower output module, crystal core kinetic energy output module, small cannon, high explosive. Originally, Shinshen didn't know the names of these components. But this batch of technical firepower discs is experimental, with labels on the components and modules, probably for the convenience of researchers for assembly. In normal production, these labels would certainly not be attached, and there would be no time to do so. This turned out to be a benefit for Shin-chan. Next, while disassembling, Shin-chan redraws the connection schematic of each component on paper. According to normal assembly, there should be component assembly drawings, such as the front view, top view, left view, sectional view, half-sectional view, etc. But Shin-chan picked up this firepower disk, or rather, stole it. Shin-chan couldn't and dared not ask the research institute for blueprints. He could only use rudimentary methods to record. Fortunately, the installation between the wire harnesses is relatively simple. The module wire ends of the wire harnesses are bundled together, made into plug-in connectors, so there is no chance of plugging them in wrong, they won't fit. Shin-chan dismantled the cluster firepower disk bit by bit, like an ant eating an elephant. At the same time, Shin-chan also opened a shell. Pouring out the gunpowder inside, he made an unexpected discovery. The gunpowder was composed of two colors, the black naturally being high explosive, and another color shimmering blue crystal fragments. Shin-chan reached out and touched it. Is this the crystal core? Shin-chan's expression changed slightly. Can this thing also condense into solid form to store energy? Shin-chan couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder the cluster firepower disk was so fierce. The crystal core serves as a special energy manifestation. Essentially, it is like a semi-solid liquid inside. But how did the Research Institute manage to solidify it, store energy, and involve it in gunpowder reactions? Could it be that this type of firepower disk was developed a long time ago, and these crystalline little gadgets are the latest research results of the Research Institute? Shin-chan thought back to the details of transporting the cluster firepower disk. When Shin-chan got his hands on it, it seemed like someone had wiped off the dust on the surface. Did they also add this stuff to the bullets? Shin-chan stroked his chin in thought. This wasn't crucial. The key was how to crush the crystal core without destroying the energy it contained. Shin-chan couldn't figure it out. After all, he wasn't a professional researcher. I should ask Shin-anji about this when I have the chance. Setting aside this unexpected discovery about the gunpowder, Shin-chan looked at the scattered components on the ground. Rubbing his hands together, he began to assemble. Only through the assembly process could he gain experience points. And, following past patterns, as long as the assembly was successful, he could level up. As for how to level up in the future, he would figure it out. Click, click. Shin-chan looked at his reverse-engineered schematic and began step by step to reconstruct it. Experience points +1, experience points +1. 3 hours later, when Shin-chan closed the casing and tightened the last screw, he looked once again at his masterpiece. Cluster Firepower Disc LV1, 100 out of 100, a flying vehicle capable of ground-to-air strikes, with strong firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Alright, just enough experience points for an upgrade. Shin-chan didn't hesitate. Upgrade. Cluster Firepower Disc LV2, 0/200, a flying vehicle capable of ground-to-ground strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, added wireless connection, slightly increased bombing lethality, slightly improved bombing speed, doubled ammunition capacity in the magazine, and automatic reloading. Shin-chan blinked. He temporarily ignored the popping information and instead focused on the appearance of the cluster firepower disc. Why did it get bigger? Shin-chan was completely puzzled. What he wanted was a cluster firepower disc that he could carry with him. The smaller, the better, ideally fitting into his pocket. It would be even better if it could expand when thrown. However, the reality was that this cluster firepower disc not only did not shrink but instead had a diameter of 2 meters. Shin-chan twitched his mouth. Does it have to get bigger with each upgrade? Shin-chan rubbed his chin. It was getting tricky. The more it upgraded, the larger it became. How was he going to hide this thing in the end? A headache indeed. However, Shin-chan wasn't too worried. Big is big, and the wilderness is vast. Not every place is frequented by humans. There are too many places where it could be left without anyone passing by for a year or more. After all, with everyone fleeing, the range of human activity couldn't be too far from the Titans, as the danger would be unpredictable. Just then, a message popped up on Shin-chan's battle armor screen. Wireless connection detected. Connect? Quite intelligent. Connect. This set of battle armor was designed with a computer module from the beginning. Although the memory was minimal, and the CPU was not powerful, it was somewhat like a castrated version of a car's entertainment system. But it was reasonably intelligent. Soon, the battle armor screen displayed a message: connected, data resetting. Resetting? Shin-chan probably understood that this was restoring the factory settings, deleting the central control permissions of the shelter. After waiting for a while, the reset was not yet complete, showing the weakness of the underpowered CPU. Shinshan looked at the updated information on the cluster firepower disc. Originally able to cruise 5 kilometers, after the upgrade, it increased to 10 kilometers. This was undoubtedly a significant improvement, a doubling of progress. Moreover, this was not just an extension in distance. In other words, it also greatly improved the efficiency of using the crystal core. This cluster firepower disc required an intermediate crystal core to operate. It was flying farther with the same energy, emphasizing saving money and being efficient. Originally, the firepower system of this firepower disc had only 12 firepower channels, arranged in a clock formation. That is, there were firing ports at every 360-degree angle, whether around the disc or on top and bottom, there were firing ports. Among them, there were 9 32mm caliber ports around the disc side, and 3 ports each on the top and bottom. In total, this firepower disc had 12 32mm caliber ports. As for damage increase and firing speed increase, there was no need to check, as these were attributes that would inevitably come with each upgrade. At this moment, the reset that had been silent for half a day was finally completed. The battle armor screen updated, reset complete. This cluster firepower disc belongs exclusively to you. Wireless connection range, 1 kilometer. Within 1 kilometer, you can transmit signals through the battle armor to activate the cluster firepower disc for cruising and support. Shinshan tried to control it. Since it was bound to his neurons, he didn't need to select buttons, he just had to think, and the wireless signal would be transmitted to the firepower disc, silently suspending it in the air. He controlled the firepower disc to move. The disc silently rose and then flew around the spacious factory building. At first, the disc moved slowly, but gradually accelerated to 40 kilometers per hour. This speed was good. It was already comparable to the battle armor. Letting the frisbee fall to the ground, Shinshan thought for a moment, then tried to sit on it and control it to rise into the air. The 2-meter diameter, 30-centimeter thick frisbee slowly ascended. The speed was slow, but it was indeed rising. This stability is quite strong, not bad. Suddenly he exclaimed, as the firepower frisbee suddenly tilted, throwing him off. At the same time, the virtual screen of the power armor displayed the word overweight. Fortunately, after he fell, the firepower frisbee returned to normal without any damage. This is considered overweight? Shinshan brushed off the dust from his body. I wonder what this thing will turn into after further upgrades. In a daze, Shinshan increasingly felt that the cluster firepower frisbee in front of him was like a dream he had that day, transforming into an immensely huge spaceship. A bit far-fetched, Shinshan shook his head. Then, Shinshan circled around the cluster firepower frisbee, looking for other ways to gain experience and level up. Whether hovering or flying, Shinshan tried everything, but to no avail. After eliminating all incorrect options, the only remaining answer was clear. He needed to open fire. Ouch! In fact, bombing upgrades with firepower is relatively faster. With 12 cannon shots, plus another 12 from the ammunition depot, one shot could gain 24 experience points. 5 times and he could reach level 3. But the problem was, the ammunition fired was high explosive. Moreover, it was high explosive ammunition mixed with crystal core fragments. This was quite tricky. Shinshan pondered for a moment. He could only think of another way. The shelter number 36 is 50 kilometers away. It should be safe here. Shinshan hid the cluster firepower frisbee in a corner of the factory and covered it with weeds. He planned to get high explosive bombs, then return to continue upgrading. After completing all this, Shinshan packed up his things and began to return to the shelter. Any area, whether in the wilderness or elsewhere, no longer belonged to humans. Humans could step in, but not stay for long. Besides the danger, another issue was water source. Only Titans could purify water sources that humans could drink. Both surface water and groundwater were contaminated beyond what humans could endure. Humans leaving water sources were like a world fleeing without Titans. Shinshan cautiously walked through the ruined city. The city was also a place where ferocious beasts lurked. Shinshan didn't want to provoke them for now. After all, the terrain was too complex. Firing a shot could easily alert other beasts, far less tactical than the open wilderness. However, at that moment, Shinshan suddenly heard the heavy and impactful gunshots that he must pass by. Bang bang bang. Some bullets even swept towards Shinshan's direction, raising a cloud of dust. Shinshan was startled. He immediately crouched on the road, using both hands and feet to crawl towards a half-collapsed house at the edge of the street. Bullets have no eyes, but do the shooters have eyes? Shinshan hid behind the wall, wiping the dust off his combat armor visor. He pulled out the sniper rifle from his back, ejected the magazine, all filled with level 2 bullets. Of course, Shinshan's craftsmanship in carving grooves was so exquisite that even the sniper rifle could be fully loaded with level 3 bullets, but he kept them as reserves. He pulled back the bolt. Shinshen climbed to another window, stuck his head out, observing the situation outside. He saw two groups of people shooting at each other 100 meters away. One group of humans in black clothing was fleeing for their lives, quickly darting into houses on both sides of the street, trying to use the terrain to counterattack. The other group in tan clothing set up a machine gun for suppression. Bullets were flying across the battlefield. Shinshen shrank back. In such a situation, bullets had no eyes, safety was not guaranteed, luck was the real protection. Shinshen didn't want to get involved in their dispute, he just wanted to stay away. Shinshen crouched and leaped out of the ruins, using the buildings to circumvent the troubled area. However, the other side seemed unwilling to let Shinshen go. A shot hit the path ahead of Shinshen. Almost shot Shinshen. Shinshen rolled over, hid behind the wall, and shouted, "I'm just a passerby. Don't shoot me. Stop the bullshit. Besides our extermination team today, everyone else is fair game, they all have to die." A man opposite roared back. Shinshen cursed and fired a blind shot in return. Whether it hit or not was secondary. He had to show his stance. Faced with unjustified disaster, Shinshen never thought of reasoning further. In this messed up world, reasoning was utterly useless. All he could do was shut the other person up and make them regret. The so-called extermination team at Shelter 36 had a similar nature of groups. However, Shelter 36 called it the Punishment Brigade. Shelter 7 called it the Tribunal. They were suppression teams for handling traitors and disputes internally. Shinshen didn't care where these people came from. He only knew that as someone just passing by, his luck seemed to be really bad. So, when the other side threatened to eliminate him too, Shinshen fired a blind shot in return. Initially, Shinshen just wanted to suppress the enemy's firepower and move to a new position. After all, during the exchange of words, he had exposed his position. But unexpectedly, that blind shot hit the mark, directly killing the man who was threatening him. Experience points +1, Shinshen was full of surprises. Just randomly firing a shot could kill someone. The other party's luck was truly at its worst, almost as if the god of death was knocking on their door. Shinshen found a concealed spot. The muzzle of his sniper rifle once again burst into fierce flames. The assault rifle inside the opposite house, which had been roaring the most ferociously, fell silent in an instant. The sound of Shinshen's rifle shots was intimidating, each roar enough to drown out the other gunfire, and after each shot, an enemy would lose their right to live forever. The gunshots were like the mechanical reaper, continuous and dense, as if the sniper could harvest lives accurately without aiming. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the armed men who had just been hunted. Several seemingly experienced individuals were inspired, although they didn't know where the people helping them came from. At that moment, they were undoubtedly helping them annihilate the enemy. They leaped up from the ground, taking advantage of the gap in the enemy's firepower, and decisively flanked from both sides, intending to wipe out the extermination team hiding in the houses in one fell swoop. Enemy after enemy appeared and disappeared in Shinshen's scope, each with a different expression in their final moments. Behind the mask, Shinshen's eyes were calm and profound, silently watching as one life after another came to a sudden halt. Bang! The heavy and chilling sound of the machine gun echoed once again, pinning two black-clad armed individuals in midair, their chests bursting open with blood spurting out. The others were once again pinned down by the dense rain of bullets, unable to move, cowering on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Almost as soon as the heavy machine gun sounded, Shinshen quickly adjusted his aim, bringing the machine gun operator into his sight. At that moment, the machine gunner, a girl who looked only 11 or 12 years old, was still turning the gun toward Shinshen's position for suppression fire. However, Shinshen's finger on the trigger did not rush to press it. The one controlling the heavy machine gun was a girl who looked like she had just awakened her abilities. Tears filled her big eyes on her rare delicate face among the extermination team. She bit her lower lip so hard it bled, and the fresh blood trickled down her chin as the machine gun's flames illuminated her face filled with hatred. Shinshen didn't know where her hatred came from or what she had been through. But being dragged into this senseless slaughter, he was helpless. Through this young girl, Shinshen seemed to catch a glimpse of another figure, a little girl he thought he had forgotten deep in his memories. In the short few seconds of Shinshen's hesitation, another piercing scream echoed on the battlefield. A black-clad soldier crawling on the ground was mercilessly baptized by a heavy machine gun, and several streams of blood gushed out instantly. Shinshen felt no sympathy. Just like this world, it was never sympathetic to anyone. It was either you die or I live. Whoever stood gasping for breath was a criminal. Shinshen's pupils contracted to needle points, the barrel of the gun subtly shifted, and he decisively pulled the trigger. The specially crafted bullet carried the power of thunder, piercing straight into the raging muzzle of the heavy machine gun. The roar of the heavy machine gun abruptly ceased, followed by exploding sparks flying in all directions, and hot components scattering everywhere. The little girl stood still for a few seconds, then collapsed dejectedly, a piece of the heavy machine gun's mechanism deeply embedded in her forehead. The thick clouds were blown open by a strong wind, and the scorching sunlight poured down. In this ruined city, the gunfire did not stop due to any deaths. The firepower of the clearing team was still fierce. After all, their numbers were more than 10 times that of the other side. Even with the encirclement, the black-clad soldiers, who were already few in number, were wiped out by various cross-cutting tactics. At this moment, a black-clad soldier crawled to Shinchen's position, his face full of panic, seeking shelter from Shinchen. Shinchen glanced around. It seemed that there was only himself and this stranger left on the battlefield. Despite having killed many enemies, there were still nearly 100 people on the other side. Shinchen asked, "Which shelter are you from? What did you do wrong?" "Shelter no. 20, the man said quickly, "I am a researcher there. Due to some ideological differences, I was ostracized by others. I killed the team leader and then escaped. The armed personnel protecting me are all sent by Shelter No. 22. As long as you can take me to Shelter No. 22, I will make you rich and honored." Shinchen remembered the little girl filled with hatred just now. "Did you kill the father of that little girl? He wanted to monopolize my research results." The man's eyes were bloodshot as he continued, "I agreed to give it to him, but he wanted to silence me." He spoke with such excitement that he forgot to hide his figure. Exposing his head outside the wall, he seemed to be looking for excuses for his betrayal and unwillingness. But the next moment, the intense firepower net of the clearing team opposite tilted directly towards him. In an instant, he was riddled with bullets. Shen Chen, this is just asking for trouble. At this moment, the clearing team on the opposite side erupted in cheers. Obviously, their target was this traitor. Shin Chen did not want to analyze who was right or wrong between them. Perhaps it was the team leader wanting to silence him for wanting to take away the research results. Perhaps it was the team leader wanting to monopolize the results and silence him. Regardless of the reason, it was meaningless for his own survival. The clouds in the sky closed up again, and the wilderness was once again gloomy and desolate, the heat brought by the sun just now lingering. Stepping on the ground, the heat waves still rose. Rustle within 100 meters of Shinchen's position, there were continuous chaotic footsteps. The clearing team began to surround him. With a circle of over 100 people, even if Shinchen had extraordinary abilities, he would be shot to pieces in a chaotic shooting. After all, the battle armor at this time had not reached the level to resist the power of bullets, forcing me to use my trump card. Shinchen lay back in the roofless ruins, squinting his eyes, his gaze flickering, his pupils becoming unfathomable, instantly exuding a fierce aura. Shinchen's consciousness moved, connecting to the wireless link. In the far distance, in the empty factory, the cluster of firepower discs, originally covered with weeds, soared into the air with a swoosh. Changing angles continuously, they traversed through the urban ruins, heading straight for Shinchen's position. At this moment, the members of the clearing team continued to compress the encirclement. At the same time, seemingly on the brink of victory, they began to mock and taunt, trying to crush Shinchen's spirit. "Kid, you're the only one left. Surrender quickly. Don't you dare touch our target individual. I'll give you a decent death. Get your ass out here. Wait, quick, look, what's that in the sky?" With the reminder, the members of the clearance team looked up at the sky. A flying disc hovered in the center of the circle surrounding Shinchen. Shinchen, hidden in the ruins, smirked. In the next moment, Shinchen's divine sense stirred. The cluster firepower flying disc cannon system activated. Click, click. 12 barrels extended. At this moment, facing the encirclement of the clearance team, Shinchen naturally couldn't use firearms. Ensuring safety, he had to break out of the encirclement or eliminate all enemies. Shinchen could only resort to the firepower flying disc. Now or never. After receiving Shinchen's wireless command, the firepower flying disc was already floating above Shinchen's head. The 12 cannons resembled the eyes of 12 bloodthirsty dragons, glaring fiercely and coldly at the enemies surrounding Shinchen on the ground. The clearance team looked up in confusion and puzzlement. "What the hell is that? Looks like a firepower flying disc. I've seen this thing at Shelter 36. Is it powerful?" Nonsense, when they were experimenting, the bombing power was insufficient. It's like setting off firecrackers, the warheads are too small, not much gunpowder can fit in, the lethality is minimal. But we still need to be cautious, what if we get injured? From what you're saying, it can't even blow up a roof, right? I just doubt it. Shelter 36 should be far away. How did this thing fly over? Could it be some kind of smoke bomb or something? Everyone be alert. Don't let the guy play tricks and escape. Press forward. The members of the clearance team below were still laughing and joking, completely ignoring the firepower flying disc above their heads. In their eyes, with such small gun barrels, how powerful could the bullets be? No need to worry. Just charge straight in. Kill the dog who killed many members of the clearance team. The clearance team compressed the encirclement once again. Shinchan's eyes were mocking and cold, his divine sense stirred. The firepower flying disc received the bombing command. In an instant, the 12 cannons on the firepower flying disc roared simultaneously, and blazing tongues of fire tore through the air, transforming into 12 meteor-like fireballs with long fiery tails, directly attacking the enemies on the ground. The bombing process was like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, as the scorching barrage poured down from the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a hellish purgatory. The high explosive shells combined with the crystal core fragment mixed explosives, upon impact with the ground, the continuous explosions formed a hellish scene woven from flames, smoke, and debris. The shockwaves swept through like a raging tide, destroying all buildings mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. The cluster firepower flying disc bombarded 360 degrees without blind spots. Looking down from high above, it was like the Grim Reaper's fireworks, raging on the ground. Amidst the strong smell of gunpowder and death, Shinchan lay calmly and composed on the ground. It seemed like this artillery fire was his stage, his deathly symphony. Meanwhile, the clearance team members who had just been mocking the insufficient firepower of the flying disc were dumbfounded in an instant. They found that whether hiding in buildings or among the rubble, they were all lifted by the bursting shockwaves. Some were instantly blown to pieces, their flesh and blood exploded into bloody fragments, flying off in all directions. Members of the clearance team suffered a direct hit, standing there dumbfounded, their pupils dilated suddenly, their eyes filled with extreme shock, disbelief, and roars of fear and regret. Damn it! Ah! Help me! Damn, is this what you said was nothing? Just skin deep? My leg is blown off. Ah! Help! Help! Run! Run fast! In the sudden storm of firepower, panic spread everywhere. Before the members of the clearing team could react, they perished in the raging flames, their limbs scattered, blood mixing with the mud, appearing particularly glaring under the reflection of the firelight. The bombing lasted a short time, but each second felt like an eternity, each explosion announcing the end of several, even dozens of lives. As the artillery fire subsided, the entire ruined city fell into silence. It was as if a sudden stop in a playback. Faintly, only the enemy's fierce cries of agony and painful moans could be heard. Shinchan stood up, gazing at the cluster of firepower discs, his eyes filled with unrestrained joy, resembling those of a ruthless beast. It was fierce. Too fierce. This round of bombing nearly wiped out the enemy. Those who survived had already lost their combat effectiveness, either missing limbs or on the brink of death. Shinchan waved his hand. The cluster of firepower discs followed the returning route and entered standby mode. Shinchan leaped out of the ruins, casually picking up a rifle. It was an M4A1 assault rifle. On Earth, it would be considered an excellent rifle. But in this world, it was merely a toy for ordinary people, a mere stick of fire in the eyes of those with abilities. Shinchan pulled the bolt, loading the bullet into the chamber. He strolled leisurely through the bomb-riddled ruins. A member of the clearing team from a few steps away was buried under rubble, struggling in pain. Shinchan pressed the muzzle against his forehead. The man suddenly startled, raising his head abruptly, his face covered in blood like a snake. You can't kill me. I'm a member of Shelter 20. Shinchan's tone was calm, but his words sent shivers down one's spine. May hell have no refuge. Bang! A bullet pierced his forehead. Experience points +1. Ignoring the popping up information, Shinchan continued to search for other surviving members of the clearing team in the ruins. For Shinchan, although using a revolver to kill enemies could increase experience points, it was not worth it. The bullets for Shinchan's revolver were all level 2 or 3, not cost-effective for killing members of the clearing team. Bang bang! The crisp sound of the M4A1 assault rifle continued without pause. Each shot was accompanied by either cursing or pleading cries of pain. Shinchan remained indifferent, whether it was cursing or bowing in submission, all ended in death. Several minutes later, Shinchan dropped the rifle and returned to the ruins where he had initially taken cover. He shook a small bag. Inside was Shinchan's loot, a delivery from the clearing team, over 100 crystal core sources. Poor. Shinchan's evaluation was just one word. With so many people, only this few crystal core sources were found. No wonder there were no members with abilities in the clearing team. Wait a minute. Shinchan rubbed his chin. It's not that there are no members with abilities, but the members from Shelter 20 encountered those from Shelter 22. The two sides have divided the battlefield. Just as Shinchan was wondering why there were only ordinary people in the clearing team and no members with abilities, nor any in the escort team, he realized they were entangled and had not arrived yet. With this in mind, Shin Chen did not hesitate and immediately shouldered the Barrett sniper rifle, leaving without a second thought. Shin Chen had the strength to fight against those with abilities, but it also depended on the number of opponents. Dealing with more than 2 would be difficult. It was not wise to stay here for long, as being pursued by those with abilities would lead to troublesome situations. Just as he was about to leave, Shin Chen stepped on a backpack. It belonged to a defector from Shelter 20. After being shot in the head, the backpack had rolled to the side. Shin Chen picked it up, hoping to find crystal core sources inside. Upon opening it, Shin Chen was puzzled. The large backpack was filled with papers. Glancing briefly, he couldn't understand what was described on them. Various strange-shaped blueprints, incomprehensible whether viewed horizontally or vertically, were equipment designs. However, Shin Chen still saw a keyword on the blueprint: Crystal Source Recombination Refinement Process. Shin Chen was half suspicious. Could it be the crystal source core fragments inside the firepower flying disc bomb? Unbelievable. Shin Chen never doubted his luck, but this was too incredible. Just when he was worrying about how to get the crystal source core fragments, it came to him effortlessly. Time and fate. Shin Chen sighed. However, Shin Chen still held a skeptical attitude. After all, the 2 words recombination and fragments were completely unrelated. Perhaps it was his own imagination at work, or maybe he was biased. Shin Chen immediately sealed the backpack and inserted a crystal source core into the power module of his battle armor. He dashed out of the ruins and ran out of the city, away from this place of turmoil. As for the blueprint, he would study it slowly when he got back. There was no time to waste anymore. Then he started moving steadily across the vast wilderness. Night fell quickly, the chilly wind dispersing the daytime heat. At this moment, 2 supernaturals dressed in black robes appeared at the edge of a chaotic ruin. A man named Gon Mo lifted his hood, revealing a pair of eyeless, porcelain-white eyes. He sniffed the air and said coldly, "Death, gunpowder." The other supernatural extended his hands hidden in his sleeves. His hands were devoid of flesh, only bare white bones. TSK, was this place plowed by systematic artillery fire? Chase, we're late. Gon Mo squatted down, grabbed a handful of bloody soil, licked it with his tongue, and said, "The people from Shelter 22 are also dead." Chase moved his skeletal hand and looked back at the wilderness. Apart from the howling wind, there was almost no other sound or sign of activity on the barren land. "Yes," Chase chuckled, "whether it's our people or those from Shelter 20, they're all dead." Gon Mo sniffed the air, leaped unimpeded into the ruins where Shin Chen had once hidden. He took a deep breath, letting various scents lingering in the air enter his brain. "That can only mean one thing," Gon Mo smirked, "someone is still alive." Chase laughed. "Of course, with things missing, there must be someone alive. But where did the person go?" Gon Mo crouched on the rooftop, hanging his head. He didn't leave a drop of blood. "I can't smell his scent." Chase scratched his head. "I remember the nearest shelter from here is Shelter 36. If Titan didn't make a turn." Gon Mo looked southward. "Then let's go check it out." Shelter 36. Titan had already started moving. The wheeled houses, in a state of chaos, were tied with iron cables and dragged by Titan for several kilometers, continuing their exodus. As long as the evil seeds survived, humans couldn't stop, only watching vast lands go unused, in an endless exodus. When Shin Chen returned to the rental house, he searched for a while. The position of the rental house changed every time. If he wanted a better spot, he had to fight for it. Obviously, Shin Chen's landlord was not good at this, falling behind once again at the end of the huge caravan of wheeled houses. Shin Chen locked himself in the house, took off his battle armor. It felt like lifting a 1,000-pound boulder, making him feel light all over. He went out to buy some drinking water and food. The price of drinking water had dropped from 6 crystal source cores to 3 crystal source cores. For the shelter, as long as Titan had enough water supply and sufficient drinking water, the price would decrease to ensure that all residents wouldn't die of thirst. After a simple meal, Shin Chen focused on his battle armor. After wandering outside the wilderness for these few days, the battle armor gained experience every minute. Power Armor LV3, 3160/3000, a somewhat useful battle armor that could assist in running, enhance defense, have a certain carrying capacity, and slightly improve the reaction speed of mental connection. Each crystal core can sustain the high-speed operation of the battle armor for 5 minutes. It's time for an upgrade. Shin Chen felt a surge of excitement. For Shin Chen, firearms were for combat, while battle armor was for survival. Only by continuously upgrading the battle armor could he have the confidence to resist against metahumans, instead of being like an ordinary person who could only retreat when facing them. Upgrade. Shin Chen didn't hesitate at all. Power Armor LV4, 160/5000, a rather useful battle armor, with defense capabilities reaching the level of a second-tier defensive metahuman. By upgrading the power module, each crystal core consumed can unleash the full force of a second-tier power-type metahuman in a single strike. Upgrading the joints of the battle armor allows for more complex movements without feeling obstructed. This upgrade almost made Shin-Chen exclaim in amazement. After reaching the 4th level, the battle armor explicitly stated that it could now battle against second-tier metahumans. A significant upgrade. A groundbreaking advancement. So, now I can engage in hand-to-hand combat with metahumans below the second tier. Shin-Chen trembled with excitement. It's worth noting that Shin-Chen's upgraded firearms and ammunition could also kill metahumans. However, this wouldn't solve the problem entirely. Once a metahuman got close, firearms would become a burden, and hand-to-hand combat would be the only choice. Previously, Shin-Chen would be afraid at the thought of a metahuman getting close. Now, he was fearless. The technology tree is my way out. However, despite his excitement, Shin-Chen didn't lose himself in euphoria. The metahumans in this world possessed all sorts of extraordinary abilities that couldn't be overcome solely with high defense. Shin-Chen was well aware of this, understanding that the path of upgrading the battle armor still had a long way to go. At the very least, it needed to reach the level of Iron Man. Currently, there was still a lot of ground to cover. Shin-Chen took out the backpack he obtained in the ruined city. He spread out the blueprints inside one by one. The table couldn't accommodate them all, so he stuck them on the wall. Soon, the small room was covered in a dense array of papers, resembling wallpaper. Shin-Chen went through the blueprints one by one according to their page numbers. He discarded all the theoretical data parts by burning them directly. Shin-Chen didn't need theories, let alone the study of principles. He wasn't an inventor. Besides, he couldn't understand them anyway. Next, he burned all the other technical papers as well. In no time, half of the papers on the wall were gone. Now, all that remained were blueprints related to the restructuring and refining of crystal sources. These blueprints were mostly hand-drawn, but each stroke was as precise as if done by a computer, indicating their professionalism. He took down the drawings of component parts, setting them aside. These were the types that could be used or ignored, seen or unseen. There were still over 10 blueprints left on the wall. 2 of them depicted the complete structure of the equipment, while the others detailed assembly components. Rubbing his chin, Shin-Chen studied them for a while and realized that if these were to be made, they would require an area of over 300 square meters to fit. Of course, this scale was for mass production. If Shin-Chen were to use them alone, the space needed would be much smaller. Additionally, there were dozens of assembly components, not to mention the countless other parts within each assembly component. Shin-Chen's head began to ache. He didn't know where to start. If he were to ask a research institute to manufacture these devices, setting aside the issue of size, just making the request would raise suspicions. After all, research institutes conducted similar studies and practical applications. Working on such things privately would be seen as having malicious intentions. Reporting him or even Rock wouldn't be able to protect themselves. What if I only need an outer shell? Shin-Chen examined the concept blueprint of the complete equipment. He didn't need mass production. He just needed enough concentrated firepower for the disc to use. Shin-Chen estimated that it would only require 1 square meter. It could easily be fixed onto the firepower disc. The only question is, with the shell, will my own external upgrades be possible? Practice makes perfect. Speculation is useless, trying it out is the only way to know. So, Shin-Chen began to rebuild the shell on the basis of the device, striving to make it impossible for even the research institute to know what kind of device it is from the shell. Add a circle here, and another circle here. Shin-Chen sketched and drew, completely transforming the original concept of the device diagram. Its original appearance was completely unrecognizable. But only Shin-Chen knew that after removing the excess parts, it would be the crystalline source restructured and refined device shell. Without further ado, Shin-Chen put away all the other drawings and hid them. Carrying the crystal core, he went out. He arrived at the second level of the shelter on Titan's back and headed straight to the research institute. When Shenanji saw Shin-Chen, this prodigal son, appear again, with a face full of confusion and teasing expression, "How's the battle armor going?" Shin-Chen praised, "Your craftsmanship is still excellent, very well done." Shenanji snorted, "You're just being stubborn. That thing is cumbersome to walk in, what's so fun about it? It's a hassle even as a decoration. You see, even on Titan's back the space for movement and utilization is limited, not to mention the lower levels wheelhouses." Shin-Chen cleared his throat, spread out his own sketchy drawings, and explained his purpose. "Today, I want you to help me make something." Shenanji smiled and asked, "Let me see what kind of trouble you're up to." At a glance, Shunanji was completely baffled. Chaotic, like a hedgehog-shaped object. What is this thing? A toy I designed. Can it kill ferocious beasts? No. Shunanji rubbed his forehead, sitting on the sofa, just for fun, without any power modules or firepower systems? Shin-chan nodded. Shunanji licked his lips. Alright, as long as you have money, we'll play. Anyway, lying on a woman's belly is also a waste of time, right? At least this toy can leave something for yourself. Shin-chan chuckled. Witty, truly witty. To be honest, your drawings are too sloppy, with too many strange things on them. It will require 300 crystal cores. Come pick them up tomorrow. This price, to be frank, was a bit steep, but there was no way around it. If additional parts were not added to conceal other components, the true device could easily be exposed. Once exposed, it wouldn't be a problem that 300 crystal cores could solve. Shin-chan paid on the spot. Leaving the research institute, Shin-chan returned to the lower level and went to the Blaze Bar. Although it was afternoon, there were still quite a few people in the bar. All were drinking and eating meat, especially the vanilla smoked meat, with its overflowing oil, filled the air with fragrance. The price of meat has also dropped now, simply because the leftover beast meat from the last beast tide couldn't be finished. More of it had been smoked into hard strips of meat. Meat strips were not as delicious as fresh meat. Shin-chan had just sat down when Rock led two strangers to sit opposite him, laughing and joking. Let me introduce you. Rock pointed to the two and said, this is Yuema, and this is Ganmo. They are from Shelter 22, just passing by our place. According to tradition, when friends come from afar, we are delighted. Shin-chan was suddenly stunned. His expression showed no fluctuations, but his eyes secretly assessed the two. His right hand subconsciously reached for the revolver at his waist. Shin-chan was extremely nervous at this moment, especially when Rock mentioned that the two were from Shelter 22. His heart was pounding in his throat. Rock might not be aware, but Shin-chan was clear in his own mind. Shelter 20 had been at odds with Shelter 22 due to the traitor incident. Fighting back and forth, in the end, only he benefited. Shin-chan didn't believe they just happened to pass by. They were probably here for him, but Shin-chan couldn't figure out if he had left any clues. After a brief thought, he hadn't left any traces. This is Shin-chan. Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance, he's very brave, Rock introduced. An ordinary person who can be brave is also an extraordinary person. The hands of the horse-chasing man rubbed together, making a harsh sound, as he smiled and looked at Shin-chan. Ganmo sniffed. Vanilla roasted meat, simple yet delicious. Shin-chan suddenly felt that the other party was not targeting him, showing no hostility. Perhaps they had a purpose in coming to Shelter 36, but they had no idea that their real target was right in front of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been polite and would have acted directly. Shin-chan released his revolver, waving to the waiter, 3 portions of vanilla roasted meat and whiskey, please. Soon, the roasted meat arrived. The group ate and drank, chatting about various topics. Rock took the opportunity to ask, what mission are you on this time? The horse-chasing man's head throbbed at the mention of this, glancing at Shin-chan. Rock waved his hand, it's okay, we're all on the same side. Then I won't hide it from you, the horse-chasing man said after a sip of wine. We lost something, a tan backpack. Rock chuckled, a worn-out bag, I'll give you one. Ganmo, chewing on the meat, mumbled unclearly, it's not just about a backpack. Rock blinked. Although the other party's words were simple, he realized that there might be something important inside the backpack. Is it very important? Rock probed again. The horse-chasing man nodded, it may be dispensable for you, as you already have it, but not for Shelter 22, where we come from. Then you can buy it from us, Rock suggested. In this world, not every shelter could be self-sufficient. They needed to trade with other shelters to meet their material needs. For example, Shelter 18 was known for producing cigarettes, which almost everyone smoked. Shelter 36, on the other hand, excelled in alcohol and was part of their external trade. Upon hearing Rock's suggestion, the horse-chasing man smiled, we would like to buy, we just met General Yu Chang, but he refused to sell. What can't be sold? This was the first time Rock had heard that there was something Shelter 36 wouldn't sell. Everything could be traded, including people. Let's not talk about this, the horse-chasing man raised his glass. We might stay here for a while to find our things, thank you. Rock pursed his lips, as long as you have money, you can stay as long as you want. But from what you're saying, did someone from our side take your things? It's everyone's right to suspect, Ganmo interjected. Rock continued with a hint of warning, causing trouble is not allowed, and guests cannot break the rules of Shelter 36. The horse-chasing man laughed heartily, let's hope Bailuo listens. Don't mention her, Rock cut in sharply, she relies on the Spider Queen, no matter which shelter she goes to, she starts with a few shots. It was even worse a few days ago. Just after Yu Wu Chang said she wouldn't dare shoot, she fired a few shots at us. The horse-chasing man and Gon Mo burst into laughter. After dinner, the horse-chasing man and Gon Mo left. Rock and Shin-chan leaned against the wheelhouse, gazing out into the vast wilderness. Many residents returned from work, following the Titan up. I heard the Blue Enchantress is looking for you, Rock asked. Shin-chan nodded. She might have taken a liking to my appearance. If that's what you think, death is not far away, Rock said solemnly. Every mission with the Blue Enchantress is full of danger, and those without skills in her team are just cannon fodder. Shin-chan rubbed his nose. Is there any excuse to refuse? Becoming a corpse, Rock gave a deadly answer. That's a suffocating suggestion. Shin-chan chuckled heartily. Shin-chan shifted his focus to the horse-chasing man and Gon Mo, asking, they won't cause trouble, will they? Just stay away from them. Rock exhaled a breath of alcohol. They are all second-tier ability users. They dare not cause too much trouble, but they are not enough in front of our shelter. No. 36. Shin-chan nodded. Second-tier ability users. Ha! That night, Shin-chan, with a tan backpack, left the shelter while the night was quiet. He ran 50 kilometers south in one go. He found a cracked ground crevice, threw something in, and then returned to the shelter. He copied and modified all the remaining useful drawings into artworks that only he could understand. The original manuscripts were burned. Search all you want. If you can find anything on me, then you're impressive. Shin-chan clapped his hands, eliminating all evidence. Chasing Horse and Gon Mo could only search in vain. Inside a hotel, a place specifically for personnel from other shelters to stay. It wasn't cheap, costing 30 crystal core per night. At this moment, Chasing Horse leaned against the window, looking outside, and clicked his tongue. Gon Mo, how do we search? We can't possibly go door to door, right? General Yu Wu Chang won't tolerate such behavior. Gon Mo's porcelain-like eyes turned, holding a bullet casing in his hand, and said firmly, I have a feeling that the thing is here, and we will find it soon. What do you mean? Gon Mo raised the bullet casing in his hand, feeling the patterns on it. Such unique patterns on a bullet, why carve them on it? Just for fun. Chasing Horse drew the curtains, lay on the bed, and said, it's like someone can't resist kicking stones. But these patterns are very regular, obviously done with care. Gon Mo sniffed the bullet casing near his nose. I feel like these patterns might be more important than what we are looking for. I have no interest in firearms, that's something ordinary people mess with. Chasing Horse yawned. Gon Mo lowered his head, wondering if an ordinary person could kill an ability user with a bullet, then who is truly ordinary? Or perhaps, are these patterns on the bullet meant for targeting high-level ability users? But a contradiction arises. This is clearly a skill only an ability user should possess. Yet, ability users disdain gunpowder firearms. Ability users specializing in shooting use crystal weapons. If this is the work of an ordinary person, what's the point of engraving these patterns? Gon Mo was puzzled. The next day, Shin-chan went to the research institute to retrieve his belongings. According to the design, the item was originally just a square, but many decorative elements were added to obscure its true nature. It looked like an unapproachable hedgehog. In the end, Shen Anji made a wooden box, and Shin-chan carried it back to the rental house. After unpacking, Shin-chan spent a lot of time dismantling all the unnecessary parts. It was mainly due to the laziness of the research institute. Some things were not meant to be disassembled but formed as a whole. It was convenient for shaping ability users, just to stretch and pull, like molding clay. But dismantling it was troublesome for Shin-chan. Several saw blades were broken. After a long time of hard work, he finally restored the miniature crystal core reassembly device to its original state. At this point, the device was just a shell with nothing inside. Shin-chan focused on the device. Soon, information popped up. Crystal Core Reassembly Device LV10/5, a simple version of the Crystal Core Reassembly Device toy with only the appearance, lacking any production function. To produce crystal core fragments, it lacks 5 necessary internal components: Module 001, Module 008, Module 016, Module 089, and Module 170. Shin-chan was both surprised and shocked after reading the information. Although this empty shell could not produce crystal core fragments, it directly provided the missing components. Just the blueprints for the components alone numbered in the hundreds. Some blueprints depicted several components on a single sheet of paper. Now, by following the prompts, all 5 components could be made, allowing for production and use. Mass production and individual handling are indeed very different. Shin-chan licked his lips, immediately found the corresponding equipment drawings by number, and then directly burned all the other drawings. Some of these components are common parts. If all are handed over to the Research Institute for production, the intention seems very obvious. Shinshan stroked his chin, just to be safe. He decided to try his luck at a second-hand equipment recycling store. In this world, due to scarce resources, materials and supplies are quite precious. Therefore, in the inheritance and development of technology, one principle is followed: interchangeability. Due to the use of crystal core, many components can be reused in different devices. Like engines, there are only a few sizes, the power is absolutely sufficient, just the length of the output shaft varies. So, to avoid too frequent or excessive purchases at the research institute, Shinshan planned to try his luck at a second-hand store. The store was not far. Shinshan arrived at the door in a few minutes. Here, you could see any second-hand civilian items except firearms. Even, there were mineral water bottles. This is something everyone needs. If a titan passed by the city, many people would specifically go to the city ruins to dig up this stuff. Inside, Shinshan took a look around. Sure enough, he found many components required for crystal recombination equipment. The 008 engine module was like a small engine. "Boss, how much for this? I don't want to rip you off." The boss yawned behind the counter. "That thing is already scrapped. If you have confidence in your repair skills, take it for $100. Shinshan didn't hesitate. Whether it's good or bad, this thing is an engine module. Even if it's bad, it can be upgraded to good. Otherwise, when he crossed over, the harpy gave him a bad pistol. How could he upgrade it to good? "I'll take it." Shinshan tossed over 100 crystal cores. The boss was clearly surprised, thinking this deal wouldn't go through, slapping his thigh. "If you fix it, I can give you an extra $10 for it." Crafty businessman. An engine module that can be used, even second-hand, should sell for at least $200. Later, Shinshan found the 016 packaging module, 089 pressurization module, 170 cooling module, and other components in a pile of junk. He bundled them together, spending over $1,000 in total, nearly emptying Shinshan's wallet. Shinshan looked at the pitiful less than 20 crystal cores in the bundle, feeling sorry for a while. All the hard-earned money was spent in the blink of an eye. However, Shinshan didn't feel bad for long, thinking about how much easier it was for the superhumans. If playing with technology is a bottomless pit of expenses, then superhumans spending crystal cores to advance is a black hole. Shinshan left the store with the components. Back at his place, he placed the engine module in the crystal recombination equipment. Experience +1, experience. This means that even a bad engine module is recognized by the system. He then put the packaging module and other parts in. Experience +1, experience +1. Then he looked at the equipment information. Crystal recombination equipment LV1, 5/5, a simple version of the crystal recombination equipment toy with only the appearance, lacking any production function. To produce crystal core fragments, it lacks the necessary internal components: broken module 001, engine module 008, packaging module 016, pressurization module 089, cooling module 170. Upgrade. The equipment slightly shook a few times, like a magic cauldron. The information refreshed. Crystal recombination equipment LV2, 0/20, a crude low-end version of the crystal recombination equipment, with low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and high energy consumption. Although the text hints everywhere that this thing is junk equipment, as long as it can produce, it's fine. It can be gradually upgraded later to improve efficiency and pass rate. As for how the components thrown in are connected and work together, Shinshan doesn't care. All he wants is the crystal core fragments, energy-containing shards that can increase lethality. Shinshan studied it for a while. First, he inserted a crystal core into the power port on this side of the engine module as a power source. Shinshan was curious and took a look. This engine module had a mechanical claw. After grabbing the crystal core, a thin hollow alloy tube would extend from the inside, drilling into the crystal core to extract the liquid inside as a power source. "It's a bit like a fuel tank." Shinshan smacked his lips. Then he threw another crystal core into the shattered module input port. Unexpectedly, the device prompted that the quantity was insufficient. Shinshan threw in another one. Still not enough? Seriously? More input needed? How much can it produce? Shinshan's face looked unpleasant as he muttered to himself. He continued to input. It wasn't until he had thrown in 10 cores intermittently that the device lit up green, indicating the input was complete. Next, the device would run autonomously. Shinshan could relax and wait. Just then, Shinshan heard the landlord downstairs shouting, "Welcome, Blue Enchantress, to my apartment." Blue Enchantress. Shinshan immediately dashed out of the room and locked the door. This person was definitely here for him. Shinshan didn't intend to reveal anything inside the house and thought it best to leave early. He went downstairs and happened to see the landlord guiding the blue enchantress upstairs. Since she's coming down, there's no need to go up. The landlord greeted Shinshen with a smile. She's looking for you. The blue enchantress still had that distant and cold demeanor, resembling a walking ice sculpture. She slowly raised her head, her deep blue eyes staring directly at Shinshen, her tone devoid of any warmth. Tomorrow, assemble for a mission. With those 7 words, the blue enchantress turned and left. Just as she came lightly, without taking any clouds with her, the landlord nodded and bowed to see her off. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he breathed a sigh of relief. I was really afraid this woman would flip my apartment if she got in a bad mood. Your worries are unnecessary, Shinshen remarked. Why? Would you go out of your way to step on an ant? The landlord nodded in understanding, but added, but if it really came down to it, the ant would have no power to resist. So, Shinshen squinted and said, weakness is the original sin. Indeed, for the landlord, it was true, and for Shinshen as well. When given an order by the blue enchantress, Shinshen wouldn't dare utter a no. Blood would be shed on the spot, lightly. The fear was not being able to survive and not being able to seek death. In this light, every time Shinshen killed, he gave the other party a quick death. Strictly speaking, Shinshen was still a good person. Returning to the room, the crystal recombination equipment had completed production. He also gained an experience point. So, you get an experience point for each production? Shinshen calmly nodded, finding the leveling method quite standard. Opening the output port, Shinshen was taken aback. Inside were crystal core fragments barely the size of a fingernail. The production ratio is terrifyingly low. Shinshen's eyes, lips, and brows twitched simultaneously. 10 crystal cores produced this little fragment. According to the ratio of high explosive powder and fragments in the cluster firepower disc bomb, it could barely sustain 1 bomb. Massive initial investment, low pass rate, it's too costly. Shinshen almost spat blood. The hope of upgrading the firepower disc quickly shattered. Following this progress, it would require countless amounts of money. Shinshen sighed as he massaged his forehead in frustration. Even if it hurt, he had to invest. He had to grit his teeth and invest. He could only hope that after upgrading the crystal recombination equipment, the pass rate would increase, and the consumption would decrease. Shinshen carefully collected the crystal core fragments and then pulled out Barrett's magazine. With one hand, he loaded a bullet. The orange-yellow bullet clattered onto the table. Using a tool to pry open the circular groove, he removed the detonator beneath the primer, igniting the firing felt. Pour out the propellant from the primer hole. Mix a certain proportion of crystal source core fragments, then refill the propellant and seal the shell. Shinshen stared at the bullet. Information popped up. Rifle bullet LV3, 0/20, range plus 100, enhanced with crystal source core fragments, significantly increased lethality, enhanced armor-piercing ability, greatly extended linear flight distance. If the bullet remains in the body of an Esper, it will generate mutual repulsion with the crystal source energy in the Esper's body, with an added shock effect. The information changed, added a few more descriptions. Besides significantly increasing various effects, it also has a shock effect. Although it must be stuck in the Esper's body, the Esper will either be shot or, if resilient, will still suffer a second bullet impact. This is quite mysterious. The shock effect is akin to being hit head-on with a hammer, causing brief dizziness and disorientation. This undoubtedly provides Shinshen with great assistance on the ever-changing battlefield. Even if a shot doesn't kill the Esper, it can still disorient them for a few seconds. Whether to flee or continue sniping, both are excellent choices. Shinshen pondered, the cluster firepower discarding bullets didn't have this effect. Could it be that only level 3 bullets can activate this effect? Shinshen wasn't going to carve patterns on the bullets. He hadn't figured out the patterns on the bullets yet. After so many days of practice, he could barely ensure that 6 out of 10 bullets were level 3. He didn't know when he would achieve level 5 bullets. However, filling the crystal source core fragments this time had an immediate effect on the bullets. Shinshen didn't waste a single minute and began modifying the gunpowder of the bullets. A whole hour. After using up all the crystal source core fragments, Shinshen obtained 10 bullets with shock effects. Not bad. Shinshen individually loaded the bullets into the magazine for later use. After all, the crystal source core fragments were not easy to come by. They were all bought with money. The next day, Shinshen packed his bag, put on his battle armor, locked the door, and left the rental house to meet at the designated location by the Blue Enchantress. It was time to go out and make money. He just didn't know how dangerous this trip would be and how much reward it would bring. Soon, other figures began to appear at the meeting point. Everyone looked surprised when they saw Shinshen. A regular person carrying an antique sniper rifle as our teammate? What a joke! When Shinshen appeared at the meeting point, his outfit did look peculiar. Wearing mediocre battle armor. This kind of battle armor, in the eyes of others, was just for show. Real battle armor wasn't about looks but protection. It only needed to protect specific areas. In other words, specialized and precise. Using limited materials to craft critical parts. Obviously, if Shinshen's battle armor was made entirely of high-grade materials, it would be an unimaginable investment. With that kind of money, who would still go out on missions? Being fully armed was something only ordinary people could afford. However, Shinshen faced everyone's gaze calmly, without any change in his mood. These people probably vaguely guessed that Shinshen was a sniper. They doubted his abilities but didn't mock him. In this world, that wasn't a wise move, especially when it came to snipers. What's bad for him could also turn out to be good. Gradually, over 100 people arrived at the meeting point. Among them, there were over 10 espers, while the rest were ordinary people. The ordinary people were carrying rifles on their backs. Shinshen was somewhat surprised by the size of this team. What kind of mission required so many people? Soon, the blue enchantress appeared in everyone's sight. The chattering crowd fell silent. She pushed back her hood, revealing a cascade of black hair. The blue enchantress scanned the crowd, seemingly counting heads, then nodded and said, "This time's mission is to go 300 kilometers away to meet with the personnel from Shelter No. 10 and exchange supplies. Our task is to protect the supplies to the designated location and then bring them back. Now go to defense section number 1 and get all the vehicles out, we're leaving directly." Shinshen moved along with the crowd. He felt somewhat puzzled. Is the escort mission really that simple? Was it necessary to gather so many ability users for this? It seemed like regular people with heavy firepower could easily complete the task back and forth. Shinshen didn't dwell on it. He arrived at section number 1. This position was located at the forefront of Titan. The so-called garage was a metal house hanging on Titan's body. The deck was lowered, close to the ground but not touching it. Otherwise, the movement of Titan would make the deck shatter like plastic. Driving the vehicles out of the garage required a certain skill. After all, when Titan moved, the vehicles couldn't be too slow, almost like being ejected out. If the speed was slow, the deck would easily fly off. After about half an hour, 10 vehicles left the shelter and sped through the wilderness. In the convoy, there was an off-road vehicle with an antenna on the roof, probably a radio transceiver for a walkie-talkie. Naturally, the blue enchantress rode in this off-road vehicle. Behind her were 7 pickup trucks, each equipped with cannons. 3 of them carried supplies covered with tarps, their contents unknown. However, from Shinshen's observation, they seemed to be light goods. After all, the tires showed no significant change. The other 2 vehicles were for transporting people, and Shinshen and the others squeezed inside the cargo bed, bumping along the way. Amidst the rolling dust of the convoy, like a small snake crawling, a gap was blown open in the dense clouds by the strong wind, and the scorching sunlight poured down. The various colorful creatures still moving on the ground immediately scattered and fled to find shelter in the shadows. The ground directly under the sun's rays quickly heated up, and soon the rising hot air distorted the scenery on the ground. In the passenger truck where Shinshen was, there was a canopy overhead, shielding them from the scorching sun. The only sounds around were the howling wind and the dull thud of the wheels crushing the earth. It was mid-afternoon, and although the intense sun was shielded by clouds, this desolate land still burned like a furnace, mercilessly roasting the earth. On this somewhat flat wasteland, the convoy struggled forward, the vehicles roaring incessantly as if battling against invisible resistance. Inside the passenger compartments carrying people, heads were packed tightly, with even 2 people sitting on the roof of the driver's cabin, vigilantly scanning the seemingly endless wasteland with their AK rifles, weathered by 100 years but still thriving. The people inside the vehicles were of various shapes and sizes, dressed in a mishmash of clothing, and their weapons were equally chaotic, with some even holding old-fashioned firearms only suitable for small birds. They looked weary, with hollow eyes, dozing off in the scorching sun, their heads heavy as if burdened with 1,000 pounds. Shinshen cradled the eye-catching modified rifle, leaning against the cargo bed wall, swaying with the vehicle's bumps and rolls. He occupied the rear of the last passenger truck, enjoying a relatively spacious spot. In this compartment, there were several fierce individuals who also dominated their corners, all first-tier ability users. Even in this hastily assembled team, no one dared to provoke them easily. Compared to those tough individuals, Shinshen, with a slimmer build, enjoyed the same treatment solely because of the carefully modified sniper rifle in his hands. These ordinary people who had survived countless life-and-death struggles knew well that in intense battles, an excellent sniper could often turn the tide and save their lives. Therefore, they didn't want the precious energy of a sniper to be wasted during the journey, so Shinshen could easily rest with his eyes closed on the truck. The convoy had been traveling for a full 5 hours, and the terrain was becoming rugged and uneven, with a collapsed highway not far away and abandoned rural villas visible from time to time. After marching for so long and not yet reaching the designated location, even the ability users on the trucks were becoming listless. It was at this moment the vehicle suddenly stopped. The blue enchantress approached the truck where Shin-chan was, waving her hand. Everyone jumped off the truck. Shin-chan glanced around. Apart from the people from Shelter 36, he saw no one. The blue enchantress called Shin-chan aside. As a sniper, an undercover mission should be no problem. The blue enchantress spoke without a hint of a question, just stating facts, sounding as if reciting a doctrine. Shin-chan nodded calmly. Infiltration was a sniper's essential skill, as crucial as marksmanship. A sniper who couldn't infiltrate was nothing but a moving target. At 9 o'clock, 10 kilometers away, there's an urban ruin. You go in ahead of time, find the central garden, and lurk nearby. The blue enchantress checked her watch. We'll enter the city under the cover of night in 2 hours. With that, she took out an earpiece. We'll be within 5 kilometers of each other, so you can hear my commands. Go. Shin-chan clicked his tongue, shouldered his sniper rifle, about to carry out the mission. He paused, a question on his lips. If I find someone hostile towards me. The blue enchantress's deep blue eyes fixed on Shin-chan, laden with meaning. Shin-chan shrugged, understanding. No one's life was more important than his own. Not even those from Shelter 10. Shin-chan didn't activate the combat armor power module. Instead, he walked leisurely. 2 hours were more than enough time. He avoided the roaming beasts along the way. As the sun set in the west, casting an orange-yellow glow, Shin-chan could already see the outline of the ruined city ahead. A dark shadow, like a fallen giant beast. Through the signs on the fractured highway, he learned the city was called Jiangchang. Shin-chan wasn't very familiar with the world's geography, unable to compare it to Earth. However, as a sniper, the most crucial skill was adapting to various environments. Even in unfamiliar places, he could survive or carve a bloody path. Shin-chan quietly approached the outskirts of Jiangchang. Circumventing, he advanced towards the ruins. It was quiet all the way. Shin-chan found a bus stop sign, almost faded, and compared it with the map. He located the position of the Central Park, roughly 3 kilometers from him. Shin-chan started circling, avoiding the sunlight, and climbed to the rooftop of a tall building at 1 kilometer away. The rusty iron door was easy to handle. Shin-chan bent down, climbed under the parapet, and peeked. The Central Park in the distance was deserted, showing no signs of activity. Shin-chan crouched down, closed his eyes to rest, waiting in place. Before long, a crackling sound came through Shin-chan's earpiece. He quickly opened his eyes, rubbed his face, bringing himself back to full alertness from a near-hibernating state in just a few seconds, entering a pre-battle state. Shin-chan, see anyone? Through the earpiece, the blue enchantress's puzzled electronic voice sounded. Shin-chan peeked out again. The Central Park in the distance remained quiet. No one spotted, Shin-chan replied briefly. Impossible. The blue enchantress fell silent for a moment. We agreed to meet and observe the trade in the Central Park. Shin-chan pursed his lips, starting to understand that the blue enchantress might be up to no good. If it were a regular trade, there would be no need for such precautions. Shin-chan took a sip of water, raised his head again, looking down. And that look surprised him. On a low building across from him, a sniper was using binoculars to observe the Central Park. However, it seemed this person was either a novice or careless. They had forgotten that their position was against the sun. The binoculars instantly reflected a bright light. The glare disappeared quickly, but not before catching Shin-chan's eye. Shin-chan immediately began moving along the parapet, adjusting his position, and peeked out again. Perched high above, Shin-chan spotted the sniper lying on the rooftop, leisurely smoking. His gaze extended around the low-rise buildings. Amidst the greenery, he discerned vague human figures. Are these the residents of Shelter No. 10? Shin-chan couldn't be certain, but it was likely them. He immediately reported through his earpiece, I've found them, hidden in the southeast corner of Central Park. Good, the blue enchantress replied with a single word. In no time, the once silent urban ruins were shattered by a sharp piercing sound. Shin-chan looked back alertly as 3 black dots streaked across the sky at astonishing speed, plummeting into the heart of Jiang City's Central Park in an instant. Following this, deafening explosions echoed through the skies, 3 fierce fireballs soared upwards, and under the rampage of the shockwave, the surrounding high-rise buildings seemed as fragile as sandcastles, collapsing outward from the square. Confirm the impact point, the blue enchantress asked calmly. Adjust left by 10 degrees. Shift left by 10 degrees, fire 5 rounds in succession, execute immediately. Within seconds, 5 sharp trajectories streaked across the sky once more. Another round of shells fiercely struck Central Park, engulfing it in thick smoke and cries of agony. Although Shinshen was over a kilometer away from Central Square, the air was already filled with heat and the smell of burning. These shells must have been enhanced with crystal core fragments, right? Shinshen took a deep breath, realizing that ordinary shells couldn't cause such devastating effects. Only places like the shelter can mass-produce such weapons on a large scale. My small-scale production is child's play in comparison. Though he couldn't witness the fate of Shelter No. 10's residents in Central Park, under such powerful attacks, their chances of survival seemed bleak. However, the Blue Enchantress's artillery barrage didn't cease. With precise targets marked by Shinshen, the subsequent attacks became more intense and accurately covered the entire area. Whistling sounds filled the air as one fireball after another exploded over Central Park, some individuals even being thrown into the air by the blasts, a pitiful sight. Those fortunate enough to escape began fleeing for their lives, desperately shouting for people to scatter. Shinshen's black hair danced wildly in the shockwaves, feeling the tremors of the earth. Previous battles had been individual confrontations, but the scene before him was a true depiction of war. In just a few minutes, hundreds of shells rained down on Central Park like a storm, shattering everything into pieces. The artillery roared on, relentless, as everything was consumed by the destructive firepower. The Blue Enchantress and Shinshen cooperated closely, with Shinshen providing precise coordinates, ensuring the shell landing errors were controlled within 10 meters, turning the targets hidden in the buildings into blood and bone fragments. Shinshen moved through the explosions and smoke, using the chaos as cover, never staying in one place for too long. He knew that the next wave of shells could come hurtling down at any moment. Constantly changing positions to increase the difficulty of being targeted was a vital survival skill for any sniper, whether facing attacks from enemies or allies. The Blue Enchantress could easily deduce her own position. Betrayal was not uncommon. After several shifts, Shinshen noticed that no shells landed in his previous positions, slightly easing his tense nerves. The sudden barrage had passed, with only occasional heavy artillery shells hitting specific buildings accurately. These heavy shells were more powerful than before, easily leveling buildings below 3 stories, and the residents of Shelter No. 10 hidden within those buildings would meet a grim fate. Shinshen climbed to the top floor of an abandoned building, peering out through the window. From this vantage point, he could see the blazing square of Clockwork City, surrounded by nearly destroyed buildings. On the square, bodies were strewn about haphazardly, with charred remains of creatures visible. Shinshen calculated silently in his mind that at most only half of the enemies from Shelter 36, which had been destroyed or blown up on the square, remained. Some of the espers were escaping at an incredibly fast speed. The artillery shells took time to fly, but with their powerful perception, they had already leaped several steps ahead before the shells hit the ground. At most, they were just thrown by the shockwaves and not severely injured. Even ordinary people, if they were alert and focused, could detect the incoming shells. However, they were defenseless against the shockwaves. Most casualties were among these ordinary people. Shinshen took out his rifle, loaded the bullets, and transmitted his judgment through the earpiece. After the initial panic, the personnel from Shelter 10 reorganized themselves. Despite being prepared, Shelter 10 had clearly not anticipated such a fierce long-range attack, resulting in instant heavy losses. However, their response speed was commendable, and the surviving personnel quickly organized themselves efficiently. Shinshen received orders for cover. The Blue Enchantress began directing the team to split into groups and encircle the Central Park. Street fighting was imminent. Gunshots, explosions, screams, curses, and accusations echoed one after another, intensifying the battle. Shinshen lay prone on the rooftop, his gun pointed out, scanning the entire battlefield continuously. At that moment, Shinshen saw a Shelter 36 member hiding behind a wall, aiming and shooting carelessly, unaware of an enemy approaching from behind. Shinshen decisively fired a shot. The bullet, carrying a scorching white line, pierced through the enemy's head instantly. Like a burst tomato, red and white fragments scattered in the air. The enemy slumped against the wall, slowly sliding down, leaving behind a crimson trail. The man who had been saved was momentarily stunned, only then noticing the enemy behind him. He looked up and saw Shinshen on the tall building, feeling amazed. That was nearly a distance of 1,000 meters. Such a long range, yet a single shot hit the target. He gave a thumbs up to Shinshen. Shinshen nodded and continued to survey potential enemies. Suddenly, a blue halo flashed before Shinshen's eyes. Crystal Source Giant Spear. Shinshen was shocked, his gaze instantly locking onto the direction where the shot came from, a building almost parallel to his own, where an esper was firing energy bullets from a 2-meter-long gun. Shinshen realized it was too late to dodge. In a split second, a thunderous explosion rang in Shinshen's ears. The wall beside him seemed to burst like paper, the powerful shockwave tearing through the air, tossing Shinshen away, smashing through another wall, and plummeting from the 6th floor. This scene was also witnessed by the Blue Enchantress. She shook her head in disappointment. An ordinary person being targeted by an esper specializing in firearms using the Crystal Source Giant Spear, falling from the 6th floor, had no chance of survival. Crashing down like garbage from the 6th floor, Shinshen let out a miserable cry as he fell to the ground. A large amount of debris fell on him, burying him instantly. Damn it! Shinshen felt as if his skin, muscles, and bones, the 3 layers of the human body's natural defense, were torn apart like paper, a torrent of excruciating pain engulfing him. Shinshen was numb all over. Thanks to the protection of his battle armor, falling from the 6th floor wasn't a big issue, at most causing some internal organ shock. But that Esper's shot just now almost took Shinshen's life. If it weren't for the wall absorbing some of the shockwaves, his battle armor might have been torn to shreds. At that moment, Shinshen gained a new understanding of espers specializing in firearms. They were like assassins. Shinshen lay on the ground for a full minute before regaining consciousness and pushing aside the rubble. Shinshen took a moment to catch his breath, allowing his body to return to normal. He picked up the sniper rifle, one-handedly released the magazine with a crisp sound, and swiftly replaced it with a level 3 enhanced crystal core fragment bullet magazine. At the same time, he inserted a crystal core into the power module of his battle armor. The battle armor power system charged up. Shinshen wiped the dust off his visor, took a step forward, and dust billowed up. Empowered by the strong kinetic energy output of the battle armor, Shinshen dashed out of the dark alley. You're an esper, right? Wait for me. Shinshen slowly tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a grin fiercer than a demon. This intense melee made Shinshen feel the long-lost adrenaline rush. It was the thrill of taking enemy heads in the rain of bullets from a past life, genes cheering, cells pulsating. At that moment, Shinshen felt like a massive computer, constantly calculating various strategies, how to flank from different angles, and how to take down that expert marksman esper. In the midst of the chaos on the battlefield, Shinshen could see himself approaching the building opposite. Despite a surprise attack by the Blue Enchantress, the personnel at Shelter No. 10 were highly skilled in combat and still put up a fierce resistance. Bullets flew as if they were free, gunfire flashing in every alley. Although it was a matter of luck, bullets had no eyes. Meanwhile, the espers on both sides were also engaged in combat, causing chaos and upheaval. At this moment, Shinshen emerged from the shadows into an alley and came face to face with the Blue Enchantress and a figure who seemed to be the leader on the opposite side. The man had a rugged appearance, muscles like iron and bronze all over his body. Enchantress, is this your idea of a deal? Your treachery knows no bounds. Aren't you afraid of losing your life prematurely? The Blue Enchantress, with her red hair fluttering, spoke indifferently. Iron Dome, your side provoked us first. Blood demands blood. What's wrong with that? Nonsense. Iron Dome, the man, erupted in anger. During the last transaction, your people voluntarily brought goods to join Shelter No. 10. We accepted everything as it came. What's wrong with that? The Blue Enchantress slowly raised her hand, a cold aura bursting forth, and an ice spear emerged from the icy air. She gripped it firmly with one hand, like a goddess of doomsday, her expression unchanged. If you dare to shelter our defectors, be prepared to pay in blood. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Iron Dome's laughter grew louder, resonating through the air, shaking the void as he spread his arms wide. Alright, I want to see what skills you, a 5th-tier esper, possess. Don't let me capture you, or I will ravage you and let you enjoy the pleasure of being a woman. Just then, Shinshen, who had just emerged from the alley, instantly caught Iron Dome's attention. You little punk! Prepare to die. Shen Chen. I'm just passing by, minding my own business. Innocent bystander. With a wicked grin, Iron Dome stomped his foot, and with a violent force, the street trembled as he shot towards Shinshen like a cannonball. But Shinshen didn't just stand there waiting to be hit, he swung his hand and fired a blind shot. Bang! The gun muzzle spewed gunpowder, propelling the bullet head out. The bullet left the barrel, spinning at high speed, piercing through the air, causing distortions in the surrounding space. In the split second of the gunshot, the bullet hit Iron Dome's chest directly. Boom! The bullet visibly broke through Iron Dome's skin, but it only embedded itself in his thick muscles, unable to penetrate further. Shinshen was secretly surprised. These were level 3 bullets. Iron Dome's defense was insanely strong. This sensation was like stabbing a person wearing thick winter clothes with a dagger, barely leaving a small red mark on the skin. Oh, still daring to shoot? You're brave, but you'll die miserably. Iron Dome had initially disregarded the damage from Shinshen's bullet. He maintained his momentum and charged straight at Shinshen. But the next moment, his consciousness suddenly paused, as if crashing, his limbs instantly lost coordination, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. What's going on? Iron Dome widened his eyes, a hint of panic showing in his expression. He felt his energy rejecting its own use, as if there was some foreign energy causing chaos. Iron Dome struggled, trying to stand up, but his limbs wouldn't obey, as if there was no friction at all, making it impossible to stand. The blue enchantress looked momentarily surprised. Without hesitation, she raised the icy spear emitting a cold aura and thrust it straight out as Iron Dome's limbs lost coordination. The sharp tip of the spear pierced the air, compressing, exploding, and disintegrating in layers, forming a pure white wave of air flowing along both sides of the blue enchantress's arm. A heavy burst of air mixed with intense energy fluctuations pierced directly through Iron Dome's head. But that wasn't all. The blue enchantress, like a vengeful fire, after the fatal blow, continued to stab relentlessly, turning Iron Dome's body into a hornet's nest. Iron Dome fell to the ground, blood streaming down his face, his body in ruins, trembling uncontrollably, bones and organs shattering under the continuous violent stabs of the ice spear. Meanwhile, a large amount of blood spread beneath him, making him look like a tattered rag doll, brutally killed by the blue enchantress. At that moment, the blue enchantress let out a sigh of relief, turning to look at Shinshen. She was dumbfounded by Shinshen's appearance, her pupils dilating in extreme shock and disbelief. A mix of surprise and astonishment flashed in her eyes. "You're still alive?" Shinshen shrugged. The word "still" is quite inappropriate. The blue enchantress furrowed her brow. No one had ever corrected or challenged her statements before. However, she was not surprised that Shinshen was alive, nor was she intimidated by his presence. What truly baffled her was how peculiar that spear attack was. Did it numb the enemy's nerves? It seemed harmless, yet it induced an abnormal shock state in the opponent. How was that possible? It completely exceeded her understanding. The blue enchantress was about to ask Shinshen how he had done it when he waved his hand and darted into an alley, disappearing in an instant. Once again, the blue enchantress was dumbfounded. Such fast running speed? At that moment, Shinshen had no time to chat with the blue enchantress. He focused on running, charging towards the building where the expert in firearms and abilities was located. Shinshen could already see the guy still shooting wildly, each blue energy bullet equivalent to a cannonball. He was like a human artillery. Under the suppressive firepower, the personnel of Shelter 36 couldn't raise their heads, continuously calling for help, asking the ability user to intervene. Shinshen held his sniper rifle and dashed out of the alley again. As long as he climbed to the opposite building, 200 meters away, Shinshen was confident he could kill this ability user with one shot. However, as soon as Shinshen emerged from the alley, he heard the rattling of a machine gun. Bullets poured down like a storm, creating a dust and smoke dragon on the ground. Shinshen rolled back into the alley, his body pressed against the wall, panting heavily, his heart racing. A machine gun? How could such heavy firepower appear? The gunfire was muffled but carried a heart-pounding impact, relentless and continuous. It was unimaginable that under this dense metal rain, almost no living being could survive. Shinshen cautiously peeked out, and at that sight, he was dumbfounded. He saw an enemy from Shelter 10, most of his body buried in a peculiar and robust armor. It was a towering armor over 2 meters tall, with exhaust vents on its back constantly emitting hot air, and most notably, gears embedded at the joints that spun wildly with every movement, resembling the pulse of life. This powered armor carried extraordinary power systems and exceptional maneuverability, as if it were the enemy's second skin, agile and flexible. Even more terrifying was the rare multiple-barrel rapid-fire cannon tightly held in the enemy's hands, a weapon usually mounted on heavy tanks, far beyond the control of ordinary soldiers. Only monsters with exceptional gun expertise could handle it with ease. The horrifying rapid-fire cannon spun rapidly, controlled by the enemy like the scythe of death, effortlessly piercing through the walls of buildings on both sides, ruthlessly tearing apart any life hiding within. The giant ammunition box behind the armor resembled the mouth of a beast, continuously feeding ammunition belts into the rapid-fire cannon's chamber. As the enemy advanced, they crouched momentarily, bracing themselves, adjusting the angle of the rapid-fire machine gun in their hands, roaring deafeningly once again. In an instant, the gun barrel danced like a tornado, bullets shot out like meteors, nearly 100 shells swept through a 3-story building 100 meters away like a torrential downpour. The occupants of Shelter 36 had not even had time to scream before being instantly turned into flying fragments of flesh and blood, making it impossible to discern how many people had been hiding there. Yet, Shinshen's gaze pinpointed a fatal flaw in this powered armor. It was not completely enclosed. The enemy's head was exposed, protected only by a limited helmet. This weakness undoubtedly became the perfect point of attack for him. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Shinshen had an 80% chance of hitting the enemy's head. Even if it hit the helmet, the bullet's impact would break the enemy's neck inside. Shinshen took a deep breath, extending the barrel of his gun. The crosshairs locked onto the enemy's constantly moving head. Bang! Shinshen didn't even look back, sprinting out of the alley, heading straight for the building opposite. Shinshen aimed his sniper rifle, pulled the trigger, retracted, and started running. As for the guy driving the powered armor, Shinshen didn't spare him a glance. If he couldn't hit the target within 200 meters, Shinshen felt there was no point in surviving in this world. In that moment, the enemy's defensive face mask on the powered armor shattered directly. A mist of blood bloomed like fireworks. The high-speed multiple-barrel machine gun, due to the sudden death of the enemy, shifted upwards, expending bullets meaninglessly until it collapsed with a bang. By then, Shinshen had already entered the building and reached his designated position. He was now 300 meters behind the gun expert. Shinshen extended the sniper rifle out of the window. The crosshairs locked onto the enemy's head. It was only then that Shinshen saw clearly that the enemy was wearing a thin armor, with thin paper-like plates attached to a leather base, seemingly more decorative than protective. In addition, he wore an antique-style helmet that mismatched with the armor. This guy was chewing gum vigorously, his temple pulsating in and out on the crosshair intersection just as Shinshen was about to pull the trigger. The enemy suddenly turned around, locking eyes directly with Shinshen. Shinshen's face was extremely calm, with a chilling glint in his eyes. He gestured a thumbs up at the enemy. The enemy's pale face showed a look of fear. His Adam's apple bobbed, hairs standing on end. He never expected that despite hitting the fully armored man and even sending him flying off the 6th floor, the man survived. However, facing Shinshen suddenly behind him, he felt no panic, because he saw that the gun in Shinshen's hand was just a modified Barrett. This kind of old-fashioned firearm could only threaten a first-tier defense expert. For a third-tier gun expert, with second-tier defense and a protective helmet, at most, it would cause injury, not death. He smirked, even raising the corner of his mouth, flipping Shinshen off. Provocation. Shinshen decisively pulled the trigger. Thud. A dull gunshot rang out. A golden brass shell leaped out of the gun barrel, shining brightly as it hit the ground with a clatter. The bullet flew at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. In the next second, a burst of sparks erupted from the enemy's forehead, not even causing his body to flinch. In the moment of death, the enemy didn't even have time to understand why a regular person's bullet could pierce through his second-tier defense. Was this reasonable? Before his brain, shattered by the bullet, could process this, he breathed his last. Shinshen put away his sniper rifle, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's fine to look down on ordinary people, but never underestimate upgraded firearms and bullets. Just then, Shinshen's sixth sense suddenly alerted him. He felt someone watching him. Peeking out, he saw a tall figure 100 meters away, staring directly at him. Standing at over 2 meters tall, the giant exuded a chilling aura, as if it were the gaze of death. Number 10 Shelters Esper? Shinshen hardly hesitated, raising his sniper rifle to take the shot. The next moment, sensing an invisible threat, the giant's eyes sharpened and turned icy. Licking his lips, he bellowed, "I am Mao Boer, and I will tear you apart." Shinshen retorted, the crosshairs already fixed on his forehead, "In your next life." However, in the next instant, the seemingly clumsy giant made a move that shocked Shinshen. With a single step covering 10 meters, he charged toward Shinshen with swift and fierce momentum, causing the ground to tremble upon landing. Even Shinshen felt it. Shinshen's heart skipped a beat. This speed. Impossible to aim at. Shinshen immediately pulled out a crystal core, inserting it into the power module. With one hand on the windowsill, he leaped, disappearing into the ruins with a swift turn. Mao Boer let out a thunderous roar, like a tiger descending a mountain, leaping tens of meters in an instant, closely following Shinshen's speed. Shinshen raced at full speed through the ruins, between rubble and dead trees, his unprecedented speed turning the surroundings into blurry streaks. He pushed the power module to its limit, the red flashing data on his face mask warning of 100% overload. Ignoring this, Shinshen continued to dart through abandoned buildings and dry trees like an arrow released from a bow, utilizing his battle armor's performance to the fullest. The city's terrain rapidly formed in Shinshen's mind, potential paths appearing like a live map. Familiar with the environment near Central Park, he skillfully navigated every corner, avoiding obstacles to maintain a high-speed sprint. Compared to Shinshen's agile and nimble movements, Mao Boer resembled a powerful, unstoppable heavy tank. Each step he took covered over 10 meters, causing the ground to sink upon landing. Mao Boer's approach differed greatly from Shinshen's. If there were buildings or walls ahead, he would plow through them without slowing down, effortlessly breaking through obstacles as if they were paper. From above, it looked like a raging dust dragon tearing through the city. Surprisingly, not a single massive obstacle appeared on his path, showing that this seemingly rough giant possessed remarkable instant calculation abilities, always finding the best trajectory to gradually close in on Shin-chan. Every 10 seconds, Malbor seized the opportunity to shorten the distance between them. After several minutes of high-speed pursuit, Shin-chan maintained the upper hand, skillfully maneuvering around scattered friendly troops on the battlefield, leading Malbor straight towards the combat unit of Shelter Number 10. In a city the size of Jiangchang, a few hundred people in battle might not seem significant, but due to the intense firepower on both sides far exceeding that of the past, explosions echoed continuously as if thousands were engaged in fierce combat. Many times, Shin-chan and Malbor charged straight through the center of the crossfire between them. The difference was that Shin-chan used buildings and terrain to block stray bullets, while Malbor dashed through the hail of bullets. As a level 3 defense ability esper, Malbor wasn't afraid of sniper rifle bullets, so why would he care about these automatic rifle bullets? After several back and forths, the formation of Shelter No. 10's combat team was completely disrupted. Shin-chan's intention was clear, to directly engage with Malbor, the esper, in close combat, putting himself at a disadvantage. Therefore, Shin-chan chose to continuously lead Malbor on a chase to wear down his stamina. Shin-chan's running speed came from his battle armor. At least 90% of his power came from the battle armor, saving him a lot of physical strength. However, Malbor seemed to have seen through Shin-chan's plan. The fact that a normal person could run so fast made Malbor feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Malbor suddenly let out a terrifying roar, his stamina instantly reaching a higher level, and his speed soaring once again. When the distance between the two reached a critical point of nearly 200 meters, Malbor leaped again, this time the height and span of his jump exceeding any previous attempt, with one giant hand raised high, surrounded by a faint blue arc of electric sparks. At this crucial moment, Shin-chan displayed extraordinary calmness and reaction speed. He suddenly stopped, swiftly turned around, drew a revolver from his waist, ejected all the original bullets from the chamber with dazzling speed, then precisely inserted a special bullet embedded with a level 3 crystal core fragment, and without hesitation, pushed it into the barrel, aiming at Malbor, who was about to launch an attack in mid-air. Each movement was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch, but clear as day to Malbor. For Shin-chan, these tactical actions of aiming, shooting on the spot, shooting from a crouched position, shooting while jumping, shooting while moving, and quick reloading were all mastered to perfection in his past life. Just as Malbor was about to unleash a thunderous blow in the air, as if grabbed by an invisible force, he suddenly plummeted straight down, landing steadily on the ground. At this moment, the distance between him and Shin-chan was less than 100 meters. He stared at the dark barrel, then at Shin-chan's eyes, unable to read any information from them. However, the special bullet Shin-chan had just loaded sent a chill down Malbor's spine, like the instinctive alertness of a creature facing a natural enemy. In that instant, Malbor saw the mysterious pattern on the bullet clearly, unable to determine its meaning, but guessing that it could greatly increase the bullet's lethality. Malbor clenched his fists, flickering electric lights swirling around him, openly gathering energy. Seeing this, Shin-chan furrowed his brow, coldly asking, "Do you want to experience the power of this thing?" Malbor responded with a hearty laugh, "Just a mere handgun, what power could it have? Die." Before the words had even finished, the showdown between the two erupted. Shin-chan's revolver fired instantly. In this world, remember one thing: strike first, eat first. You can never go wrong. With a deafening bang, as if thunder exploded in their ears, the recoil of the revolver made Shin-chan's arm jerk back violently. From the barrel, a scorching flame jetted out, instantly tearing through the darkness. It was blazing and dazzling, like flames gushing out from the depths of hell. Propelled by this flame, the level 3 bullet shot out at lightning speed. The speed of the bullet was so fast that its trajectory couldn't be captured, only a blurry silver light could be seen. Under Shin-chan's attack, Malbor displayed astonishing reaction speed, swiftly tilting his head back to avoid a fatal blow to his throat, but Shin-chan's precise shot didn't miss, directly hitting Malbor's mouth. Despite Malbor's level 3 defense protection, the close-range shot almost shattered his chin. At the same time, Malbor launched a fierce counterattack. He waved his palms forward, releasing a surge of electricity that instantly intertwined into a large and towering bright blue electric net. With a diameter of several meters and a height of 2 meters, it swiftly enveloped Shin-chan completely, catching him off guard. This ultra-high voltage current pierced through Shin-chan's battle armor in an instant, leaving his skin under the combat suit charred black. Although Shin-chan had anticipated Malbor's retaliation to some extent, the power of the electric net far exceeded his imagination. Upon contact, Shin-chan's skin and flesh instantly charred under the electric current. As the dazzling blue electric net came into view, Shin-chen felt the approach of death looming over him. With a heavy thud, Shin-chen, his entire body charred like charcoal, fell stiffly to the ground. Under the intense electric shock, his charred exterior began to crack, revealing fresh red flesh oozing with a faint red blood. Motionless on the ground, Shin-chen showed no signs of life. If it were anyone else, such injuries would have been fatal long ago. However, protected by his battle armor, Shin-chen's chest still faintly rose and fell, indicating a glimmer of life remaining. On the other side, Mao Bor suffered a similarly brutal fate. Despite inflicting severe damage, he had not completely eliminated Shin-chen. At this moment, he even lost the ability to confirm Shin-chen's fate. Clutching his face in agony, Mao Bor let out a roar of extreme pain. His massive body rolled on the ground, each impact capable of destroying several buildings. Amidst the chaos and suffering, Mao Bor endured excruciating agony, feeling as if 1,000 knives were cutting through every nerve ending. He struggled to stand, only to unexpectedly fall again. Ha! Mao Bor attempted to rise once more, only to stumble and fall again. This repeated several times. Wide-eyed with disbelief, Mao Bor muttered, "The energy within me is restless?" After a few seconds of struggle, Mao Bor finally regained control of his body, unsteadily standing up. It had to be said, the constitution of a superhuman was truly formidable. Any ordinary person would have long perished from such a blow. Yet Mao Bor managed to stand. Third-level defense, terrifying indeed. However, a lingering sense of horror gripped Mao Bor. He couldn't fathom how his third-level defense failed to withstand a revolver. What kind of bullet was that? Its power rivaled that of a firearms expert with specialized abilities. Kid, you're increasingly piquing my curiosity. At the same time, Mao Bor felt a sense of unease. According to his understanding, not even a small-sized figure like Shin-chen, let alone an armored Tyrannosaurus, could withstand his ultra-high voltage electric net. Yet, for some reason, Mao Bor harbored a vague sense of concern, feeling that the ordinary human before him was extremely dangerous. This feeling of danger persisted even as Shin-chen lay motionless. Mao Bor finally realized where the unease stemmed from. Shin-chen's battle armor. Whether in speed or defense, it rivaled that of a second-tier superhuman. Is Shelter 30 SIX's technology this advanced? Blood continued to trickle from Mao Bor's jaw. The injuries were life-threatening, but if he returned to the shelter immediately, he could be saved. However, he disregarded all that, as the ordinary person before him was too mysterious. Whether it was the unexpectedly powerful bullets or the battle armor, taking them back to the shelter would undoubtedly earn him great merit. Mao Bor finally reached Shin-chen's side, lifting his massive foot and stomping heavily on Shin-chen's chest. Despite his severe injuries, every movement of Mao Bor was filled with irresistible force. The foot he planted, even if it were an elephant beneath it, would be easily flattened. And then, at that moment, a faint, indescribably fierce and violent ice spear shot out from a dark corner of the ruins, tearing through the night sky with unparalleled momentum. Blue Enchantress! Mao Bor was horrified and shocked. His heart felt like it was tightly gripped by a giant hand, rising an unprecedented, unparalleled sense of immense danger and crisis. How could the Blue Enchantress appear here? Is the team leader dead? Mao Bor had not yet received an answer. The ice spear had already pierced his heart, his body instantly freezing, as if time had stopped flowing at that moment. Thud! Mao Bor fell to his knees, a vicious, painful roar suddenly escaping him. ing. Ambushed me. The figure of the Blue Enchantress slowly emerged from the shadows, her clear disdainful gaze shining through her deep blue eyes. I can kill all your team leaders, for you, whether it's an ambush or not, the result is the same. The Blue Enchantress lightly pushed Mao Bor's forehead. May hell have no escape. Boom! Mao Bor died with his eyes open, falling to the ground. The Blue Enchantress squatted beside Shin-chen, tapping his face mask. Still alive? Shin-chen weakly responded, almost dead. Ha! The Blue Enchantress sneered, daring to battle against a third-tier electric energy and defense esper. You're quite bold. Shin-chen didn't want to dwell on this issue, simply saying, just think of a way to keep me alive. I can. The Blue Enchantress replied simply. She then took out a bottle of yellow potion and poured it into Shin-chen's mouth. In a moment, Shin-chen's charred cracked skin began to wriggle frantically beneath, all flesh and blood moving madly. If observed with enhanced vision, one could even see the extremely fine blood vessels inside Shin-chen's body growing and extending like tentacles, forming a network covering the muscle tissue, then generating a new layer of tissue on top of it. These newly formed tissues were like soil, sprouting countless buds, which would grow into new blood vessels. Shin-chen gritted his teeth, enduring the strange and sharp changes in his body. It felt like thousands of ants were biting him, unbearable itching and pain. The blue enchantress said indifferently, "This is the super restoration potion, worth 100,000 crystal cores per dose." Shinshen's eyes kept flickering. "I owe you." "No." The blue enchantress looked playful, laughing. "It's a gift for you. But I have to say, even for espers, getting this treatment is extremely rare, let alone ordinary people. And you are not like ordinary people." The blue enchantress bent down, her cold crystal-like eyes staring directly at Shinshen. "Truly different, not in terms of combat will, but it makes me unpredictable." She stood up, continuing, "In half an hour, you will be back to normal. I have to go to the front line, follow me." With that, the blue enchantress put on her hood, her steps light, and she disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Shinshen had no time to ponder the blue enchantress's eccentricities. His will was almost about to be destroyed by the side effects of the potion. Half an hour later, the strange sensation on Shinshen's body completely disappeared. Regaining control of his body, he stood up unsteadily. He removed his armor and stripped off all his clothes. With a gentle shake, a large amount of black dead skin fell off. Shinshen's skin had returned to its original state, even more tender, like a child's. This potion is indeed worth its price. Shinshen felt a sense of rebirth. Normally, being injured or killed during a mission was one's own loss to bear. But the blue enchantress giving him the super restoration potion for free, Shinshen accepted it calmly. Feeling justified. Can't afford to be thin-skinned. Putting his armor back on, his will connected normally, he began the system self-check. Everything was normal. Shinshen's hanging heart finally settled. He was afraid that the high-voltage current would cause irreversible damage to the armor. But from the system self-check, at the moment when Malbour's current invaded, the system decisively cut off all circuits and sensing components. Directly turning into a metal skin, even when a large current passes through, it is released back to the ground. Restarting the battle armor, Shinshen hurried back to Jiangchang. By this time, the battle was already over. Shelter No. 10 was bombarded wildly by Shelter No. 36, and with the leader absent for a long time, the morale had already plummeted. The power armor that could have suppressed the personnel of Shelter No. 36 was also dealt with by Shinshen with a single shot. Shelter No. 36 almost effortlessly completed its mission. After defeating the main resistance forces of the enemy, the search for remaining enemies proceeded steadily. Under the overwhelming reconnaissance and battlefield support systems, sporadic enemy resistance posed no threat to the Blue Enchantress and the fighters of Shelter No. 36, they were simply gunned down by intense firepower, awaiting their inevitable demise. When Shinshen resumed his actions, he didn't foolishly rush to chase the enemies like the hot-blooded fighters. Instead, he circled around the central park area, starting to scavenge. Cigarettes, bullets, crystal cores, water bottles, anything that could be sold or used, Shinshen packed up and took with him. A couple of hours later, Shinshen had collected a large bag full of miscellaneous items. That night, the Blue Enchantress ordered the retreat from Jiangchang. They found a sheltered place to camp and rest, but this time, there were a few more vehicles than before. Shinshen glanced at the markings on them, all belonging to Shelter No. 10. Moreover, the tires were flat, indicating that the vehicles likely carried a lot of supplies. Hey! At that moment, a psychic approached Shinshen, reaching out to grab his bulging bag. All spoils must be handed over for redistribution. Shinshen vaguely remembered this person, who seemed to be the deputy leader known as Third Master. Despite his young age of around 30, being addressed as Master usually indicated someone not to be trifled with. However, Shinshen did not let go, his eyes showing a slight change as he furrowed his brows. I haven't heard of this rule, let go. Nonsense. Just because you haven't heard doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Third Master's face was filled with anger as he continued, stop nitpicking. I've seen plenty of young rookies like you. Shinshen's eyes, as deep as an abyss, remained indifferent. He slowly pulled out a revolver and pointed it at Third Master's forehead. I clearly saw many people picking things up. Why target me specifically, trying to take advantage of me? Ha! Facing Shinshen's gun, Third Master showed no fear. In his view, Shinshen's bullets posed no threat to him. Of course, if he had witnessed the fate of Malbour, he might have reconsidered. Put it down. A calm voice of the Blue Enchantress came from inside the tent. Both Shinshen and Third Master, one put down the gun, the other the bag. The Blue Enchantress lifted the tent flap, her red lips parting. Even temporary rules are rules, but they must be applied fairly. Third Master was taken aback by her words, not expecting the Blue Enchantress to side with Shinshen. Captain, he's taken too much. Third Master tried to explain. That's his skill. Skill? How many enemies has he killed? I didn't see any. Just guiding the artillery, even a dog could do that. In Third Master's perception, Shinshen hadn't done anything significant, merely guiding artillery strikes, a task anyone could perform. Although he hadn't seen Shinshen's position during the melee, he also hadn't witnessed him killing any enemies during the pursuit. Therefore, Third Master felt the Blue Enchantress was overly biased. He wasn't some indecisive psychic. Why favor him so much? At that moment, the Blue Enchantress turned her head slowly, staring at Third Master with frosty demeanor, a rare hint of anger flickering in her eyes. You talk too much. Third Master's gaze trembled, a sense of absurdity rising uncontrollably. He shook his sleeve, grunted, and turned to leave. Too unruly, Shinshen muttered under his breath. It's you who's unruly, the Blue Enchantress said sternly, her eyes deep and serious. Shinshen pointed at himself. He was trying to steal my things. The blue-faced expressionless gaze at Shinshen, I said, even temporary rules are rules. He is the deputy team leader, you just have to obey. Shinshen gritted his teeth and sighed. Shinshen understood that without a strong fist, he would have to endure. Today, the Blue Enchantress intervened. Who will control you tomorrow? Rest, we have to hit the road again tomorrow. The Blue Enchantress left with a light sentence, turning and entering the tent. Shinshen didn't have a tent at all, which was a privilege for supernaturals, not ordinary people. Shinshen arrived where ordinary people gathered and found a place to sit. In the middle was a vigorous bonfire. The crackling of the fire, sparks rising with the hot wind, seemed to bloom briefly in the dark night sky. The aroma of burning firewood mingled with the unique scent of the wilderness, creating a comforting and unique smell. Some people were roasting canned food in meat strips, laughing and joking. Shinshen? A man leaned against Shinshen and greeted him. Thank you for saving my life today. Shinshen turned his head and saw the guy who had almost been shot dead by enemies from behind. Let me treat you to some meat strips. Shinshen chewed on a few pieces, unable to discern which kind of animal meat it was. For the people in this world, there was no choice in what animal meat to eat. Having something to eat was already good enough. The man sighed. We lost over 30 people this time, including 3 supernaturals. Cold numbers, Shinshen felt nothing hearing them. When will these days of fleeing end? The man continued incessantly. Shinshen thought it was an unsolvable problem. As long as there was a demonic species that couldn't be killed, the days of fleeing would never end. The man nudged Shinshen and continued, I've heard rumors that the demonic species can be killed, you know? Shinshen was taken aback. There's such a saying? Some have seen the corpse of a demonic species, just don't know how it died. The man looked up hopefully at the bright starry sky, holding his rifle tightly, his tone incredibly excited. I dreamed that it was killed by a supernatural. Shinshen's mouth twitched. Well, dream on. The next day, the Blue Enchantress organized the team. The convoy began the return journey. Everyone was in high spirits, knowing that once they returned to the shelter, they could settle their rewards for this mission. All personnel of Shelter 36 set off on the return journey. Those who could return standing at this point were undoubtedly lucky. Those humans who died in yesterday's battle would now disappear from time. No one would bury their bones in the yellow soil, and no one would remember their names. The return journey went smoothly. Apart from encountering some unruly beasts halfway, easily dealt with by concentrated fire, everyone safely arrived at Shelter 36. The Blue Enchantress directed everyone to park the vehicles in the garage. As for the resources inside the vehicles obtained from the enemy, besides the Blue Enchantress, no one knew. Next, everyone returned to the upper level of Titan, gathering at the Mission Distribution Center. After handing over the mission to Rock, the Blue Enchantress left. Shinshen and the others began to line up to receive their mission rewards. By the time Shinshen stepped forward, everyone else had already received their rewards and went to the bar to relax. In this world, there were frequent occurrences of spending money without regard for life. The spent crystal cores were one's own. Otherwise, it belonged to the strong. Once the mission rewards were in hand, they couldn't wait to spend it all immediately. Heard you've caused trouble again? Rock, with a cigarette in his mouth, exhaled a spicy smoke. I don't like the word again. Shinshen spread his hands. Sometimes it's not me looking for trouble, but trouble finding me. Third Master is quite a character too. Rock flicked the cigarette ash, otherwise, he wouldn't be the Blue Enchantress's deputy team leader. Shinshen hinted, I can be fierce too. Rock was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Well, take care of yourself then. Then, Rock handed over the mission reward to Shinshen. Shinshen opened the paper bag and peeked inside. There were 10 intermediate crystal cores. Shinshen looked puzzled. Did you miscalculate? According to the mission rewards, an ordinary person's reward is 3 intermediate crystal cores. Even as a sniper, Shinshen would only receive 5. It's only the espers who can get 10. Obviously, there was a mistake in the rewards given by Rock. If it were someone else, Shinshen wouldn't bother, but Rock was different. Shinshen didn't want to take advantage of him. Rock tapped the paper bag and said, "That's right, it's 10. The extra 5 were added by the blue enchantress for you." Shin-chan nodded. Rock put his arm around Shin-chan's shoulder and said meaningfully, "I don't know how you perform on the battlefield, but you are probably recognized by the blue enchantress. Let's hope it's not because she admires your pretty face, or you might be in trouble." Shin-chan's tone was firm. "I've said it before, I can be fierce." Alright, Rock chuckled, "Let's hope so." Leaving the mission briefing area, Rock followed Shin-chan to a weapons store. The store had bullets in various sizes and styles, probably made of different materials. Shin-chan focused on comparing the performance, craftsmanship, and prices of 3 different brands of bullets. Rock lit a cigarette and smoked. Smoking in a weapon store was akin to suicide, but Rock didn't care, and Shin-chan paid no attention. Only the store owner looked a bit green-faced. Some of the bullets in his batch were not traditional gunpowder from the old era but high-energy gunpowder. Certain special ammunition used even more dangerous propellants. However, the store owner kept silent, knowing Rock, who was just an ordinary person but quite a remarkable figure. Shin-chan carefully selected the bullets. Rock, waiting impatiently, said, "You're fussing around like a woman, I don't see much difference." Rock examined the bullets but couldn't tell the difference. Shin-chan shook his head, "That's because you're not sensitive to bullets. Boss, this type is for 300 rounds, and this one is for 100 rounds. So many?" Rock raised his eyebrows slightly. "You're not really going to shoot on the battlefield, are you? You're shooting away your money. Are you suggesting I slack off?" "You hit the nail on the head." As they left the store, Rock whispered, "Some people do slack off, not firing a single shot, hiding in a corner where no one can find them. When it's time to charge, they come out screaming." Shin-chan's lips twitched, speechless. Slacking off is also a skill. Rock patted Shin-chan's shoulder. "Learn well, don't rush to the front all the time. The quickest to die are those kinds of people." The two arrived at the next level. Rock wanted to go for a drink, while Shin-chan had his own matters to attend to, so they parted ways. Shin-chan bought some food and water and returned to the rented room. The first thing he did was take off the battle armor he had worn for 4 days. He hung it on a dedicated stand and began inspecting its exterior. Although the armor had saved his life several times and its internal modules still worked, the exterior was pockmarked and scratched in places, even peeling off paint. What bothered Shin-chan the most was how dirty the armor was, extremely dirty, with bloodstains and flesh residue emitting a strong stench. Shin-chan carried the armor outside and washed it with water that had been lightly filtered and was not suitable for drinking, typically used for flushing toilets and washing clothes. Soon, as the Titan moved, a line of crimson blood water was left on the ground, quickly evaporating under the sun. Shin-chan, busy as always, Jumat suddenly appeared, squatting at the edge of the RV's wooden board, exhaling alcohol fumes, looking at him with a smile. Shin-chan had crossed paths with him before, nodded slightly, and said indifferently, "Cleaning my toys." "Toys?" Jumat looked over curiously, tapping the armor, unable to figure out its texture. Was it high intensity? Plastic? To Chasing Horse, the material of this armor was unfamiliar, not the mainstream synthetic gold. In this world, synthetic gold was a general term. There were many material branches below. These materials were usually synthesized using the fur of fierce beasts, with a bit of high-level powder melted from bones, mixed with new-era alloys to create a new alloy material. He felt somewhat disdainful. Ordinary people couldn't afford synthetic materials, yet they liked to tinker with these useless things. Shin-chan finished cleaning the armor and was about to leave. Chasing Horse pressed his hand down. "Don't go, let's chat for a while." Shin-chan tilted his head. "Do you need something? I'm just more interested in you. Do you want to come to our shelter? No? 20? I'll give you good treatment." Shin-chan sighed. Defection. In fact, in this world, personnel could move between shelters. It was just a bit troublesome. Both sides needed the signatures of the current shelter leaders to peacefully transfer the accepted individual. In reality, which shelter would reject more people? More people meant more power. Population was the foundation of development. Usually, personnel movement was considered defection, depending on whether the opposing side dared to make threats and attack the other Titan. The most typical example was the war with Shelter No. 10 last time. Shelter No. 36 only held a grudge against those who defected to Shelter No. 10, but didn't dare to organize a large force to demand justice from Titan No. 10. Of course, there were exceptions, like Shin Nan taken away by the Spider Queen. General Yu Wuchang didn't even dare to make a sound. This was also the power gap between shelter leaders. Yu Wuchang didn't even have the confidence to challenge. Shin-chan was doing fine in Shelter No. 36. His connections were here, the landlord could delay rent payments, and Rock was a big shot. Moreover, the Blue Enchantress might become his backer. He didn't want to inexplicably go to shelter no. 10. Shin-chan declined directly. Chasing Horse chuckled. It's okay, let's talk about something else. Shin-chan didn't have time to chat with him. Maybe saying too much would make him suspect that he had taken away what was lost. Less talk, no mistakes. But Chasing Horse seemed determined to stick around and chat. Shin-chan found it strange. Was this guy crazy? With so many people in the shelter, why bother talking to him? It took over 10 minutes to shake off Chasing Horse. When Shin-chan returned to the rental house, he found the landlord lying back in the chair, fast asleep. Hey, aren't you afraid of twisting your neck? Shin-chan woke the landlord up. The landlord groaned and woke up, shaking his head. Damn it, I didn't mean to sleep. Don't know where that cold wind came from. It flashed before my eyes, and I fell asleep. Shin-chan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He pulled out his revolver, gazing straight at the stairs leading upstairs. Cold wind. In Shin-chan's view, there was no such thing as a cold wind. It must have been some esper who knocked out the landlord at invisible speed. Besides repairing houses and collecting rent, the landlord's duty was to guard the gate, preventing strangers from entering and causing tenants to lose things. In this world, don't expect honesty or leaving doors unlocked at night. People didn't have such high standards. As long as they didn't kill or rob within the shelter, everyone followed the rules. Shin-chan was alert. Just now, Chasing Horse had wasted his time chatting without any substantial content. Initially, Shin-chan thought Chasing Horse was drunk and bored. Now it seemed he was being targeted. But how did he expose himself? There was no reason at all. Shin-chan recalled that while Chasing Horse was chatting with him, his companion Gon-mo never appeared. Shin-chan had a hunch that Gon-mo was in his room. Even though all the blueprints for the crystal shard reassembly in the yellow backpack had been dealt with, he didn't know what he was looking for. But it was definitely not good. Especially the simplified crystal shard reassembly device left in the room. Even though Gon-mo might not know what he's dealing with, it's better to be safe than sorry. Without hesitation, Shin-chan held his revolver, moving lightly as he ascended the stairs. For Shin-chan, even if he were to run into Gon-mo head-on, he had the strength to fight. Upgraded pistols and bullets were no joke. As a third-tier defense ability user, a close-range shot could easily leave someone half-dead. 2 bullets could end a life. Shin-chan leaned against the wall, listening at his room's entrance. No sounds or movements inside. Shin-chan took a deep breath and swiftly opened the door, crouching low and scanning with his gun. The room was small, almost instantly visible. No one was there. Shin-chan holstered his revolver and checked the placement of his belongings and the dust. He had been away for several days. The first thing he did upon returning was to clean his battle armor. The room was dusty, albeit lightly, with more footprints besides his own. The intruder seemed brazen, leaving no trace of concealment, simply walking in. Following the footprints to the wall corner, Shin-chan's Barrett sniper rifle hung above. Ha! Shin-chan was puzzled. Nothing in the room seemed moved or searched. Did Gon-mo knock out the landlord and sneak in just to see his sniper rifle? Shouldn't he be rummaging through the cabinet or looking for the backpack at least? Or check the crystal source recombination device? But there were no fingerprints. Shin-chan took down his sniper rifle. Did he tamper with my sniper rifle? Shin-chan focused on the rifle. If there were any alterations, the information should alert him. Soon, details about the sniper rifle appeared. Sniper rifle LV4, 120/100, modified Barrett M95, range 1300 meters, 5 bullets, high damage, precision shooting, plus 20% accuracy, plus 20% blind shot accuracy, plus 20% silencing effect, minus 20% recoil. Apart from the experience value change, everything else remained the same. Seems untouched. Shin-chan was even more puzzled. Why did Gon-mo come in? Shin-chan pulled the bolt, and a bullet popped out. Ha! Shin-chan frowned. Normally, there shouldn't be a bullet in the chamber to prevent accidental firing. Only during combat would the bolt be pulled to load a bullet. The fact that a bullet came out indicated someone had manipulated the bolt. Why did he pull the bolt? Shin-chan looked at the fallen bullet, picked it up, intending to reload it into the magazine. In that moment, a lightning bolt struck Shin-chan's mind. His pupils constricted, his face stiffened. Oh no! I forgot a crucial detail. Shin-chan finally understood why Gon-mo had manipulated the bolt. He was checking the bullets. His bullets were different from those used by ordinary people. They had markings. During the Urban Ruins incident, participating in the 20th Shelter Mutiny, he had fired many rounds. There must have been marked casings left at the scene. By comparing them, the source of the bullets would be evident. With everyone on the battlefield dead except himself, the backpack's whereabouts for Gon-mo were obvious. However, these assumptions had to be based on a precise premise. that both Juema and Gon Mo had correctly identified him to solidify the evidence. Otherwise, many people at Shelter 36 used sniper rifles, and searching each one would surely cause a commotion sooner or later. How did they locate me? Shinshen paced around the room, trying to think from Juema and Gon Mo's perspective to piece together the evidence chain. Moments passed. Shinshen remembered that after the beast tide ended, he and the landlord boss set up a shooting game to hunt scattered ferocious beasts and won a lot of money. Even the blue enchantress could see that he was pretending to miss shots to win money. So, if Chasing Horse and Gon Mo inquired about who had good marksmanship at Shelter No. 36, they would naturally come across his name. Shinshen rubbed his neck and muttered to himself, "My only negligence is leaving behind the spent casings on the battlefield, a fatal flaw. But why aren't they taking this opportunity to search for the blueprints? It's really strange." Shinshen faintly felt that they seemed indifferent to the crystal source fragmentation and reorganization equipment. After all, the simplified version of the equipment was blatantly placed in the house, untouched. It seemed like they were looking for something else. However, Shinshen wasn't concerned about what they might be speculating to find. At this moment, he was already being targeted by Chasing Horse and Gon Mo. Now, he was thinking about how to deal with these two tales. The only way to solve the problem was with one word: kill. One comes, one kill. Two come, kill them both. The only relief for Shinshen was that even outsiders like Chasing Horse and Gon Mo wouldn't dare to openly kill people in the shelter. If they dared to act aggressively, they would be judged and executed by General Yu Wuchang without Shinshen having to lift a finger. There's still time to prepare, upgrade the battle armor, weapons, and anything else that can be upgraded. Then, find an opportunity in the wilderness to deal with them. Shinshen was not panicking at all at this moment. Instead, he was eager, a desire for slaughter stirring within him. At the same time, Shinshen was curious. Why weren't they searching for the crystal source fragmentation and reorganization technology blueprints? What important thing had he forgotten? Shinshen's gaze fell on the battle armor that had been cleaned. It was pitted and heavily chipped. But Shinshen believed that once upgraded, it would surely be restored to its original state. Upgrade the battle armor. Faced with the situation where he was being targeted by Chasing Horse and Gon Mo, Shinshen's only choice was one: kill. And the confidence to kill came from his own equipment. Indeed, Shinshen couldn't create the earth-shattering momentum of an Esper. But Shinshen excelled in precise shooting. It was a showdown between technology and Esper abilities. Seizing every moment, he upgraded all the equipment that needed upgrading. The first item was the battle armor. Power Armor LV4, 160/5000, a useful battle armor, with increased running speed, defense capabilities, and mental connection response speed. Each crystal core can sustain the high-speed operation of the battle armor for 10 minutes. The battle armor can change color according to the environment, better concealing itself within the surroundings. After reading the information, Shinshen noticed significant changes in the text. Originally, one crystal core could only sustain the armor for 5 minutes, but now it could last for 10 minutes. This indicated that the efficiency of using crystal cores would increase with the upgrade of the power module. Moreover, the most important upgrade was the appearance. It could be said that the current battle armor was completely a camouflage suit that could blend into various environments. This was extremely protective for combat in complex wilderness terrains. Just in the previous battle with Shelter No. 10, being shot by an Esper specializing in firearms was likely due to the battle armor not blending into the environment, the color being too conspicuous, thus exposing his position. Now, after the upgrade, he no longer needed to worry about this issue. Next, Shinshen began to upgrade his sniper rifle. Sniper Rifle LV5, 20/200, Modified Barrett M95, range of 1,400 meters, 5 bullets, exceptionally high killing power, precision shooting with a 30% accuracy boost, 30% increase in accuracy for blind sniping, 30% increase in silencing effect, and 30% reduction in recoil. The gun barrel can function normally even when clogged with mud and sand. The previous entries for this sniper rifle didn't change significantly, just adding some data. However, a crucial new entry was added at the end: ignore mud and sand. To know, in the past, even when using this sniper rifle in combat, one had to be careful of sand entering the barrel. The last time it fell from the 6th floor, while still running, the barrel was cleaned to avoid a barrel burst. But now, it was ignored. Even rolling in the mud, pulling out the gun and shooting directly, no problem. This upgrade is simply too practical. Shinshen couldn't help but feel delighted. Then, he took out the revolver. Shinshen didn't use this revolver much, but in the last battle, he shot at close range a few times. The upgrade experience should be enough. He glanced at the information. Revolver LV3, 37 30ths, 5 bullets, slight jamming of the revolving axis, rifling intact, slightly increased lethality, capacity +1, 20% reduced recoil. Upgrade. Only by constantly upgrading can one confront the superhumans. Revolver LV4, 7 50ths, 5 bullets, rifling intact, increased lethality, capacity +1, 30% reduced recoil. Damage increases with consecutive shots. Shin-chan was stunned. Originally, this revolver had a jamming attribute. After this upgrade, it disappeared directly. This was already a brand new gun, without any mechanical faults. Moreover, the added new attribute was more domineering. If in a rapid-fire state, the damage caused by the bullets would increase. This had an absolutely lethal effect on superhumans with close-range defenses. Amazing. It was truly amazing. After upgrading all 3 main combat items, Shin-chan began to ponder. After the last battle comparison, Shin-chan originally thought that the level of firearms corresponded to the level of superhumans. But in the battle with Mao Boer, even though the level 3 revolver was almost against Mao Boer's chin, it didn't blow up his head but smashed his chin. It was a level 3 revolver combined with high explosives and crystal core fragments mixed together. In this way, simply comparing levels with superhumans was definitely unreliable. To be able to blow up a third-level defensive superhuman, the firearms and bullets must be at a higher level or even surpass the level. This was just meeting the standard. To be outstanding, more research and contemplation were needed. However, with Shin-chan's current strength, being able to confront a third-level superhuman as an ordinary person was already an extremely dazzling achievement. This was also the reason for the Blue Enchantress's shock. In the following time, Shin-chan began to upgrade the crystal core fragmentation and recombination equipment. Currently, this equipment was still relatively large, with low production efficiency. It also required money to feed it. Shin-chan now had 9 intermediate crystal cores, which was not enough for over 30 crystal cores. He kept 1 intermediate crystal core as a spare and spent all the other money. While others received mission rewards and lived in luxury, Shin-chan threw everything into a bottomless pit. As the equipment started, experience points kept popping up. Experience +1, experience +1, experience +1. Shin-chan shielded the information, took out the produced crystal core fragments, mixed them with gunpowder, and then sealed them inside the bullets. 1, 2, 3. After working for a while, Shin-chan checked the equipment information. Crystal core recombination equipment LV2, 25 20ths, a low-end version of the crystal core recombination equipment, with low production capacity, efficiency, and pass rate, and high energy consumption. Pause work. Upgrade. Crystal core recombination equipment LV3, 5/100, a low-end version of the crystal core recombination equipment, with low production capacity, efficiency, and pass rate, and high energy consumption. There were not many changes in the attribute content. Changing from low to relatively low was considered progress. However, Shin-chan was not in a hurry. As long as he left shelter no. 36. Juema and Gon Mo could only be anxious and dare not act recklessly. Slowly produce, consume all crystal cores. At the same time, complete the modification of all bullets. Store some for the cluster firepower frisbee. Oh, I also need to buy some high explosive gunpowder. Thinking of this, Shin-chan suddenly faced another fatal question: how to deal with the casing of the cluster firepower frisbee bomb. Customized? 1 or 2 would be fine, easily arranged with the weapon shop owner. But to upgrade the cluster firepower frisbee, a large number of bombs are needed. With a large quantity, it's easy to raise suspicions at the research institute. Having learned his lesson about various details, Shin-chan became extremely cautious. Developing steadily is the way to go. Revealing too early would be like giving away a child with a precious jade. Headache. Shin-chan rubbed his temples. When the time comes, there will be a way. Shin-chan continued to modify bullet gunpowder, also starting to carve patterns to upgrade the bullet grade. After nightfall, Shin-chan reaped a good harvest. Carving third-grade bullets was now a piece of cake. After purchasing new materials and specifications of bullets from the weapon shop owner, he even carved out a level 5 sniper bullet. Shin-chan held the long-awaited level 5 bullet in his palm. It was finally born in his hands. Instantly, information about this bullet popped up in the corner of his eye: rifle bullet LV5, 0/300. Disposable item: this bullet is carved with mysterious energy, increasing range by 500 meters, significantly enhancing lethality, accuracy, and armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, the trajectory of this bullet can be adjusted. And so on. Shin-chan tilted his head, looking puzzled. It seemed something was off. Something was indeed off. Shin-chan immediately noticed that this freshly crafted level 5 bullet was abnormal. The description below was identical to the level 5 bullet he found in the weapon shop last time. However, the anomaly lay in the bullet level. Shinshen clearly remembered that the suffix of the level 5 bullet from the hands of the Esper was max level, so why could this one be upgraded? Did this mean there were level 6 bullets? Level 7 bullets? Shinshen gasped in shock. Could it be that my understanding and manipulation of bullet patterns have surpassed that mysterious Esper? This was somewhat exciting. Shinshen believed that apart from being unable to awaken an Esper ability, he was definitely not inferior to others in combat skills and understanding. If this weren't a world of escape, a place similar to Earth, Shinshen would have the courage and strategy to wield a sniper rifle and create a bloodbath. It was just the enigmatic nature of Esper abilities that tied his hands and feet. Setting aside Esper abilities, Shinshen felt that in other aspects, he might not be far ahead, but he was definitely not a one-track-minded person. So, I stand on the shoulders of giants. Shinshen breathed out softly. There is still potential to be tapped in this bullet. However, Shinshen looked at the bullet, realizing there was no more space to carve patterns. Where was the potential? This was a perplexing question. The next day, as the sky brightened, Shinshen continued his work. The first thing was to upgrade the crystal core restructuring equipment. After upgrading once yesterday, the appearance of the level 5 bullet made Shinshen neglect it. Now, checking the information, Shinshen was stunned. Crystal Core Restructuring Equipment LV3, 880/100, a low-end version of the Crystal Core Restructuring Equipment, with low production capacity, efficiency, pass rate, and high energy consumption. All crystal cores were used up. Gained 880 experience points. Without hesitation, he upgraded directly. Crystal Core Restructuring Equipment LV4, 780/300, a low-end version of the Crystal Core Restructuring Equipment, with low production capacity, efficiency, pass rate, and high energy consumption. Continuing the upgrade. Crystal Core Restructuring Equipment LV5, for 80/500, a Crystal Core Restructuring Equipment, with decent production capacity, efficiency, pass rate, and energy consumption. After 2 consecutive upgrades, the original simple disappeared. Production efficiency also reached a qualified stage. This meant that with the same 10 crystal cores, he could now equip not just 2 bullets. Now it is possible to produce enough ammunition for 5 bullets. What a huge progress! Shinshen sighed, but he felt a bit melancholic. While others squandered money on food and entertainment, he could only nibble on jerky and upgrade his cold equipment. Everyone desires to enjoy life and carnal pleasures. However, the situation is pressing, and Shinshen could only label himself as a penitent monk. Shinshen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, just 20 more experience points to reach level 6, should I do it? Shinshen's self-inquiry quickly received an answer. Yes. Obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in, he had to do it. He invested 20 crystal cores and set the equipment to produce. He packaged the produced crystal core powder for later use. He went out, replenished some water and food, and then visited the material store to purchase a batch of high-explosive materials. This stuff wasn't regulated, or rather, General Yu Chang couldn't be bothered with items meant for ordinary people. The most useless for ordinary people, the most useful for ordinary people. The feeling of both spear and shield. On his way back, he coincidentally met Juema and Gon Mo leaning on the fence, pretending to watch the wasteland but actually observing Shinshen's movements in secret. Leaving already? Shinshen took the initiative to greet them. Gon Mo, somewhat surprised, responded, "The mission is not yet complete. We need to stay a few more days." Shinshen acknowledged and walked away. Juema chuckled and asked, "When are you heading out, young man?" Shinshen stopped, calmly replied, "It depends on the tasks, planning to check them out tomorrow." "Wishing you all the best," Juema said with a smirk. Shinshen nodded and left directly. The smiles on Juema and Gon Mo's faces gradually faded. Gon Mo sniffed the lingering scent of Shinshen and exclaimed, "His blood. It must be sweet." "Don't be ridiculous," Juema said matter-of-factly, "I've tasted human blood. It's bitter and salty." "That's for you," Gon Mo said, taking out a bullet with engraved patterns. "I've always been curious. What's the purpose of Shinshen engraving patterns on the bullets?" "Just idle." Juema leaned on the fence, exerting his weight. "We'll soon complete the mission. Once Shinshen leaves the shelter, everything will be back under our control." "You mean?" Juema looked up. "Where did he hide the bag?" Juema smacked his lips, knowing that what they were looking for wasn't the crystal core recombination blueprint, it was just a decoy. The real treasure was the bag. The bag was invaluable. It could turn Shelter No. 10 into a fearless, obedient, and strategic combat force, willing to face any danger without fear. He must have hidden it. "I sneaked into Shinshen's room but didn't catch the scent of the bag. Don Mo watched Shinchan's disappearing figure, a smirk forming on his lips. But one thing is certain, the location of the discard is in his mind. Ha! Juema's eyes suddenly gleamed mysteriously. This time, I'll enjoy prying open his mind. Back at the rental house, Shinchan eagerly upgraded the Crystal Core equipment. Crystal Core Recombination Equipment LV50/1000, a Crystal Core recombination device with decent production capacity, efficiency, pass rate, and energy consumption. New feature, can produce various types of bullet casings by mixing Crystal Core powder with steel. Note, lacks reservoir module, lacks shaping module, lacks fusion material, true spirit element. Shinchan? Wait a minute. What did this upgrade turn into? Crystal cores can be made into bullet casings with steel? Shinchan was astonished, almost dropping his jaw. Unbelievable, right? Unexpectedly, after the upgrade, this equipment also received an expansion. It immediately solved the issue of the cluster firepower disc bullets. At the same time, Shinchan suddenly thought of level 6 bullets and was secretly shocked. Could it be that level 6 bullets require these casings to be engraved on? In the midst of Shinchan's trance, his thoughts suddenly opened up. The Rongji module, the fixed module, is quite easy to understand, Shinchan pondered. It should be high-temperature fusion, used for shaping the bullet casing. But what is the key material, the true spirit element? Shinchan had never heard of it. Perhaps the original owner's memory knew, but it was lost. However, Shinchan vaguely felt that just the two words true spirit seemed quite formidable. Yet, Shinchan felt no discouragement or frustration. Only by collecting the true spirit element could he produce bullet casings and upgrade to a concentrated firepower disc. Shinchan pressed down his excitement. It wasn't the time to think about these things now. First, he had to take down Chasemar and Gon Mo. Shinchan put on his battle armor, packed the food he bought into his backpack, and organized his water supply. He wasn't worried about food, the wilderness was abundant with it. As long as he had the skill to hunt down fierce beasts, his water supply was enough for him to survive in the wilderness for 10 days. Almost ready, he said, pulling the backpack chain tight. He checked his firearms once more. The majority of his level 3 bullets were placed at the back of the backpack, while 5 level 4 bullets were inserted into the left side of his waist. These level 4 bullets had increased lethality compared to the level 3 ones. Moreover, the bullets no longer needed to be embedded in the bodies of mutants. Upon impact, they would create a shockwave effect, making them more convenient. The sole level 5 bullet was kept in his left waist, ready for use at any moment. At this moment, Shinchan was already in a pre-battle state. He planned to leave the shelter today and tonight. Surely Chasemar and Gon Mo would find a way to catch up with him. Let's have a rally race. Shinchan shook the crystal core in his bag, glanced at his battle armor, and smiled. Then, he quietly waited for nightfall. Several hours later, in the middle of the night, Shinchan slowly opened his eyes from his rest. He packed up the crystal core reassembly device and hung it on his battle armor. This device couldn't be left in the rented room, it was too risky. Seizing this opportunity, Shinchan opened the window, leaped, and landed effortlessly in the wilderness. Stepping on the moonlight, he headed towards the direction of the firepower disc, neither fast nor slow. The battle was about to begin. At dawn, two figures left Shelter 36. It was Chasemar and Gon Mo. For the two of them, Shinchan had vanished mysteriously, claiming he was going to check on a mission today. However, it seemed like he had already left last night. Chasemar and Gon Mo didn't bother pretending anymore. They laid their cards on the table and began their pursuit. Gon Mo sniffed the air, shifting from the 9 o'clock direction to 10 o'clock. Their figures gradually turned into black dots in the wilderness. The scorching sun mercilessly baked the barren land. The sky displayed a murky gray-blue color. The sun hung high like a fiery ball, glaring and unbearably hot. The air was filled with sand dust. When the wind blew, it raised swirls of yellow-brown dust, resembling ancient ghosts wandering. Chasemar and Gon Mo walked at a moderate pace, conserving energy while maintaining maximum speed. Several hours later, Chasemar lifted the hood covering his face. Faint undulating hills were visible. The mountains were not high, more like hillocks. The hilltops were devoid of snow and vegetation. Only a few withered trees stood halfway up, their twisted branches stretching in the cold wind. His sturdy military boots stepped onto the hilltop, causing the exposed light brown rocks to crack under their heavy pressure, groaning. A visibly mutated blade of grass stubbornly emerged from a crevice, swiftly adhering its grass blades to the military boots with a speed not typical of plants, then using the sharp and tough serrated edges of its leaves to cut into the boots incessantly. The seemingly tender grass leaves made a teeth-gritting sound as they sawed on the rough rubber surface of the boots, leaving white marks. Chasemar lightly crushed the fierce grass with a single step, then took a big stride forward, standing at the edge of the mountain peak. A glance ahead, Chase shrugged and said to Gon-mo beside him, "Are you sure he stayed here last night? There's nothing here." Gon-mo sniffed the air and pointed, "I can still smell the heat of the fireworks." Chase looked in the direction of his finger. About 500 meters away, there was a pile of burnt wood ash. "Looks like it." Chase smirked. The two approached the now cold bonfire. Gon-mo took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the northwest. Chase kicked the wood ash away. The black ashes scattered in the wind, as if some evil creature had been startled and fled. He casually broke a tree branch, held it in his mouth, grinned, and strode after Gon-mo. 3 hours later, Chase and Gon-mo stopped. Before them lay the corpse of a fierce beast, a scorpion lion. This fierce beast was huge, with a scorpion's tail and stinger, a lion's body and claws, and a head that combined insect compound eyes and sharp mouthparts. Its skin displayed mottled green and purple colors. Despite its appearance, it was not docile. It would attack upon seeing humans. The body was riddled with bullet holes, as if it had been sieved by a high-speed machine gun. Chase couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Shinchen's masterpiece, right? His marksmanship is terrible. Gon-mo was also surprised. Although this fierce beast was extremely ferocious, it was just a show. An ordinary person armed with firepower could easily take it down with a single shot to the head. But Shinchen took over 10 shots to kill it. Gon-mo furrowed his brow and raised a question. Could Shinchen be playing tricks? The residents of Shelter 36 said he lost a lot of money to them. Chase spat out the chewed-up tree branch, losing money. Sometimes Shinchen even loses money when he misses the beast, which shows how unreliable his marksmanship is. Gon-mo pondered, this guy is not an ordinary person, he has a high level of tactical literacy, like a wild wolf that refuses to be tamed. Chase chuckled. Gon-mo continued, let's go, there was a shooting incident here, and we didn't hear anything, which means Shinchen is still far away. Stepping over the scorpion lion's body, they continued on. Chase kicked the scorpion lion again, spat out, such a tough guy, why don't you just let me crack open your skull? An hour later, Gon-mo turned a corner. This turn was almost a 90-degree bend, heading north. Strange, where is he going? Gon-mo stood in place, sniffing the air continuously. Chase didn't care, who cares, his marksmanship is unreliable, and so is he. I suspect he's going in circles, Gon-mo said. At this moment, Shinchen was moving steadily across the vast wilderness. He had returned to the hidden cluster of firepower discard city ruins last night. He had also hidden the crystal source shattered reassembly equipment there. Without much delay, he left and entered the wilderness. The control of the battle armor's pace was more stable now, able to make precise movements within 2 steps, without a hair's breadth of error. Inside the battle armor, Shinchen was almost walking passively. The energy required for walking and running was not on the same level. One crystal source core could last for about 2 hours. So, Shinchen hardly expended any physical energy. The modified rifle on his back gave Shinchen some confidence out of thin air. He had to deal with the pursuing Chase and Gon-mo in this vast and complex terrain, testing patience and perhaps luck. After all, a Tier 3 like Mao Boer almost killed him back then. Now facing 2 Tier 3 ability users, although he didn't know their defense level, he couldn't afford to be careless. Shinchen's goal was to wear them out mentally and physically. Therefore, Shinchen maintained a constant speed. If he went too fast, they might think he had disappeared and stopped chasing. If he went too slow, he might lose out before achieving the initial goal of wearing them down. The vast expanse of land was full of endless dangers and opportunities. Shinchen is a very patient animal, and the initiative will return to his hands. Shinchen firmly believes. 5 days passed in a hurry. Shinchen never stopped, walking for 2 hours each day, resting for half an hour, alternating without stopping day and night. He walked at a steady pace, maintaining a speed of around 10 kilometers per hour. Of course, Shinchen's speed was much faster than 10 kilometers, but he did this to mislead the 2 people tracking him. At a critical moment, even the smallest mistake could potentially change the course of the battle. Shinchen knew that the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer. It's almost time for a showdown. How long this almost would be, Shinchen was unsure. It all depended on Shinchen's mood, as the initiative had returned to his hands. 30 kilometers away. The pursuer's face was covered in dust and annoyance. He grumpily set up a collapsible cooking pot, poured the standard rations into it, and added water. There was a switch at the bottom of the pot, and with a press, the high-temperature flame from solid fuel could boil the rations in 3 minutes. He and Gon-mo ate a few bites haphazardly. The more they ate, the angrier they became. 5 days. The pursuer's previously indifferent attitude had been completely worn out, and he was filled with restless emotions. That damn guy has been eluding us for 5 days. Gon-mo ate in silence. After chewing slowly, he took out some water to drink, but only a few drops came out. Gon Mo took a deep breath. We were the hunters, now he's the hunter. Gon Mo recalled the route they had taken over the past few days and realized they had walked in a large circle, like a donkey pulling a millstone with a cloth over its eyes. If Shin Chen were a psychic, how terrifying it would be. Gon Mo sighed. Damn it! The pursuer stood up in frustration, stomping his feet, making a thunderous noise. He shouted, Damn you, Shin Chen, come out if you dare. Time passed bit by bit, and soon the night once again enveloped the land. The pursuer and Gon Mo were on the brink of collapse. Although they were not as agile at night as they were during the day, they refused to give up because they knew Shin Chen couldn't have gone far. He was nearby. For such a cunning prey, they couldn't afford to give Shin Chen a chance to catch his breath. The time for them to catch their breath was running out. With no ammunition left and almost no water source, the consequences of not finding Shin Chen for a battle were worrying. Another day and night passed. The night wind was chaotic and mixed. Gon Mo touched the water stains on the ground, sniffed it, and realized it was urine. Gon Mo was ecstatic. The urine is not dry yet, Shin Chen is nearby. Before he could finish his sentence, the pursuer stared into the wilderness in the distance and suddenly shouted, Be careful! Just as Gon Mo was about to grab Shin Chen through the urine trail, the pursuer saw a flicker of fire in the dark night in the distance. The flash of fire disappeared in an instant. The pursuer immediately judged that it was a gunshot. Be careful! The pursuer's words had just fallen when Gon Mo, who was already tense, reacted instantly. He shouted explosively and pushed his hands forward. An invisible force field supported them in front of the two. In an instant, a ball of fire lit up a meter in front of them. The pursuer looked over and saw that the fireball that appeared out of nowhere was actually a bullet. The bullet was still spinning at high speed. It produced sparks as it violently rubbed against Gon Mo's barrier. The bullet, as if hitting an invisible wall, suddenly slowed down, then began to deform intensely. The pursuer's face showed some surprise and even astonishment. After all, Gon Mo's force field barrier belonged to the second-order mysterious sight ability. After multiple tests, any firearm bullet shot within 500 meters would explode futilely upon touching this barrier. However, what puzzled the pursuer was that the flashing muzzle was nearly 1,300 meters away from the two of them, crossing such a long distance. This bullet didn't explode. Moreover, the momentum of this bullet was enormous, far beyond the ordinary. The bullet head, although glowing red and shining in high speed and powerful friction, almost melted into a pool of molten iron. What kind of bullet is this? Chasing Horse roared incredulously. Gon Mo remained silent, also noticing that this bullet was extraordinary. He increased the output barrier energy to resist the bullet's kinetic energy. However, in the end, amidst the explosive gazes of the two, the bullet finally made a thud, piercing through the invisible wall and turning into a scorching metal jet, hurtling towards Chasing Horse's chest. Although this metal jet was much slower compared to before, its momentum and high heat could still easily penetrate thin steel plates. But with the bullet being momentarily blocked, Chasing Horse had enough time to react. In an instant, his eyes gleamed bright red, he shouted loudly, and suddenly a blazing storm of fire erupted around him. By this time, the bullet no longer maintained its streamlined shape, completely transforming into a block of molten metal. As the jet rushed into the fiery wind, it was immediately violently swirled, twisted, and dispersed by the raging whirlwind, with large drops of metal liquid brushing past Chasing Horse, falling on the wilderness, causing patches of blue smoke to rise from the ground. After the fiery wind rapidly spun for dozens of rounds, it suddenly spread out in all directions, igniting everything within a 10-meter radius around Chasing Horse. It was only then that the muffled sniper rifle shot faintly rang out. A cold sweat trickled down Chasing Horse's forehead. Obviously, this shot was aimed directly at his heart. If it were an ordinary bullet, Chasing Horse wouldn't have cared much, as he would get injured but not fatally. However, the power of this shot was much greater than that of a regular sniper rifle, comparable to an anti-material rifle. If hit directly by this shot, his chest would probably be pierced through. The more Chasing Horse thought about it, the more frightened he became, realizing that he had indeed underestimated Shin Chen. But he couldn't understand why Shin Chen's sniper rifle had such immense power. A surge of anger erupted in his heart. His legs suddenly burst into flames. With a step, a fierce wave of fiery energy burst out from his body, creating a sudden hurricane-like effect within a radius of over 10 meters, stirring up a whirlwind of sand and stones. He shot out abruptly. "You little brat, seeking death." Watching Chasing Horse's enraged figure, constantly changing his charging route, drawing an S-shape, elusive, Gon Mo also started running wildly. In his view, with the two sides so close, a kilometer apart, could an ordinary person outrun an esper? This was in the wilderness, and Shin Chen had already opened up a considerable distance early on. If they had started running together, he could have easily left Shin Chen several streets behind. Victory was within reach. Shin Chen had already made up his mind after firing a shot. Gon Mo was a mysterious esper with tracking and support abilities. Chasing Horse was a combat-type esper, mainly using fire abilities. He had figured out their trump cards. At this moment, under the cover of night, Shin Chen moved like a nimble black cat at a speed of about 20 kilometers. Shin Chen had no intention of engaging in close combat now. He wanted to continue trailing them, driving them crazy. Shin Chen was betting that these espers, who were clearly accustomed to a life of luxury, couldn't endure the pain, fatigue, hunger, and filth of the wilderness like he could. As an ordinary person, to deal with two third-tier espers simultaneously required not just patience but also endurance. After all, the psychological shadow left by Malbor on Shin Chen was too significant. Without the rescue of the Blue Enchantress, it would have been his end. The night would pass, and the day would come. Shin Chen began to accelerate, continuously depleting the crystal core, increasing the speed of the battle armor to 40 kilometers per hour. Damn it! Chasing Horse's mouth was dry, cursing and grimacing, his face contorted. I have never been so humiliated. Throughout Chasing Horse's military career, it had always been about head-on clashes, fist to fist. The longest battle lasted no more than a day. That was still under the circumstances of the battlefield. In a situation like this where a few people are fighting, it could be resolved within a couple of hours. But now, he was losing his composure. Why did Shin Chen run so fast? Chasing Horse asked in confusion. Gon Mo licked his dry lips and sniffed the air. It's the battle armor. Definitely the battle armor he's wearing. Impossible. Chasing Horse directly denied. I've seen his battle armor. The materials used are the lowest grade, almost like a toy. Have you seen what's inside? Well, no need to doubt. Gon Mo's face became more and more excited. This guy might have something more important to dig up than a briefcase. Chasing Horse's eyes lit up suddenly, and he quickened his pace. At this moment, Shin Chen entered the urban ruins. He climbed to the top of a hotel building that had not collapsed yet. In the past 24 hours, Shin Chen had been constantly approaching them, then quickly leaving, hiding back in the shadows. He repeatedly targeted and locked onto different enemies with his consciousness, then immediately disappeared. Through this method, he tested the enemy's level of perception and applied pressure. Shin Chen's stamina was rapidly decreasing, but he believed that Chasing Horse and Gon Mo were consuming their stamina even faster. Their water had run out, high-energy food was almost gone, and most importantly, the enemies couldn't get effective sleep. Shin Chen roamed around them like a sheepdog herding sheep. It's almost time. Shin Chen began to calculate. In about an hour, Chasing Horse and Gon Mo would also enter the urban ruins. Close your eyes, rest. With sufficient stamina, one could face the real showdown ahead. Outside the urban ruins, Chasing Horse and Gon Mo stood at the entrance of a major street. This should be the battlefield he chose. Gon Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Chasing Horse twisted his neck. He hadn't drunk water for 3 days. For an ordinary person, they would have fainted or died by now. But for people with abilities, although extremely uncomfortable, dizzy, it wasn't fatal. What was most deadly was the endless pursuit of Shin Chen. Chasing Horse strode into the urban ruins. Gon Mo kept sniffing the air, gradually getting closer to where Shin Chen was. On top of the high-rise building, Shin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He gently leaned out and saw Chasing Horse and Gon Mo searching 2 kilometers away below. Shin Chen took a deep breath. He untied his belt, urinated on the high-rise building to increase his scent. Then he set a timer for 10 minutes behind a brick. It's best to kill Gon Mo, or injure him, otherwise I won't be able to harm them through their defense force field. He went downstairs and headed straight for the building opposite. Graveyard, activate. 9 minutes later, Chasing Horse and Gon Mo appeared in the hotel high-rise room. Gon Mo touched the damp urine stains on the ground. He's not far away, within 10 minutes. Gon Mo stood up. Chasing Horse's restless mood could no longer be contained. Where is he now? Maybe he's watching us somewhere. Say something useful. Let's go. After Gon Mo finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave the room. A bullet suddenly shot in from the window on the other side. Gon Mo instantly raised his force field defense. Like the previous time, the bullet slowed down abruptly, began to turn red and deform under tremendous kinetic energy, and eventually broke through his defense force field, turning into a metal jet shooting towards his chest. Gon Mo's feet nailed to the ground, his whole body suddenly tilted sideways, narrowly avoiding this deadly metal jet. He gently pressed on the floor with his hand, and his body weirdly bounced back, still standing straight on the windowsill. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. He saw it. Shin Chen was 800 meters away, holding a sniper rifle. In a flash, he disappeared into the building, leaving no trace. At this moment, the last ray of light disappeared on time at the horizon, and this huge abandoned city completely vanished into darkness. Due to the exhaustion of his physical strength over these days, Gon-mo finally saw Shin-chan and relaxed all over his body. He even wanted to have a good sleep, like having fought a fierce battle, exhausted beyond measure. But the problem is, in these past few days, not even a hair of the enemy has been touched. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, recovering his strength. "Chase, it's your turn to go." "Leave it to Chase's words were cut off. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from the bricks in the corner. Chase and Gon-mo exchanged a glance, utterly puzzled. What was going on? The next moment, boom! A deafening explosion tore through the once peaceful air, illuminating every corner with a flash of fire. The shockwave from the blast was like an invisible wall, violently hitting everything around, shattering windows. Gon-mo tried to get up again, but couldn't react in time, nor raise his defense shield. Under the tremendous impact, Gon-mo was the first to bear the brunt, directly blasted out by the violent explosion. Along with the rubble, he fell from the building, crashing to the ground, his fate unknown. Chase, on the other hand, hid behind the wall at the first moment, although buried under the shattered stones. But he was unharmed. After crawling out, he immediately searched for Gon-mo. Finding him fallen from the building, Chase wasn't too worried. The height wasn't fatal, at most severe injuries. As long as he could return to the shelter, it was a minor issue. A few days' time would restore him to his original state. Chase didn't hesitate at all. He jumped off the high building, following the main street, directly chasing after Shin-chan. He believed Shin-chan wouldn't get far. At this moment, he had completely lost his sanity due to Shin-chan's torment. Whether it was physical hunger and thirst or mental restlessness, all drove him to end the battle early and return to the shelter to continue enjoying a comfortable life. He even felt a resistance to the wilderness. All of this was the mental oppression and torment brought by Shin-chan. At this moment, he ignored all surroundings, only wanting to catch Shin-chan and crack open his skull. Under this extreme agitation, his eyes were blazing, gritting his teeth, especially when Shin-chan set up the bomb, perfectly timed to explode just as they arrived. No! Initially missing the explosion timing, but Shin-chan's shot intercepted, making up for the lost time. This cunning calculation ability made Chase even more furious. Rationality was gone, leaving only the desire to kill. And before he could finish half the distance, just as he flew past a pile of garbage on the street, he paid no attention to any abnormality in the garbage heap. If he had retained his rationality, he would have noticed traces of movement in the garbage heap. Just as he brushed past the garbage heap, suddenly, with a clatter, a fingertip-sized chunk of concrete rolled down from the wasteland in garbage. Chase abruptly stopped, turned around, and saw a figure standing up on the garbage heap. The figure raised a revolver with one hand. Chase's eyes widened in shock. It was none other than Shin-chan. He never expected that Shin-chan not only didn't run away but instead moved in the opposite direction, lying in ambush on the path he must take. This person. Is he really just an ordinary person? In that instant, Chase saw Shin-chan's cold and deep-eyed face, decisively pulling the trigger. The muzzle lit up with a bright flame. In that moment, Chase's mind entered an extremely tense yet remarkably calm state. He almost watched the bullet head spinning towards him, a faint flame trailing on the bullet from the high-speed friction in the air, then disappearing above his line of sight, right in the forehead. Chase managed to have such a thought, but unfortunately, his consciousness had completely detached from his body's reaction capacity. At such a close range, Chase's body had no way to evade. The bullet pierced Chase's forehead, flying out from the back of his head, the immense kinetic energy flipping his entire skull cap off, blood gushing out like a waterfall. Chase seemed unwilling to believe that he died at the hands of an ordinary person. A rough-looking revolver shouldn't cause any harm, right? Even though his defense was at the second level. This ordinary person is really bold. Full of cunning. Gon-mo was right. If he's a psychic, he dares to kill even the mutants, right? Burnt taste. Should I eat now? No, I should sleep first. The dying brain cells of the horse chasing are thinking randomly. He's still standing, maintaining a straight posture, except for the chill at the back of his head. He feels like he's dreaming. Yes, these days have been too exhausting. Exhausted to the point of questioning life. Steps. Footsteps. In the gradually darkening vision of the horse chasing, he sees Shin-chan walking step by step. Then a pair of gray, mud-stained hands are placed on his shoulder. A cold and liberating phrase reaches the horse chasing's ears, "May there be no escape in hell." No! This is a death wish. The horse chasing doesn't want to hear it, but his body, pushed, slowly falls backward. He stares blankly at the night sky, his right hand slowly reaching upwards, as if searching for something. The horse chasing's right hand clenches tightly, like a drowning man finding a straw. He opens his mouth, wanting to say something, but at that moment, the light in his eyes fades, his right hand gradually weakens, loosens. Death by suffocation. Shinshen thoroughly searched the horse chasing, taking everything he could. Then he quickly returned to the hotel below the high-rise. There's another gone MO here. According to Shinshen's estimation, gone MO would be injured by the alarm bomb, and with the fall, at least seriously injured. That would make things easier. Among a pile of rubble, Shinshen pulls out the barely alive gone MO. Squatting beside him, Shinshen smiles insincerely, "Hello, gone MO." When gone MO was pulled out from the rubble by Shinshen, his face was covered in blood, twisted in a grimace. He had thought someone would dig him out, but he never expected it to be Shinshen. This only means one thing: the horse chasing is dead. Otherwise, would Shinshen have the courage and time to dig him out? Gone MO spits out black blood, almost fainting. He can't believe that an ordinary person, could kill a third-level psychic. Shinshen, at this moment, manipulates a revolver, emptying the magazine. Then he inserts a bullet into the chamber, spins the cylinder, clicks it back into place. Shinshen smirks, his face as cold as a glacier, without a hint of warmth, pointing the gun at Gon Mo's thigh. "Me? What about me? Killing a third-level psychic, is that impossible in your eyes?" Gon Mo seems to be suppressing a boiling rage, murderous intent, his voice hoarse. "I understand now, you're a cunning one." Ha! In Shinshen's deep eyes, a faint glint seems to flash and disappear. On the battlefield, there's only life and death, no baseness or nobility. As a psychic, you've forgotten this most basic common sense. You deserve to fail your mission. Gon Mo looks terrified. Only now does he realize Shinshen's cunning and methods. Using kinetic battle armor to evade them for so many days in the wilderness. To them, it was a chase, but from Shinshen's perspective, it was already a battle. Both sides had completely different perspectives. It was only after he and the horse chasing saw Shinshen before the explosion that they truly felt the battle had begun. But that wasn't the beginning, it was the end. "Tell me, what are you looking for?" Shinshen asks indifferently. Gon Mo's eyes darken, countless complex thoughts fleeting through his mind. The shattered crystal blueprint. Click. Shinshen pulls the trigger directly. This terrifies Gon Mo, his face turning pale, eyes tightly shut. Fortunately, there's only one bullet in the chamber, it doesn't fire. In Shinshen's ears, Gon Mo's answer is just a bluff. If they were looking for the blueprint to reconstruct the crystal source, why not even glance at the equipment in the room? Do they think I'm a child? Naive. You're lucky this time, lied, and your head wasn't blown off, but next time might not be the same. Shinshen's eyes were like a bottomless abyss, devoid of any emotion in his tone. "If I don't get the answer I want, I will pull the trigger. You have 5 chances. You took the briefcase, naturally knowing what's inside. Tell me, what should I look for?" Click. The revolver's hammer struck again. "You're really lucky." Shinshen continued with a playful tone. "Go on, I want to see if you're tough or if the bullet is tough." Gon Mo, extremely resentful and unwilling, growled lowly, "I've said everything I should." Click. Shinshen pulled the trigger again. Still, no gunpowder sprayed. Tisk, if I had your luck, I could make a lot of money playing roulette at the bar. Have the guts to give me a clean shot. You're thinking too much. Shinshen pulled the trigger. Bang! Sparks flew, gun smoke sprayed. The bullet finally shot out under the propulsion of gunpowder. The huge sound lingered in the ruined city. The bullet's force directly shattered Gon Mo's right leg into a mess. Flesh, bones, blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Waves of immense pain surged through Gon Mo's leg. Sharp and intense pain tore through his thigh like lightning. It felt like a scorching iron block deeply embedded in his muscles and bones, instantly causing his whole body to convulse. He could feel every nerve twitching in pain, every cell silently screaming. "Damn it!" Gon Mo clutched his broken leg, rolling on the ground. Shinshen silently sneered, once again loading a bullet into the chamber. Shinshen stepped on Gon Mo's chest, pointing the gun at his left leg. "Let's continue, I have all the time to play with you." Gon Mo's expression looked most urgent and fierce. "You bastard." Click. Another empty shot. Shinshen smiled, leaning forward, his gaze aggressive, staring directly at him. "Your left leg might be shattered with the next shot. Then I'll take a nap and continue tomorrow." A heavy gloom shrouded Gon Mo's mind, his gaze extremely cold and deep, not uttering a word. "Not talking?" Shinshen's gaze indifferent. "Then I'll shoot." "I'll talk." Gon Mo's spirit, difficult to sustain, finally collapsed. "We're looking for the briefcase." Shinshen made a puzzled sound. "Briefcase?" "Yes." Gon Mo lay back on a pile of rubble in despair. "The schematic for the crystal core reassembly is just a diversion. What we really need to find is the briefcase. I've searched the briefcase thoroughly, There's nothing in it except the schematic. You can try cutting it open. Shinshen tilted his head, questioning, is there a hidden bonus in the briefcase? What's inside? Something you dare not touch. Ganmo's somewhat manic laughter came. Really, Shinshen, we're defeated in your hands, I admit. But let me give you a reminder. The weight of that thing is definitely not something an ordinary person like you can touch. Shinshen aimed the gun at Ganmo's forehead, his gaze filled with contempt. As a supernatural being, aren't you just a defeated underling in my hands? Whether I touch it or not, I don't need you to say. You need to tell me what's inside the compartment. Why don't you go see for yourself? Ganmo seemed resigned, refusing to speak. Shinshen cracked his neck. May hell have no escape. Bang! A bullet shattered Ganmo's head. His skull exploded at the neck, turning into a headless corpse, dead. Shinshen yawned. After searching Ganmo's body, he carried the sniper rifle and left the battlefield in the darkness. After a while, he found a relatively safe house, huddled in a corner. He spread out the spoils in front of him. 50 intermediate crystal core, not bad. Most of the other items had little direct practical value. However, among a pile of junk, Shinshen found a key and a tube of red powder. The key was in the style of Shelter 36. It seemed to be a hotel key. Haven't checked out? Shinshen touched his chin, put away the key, and stored it separately. A bit of red powder spilled out, and Shinshen sniffed it under his nose. It had the smell of pickled stinky eggs in sour soup. What is this? Shinshen held up the glass vial and looked at it. There was a simple label on the back, spirit-removing potion, used to harm spirit creatures. Shinshen widened his eyes slowly. This was a good thing. He had been wondering how to obtain true spirit elements, and now they were delivered right to him. If he hadn't found this, Shinshen would never have known that he needed this to deal with spirit creatures. After drinking some water, Shinshen's thoughts began to settle down. He hesitated heavily about the various things regarding the leather bag. Ganmo never mentioned what was hidden inside the layers of leather armor. Should he retrieve it to satisfy his curiosity? Shinshen pondered for a long time. The place where he lost his backpack seemed like surface cracks, but in reality, it should be the tunnel of the intercity subway. It could be found. But was it necessary? Shinshen furrowed his brow. Forget it, I'll retrieve it when I have time, or it will become an obsession. But there's no rush, other things can wait. I'll upgrade the cluster fire disk tomorrow. Shinshen shrank back, still holding the revolver in his hand, and drifted into sleep with a hint of drowsiness. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, Shinshen left the ruined city and ran once again in the wilderness. This time, Shinshen's journey did not head directly towards the hidden ruins of the cluster fire disk city. Instead, he veered off in a certain direction. An hour later, under the heavily clouded overcast sky, the light was dimmer than usual. Shinshen slowed his pace, carefully observing the surrounding environment. It was a desolate, barren, and dilapidated small town. Half-collapsed abandoned houses scattered on the horizon, a few high-voltage iron towers stood lonely in the wind, and the twisted steel bars vividly outlined the immense power of a nuclear explosion. At the end of the line of sight, a huge circular shallow pit could still be seen, which was the epicenter of the nuclear explosion that day. Yes, a nuclear explosion crater. This was a masterpiece left behind by humanity's attempt to kill the alien species. It turned out that the aliens seemed to be high-latitude creatures, unable to be destroyed or eliminated. When the town was hit by the nuclear blast, no one survived. Even without the nuclear blast, this town would have been slaughtered empty by the evil species. But Shinshen heard a saying that the nuclear blast was not aimed at the evil species, but at something else, which could also be a rumor. Shinshen didn't know the name of this town. In this era, all place names had lost their meaning. They were all collectively referred to as ruins. After all, humans could no longer rely on cities to survive, and the only name worth remembering was one to Titan. Shinshen rested in an abandoned house on the edge of the town he selected. He turned his head and looked out. Gazing at the sky above the town, a natural phenomenon, dense radiation clouds were eerily swirling slowly, with the vortex almost touching the iron tower of the town. It seemed like the entire sky was on the verge of collapse, ready to crush the town filled with the marks of time and weather. Wait for nightfall, Shinshen settled down. Ever since the fierce battle with Ganmo on the wilderness, Shinshen had passed by this town one night by chance. He found several glowing creatures. These creatures were completely different from the flesh and blood of other beasts in the wilderness, resembling evil spirits. They were a kind of peculiar spiritual creature naturally born from places where special magnetic fields and negative energy like graves and cemeteries gathered. They were almost invisible during the day, nearly impossible for ordinary humans to observe with the naked eye. Only at night, they glowed faintly like fireflies, emitting a dim light. After seeing this strange creature, Shin-chan immediately felt that this thing should burst out the true spirit element needed for the crystal source shattered recombination device. However, because there were pursuers behind him that day, Shin-chan did not attempt to kill it. Moreover, Shin-chan felt that using firearms might not be able to kill this creature. He was afraid that a bullet would just pass through without causing any harm, but instead alerting this spiritual creature. Now, to deal with the tale, Shin-chan planned to collect some true spirit elements. The most reliable way, of course, was to use the spirit-removing potion on the pursuers. Taking out the potion, Shin-chan frowned. How should he use this thing? Apply it to his fist and engage in close combat? Although I can fight, is it really reliable? The word reliable was not Shin-chan's doubt about the spirit-removing potion, but his doubt about the spiritual creatures. Who knows what means they have? It is highly likely that they would be discovered before getting close. Such a battle would be beyond his control. After thinking for a while, Shin-chan got up and left the current ruined hut. He had a hunch. When he passed by this town, he was running along the edge of the town, while the pursuers in Gon Mo must have gone straight through the town instead of circling around. They were bound to encounter the spiritual creatures in the town. A fight was sure to happen. As long as he found their battleground, he would know how it was resolved. This is called learning from experience, using what is readily available. The road into the town had long been destroyed, and only a faint trace of a road could be discerned. There was a wooden signpost by the road, with 5 or 6 signs pointing in different directions. Most of the place names on them were already faded. Shin-chan searched around the town. Because it was daytime, he didn't have to worry about attacks from spiritual creatures and could freely roam the streets. He arrived at the central area. Because this place had been deserted for years, the ground was covered in dust. Shin-chan indeed found 2 rows of footprints crossing the town. Without much thought, they were definitely the footprints of the pursuers in Gon Mo. Following the footprints, not far away, on the dilapidated wall of a house, there was a new crack. Shin-chan ran over. The crack on the wall was caused by an old steel coin. The steel coin was completely distorted, embedded in the wall. And below the wall, in the crevices of the rubble, there was a pale blue strange crystal. True spirit element? Shin-chan picked it up. It was cold to the touch, like an unmeltable block of ice. Shin-chan stared at it. A prompt immediately appeared in the corner of his eye. True spirit element, full level, a material with very few uses. Shin-chan was delighted. It was indeed this thing. This proved that his speculation was correct. The spiritual creatures in this town, like ghosts, could really produce the items he needed. As for the note that it had very few uses, that might be true for others, but for him, it was very useful. He could use the equipment to produce shells himself. Shin-chan was now certain. The pursuers in Gon Mo had used the steel coins to kill the spiritual creatures. The most direct evidence was that there were no footprints in the corner, indicating that the steel coins were shot from 5 meters away. Shin-chan reached out and tried to pull out the coin embedded in the wall, but it didn't budge. Seems like it's quite powerful. Shin-chan rubbed his chin. It's not just a simple throw, it also requires a certain impact force, so I can only use firearms. Shin-chan was very accurate with a gun, but throwing was a different matter. Although the battle armor could provide almost the same power, the accuracy was lacking, wasting the spirit-removing potion. Thinking of this, Shin-chan returned to the abandoned hut. He took out the sniper rifle magazine, emptied the bullets, and applied the spirit-removing potion to the bullets. The slight grooves on the bullet heads were perfect for the potion to adhere to. As for whether it would jam the barrel, that was a joke. The sniper rifle had been upgraded to the point where it could fire even with sand and mud in the barrel. He made about 20 special bullets. After preparing everything, Shin-chan put the remaining items in his backpack and began to rest with his eyes closed. Night fell. Shin-chan woke up on time, sucked in a tasteless high-energy nutrient tube, drank the purified water he carried, and left the house. Taking advantage of the dark night, he climbed the tallest building in town, a 3-story small building. There should have been taller buildings, but they had collapsed. The only sturdy one left was this building. Lying on the rooftop, Shin-chan protruded a rough and outrageously simple sniper rifle over the parapet. The infrared vision inside the battle armor was directly turned off, not needed. The glowing spiritual beings were the best targets. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sky became completely dark, no moon, no wind. It was pitch black. Gradually, there were some flickering lights in the small town. It seemed as if the town came alive at that moment. These lights kept moving. They had a humanoid shape, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that these spiritual beings had dark eye sockets and no legs in the lower body, just twisted ribbons. These spiritual beings were coming in and out of various buildings, appearing very busy. This gave Shin-chan an illusion. as if a peaceful scene from 100 years ago was replaying. They were going to work, to labor. Hunt them down. Shin Chen aimed at one spiritual being. He pulled the trigger. Bang! Sharp and swift sounds of breaking the air tore through the peaceful atmosphere. The high-speed flying bullet drew a beautiful arc in the air. Its speed was so fast that it stirred up the surrounding air, creating vortexes of airflow. Crack! Whoosh! In Shin Chen's field of vision, the target he hit seemed to shatter like glass, dropping a true spiritual element, turning into a light spot, drifting towards the night sky, disappearing like a star under the night sky. Too easy. The spiritual potion really works. Shin Chen grinned, feeling like he was just shooting targets. However, just as Shin Chen was about to aim at the second target to shoot, he suddenly noticed that all the spiritual beings in the town were collectively looking at him. Shin Chen's face froze, his heart skipped a beat. Without a word, he grabbed the sniper rifle, jumped straight down from the 3rd floor, and ran for it. Just when Shin Chen thought it was just a game of shooting moving targets, the first shot was fired. Shin Chen didn't even have time to pull the trigger for the second shot, he just chose to run. As Shin Chen jumped off the building, his bag was torn, and he didn't even notice the crystal core rolling into the corner. Perhaps the gunshot was too loud, causing all the spiritual beings in the town to turn back collectively, staring at Shin Chen with the same gaze. Shin Chen's hair stood on end at that moment, his scalp tingling. Holding the sniper rifle, he activated the battle armor power module. The power output was maximized. He sprinted at top speed towards the outskirts of the town. However, the next moment, swoosh! A spiritual being almost ignored the distance, appearing directly on Shin Chen's left side. Shin Chen caught a glimpse of the light in the corner of his eye, his whole mind almost shutting down. Teleportation. Shin Chen's heart almost stopped beating at that moment. But Shin Chen's reaction was not slow. He shifted his arm, raised it, and aimed the muzzle directly at the spiritual being on his left side. The muzzle sprayed gunpowder. The bullet instantly pierced through the spiritual being's light drive, exploding directly. However, before Shin Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, another light appeared suddenly on his right side. Shin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was about to shoot, but it was too late. The spiritual being on his right side suddenly waved its hand. It was incredibly gentle, almost like a grandmother stroking her grandson's hair. It passed directly through Shin Chen's body as he ran, leaving him puzzled. The battle armor did not sound any damage alarms. There was no blood flowing from his body. Was I overthinking it? This thing didn't harm me? Shin Chen was almost scared to death by his own thoughts. He was about to stop and continue the slaughter. But the next moment, Shin Chen's mind was suddenly struck as if by a heavy hammer, and he was instantly blank. Then his limbs lost sensation, and he fell with a thud to the ground, propelled out of the town by a powerful inertia. At that moment, Shin Chen's will seemed to be drained, as if his soul had been suddenly expelled into the void. Everything is floating in a meaningless state. Perception of the outside world is completely shut down. After a while, Shin Chen's mind slowly cleared up from the haze. Even the simple act of opening his eyelids was incredibly difficult, as if there was a Mount Tai pressing down on them. He struggled several times, unable to even stand up with the assistance of his battle armor. Shin Chen laboriously lifted his head, and his vision gradually cleared from a frosted glass-like state. He saw that the spiritual creatures were only a meter away. However, they seemed to be trapped by an invisible barrier, gnashing their teeth, wildly flailing around, emitting silent screams but unable to break free. Shin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, paralyzed on the ground. I underestimated them. Spiritual creatures are not to be trifled with. Shin Chen gasped, muttering to himself, they can ignore physical distance displacement, and once hit, the body is unaffected, but the spirit will be drained. This state was not good. Shin Chen felt like he was being vigorously trained by a vacuum cleaner. Exhausted. More tired than chasing horses and gone MO in the wilderness. It felt like never having slept since birth. No wonder. Chasing horses and gone MO chose to attack spiritual creatures with steel coins. The sound is quieter. Shin Chen had a realization. If spiritual creatures were not confined to their territory and were hit a few times, my spirit would definitely collapse, turning me into a vegetable. It was a close call. Fortunately, the instant acceleration provided by the battle armor allowed Shin Chen to fall out of the town. A slight distance off, and death would have been so close. After resting for about 10 minutes, Shin Chen clumsily got up, leaning on his sniper rifle. Alright, now I have everything under control. Shin Chen stood outside the town, raising his sniper rifle. Bang bang bang, bright and dazzling flashes erupted. Bullets tore through the air, shooting out at high speed. Those fearless spiritual creatures crumbled before Shin Chen in an instant. Soon, all the spiritual creatures in front of him were slain. Shin Chen re-entered the town. Every step Shinshan took maintained a constant pace and frequency, not deliberately masking his footsteps, walking along the path into the town. Although his steps were already very light, in the quiet night, the faint sound of footsteps still traveled far, like throwing a stone on a smooth, mirror-like lake, instantly creating endless ripples. Shinshan picked up the true spirit elements one by one. This was all a harvest. Some of these items could be used to produce his own ammunition. After picking up the last true spirit element, Shinshan was about to turn and leave. However, he caught sight of light spreading from a corner of a building. Shinshan was very familiar with this building. It was the 3-story rooftop he had climbed before. Shinshan's pupils constricted. He had clearly eradicated everything. How could there still be one left? Shinshan immediately raised his sniper rifle, ready to shoot directly. Otherwise, being touched by it was just too unbearable. Sizzle, a sound like electricity seemed to emanate. Shinshan tilted his head. Electricity sound? Not a spiritual creature? Due to the wall blocking his view, Shinshan could only see the light, unable to see anything else clearly. He cautiously circled around, coming to the other side of the building. When he looked over, he realized it was a false alarm. It was not a light emitted by a spiritual creature at all. It seemed to be a light bulb on a circuit board blinking. How is there electricity here? Shinshan jumped off the wall and walked a few steps to the electronic board. He discovered that the electronic board had a battery module, and the crystal core he dropped had been absorbed by the battery module, converting energy and activating the circuit board. However, this was not just a simple circuit board, it also had a small screen, similar to a miniature computer. Shinshan examined it closely, and there were 3 slots on it, but he couldn't tell what devices they were for. However, Shinshan had a way to access the information. Concentrating for a moment, text prompts appeared in the corner of his eye: World Destroyer Class Starship Intelligent Chip. A high-performance chip, but due to the lack of war database, defense template, and SP model, only basic functions are retained. It can be installed on a cluster firepower frisbee to add some new dry functions. Shinshan? What is this? The chip of the starship? What does this mean? Don't tell me, there was once a spaceship flying in the sky, and it exploded and disintegrated, with parts exploding all over the world. Although the style is a bit off, it seems to be the most reasonable explanation. Of course, Shinshan has never heard of the concept of starships in this world. Could it be that I am ignorant? Shinshan frowned. At present, he is still in a vague stage regarding this vast and mysterious world. If he didn't have the battle armor to protect himself, he would never venture into the wilderness alone. It seems that there are still many secrets in this world. I should ask Rock when I have time. Shinshan put away the circuit board. Regardless, this was also an unexpected surprise. He wondered what functions would be added by installing it on the cluster firepower frisbee. The matters in the small town were temporarily settled. Shinshan packed up his belongings and walked through the town. There was wind in the town, and the cold night wind would sway the street lamps every time it blew, making them creak and groan. So the damaged buildings became more excited at this time, showing off their rotating postures. The small town behind gradually disappeared into the night. The bright moon dispersed the clouds, casting a silver glow on the earth. The whole world felt both illusory and real. Shinshan almost jogged all the way towards the ruins of the city where the cluster firepower frisbee was hidden, avoiding the territories of ferocious beasts. By the time it was bright daylight, he arrived at the designated location. It's time to upgrade the cluster firepower frisbee. Shinshan was full of excitement. However, before that, Shinshan went to the battlefield where he had found the bag initially. He intended to pick up some ironware as raw materials for producing shells. After all, those discarded firearms were made of good iron. However, upon arriving at the now silent battlefield, besides the bloodstains all over the ground, there was no sign of bodies or firearms. Has someone cleaned up the battlefield? Shinshan was somewhat surprised. They didn't leave anything for themselves. Shinshan's mouth twitched, and without lingering, he turned and left. As for iron, there was plenty in the ruins of the city. It was just of poor quality, but quantity could make up for it. Although he didn't find good iron, Shinshan found a collapsed iron bridge in the ruins of the city. Although the channel steel on it was severely corroded by the air, covered in rust, scraping off the rust revealed some good iron inside. This should be enough. After spending a considerable amount of time, Shinshan managed to collect about 50 pounds of iron blocks from the iron bridge. Returning to the workshop, Shinshan laid out the cluster firepower frisbee, crystal source fragmentation and recombination equipment, circuit board, true spirit element, container module, shaping module, and crystal source core powder on a canvas. The container module and shaping module had already been purchased at Shelter No. 36. He directly installed them. The installation process was straightforward, just open the lid, throw the two things in, close the door. That's it. It felt a bit like fitting an elephant into a refrigerator in a few steps. Who made his cheat so awesome and unreasonable? The key was the incredible and efficient nature of it. Soon, the information of the crystal source recombination equipment changed. Crystal source recombination equipment LV5, 0/1000, a crystal source recombination equipment, with acceptable production capacity, efficiency, pass rate, and energy consumption. It can use crystal core powder mixed with steel to produce various types of shells. Lacking fusion material, true spirit element. After adding two things, the only thing missing was the true spirit element. Shinshen put the true spirit element, crystal core powder, and iron blocks into the feeding port at once. The equipment fused the raw materials for a while. After a moment, some unqualified iron slag was still spit out from the waste outlet. Shinshen had expected this, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought back so much iron. Next, the equipment projected a screen for Shinshen to output the shell size. Shinshen still had some involvement with this kind of data, more or less. Especially at Shelter 36, I saw Chenin manipulating this thing on the computer. It's simple, really. It consists of several parts, including the medicine room, medicine cylinder, main body, connecting cone, cylindrical part, tight-fitting cone, front cone, and so on. Complexity lies in the dimensions. However, Shinshen wasn't worried at all. He took out his toolbox. Inside, there was an original ammunition for a beam firepower flying disc. Just measure with a caliper. After some comparison and data recording, Shinshen input the data. At the same time, he also entered the dimensions of sniper rifle bullets and revolver bullets into the device. The device started producing on its own, without Shinshen needing to worry. Shinshen focused on the beam firepower flying disc. Information popped up. Beam firepower flying disc LV2, 0/200, a flying device for ground strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connection, slightly enhanced bombing lethality and speed, doubled ammunition capacity in the ammo bay, and automatic reloading. Upgrading this thing was a hassle. No shooting, no experience gained, truly a headache. Shinshen opened the casing of the beam firepower flying disc. He placed the circuit board inside, figuring out the installation with the golden finger. Closing the casing, Shinshen looked again. The information displayed, upgrading. Wow, it was unreadable. Is this circuit board so difficult to handle? Shinshen was somewhat surprised. He had added many modules to the crystal recombination device in no time. But for a more advanced beam firepower flying disc, digesting the circuit board still required time for upgrading. Shinshen was faintly looking forward to it. During this time, Shinshen checked the information on the sniper rifle and revolver. Not enough experience for upgrades. Put aside for now. Then he gazed at the battle armor. After wandering in the wilderness for about 7 days, with 1 experience point per minute, he should be able to level up, right? Power armor LV4, 10240/5000, enough. Shinshen had been busy, and finally, one item was upgraded. Upgrade. Power armor LV5, 5240/10000, extremely useful battle armor, greatly enhanced defense capability, able to withstand a full force strike from a third-tier power type Esper. Added resistance to magnetic field interference, resistance to high temperatures, and electric current activation. Electric current activation requires a power module to consume an intermediate crystal core, can generate 1000 V high voltage current, usable 3 times. Wow! Shinshen was shocked after reading the information. Originally able to withstand a full force strike from a second-tier Esper, now he could withstand a third-tier one. This full force strike was not an ordinary attack but a powerful one. Stronger, even more powerful, and resistance to magnetic field interference, an essential new ability. Generally, the more high-precision something is, the greater the threat of a strong magnetic field. Undoubtedly, the upgraded battle armor belonged to high-tech products. The magnetic field was definitely a critical point. Although he had not fought against Esper in this area, at least he had patched up this loophole now. Strength +1. Resistance to high temperatures was also good. If the battle armor had been upgraded earlier, Shinshen would dare to go up against Chase, the fire-type Esper, in close combat. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Shinshen naturally understood that although the battle armor could resist high temperatures, it did not mean it could completely insulate heat, whether roasting you or scalding you, both were forms of damage. Another significant upgrade was the electric current activation. This was a new attack method added after the battle armor could unleash the power of a second-tier power-type Esper. This reminded Shinshen of Mao Boer's super high-voltage power grid. The lingering shadow. Can I shock people too? Shinshan took a deep breath. Who's challenging me? I'll show them the power of shadows. Shinshan clicked his tongue. However, to unleash this electric stimulation, he needed an intermediate crystal core. It was a bit painful for his wallet. If he converted his wealth, Mao Boer didn't need to spend money to release the power grid, making him a solid rich man. Playing with technology is indeed a bottomless pit, Shinshan shrugged. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. In terms of life-saving, the cost-effectiveness was relatively high. Of course, with the current upgrade progress, Shinshan could only sigh. He didn't know when he could achieve something like Jarvis's battle armor. After all, the armor was extremely stuffy without air conditioning. Turning on the air conditioning cost money. The power of money. Helpless. Although he still had 50 crystal cores peeled from Chasemar and gone MO, Shinshan felt uncertain when he glanced at the still upgrading cluster firepower disc. Bullets need casings need crystal core powder needs crystal cores to shatter and reassemble. What a layered money chain. Just then, the cluster firepower disc made a ding sound. Shinshan was stunned. Upgrade completed? He looked over and saw information about the upgrade. Cluster firepower disc LV2, 0/200, a flying device for ground strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connection, slightly enhanced bombing lethality and speed, doubled ammunition capacity in the magazine, automatic reloading. Added Apocalypse-class Starship Intelligent Chip, basic version, with designated strike target command, can be equipped with monitoring system, missing, real-time data feedback, simple command editing. After reading the information, Shinshan noticed no changes in the text description up front. However, due to the addition of the Apocalypse-class Starship Intelligent Chip, several new functions were added at the back, all of which were highly practical. Targeted strikes. This was the most surprising feature for Shinshan. Whether it was Shelter No. 36 or his cluster firepower disc, their bombing capabilities were top-notch, but precise strikes were a headache. In other words, the cluster firepower disc could only perform 360-degree bombings with itself as the radius. As for where the bombs landed, it was left to chance. That's why when Shinshan first used the cluster firepower disc to bomb enemies, he had to hover above his head and reload. But now, with the chip enhancement, the cluster firepower disc had the ability to strike designated targets. Ground-to-air strikes just got stronger. Shinshan couldn't help but feel delighted. Compared to indiscriminate bombing, Shinshan preferred precision strikes, like a sniper rifle. Although a high-speed multi-barrel machine gun had a larger range of destruction, it still wasn't as interesting as a sniper rifle. Monitoring system, like a sky eye? Shinshan thought this was also an important upgrade. It would allow him to have a bird's-eye view of the battlefield inside the battle armor. Cameras were easy to obtain, but the problem was, allowing the cluster firepower disc to blatantly conduct reconnaissance on the battlefield would surely make it a target for enemy fire. That was a bit tricky. Shinshan knew how difficult it was to upgrade a cluster firepower disc. Damaging one would be heartbreaking. Although he could simply edit commands to make the disc evade enemy attacks, the chip was incomplete, and its computing power was insufficient to deal with the ever-changing battlefield situations. A bit of a letdown, Shinshan shrugged. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. At this moment, the crystal shattering and reassembling device finished its work, spitting out 24 bomb casings. Shinshan curiously looked over. These casings had a bluish-gray appearance, vastly different from the standard bomb casings of Shelter No. 36. Shinshan then busied himself without stopping. Extract the high explosive and crystal core powder, and fill them in proportion. Soon, one usable shell after another was processed by Shinshan. Modified cluster bomb. The shell of this bomb is infused with true spirit elements, making it easier to shape. When fired, it makes no sound. Filled with crystal core fragments, its explosive power is greatly increased. Hiss! Shinshan was taken aback when he saw this information. This is too insane, isn't it? Shinshan never expected that adding true spirit elements would result in no sound when the bomb was fired. Normally, every bomb explosion goes through two stages, a loud bang when it is fired from the barrel, and another when it hits the ground. But now, Shinshan's produced bombs were missing one bang. In other words, if the enemy was not paying attention to the cluster firepower flying discs in the sky, they would only notice the bombing after the bombs hit the ground. Or, the enemy might see something being shot out by the cluster firepower flying disc but not know what it was. Incredible! Shinshan immediately thought, doesn't this mean that my sniper rifle comes with a silencer? This idea excited Shinshan so much that he almost jumped up. This is the Silent Shadow Hunter. Power plus 100. Plus 1 is not enough, it must be plus 100. Shinshan rubbed his hands together. The first batch of 20 was produced. Let's see the effect. The bombs were loaded into the cluster firepower flying discs magazine. After a series of clicks, the bombs were automatically loaded into the barrels distributed in 12 directions. Let's blow something up, gain 20 experience points first. The wireless connection inside Shinchen's battle armor was already prepared. With a mental command, real-time data of the cluster firepower flying disc was transmitted to the screen of Shinchen's battle armor. The information was limited but practical. Cluster firepower flying disc, kinetic energy remaining 10%, 12 rounds loaded. 4 rounds remaining in the ammunition compartment. Terminal wireless connection 1 meter. Edit command, none. Shinchen walked out of the abandoned factory with the cluster firepower flying disc. After the city was devoid of human activity, the tall buildings were engulfed by vegetation, with thick vines everywhere, as if they had emerged overnight from another dimension. Some trees had branches emitting white light, with glowing particles resembling dandelions sticking to them, swirling in the air as Shinchen passed by. At the tops of other trees grew bright red fruits resembling strawberries, each as big as a television, emitting dazzling red light. The roads were cut into thousands of gullies by unfamiliar vegetation, and the former skyscrapers were wrapped in thick vines, with some plants even growing directly out of the buildings, displaying branches of various colors. The scene resembled an ancient abandoned city from 1,000 years ago. Just then, Shinchen heard some rustling sounds. He looked ahead and frowned. He saw a type of creature, long and twisted, semi-transparent with a slightly gray-green hue, covered in fine scales, rushing towards him like a tide. It seemed to have caught Shinchen's scent, and the collective charge was getting faster and faster. Shadow creepers? Shinchen thought of a name. One of the most striking features of these creatures was the row of long and flexible tentacles growing on their backs. These tentacles lay close to their bodies when still, but when the shadow creepers moved or hunted, they would extend rapidly like agile snakes. Moreover, when they gathered together, their bodies rubbed against each other, emitting a deep and unsettling sound, like the low rumble of the earth. Individually, these creatures could be handled by any ordinary person, much like swatting flies. But once they gathered in numbers, that's when quantity turned into quality. At this moment, Shinchen was surrounded by these bugs. Their collective strength made them bold enough to attack even the evil creatures. Shinchen didn't choose to run in panic. Instead, with a single thought, he commanded the cluster firepower flying disc to bombard the bugs. Since he would gain experience points anyway, why not bomb everything in sight? Practicing on bugs wouldn't hurt. Although these bugs didn't have crystal source cores, they did have a sack filled with a precious liquid used for brewing. The cluster firepower flying disc swiftly responded to Shinchen's command. The cannons lifted slightly, and the bombardment began. Boom! 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 The cannonballs from the cluster firepower flying disc shot out one after another. Despite the dazzling flames spewing from the barrels, the shots were silent, like ordinary stones being thrown. The scorching cannonballs tore through the sky, whistling like the call of death, heading towards the wriggling bug swarm on the ground. The bugs, originally intent on attacking Shinchen, showed no fear at all. Boom! In the next instant, like 100 thunderbolts exploding together, the sound of the cannonballs echoed through the heavens and earth. The dense cannonballs crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, exploding in midair and on the ground, creating blazing flames. The calm air was torn apart. Powerful gusts of wind swept through, shaking the heavens and earth. The sky trembled, the earth groaned, and the explosion's shockwave sent sand, debris, and rubble flying into the air, creating a chaotic storm. In the blink of an eye, the flames and smoke engulfed the wriggling shadows. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and burning, mingling with the eerie scent of the bugs, creating a nauseating mix. Some bugs were torn apart by the bombardment, their bodies thrown into the air. The surviving bugs, sensing the power of the cannons, instinctively fled in fear. Impressive! Shinchen stood on top of an abandoned car, observing the rhythm of the cluster firepower flying disc. It had to be said that the modified cannonballs were several times more powerful than standard ones. The massive craters and shockwaves caused buildings around to collapse. It wasn't in vain that I collected materials to make these cannonballs. This firepower support is definitely my trump card. Shinchen marveled, realizing that other teams facing such a large group of bugs would have no choice but to run if there were no fire-based ability users present. Even high-speed machine guns could miss their targets. However, at this moment, Shinchen alone, by just bombing a few cannonballs, managed to kill off most of the bug swarm. The other half were still instinctively fleeing. This time, the cannonball launches were different from the previous 360-degree barrage. The upgraded cluster firepower flying disc targeted the enemies with precision, not wasting ammunition on irrelevant areas. After each cannon fired its ammunition, the cluster firepower flying disc adjusted its angle, moving to the next cannon to continue the bombardment. The empty cannons automatically reloaded, waiting for the next round of firing. Experience points +5, experience points +5. Shinshan widened his eyes slightly. What? Each cannonball could yield 5 experience points? Unexpected. This was truly surprising. Could it be because the cannonballs are hard to come by? Shinshan could only speculate. After all, creating these cannonballs was truly challenging, requiring many steps to be completed in advance. Firing 1 cannonball for every 5 seemed reasonable. If I launch all 20 rounds, I could level up. Awesome! Shinshan continued to command, relentlessly bombing the fleeing bugs until the ammunition warehouse of the cluster firepower flying disc was empty, and he hadn't found many intact bug sacks. This shell is too powerful, not necessarily a good thing. Shinshan weighed the dozen or so sacks in his hand, unable to help but smile wryly. The sacks were not sturdy at all, even a dagger could pierce through them. For a normal person to earn this money, they would have to be extremely cautious when extracting the sacks, not to mention a powerful bomb. However, there was a mesmerizing fragrance wafting from the crater. Shinshan looked back at the real-time data of the cluster firepower disc. Cluster firepower disc, kinetic energy remaining 5%, loading capacity 0 rounds. Ammunition bay remaining 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection 300 meters. Edit command, track target bombing, completed. This time the energy consumption was quite significant. It decreased from 10% to 5%. But in standby mode, it seemed that the consumption of energy was not high. Shinshan edited a command. Edit command, return automatically. In the blink of an eye, the cluster firepower disc returned to Shinshan's side. The effect of editing commands is not insignificant. It allows oneself to focus without having to give real-time orders, Shinshan praised. Next, Shinshan couldn't wait to start upgrading. After working in the wilderness for so many days, apart from dealing with chasing horses in Gonmo, everything revolved around upgrading the cluster firepower disc. Upgrade. Soon, under Shinshan's gaze, the appearance of the cluster firepower disc once again enlarged. This time it was 5 meters in diameter. The thickness also increased by 1 meter. Although it still had the shape of a disc, it felt strange. It's getting bigger and bigger. Shinshan had a feeling that if it kept upgrading, a star mothership could be created. Ever since he accidentally picked up the chip, Shinshan couldn't help but think about it. Will it keep upgrading until it really creates a starship? Shinshan shook his head and muttered to himself, what's the use of that? The evil seed is immortal, the disaster is endless, and the evil seed can also fly. At this moment, new information flashed in the corner of Shinshan's eye. Dismissing the random and complicated speculations, he looked at the text record. Cluster Firepower Disc LV3, 0/500, a flying device capable of ground strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 20 kilometers, an increased wireless connection distance of 3 kilometers, added Apocalypse-class Starship Intelligent Chip, basic version, with designated strike target command, can be equipped with monitoring system, missing, real-time data feedback, simple editing commands, added storage compartment, can store some items inside. Added stealth system, can make the cluster firepower disc invisible, but once the firepower system is activated, it will inevitably reveal its appearance. Shinshan swallowed his saliva. Wow! The cruising range has increased. The wireless connection distance has also increased. But that's not all. The coolest part of this upgrade is, the cluster firepower disc can now be invisible. This kind of invisibility is not the kind that radar can't detect, but direct transparency. This black technology is quite reasonable. Shinshan couldn't help but laugh. In this world, some mutants can be invisible, and my cluster firepower disc can be invisible too, no problem. Moreover, this way, Shinshan didn't have to shuttle back and forth between the ruins and shelters. After all, the Titan was always moving, getting further and further away from this ruin. Also, hiding in this place, if some ignorant human picked it up, that would be a big loss. Now, just make the cluster firepower disc invisible, then follow the Titan and protect oneself at any time. At most, it would consume some crystal core. For money, ordinary people have to work hard and be courageous to earn it. But for Shinshan, fully equipped and violent, making money was relatively easy. Immediately, Shinshan edited the command, edit command, invisible float 500 meters autofollow. After the command was issued, the cluster firepower disc in front of Shinshan gradually disappeared as if painted with transparent paint, blending perfectly with the surrounding airspace. Shinshan looked at the tactical panel. Cluster firepower disc, kinetic energy remaining 4%, loading capacity 0 rounds. Ammunition bay remaining 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection of 500 meters. Editing command, Invisibility floating 500 meters above ground, automatic follow. Shin-chan exclaimed in delight. After a while, he returned to the abandoned factory and placed the crystal source fragmentation device inside the beam firepower disk. This way, he secured both of his important possessions. It's time to go back. Shin-chan glanced southwards. Otherwise, the shelter might lose itself. Shin-chan returned to the abandoned warehouse. After making some more shells and crystal powder, he packed everything neatly, eliminating all traces. He walked out of the ruined city and entered the vast wilderness once again. With the assistance of the battle armor, Shin-chan maintained a constant speed of 30 kilometers per hour, heading towards Shelter 36. Generally, Titans rarely turn. As long as you keep moving forward, you will see it. The next day, Shin-chan safely returned to the shelter. However, to his surprise, he couldn't find his home. In other words, the rental house following the Titan was gone. Shin-chan was a bit puzzled. After walking back and forth between the trailers, searching for the rental house in vain, he finally went to a bar. He happened to see Rock drinking there. Shin-chan? Rock was visibly shocked when he first saw him. He looked Shin-chan up and down, even pinching Shin-chan's body. "You're damn lucky to still be alive," Rock exclaimed in disbelief. Shin-chan, feeling a bit confused, sat down, ordered a glass of water, and drank it to moisten his dried-up organs. "Why wouldn't I be alive?" Shin-chan retorted. Rock burst into laughter, grabbing Shin-chan's hand. "You're really lucky. A few days ago, the rental house you were in was attacked by a giant burrowing beast. The whole house was swallowed, leaving only a little boy alive. The others, TSK, all gone." Shin-chan's eyes flickered, his mouth twitching a few times. No wonder he couldn't find his rental house. It turned out to be devoured by the giant burrowing beast. This ferocious beast could reach a length of 100 meters, with its mouth occupying most of its head, filled with sharp and twisted fangs. These fangs seemed capable of tearing through anything, be it sturdy metal or thick stone walls. They were no match for them. In the wilderness, besides the beast tide, this beast was responsible for the most destruction of houses. Every shelter had a record of trailers being swallowed by it, and it was unstoppable. Mainly because this beast lurked underground. Titans passed by, too big to bother with it, as it behaved like a docile dog. But when trailers passed by, the giant burrowing beast emerged from the ground, like a lunging dragonfish breaching the surface, swallowing them one by one, crunching sound. After swallowing them, it disappeared underground. Not to mention ordinary people, even espers had no way to deal with it. They could only bear a grudge. Shin-chan took a deep breath. These days in the wilderness, he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Calming himself down, Shin-chan asked, "Who survived?" He hoped it was the landlord who could delay the rent. After all, the guy had some strength to own a trailer. Mainly, he could delay the rent. For Shin-chan, who was a money pit, saving a bit was something. But Rock's answer surprised Shin-chan. "It's a little boy named K." K. The names in this world were so casual that Shin-chan was no longer surprised. Not to mention K, no one said anything about the name Blue Enchantress either. Shin-chan remembered K, the little guy who, after the beast tide, received beast meat from everyone, and Shin-chan gave him a handgun. "Very lucky," Shin-chan nodded. Rock sighed. "That's the kind of luck that's like a tomb exploding." When the giant burrowing beast swallowed the house, that little guy was also inside the room, and he fell from between the beast's teeth. Shin-chan shrugged. Grabbing the grilled meat, he began to eat, and his stomach, burning like fire, finally found solace. Every piece of food that entered his stomach was like a high-temperature furnace, instantly breaking down the food. Shin-chan ate 5 plates of grilled meat in a row before barely stopping the feeling of hunger. Rock slightly opened his mouth. "Have you awakened?" Generally, the amount of food consumed by people with abilities is several times that of ordinary people. Shin-chan's way of eating clearly exceeded the limits of a normal person. Shin-chan shook his head at the words, "You know my situation inside out." "Then why are you eating so much?" Rock couldn't resist teasing, like a starving ghost. Shin-chan didn't say much. When hungry, eat until full, regardless of the amount of food, no problem. The two chatted for a while, mentioning the pursuit of Manhwa Mo. Although Rock was somewhat suspicious of why Shin-chan's disappearance time was only a few hours apart from Manhwa Mo's departure time, he didn't dwell on any grudges between Shin-chan and Manhwa Mo. He didn't think too much, nor dare to imagine that these two ability users had already been killed by Shin-chan. After finishing his meal, Shin-chan took a sip of wine. He handed the shadowy pouch he had picked up to the waiter to settle the bill. This thing was considered valuable in the bar. According to the merchant's rules, after settling the bill, any excess crystal core should be returned to Shin-chan. However, the bar owner generously pre-stored several boxes of drinks and snacks for Shin-chan. He acted as if he was very generous. Rock was somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to talk to the bar owner. Shinshen gestured to him. I didn't lose out either. There are a few boxes of wine here, you can come and drink anytime. Rock hesitated, rubbing his hands. It's really not necessary. It's no fun if you're being formal with me. Shinshen wiped his mouth. Does this world need social graces? Yes and no. It depends on the person. The Blue Enchantress doesn't need it. Her strength makes her a prominent figure even in Shelter 36. Even General Yu Wuchang doesn't pay attention to her. But General Yu Wuchang does need social graces, especially with other shelters outside. Although the wilderness is vast, there are many wandering groups, and encounters are frequent. The relationships between shelters are not always harmonious and can even be deeply conflicting, leading to wars and attacks. Shinshen also needs social graces. A few bottles of wine are not worth much, but they are effective. I have something to ask. Shinshen lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, feeling extremely relaxed and happy at that moment. Rock took a sip of wine, smiling. Don't know where to sleep tonight? Come to my bed, darling, enough for the two of us to have fun. Shen. No thanks. Shinshen blew a smoke ring, lowered his voice, and asked seriously, have you heard of the world-ending class starship? Shinshen was extremely curious about this question. He had found the chip of a world-ending class starship, which meant that such a starship had existed in this world. But where are the starships now? And are starships technology? What kind of technology exists in this world? It felt like a watered-down version of cyberpunk with a severe sense of disconnection. Where did you hear this term? Rock asked seriously. Shinshen casually made up a lie. I saw this term on a wall in a ruined city by chance. Why, is there a problem? Rock tapped the table and said, not many people know this term. You don't need to know about it, let alone touch anything related to it. It's a taboo, remember that. Ha? Shinshen asked in confusion. You keep talking in circles, not giving any substantial information. Are you trying to be a charlatan now? Speak plainly. Rock smacked his lips, rolled up his sleeves. Fine, I'll make it clear to you. All rumors and secrets about the world-ending class are discussed in the Bloody Council. Bloody Council? What's that? A meeting organized by the leaders of the shelters. Rock whispered, not all leaders are qualified to be members of the Bloody Council. Our General Yu Wuchang is not qualified. Incidentally, I'll tell you, the leader of the Bloody Meeting is the Spider Queen. Shen. As soon as Shinshen heard the name Spider Queen, he knew there was no need to continue. This name was too taboo and mysterious. At this moment, Rock suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, do you remember Yin Hu? Mingshan's so-called good brother. That's right, he's about to go on a mission. Shinshen nodded, so I'm following along for free? Rock took a sip of his drink, got up, patted Shinshen on the shoulder. Take care of yourself, make the best of it. After all, Yin Hu's mission has two parts, one is you, and the other is the real mission. With that, Rock yawned, stretched lazily, and continued, are you sure you're not staying at my place tonight? The hotel prices are still not cheap. Shinshen smiled, we'll see. I'm off. Rock's figure disappeared at the entrance of the bar. Shinshen lay back in his seat, gazing absent-mindedly at the ceiling. Yin Hu. Was he finally planning to take action against himself, seeking revenge for Mengshan? Shinshen let out a sigh. Shinshen wasn't afraid of fighting against ability users. He was afraid of other factors interfering in the mission, such as the mission target and other people. Need to be vigilant, cautious. Shinshen set his goal. He got up and left the noisy bar. After a few steps, he suddenly noticed someone following him. Shinshen tilted his head slightly and saw a small figure standing behind him. Little K? Not very tall, barely about 1.3 meters. Little K looked somewhat lost in his eyes. Homeless, huh? Shinshen chuckled lightly. In this world, shelters protected humans from the invasion of evil creatures, but not in terms of food and shelter. Children without parental protection were no better than stray dogs. Of course, some people would adopt these children. As for the outcome of being raised by others, that remained unknown. In this world, people with all sorts of fetishes roamed freely without hiding. Shinshen waved his hand, follow me. Shinshen wasn't being overly charitable, he planned to buy a cart and build a house for himself. Since he often ventured into the wilderness for money, he couldn't afford to be unguarded and easily robbed. The little boy happened to know the ins and outs, so he was a good companion. Little K took a few steps to stand in front of Shinshen, looking up. Shinshen patted his head. Little K's eyes were no longer as clear as before, even a bit cloudy, with swollen eyes. Obviously, he had been crying in some corner for a long time. Shinshen sighed, my food isn't delicious, I won't raise you for free, you have to watch over my house. Little K nodded. Can't you speak? Little K nodded again. Shinshan choked up, chuckled, and led the silent little K to the upper level of the shelter. Shinshan went to the research institute. After waiting for a while, he finally met Shenanji, who had some free time. Ha! Shenanji was puzzled as soon as he saw Shinshan. Your battle armor. It's different again? Captain Shen, do you want to acknowledge my skills too? Shinshan responded with a smile. Shenanji stroked his chin, circled around Shinshan's battle armor. The modifications are indeed good, at least they don't hinder movement. Are you interested in working at the research institute? Facing this invitation, Shinshan waved his hand. I'm not an ability user. Afraid of being looked down upon? Shenanji laughed, continuing, there's definitely a hierarchy of disdain, even among ability users. That's how the world is. Survival of the fittest is the basic law. You were born in this world, you have to accept it. Shinshan turned to look at little K, and asked with a meaningful tone, Uncle Chen's words, have you learned from them? Little K nodded. Shinshan turned back to Shenanji, the educational effect is good. You. Shenanji frowned, I'm talking to you, why bring others into this? The meaning of education is universal. I see you're just being defiant. I refuse to be seen as weak flesh by others. Shenanji paused at the words, his eyebrows suddenly raised sharply, and he somewhat impolitely said, considering you weak flesh is already giving you credit. Shinshan shrugged, remaining silent. Alright, Shenanji pressed his hand down, since you don't want to join the research institute, then tell me your current goal. Shinshan spoke frankly, I want a mobile home. How much would that cost approximately? Shenanji rubbed his chin, actually, the house itself isn't worth much. The cheapest way is to hire labor, buy wood, and build one. The expensive parts are the wheels and iron chains. You'll need a high-grade crystal core. Shinshan was puzzled. Although the technology in this world was a bit off, it shouldn't make the cost of wheels exorbitant. He thought it was because the cost of building houses was high. After all, real estate developers in the old days used to deceive people like this. A high-grade crystal core was equivalent to 100 intermediate crystal cores. This was a considerable fortune. Before the upgrade, Shinshan still had 50 crystal cores on him. With a bit of effort, whether hunting fierce beasts or killing people for loot, he could acquire the remaining 50. But now, after the upgrade, Shinshan was left with only one intermediate crystal core. Shinshan knew mobile homes weren't cheap, but he didn't expect them to be this expensive. It seemed he couldn't even afford it on credit. It's very expensive, isn't it? Shenanji noticed Shinshan's conflicted expression and thoughts. Tapping the table, he said, you think it's expensive, I think so too. Moreover, I can tell you, it's not the wheels or iron chains that are expensive, it's the qualification certificate. Qualification certificate? Shinshan heard this term for the first time. Shinshan vaguely felt like this thing was akin to the old days property deed. Shenanji continued, you need to understand one thing, for a shelter to operate, it's not just about titans, but also about taxes, otherwise, where would the salaries for us non-combat personnel come from? In summary, Shenanji put it in one sentence, if you don't manage the household, you won't know the cost of rice and firewood. Even General Yu Wu Chang is going bald. Without a qualification certificate, your mobile home won't have the right to be attached to a titan. If you dare to do so without authorization, the punishment is unimaginable, Shenanji added. Shinshan stood up, looking helpless, it seems I oversimplified things. Then why not come to our shelter to earn money? Thanks for the offer, Shinshan humbly replied, then continued, how about this, help me build a modular home, materials don't matter, the cheaper, the better, regardless of practicality, as long as it provides shelter from the wind and rain. Your request is quite modest, far below wood. Shenanji noted the requirements, any other needs? Just one floor, Shenanji was surprised, just one floor? Aren't you planning to rent it out? I'll live in it myself. Shinshan left a middle-grade crystal core as a deposit and then turned to leave the research institute. In Shinshan's eyes, the material of the house didn't matter, even if it was made of paper, it could be upgraded into a defensively strong residence. As long as it was a template assembly, it could increase experience points. This was a rule Shinshan had summarized. Any opportunity to gain experience points was not to be missed. In the evening, Shinshan brought little K to Rock's residence. He lived on the upper floor, enjoying exceptional treatment. A standalone two-story building. Hosting Shinshan for a few nights was no issue at all. You talk tough, but your actions are honest. Rock opened the door, welcoming Shinshan with a hearty smile. Reality can be quite harsh, Shinshan smiled helplessly. Shinshan mentioned his intention to build a mobile home. Rock looked at Shinshan as if he were looking at a fool, innocent, even a child would know that building a mobile home is cheap, who would still rent one? Setting that aside, there's something I forgot to ask. When is Inhu setting out for the mission? Originally, Rock had too many tasks to handle, he couldn't remember who was assigned when. It was all last-minute notifications. But he was more concerned about Shinshen, so he immediately replied, I thought you were dead. Any time for this task is fine, but today Inhu came over, demanding the mission to be carried out tomorrow. Tomorrow. Shinshen's mouth twitched. I won't waste time with you, I need to rest. Shinshen patted Xiaokei, go find a place to sleep on your own. Xiaokei felt a bit awkward, looking at the messy room with trash all over, finally choosing a corner to lean against. Shen Chen. Rock grabbed Xiaokei by the neck, carried him to the utility room, threw in a blanket, and closed the door. Isn't that thoughtful? In Rock's eyes, this kind of kid was a burden. Sleeping in the utility room was already a great favor. At least better than a stray dog. Shinshen took off his armor, nestled on the sofa, yawning, at least you're better off, you can stretch your legs. Look at me, the sofa is too small. Go upstairs, sleep in the same bed with me. Shinshen half-jokingly said, I'm afraid I might make a mistake. Rock carried a bottle of wine upstairs. Tonight I have to lock the door properly, not giving you a chance to make mistakes. Stay here, if I don't come back, call him Godfather, got it? Shinshen geared up, took a moment to instruct Xiaokei. Rock almost choked on his breakfast, you're trying to bury me alive. I can't even take care of myself, I don't have the energy to look after this little brat. Shinshen checked his guns and ammunition, smiling, he's a mute, what are you afraid of? Rock's mouth twitched, you're just making fun of me. Come here, little thing, lick up the rest of my food. Waste a bit, and I'll break your teeth. Although Rock said it fiercely, he handed Shinshen's breakfast to Xiaokei. Shinshen reached out to take the food but hesitated. Shen Chen. Hunger keeps you alert, Rock grinned. Shinshen smacked his lips, grabbed a piece of grilled meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Your advice is not worth thanking for. These are my experiences. I have my own experiences. Ha, after a few days in the wilderness, you've lost your sense of gratitude. Rock got dressed, waved his hand, let's go. Before leaving, Rock warned Xiaokei with a fierce look, dare to steal from me, and I'll kill you. Xiaokei showed no fear, quietly eating the food. Rock turned his head, muttered softly, this kid. If he could awaken, he would be a tough one. Shinshen glanced back, closed the door, and said, those who are not tough won't stand. The weak have already been eliminated by this world. Rock looked at Shinshen with a strange expression, are you trying to be a philosopher? Even if I study medicine, I can't save people. What's the use of being a philosopher? If you talk like this, I feel much better. Arriving at the mission location, there were already many people crowded at the door. Rock's demeanor changed, his imposing aura fully unleashed, he kicked away the people blocking the way. Move aside. Are you blind at the back of your head? The crowd chuckled and made way, apologizing, Boss Rock, overslept again? Are there any tasks today that pay well but require less work? Boss, the settlement for yesterday's task was incorrect. You didn't include the crystal core needed for driving in the calculation. I'm here for a fixed task, on time and well done, a little gift, as a token of respect. Rock faced the chattering crowd and raised his hand to silence them. Taking a deep breath, he cursed loudly, damn your ancient mother. You only need a mid-level crystal core to drive back and forth several times, and you report two to me? Trying to fool me? Get lost. What kind of nonsense are you sending? Wanting simple tasks? You might as well not send any. Who are you criticizing? Amid Rock's grumbling, he opened the door to the mission center. The crowd rushed in. Today, there were many people coming to carry out the quantitative tasks. This kind of task is a mandatory requirement of the shelter. Every member of the shelter, no matter who they are, must complete a task issued by the shelter every week. Generally, the personnel of the research institute also have to go out into the wilderness to carry out tasks. However, usually, the non-combat personnel have lower tasks, mostly involving manual labor and battlefield cleaning. There is no danger involved. In other words, this is also a way for the shelter to make easy money, equivalent to labor. Of course, if you have received a task at the task center, you don't need to do the quantitative task. Shinshan sat on the side waiting. Ian, who had not arrived yet and couldn't help Rock with anything. After a busy half-day, fewer and fewer people from the task center were around. The world of fleeing had no rest. Everyone was like ants, moving in and out around the Titan, stocking various supplies. No one knew where the Titan would head. Being in a temperate climate was relatively narrow. Once entering the frozen territory, no one knew when the Titan would leave. The upper-level foodlands were all abandoned. A large amount of firewood was still needed for heating. The entire shelter would be in a state of stagnation, relying only on stored supplies to get through. Shinshen had heard that a Titan had taken humans into the frozen zone for as long as 5 years. After 5 years, only the Titan survived, and all the members were frozen to death. The tragedy did not only come from the evil seeds and ferocious beasts but also from the climate. After everyone from the task center had left, Rock stretched lazily, working 4 hours a day. I'm working hard. Shin Chen ignored Rock's boasting, unable to compare with him at all. How much did Inhu's task pay? Once I tell you, you'll be tempted. Rock opened the computer and checked the list of personnel. Exactly 1 high-level crystal core. But it's not for you because you owe a favor. Tempted. Indeed, he was tempted. His heart even raced a bit. Shin Chen was just too sensitive to this amount of money. Is it very difficult? A task at this price point probably wasn't that simple. You have to deal with the wild god. Rock said casually. Shin Chen almost fell off his chair. The wild god. It was in existence second only to the evil seeds. While evil seeds couldn't be killed due to their unique characteristics, everyone feared them. And although the wild god could be killed, its attack power was no less than that of the evil seeds. It required a high-priced collaboration of powerful ability users to deal with it. Inhu leading the team. What rank was he? A 3rd rank ability user. Are you kidding me? Shin Chen said directly. Is it too late for me to defect now? What's the rush? Rock stared at the computer, tapped a few keys, and cursed, damn it. Luo Changyuan hasn't come to do the quantitative task again. Where were we? Rock turned to ask Shin Chen. I want to defect. Don't panic. Rock pressed down Shin's hand. It's just a juvenile body. The research institute is very interested in this thing. Juvenile body? Shin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with a juvenile body was much easier. Is the research institute burning money? What's there to research? Shin Chen asked. Rock lowered his voice. I heard that shelter no. One has developed a potion that can allow ordinary people to undergo a second awakening, and the raw material is the blood of the wild god. In the past, no one dared to provoke the wild god, but now that a juvenile body has been found, it's natural to give it a try. Normally, if an ordinary person had not awakened their ability by the age of 18, they would have almost no hope in this lifetime. But now, technology could allow people to undergo a second awakening, which was a bit science fiction. Shin Chen frowned. Is there no cost to the second awakening? Rock spread his hands and made a loud noise with his mouth. There is. If it fails, you explode. Your body explodes into a kind of flower-like explosion. Shin Chen had completely lost interest in this thing. Not long after, Inhu and a few others entered the task center. This time, Inhu and the others' equipment was somewhat different from usual. They were tightly wrapped from head to toe, carrying gas masks and antidotes in their hands. Boss Luo. Inhu ignored Shin Chen and immediately went to report to Rock. Rock's face showed some displeasure. You're being a bit rude. You're missing a set of antitoxic masks like Shin Chen's. Logistics doesn't have any. It's a pity. Inhu couldn't even be bothered to make up an excuse and casually fabricated one. Shin Chen, Rock turned to look at him. The place you're going is the swamp deadwood forest. Go to logistics and get a set of antitoxic equipment. With that, Rock began writing a note. Without the note, it was impossible to collect supplies from logistics. But at that moment, Inhu said, there's no time, let's just go. Rock slowly raised his head, his sharp eyebrows furrowing tightly. Is your time so valuable? The time at the research institute is valuable, Inhu replied fearlessly to Rock's questioning. Rock gritted his teeth. If it were back when he still had his abilities, daring to talk back to him like this would have resulted in a beating. But a fallen phoenix was no match for a chicken. General Yu Wuchang might still give Rock some face, but the subordinates with abilities under General Yu Wuchang somewhat looked down on Rock. At this point, Shin Chen stood up, calmly saying, we don't need it, let's just go. Antitoxic masks? Would that thing be as useful as battle armor? A burden. Inhu's face was filled with a cruel and gleeful smile. What are we waiting for? Let's go. With that, Inhu led the way with his people and left. Rock glared at Shin Chen in anger. You fool. Can't even handle a simple task. That place is filled with miasma. Not wearing an antitoxic mask. Do you want to die? Shin Chen waved his hand, carrying a sniper rifle on his back, giving you a chance to be a godfather. I'll be damned if I do. Rock felt an indescribable sense of anger filling him, spitting, if you don't come back, I'll throw that bastard Xiao Ke into the wilderness. Shin Chen maintained an indifferent attitude, neither appearing serious nor pretending to be relaxed, changing the subject. I have only one request, if I'm the only one who comes back. Figure out a way to get this high-grade crystal core out. I want to build a camper. Rock? Shin Chen followed Inhu and others along the suspension bridge towards the garage in front of Titan. The suspension bridge was a kind of swing-like structure hanging on Titan's body. Shin Chen secretly assessed the composition of the team. There were 5 ordinary people, all carrying rifles, with Inhu, a third-tier ability user, leading the way. His weapon was a long whip, very powerful, having killed many winged claw griffins during the beast tide. There were also two ability users, one called Fei Shu, the other called Suli. Their tiers and abilities were unknown. However, Suli carried a dark red curved bow on his back, indicating he was a combat-type ability user. This was troublesome. Back then, in order to kill chasers and gone MO, he had tailed them for several days until they were annoyed and then killed them. Now there were 3 ability users. However, Shin-Chen was not afraid at all. Whether it was the battle armor or the stealth-following cluster firepower disc on his head, it was enough to handle them. Soon, the group arrived at the garage. It wasn't just Dean whose team picking up vehicles there. Shin-Chen also saw the Blue Enchantress. Today, she was dressed in a tight-fitting leather military uniform that perfectly wrapped her body, exuding a breathtakingly cold and glamorous aura. With her ice-blue hair, she was unforgettable. The Blue Enchantress beckoned with her finger. Shin-Chen pointed at himself. "Come here." The Blue Enchantress still had her perennial frosty face, but her tone was quite pleasant. Her voice was clear and light, like autumn wind brushing red leaves, and the sea reflecting the ice wheel. "What's up?" Shin-Chen asked calmly. In fact, Shin-Chen was a bit anxious, afraid that the Blue Enchantress wanted to settle the cost of the super-modified restorative potion with him. That was worth 1,000,000 crystal cores. Something that could save lives could indeed cost a life. "Where are you going?" The Blue Enchantress's tone was icy cold, but her lips were translucently bright red, radiating an enticing vitality. "Swamp Deadwood Forest." The Blue Enchantress was surprised. "How did you end up with such a task?" Shin-Chen shrugged. "I owe General Yu Chang." "Don't go, come with me," the Blue Enchantress said with a steady and focused gaze. "The most deadly thing about that task is not the god of the wasteland, but the miasma." Shin-Chen hesitated despite his expression. Naturally, he knew that the Blue Enchantress's status was higher than the Shadow Tiger's. As long as the Blue Enchantress spoke, the Shadow Tiger wouldn't dare to make a sound. Shin-Chen asked, "What task do you have here? How much can you earn?" "You can get 5 intermediate crystal cores in your hands." "Forget it, I'll go to the Swamp Deadwood Forest." Shin-Chen directly refused the Blue Enchantress. What a joke. Just 5 intermediate crystal cores. Instead of earning that small amount of money, he would rather earn a high-level crystal core. It's like losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Although Shin-Chen didn't know if Rock had a way to turn the money into an account, he had to complete the task first. Quite stubborn, the Blue Enchantress looked at him sharply. "Take care of yourself." Shin-Chen shrugged and returned to the Shadow Tiger's team. After checking their weapons, vehicles, and tools, the Shadow Tiger team confirmed everything was ready. They received their vehicles, boarded the motorcycles, drove out of the garage, and headed towards the direction of the desolate swamp forest. The intense sunlight tried to penetrate through the thick gray clouds, casting light on the black and yellow earth. Occasionally, a strong wind would blow away a small piece of gray cloud, allowing the sunlight to shine through unobstructed. Shin-Chen looked out of the car window and saw a tall plant in the wilderness, with pale stems covered in half-meter-long thorns. Whenever the sunlight shone down, it would twist its branches and stems, trying to absorb the strong light as much as possible, growing wildly at a visible speed. It was truly a startling world. There is nothing unimaginable, only distortions that do not exist. Inside the car, the Shadow Tiger lit a cigarette, legs resting on the windshield. His eyes sparkled with a terrifying excitement, a smile that was neither dark nor light. "When we reach the Swamp Deadwood Forest, we will split into 2 teams to search for the god of the wasteland's juvenile body. No need to panic, it's just a juvenile body. Even if I encounter it alone, I can handle it. Shin-Chen, Fei Shu, Suli, you 3 are a team, the rest follow me." After the arrangements were made, Fei Shu and Suli looked back at Shin-Chen in the back seat, grinning maliciously. Shin-Chen's eyes showed a subtle anticipation of watching a show. This arrangement was indeed interesting. Although it was said to be divided into 2 groups, Shin-Chen felt that as an ordinary person in the team of ability users, he was just a cannon fodder role. If he accidentally died, everyone would be happy. If he didn't die, they would make him die. Fei Shu's mouth suddenly curved into a sinister smile, putting Shin-Chen in a corner. "As a sniper, reconnaissance is a basic skill on the battlefield, no problem, right?" Shin-Chen's heart skipped a beat, feeling an inexplicable chill down his spine. However, Shin-Chen remained calm, nodded, and gave a meaningful smile. "No problem." The other ordinary people in the car could sense a strong smell of gunpowder. They glanced at each other, completely unable to understand how Shin-Chen had offended the Shadow Tiger. In their minds, did an ability user need to scheme to kill an ordinary person? Wasn't it unnecessary? Although Shin-Chen's sniper rifle behind him was intimidating, seemingly a threat to ability users, they naturally had the upper hand over ordinary people. Was there a need for such tactics? Shadow Tiger was being overly cautious. But for the Shadow Tiger, caution was necessary. Shin Shen had clashed with San Yi before, and afterwards, San Yi inquired about him. Only then did he learn that Shin Shen had taken down Iron Dome with one shot and killed Mao Boer. Not to mention Iron Dome, Mao Boer was even more formidable than himself. Treating Shin Shen as an ordinary person would be irresponsible to oneself. Therefore, the Shadow Tiger's arrangement was absolutely correct. First let Fei Shu and Suli test what kind of strangeness Shin Shen possessed. Just how accurate was the sniper rifle he wielded? As long as Shin Shen's bottom line is figured out, coupled with the fact that Shin Shen does not have a poison-resistant mask, he won't be able to hold out for long in the miasma. It's entirely possible to let Shin Shen scout ahead, squeeze out his remaining value, and pave the way for the mission. After all, Shin Shen's reconnaissance ability has been recognized by the Blue Enchantress. He's definitely skilled in this aspect. Then, turn him into minced meat and avenge Mongshan. The Een Tiger at this moment becomes more irritated the more he looks at Shin Shen's battle armor. With a few snorts, he turns his head and fiercely pecks at his cigarette. An hour later, the hot wind rolls, dust swirls, and the roar of motorcycles echoes across the wilderness. After 3 hours of galloping, Een Tiger and his companions see a vast expanse of mist ahead, covering a gray swamp that exudes a sense of deathly silence. Passing through a flat, moist grassland, they see scattered swamps covered with gray dried leaves and shrubs, wisps of mist drifting with the wind, towering twisted gray trees growing among them, forming such an endless expanse of swamp that is hard to see the end of. Flying Squirrel speaks up, "Captain, ahead are patches of unrecognizable marshlands, we can't go any further." They stop the vehicle from a distance, and Shin Shen gazes at this clearly inhospitable swamp, his expression flickering. The outer area of the desolate swamp is a flat and open grassland, with nothing in sight in all directions. Suli also scans around, "Captain, where should we start?" In such a vast swamp, finding clues about the juvenile body of the god of wasteland can only rely on luck. Een Tiger squints his eyes, looking more serious. "Let's not rush in, let's search for any traces nearby." Flying Squirrel nods, tosses a crystal core into the engine, and the vehicle moves at a steady speed, beginning to search around the outer area of the desolate swamp. Soon enough, they see patches of grass being turned over in front, leaving a series of irregular mud pits spaced about 10 meters apart, extending into the swamp. "Here!" Flying Squirrel immediately stops the motorcycle and starts inspecting each irregular mud pit. Een Tiger jumps off the vehicle and looks towards the desolate swamp. The soil hasn't completely dried, indicating it's recent. This should be the footprint of the Black Bat God. Split up and move in. Inside the swamp, a pale gray miasma drifts like mist among the trees. The ground is covered with gray fallen leaves, with patches of marsh hidden beneath the thick layer of leaves, seemingly concealing a different kind of danger. In this eerie and subtly dangerous atmosphere, 3 figures walk steadily through the mist, crushing pieces of dried leaves underfoot, creating a faint rustling sound. Shin Shen leads the way, with Flying Squirrel and Suli a few steps behind, positioned on his left and right. Their current task is to explore the interior of the swampy deadwood forest, searching for the juvenile body of the Black Bat God. Suli keeps a watchful eye and listens intently, then stops and turns to ask, "Flying Squirrel, any discoveries?" Flying Squirrel, with his pointed features, removes his gas mask, closes his eyes slightly, fans his nostrils, as if capturing something. Cough, cough, cough. A hint of abnormal crimson flashes across Flying Squirrel's face. Amidst intense coughing, he quickly puts on his gas mask and muffledly says, "At 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, there's a smell of blood, but it's very faint at 1 o'clock and 9 o'clock, while very strong at 11 o'clock, with a corrosive sensation. It should be left by that bat." "Very good." Suli's eyes light up, immediately directing Shin Shen, "You head towards 11 o'clock, go deep." Shin Shen glances at Flying Squirrel, feeling that his ability is similar to Gon Mo's. He can capture and distinguish all scents within a kilometer, as well as memorize and track them. Although this ability may not be of much use in combat, it can be considered a top-tier auxiliary ability. Within the desolate Martian forest, toxic barriers were everywhere, even those with supernatural abilities couldn't endure for long. Despite the strong hunting sense of the Flying Squirrel, it couldn't track continuously. Just removing the face mask was a test. A few breaths were suffocating. Of course, the Flying Squirrel had another ability, extraordinary hearing, capable of sensing and distinguishing ultrasonic waves like a bat, not as powerful as its hunting sense but excellent for reconnaissance. Shin Shen pondered how to complete the mission and secure the reward as he walked. Obtaining this reward required a bloody price. At that moment, Suli and the Flying Squirrel exchanged glances, showing surprise. They had underestimated Shin Shen, thinking he wouldn't last long in the marsh without a gas mask. However, they had overlooked Shin Shen's tightly wrapped battle armor. It seemed like a valuable asset. Suli gestured continuously, and the flying squirrel understood his intentions. He wanted to study Shinchen's armor, exploring its functions beyond expectations. The flying squirrel nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the flying squirrel seemed to hear something, smiled at Suli, and gestured towards a spot less than 3 meters ahead of Shinchen. Suli turned to look. According to the flying squirrel, Shinchen would be attacked if he continued forward. It promised to be an interesting show. At that moment, Shinchen halted. The armor's amplification system picked up a rustling sound, almost inaudible to ordinary ears, only detectable by supernaturally enhanced hearing. Upgraded armor now had an amplification feature, rivaling the abilities of supernaturals. 3 meters away, something lurked beneath the decaying leaves. Shinchen acted swiftly, raising his revolver at an angle, firing regular bullets, the dark muzzle emitting smoke in the next second. Bang! The flash shook the air. Simultaneously, the ground a few meters in front of him exploded like a bomb, splattering mud, decayed leaves, and blood water everywhere. Hissing and eerie sounds filled the air as Shinchen saw a thick, leech-like creature split in two, writhing in the muck, its grotesque mouth struggling. It was the notorious killer of the desolate marsh, the iron wire kingworm. This creature lurked in the mud beneath the decaying leaves, isolating itself from scents, temperatures, and movements, making it hard to detect. However, Shinchen, a believer in technology as the primary force, was prepared. His advanced armor allowed him to perceive the environment meticulously, sensing even the slightest movements within a dozen meters around him, making it possible to vaguely detect the iron wire kingworm hidden in the marsh. The flying squirrel behind him was astonished by Shinchen's speed and decisiveness in shooting. He couldn't believe how Shinchen, a mere human, had spotted the iron wire kingworm ahead. In this team, besides himself, not even Manhwa could have noticed it. Strange. Suli was equally shocked. If the flying squirrel hadn't remained silent, he would have suspected it of betraying them and signaling Shinchen in advance. Damn luck, Suli muttered to himself. Crack, crack, rustle. The sound of breaking deadwood and leaves echoed faintly in the toxic barriers as Shinchen advanced through the marsh and forest. Behind him, the flying squirrel and Suli remained tense, observing and listening to every trace of danger as if facing a formidable enemy. In the desolate marsh and forest, one moment they were stepping on solid ground, and the next they could be stepping into a marsh under dry leaves, risking an attack from the iron wire kingworm. Therefore, the two had to be extremely vigilant to prevent being ambushed. Unconsciously, Shinchen arrived at a small clearing in the slightly central area of the desolate marsh and forest. The sparse trees in the ground covered with dry leaves and shrubs seemed flat, but underneath appeared to be a quagmire, concealing danger. Moreover, clear traces of a large reptile passing by and a large pool of black blood could be seen beside the trees. Shinchen did not move forward but turned to look at Fei Shu and Suli. I think we should stop here. Shouldn't we call Manhwa over? In Shinchen's view, Manhwa was indispensable for completing the mission. Manhwa wanted to be a cannon fodder. When did Shinchen not want him to be his stepping stone? Fei Shu took off his gas mask, sniffed the air excitedly, trying to discern any lingering smells in the air. Whether it was footprints or the corrosive bloody smell, everything seemed to have vanished here. It indicated that they might have found the hiding place of the juvenile form of the wild god black bat. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Shu's crooked nose looked somewhat ridiculous and fierce as he said, "Why do you think we found the wild god black bat? Isn't it a waste of time without seeing its true form? Keep exploring until we find the bat." Shinchen's eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of dust, so he turned around, flipped his wrist, and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger of his revolver. As expected, beneath the thick layer of dry leaves on the clearing, there was actually a marsh that devoured all life. Bullets broke through the cover of dry leaves without hindrance, deeply penetrating the mud in various directions. In the blink of an eye, Shinchen emptied the magazine, and then bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, 6 muffled sounds erupted successively from various directions in the marsh clearing, without any ripples, like stones thrown into a lake. At that moment, Shinchen's eyebrows involuntarily twitched, and a sudden sense of unease surged in his heart. That unease was as if something extremely evil in the marsh was slowly awakening, sending shivers down his spine. He began to leap backward and, in midair, turned around and ran madly in the opposite direction. Fei Shu and Suli were momentarily stunned. Shinchen had already leaped past them. "Damn, why are you running? Stand in front of me!" Suli shouted loudly. Shinchen shrugged, "Maybe I inhaled too much miasma and got a bit dizzy." Fei Shu grumbled, "Don't try to deceive me. I'll say it again, if we don't see the true form of the wild god blackbat, you'll have to go through with it." In Fei Shu's opinion, Shinchen was just being overly cautious. Just then, there was a loud splash. The calm marsh suddenly surged, and mud, dry leaves, and more rose into the air like a curtain. A tall, fierce shadow emerged from the marsh, causing mud and dry leaves to fly everywhere. Shin Chen wouldn't expose himself to danger. After firing his bullets, he decisively began to retreat. As the mud shot up into the air, a figure covered in mud, slightly larger than an average person, burst out. However, its speed was as fast as lightning, and even Shin Chen, who had been watching the marsh closely, couldn't see its exact appearance. As it appeared, a surging, visible sound wave swept in all directions. Roar! The sound wave swept through, breaking gold and splitting rocks, tearing through the air, causing it to tremble like boiling water. Countless dry leaves shattered directly, filling the sky. As the first to be hit by the sonic attack, Su Li and Fei Shu both groaned, feeling as if dozens or even hundreds of gongs were ringing in their heads, leaving them frozen on the spot. Especially the closest flying squirrel, whose superhuman ability lies in his extraordinary hearing, suffered severe injuries under such violent and fierce sound wave attacks, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, standing motionless like a puppet. Shin Chen had already deactivated the sound amplification module system early on, or else the damage from the sound wave attacks would have been even greater, possibly more severe than that suffered by the flying squirrel. Seizing this opportunity, in the blink of an eye, a black shadow leaped out from the marsh and swiftly attacked, its razor-sharp claws viciously piercing through the flying squirrel, sending a chilling sensation through his entire body. Ah! Caught off guard and in excruciating pain, the flying squirrel's survival instinct drove him to let out a horrendous scream, wildly flailing his arms. But before he could counterattack with all his might, a gaping maw descended upon him from above. With a swift chomp, without a sound, the black shadow's gaping maw instantly severed the flying squirrel's head from his neck, blood spraying wildly into its mouth, emitting a chilling yet cruel screech. Then, with the headless body impaled on its claws, the black shadow swiftly darted towards the opposite bank of the marsh, completely ignoring the presence of Shin Chen and Su Li, immediately burying its head to feast voraciously. In the blink of an eye, the flying squirrel, an esper, met his demise on the spot. Beast! The next moment, Su Li, recovering from the impact of the sound waves on his brain, witnessed this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, he clearly saw the sudden assailant, a creature resembling a bat, completely black in color, covered not only in mud but also in embryonic fluid. Its wrinkled flesh wings were still folded and had not fully extended, combined with the sticky embryonic fluid, giving the impression of a creature that had just hatched. This was their target, the juvenile form of the demon god Black Bat. Su Li, now furious, roared, veins bulging on his forehead, "Shin Chen, did you not sense the danger and warn us, leading to the death of the flying squirrel?" In Su Li's view, if Shin Chen had given an early warning, the flying squirrel would not have been so close to the juvenile Black Bat. They could have retreated together with Shin Chen. But Shin Chen did not warn them, even falsely claiming to have inhaled too much miasma. That was a few seconds wasted in vain. Shin Chen looked innocent. You expect too much from ordinary people. Su Li gritted his teeth, too preoccupied to dwell on it further. The demon god had appeared. It was time to call in Hu to surround and attack. As for Shin Chen's issue, that would be settled later. He first let out a piercing whistle. In the next instant, a longbow appeared lightning fast in his hand, and at the same time, the muscles on his arms bulged as he swiftly grabbed the bow, knocked an arrow, and drew the string. Crack! Boom! 3 explosive arrows materialized in his hand, and with a surge of his arm muscles, the bow was drawn like a full moon. Swish, swish, swish. Explosions and sharp whistles resounded as 3 meteors tore through the air in an instant. Almost simultaneously with Su Li's 3-arrow volley, the Black Bat, engrossed in devouring the flying squirrel's corpse, seemed to sense danger in advance and immediately abandoned the body before transforming into a black lightning bolt, flashing abruptly. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Bat's movements were so swift that it narrowly evaded Su Li's explosive arrows, causing the ground to tremble, rocks and soil exploding, leaving 3 large craters. The battered body of the flying squirrel was lifted high by the explosion's force, rolling into the marsh and slowly sinking. The small black bat that dodged Su Li's rapid arrows had already perched on a dry tree branch, overlooking him from above, its dragon-like eyes fixed on Su Li, drooling, its eyes filled with cruelty and malice, screeching to the sky, "Screech! Hungry! Hungry! Hungry!" The sensation was akin to a starving beast that hadn't eaten for days, revealing an intense hunger, bloodlust, and a desire to feed. And the prey was none other than Su Li, the one attacking it. "What are you waiting for? Get closer to me!" Su Li roared. Shin Chen not only did not approach, but pretended to look fearful, and instead retreated even more. If this were an ordinary person, they would definitely move closer to the supernatural being. After all, it's good to seek shade under a big tree. But Shin Chen didn't think so. Once he got closer, if the big tree collapsed, he would be the cannon fodder. Su Li noticed Shin Chen's fearlessness and immediately changed his tone, saying, "A newly born wild god is at its weakest in its entire life at this stage. It can't even fly now, making it an easy target. This beast is only fast and uses strange sound attacks." The flying squirrel was caught off guard and was hit by the sound waves, causing an accident. If we cover our ears, we can minimize the impact of the sound waves. With your cooperation, we can take it down without much effort. Think about it, how great a contribution a complete, young wild god would be to the sanctuary. This is a rare opportunity that must not be missed, do you understand? Shin Chen sneered inwardly. The manipulation was too basic. Wouldn't it be better if both sides suffered losses? Shin Chen changed his tone and hid behind a tree, saying, I am scared. Su Li cursed silently, calling him useless, and no longer paid attention to Shin Chen, focusing on dealing with the black bat. He covered his ears with a piece of cloth and aimed his bow at the black bat again. Hiss, hiss. The small black bat remained crouched on a dead tree on the other side of the marsh, its flat and ugly face gaping with a large mouth, saliva dripping, its dark eyes staring directly at Su Li, filled with a chilling hunger and greed. In the next moment, the black bat lunged through the air. Die! Bang! 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 The bowstring sounded 9 times in a row. 9 arrows whistled through the air like comets, bursting out from Su Li's hands. The air burned from the intense friction, emitting a charred smell. The 9 large arrows emitted a howling sound like the cries of millions of fierce ghosts, piercing and eerie, as if trying to tear out one's soul. This was Su Li's ultimate move as a supernatural being, the 9 stars formation. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a fierce wind swept through, the air currents swirled, and the small clearing vibrated incessantly. The small black bat, still in a menacing posture in midair, had not yet landed when explosions erupted at its throat, shoulders, chest, abdomen, and other parts, as if bombs had detonated close to its body, producing 6 bursts of fire and blood. Screech! The flesh of the young wild god's body naturally couldn't withstand it, and it was immediately thrown out amidst the explosion's fire and blood, screaming in agony. Crack! Crack! The body of the small black bat crushed a swath of branches and leaves, crashing heavily to the ground. It was clear to see 6 horrifying bloodstains on the deathly beast's body, with some internal organs even missing, a scene of extreme misery. Although Su Li's 9 stars formation didn't hit all its targets, it still severely injured the black bat. At this moment, exerting all his strength, Su Li's arms were in excruciating pain, unable to draw his bow for a final blow. Seeing the black bat being severely wounded and in agony, Su Li continued to shout to Shin Chen, "It's on its last breath, don't let it escape. Do you hear me? Let's go! Where are you?" In Su Li's field of vision, there was no trace of Shin Chen, he had long disappeared. Damn it! Su Li was so angry he felt dizzy, almost spitting blood. "I hope I never see you again." At this moment, the severely injured black bat roared and struggled, and in its painful howls, it suddenly flipped over, as if all its ferocity had been aroused, dragging its wounded body towards Su Li once again. Under the heavy injuries, the black bat's movements were far less swift and unpredictable than before. At this moment, Su Li saw the black bat, despite being severely wounded, not attempting to flee, but instead launching an attack towards him. Su Li was unable to draw his bow and arrow. Stumbling and fleeing in a panic, Su Li was not only resentful towards Shin Chen but also complaining about Inhu's slow support. If this continued, the outcome was predictable. At that moment, Su Li heard a lot of footsteps in the distance. He looked up and shouted with joy, "Brother Hu, save me!" Inhu was rushing over at that moment. He was originally searching for the wild god black bat in another direction. Upon hearing the whistle, he immediately brought reinforcements. Seeing the heavily injured black bat running towards him, Inhu was pleasantly surprised. "Leave it to me down there." The injured black bat held a weapon in his hand. "Fool!" Inhu sneered, bypassed Su Li, and charged straight ahead. Just as the two were about to collide, Inhu bent down and sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the black bat's attack, preparing to wear down the opponent's strength through entanglement. The vitality of this young wild god was strong. Even though he was heavily injured, it was not impossible for him to fight back before dying. Therefore, he had no intention of confronting directly but wanted to temporarily entangle the black bat until Su Li finished his counterattack, making it easy to kill him together. However, the next development of the situation was beyond his expectations. A strong smell filled the air as the black bat's attack missed, and instead of continuing the chase as Inhu expected, its broken body suddenly erupted with a loud, thunderous sound. Then, short black hairs all over the black bat's body exploded like steel needles standing upright. A huge warning sign suddenly rose in Su Li's mind as he recovered. Not good. Swish swish swish. In the next instant, like a barrage of arrows, Countless steel needle-like hairs shot out from the small black bat, covering an area of several tens of meters in all directions, with no place to hide, faster than bullets. The nearest who reacted extremely quickly in horror. His whole body suddenly transformed. The skin on his body condensed into a thick bark-like defense, enveloping him. Clang clang. A large number of steel needles were blocked outside the bark. However, Suli and the ordinary people who were not far from Inhu and came to help were not so lucky. Sensing the danger, Suli immediately grabbed an ordinary person, barely shielding his face. Before the next moment, his arms, chest, abdomen, and both legs, more than 50% of his body, were pierced and penetrated by the steel needle-like hairs, leaving hundreds of tiny blood holes. Damn it! In an instant, Suli trembled violently, blood beads gushing out like a sieve, staggering and falling to the ground, still convulsing. On the other side, the other ordinary people had not reacted in time to avoid a wider range of attacks. The steel needles rained down on them, causing dozens to hundreds of tiny blood holes on their arms, shoulders, heads, and other parts of their bodies, burning like flames, screaming in pain and falling to the ground. Save me! It hurts! Captain Inhu, save me! Ah! In a moment, these ordinary people fell silent, none left alive. Under the black bat's attack using its sharp hairs, it was like a 360-degree indiscriminate and deadly rain of needles, faster than bullets, giving it unparalleled penetrating power. Even their combat armor could not resist the astonishing penetrating power of the steel needle-like hairs. Moreover, all the hairs that entered their bodies were tainted with the corrosive blood of the black bat, acting like a strong corrosive toxin invading their bodies, not lethal but making their bodies as immobile as if filled with lead. Even an awakener finds it difficult to resist, let alone an ordinary person. This shows how intense the black bat toxin is. At this moment, only the shadow tiger retains fighting strength. Suli is already heavily injured. If it weren't for his strong constitution as a superhuman, he would have long been dead. Even so, after wasting a few hours without receiving treatment in a shelter, his only fate would be to die with regret. The ordinary people didn't even have the chance to be cannon fodder, they all died at first sight. Roar! And at this moment, the bald, black-skinned black bat let out a cruel cry, revealing an extremely tenacious vitality. Its sharp claws reached out and pounced straight towards the shadow tiger, covered in thick bark all over, with fierce flames. Damn it! The shadow tiger didn't even have time to glance at the situation behind him. A foul stench rushed towards him, his veins bulging, his muscles trembling, narrowly avoiding the black bat's ferocious attack. However, he ended up with several deep wounds on his chest. At the same time, he was grazed by the black bat's steel-like body, flying out like a cannonball, breaking a tree trunk as thick as a person's embrace, and crashing to the ground. The black bat beast was even more excited, abruptly stopping, then dragging its broken body towards the spot where the shadow tiger landed, pouncing fiercely. This beast, one wrong move, and everything is lost. At this moment, the fallen shadow tiger was in excruciating pain, feeling as if all the blood in his body had frozen. The cruel, excited, and ugly face of the black bat rapidly approached, the shadow of death looming. The shadow tiger, half kneeling on the ground, twisted his face in pain, his whole body bursting with energy, suddenly springing backward. With a flick of his wrist, a whip emitting a dense emerald light, like a poisonous snake, appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the shadow tiger's steps were swift, leaving a series of dark green afterimages behind him. As he dashed forward, he violently swung the long whip in his hand, slashing through the air like a blade, releasing crescent-shaped energy waves, bursting out like a comet. Bang! Wherever the emerald crescent energy passed, whether it was boulder-sized rocks or giant trees as thick as two people's embrace, they all shattered like tofu, while the energy continued to crush everything in its path. Beast! Die! In the next second, with several muffled explosions, the long whip in the shadow tiger's hand emitted a fierce light, swiftly moving through the air as if it were a living creature. It struck the black bat directly. With a thud, the black bat was hit hard, blood gushing out, and its strong forward momentum was intercepted by the shadow tiger's whip, then forcefully flung in the opposite direction. The next moment, the shadow tiger didn't give the black bat any chance to react. Raising his hand again like lightning, a burst of green light filled the air, and a 1-meter square green palm print materialized in the void, violently shattering the air at an unimaginable speed, crashing towards the black bat. Boom! Like thunder on flat ground, the explosion of the palm print caused the ground within a radius of 10 meters to tremble violently. The black bat, already at the end of its strength, had no ability to dodge the shadow tiger's violent energy bombardment. Amidst the deafening roar and the raging wind, the black bat couldn't even hold on for half a second, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, as if hit by a speeding train, then violently thrown back amidst a series of cracking sounds like firecrackers. In midair, subjected to unimaginable forceful shockwaves, the wounds inflicted by Suli on its body once again spewed out a large amount of blood, splattering across the sky. With a thud, the black bat finally flew more than 30 meters away, then fell heavily to the ground, its body in ruins, shaking uncontrollably like a sieve, struggling a few times, unable to stand up, and finally let out a mournful cry before dying. Pa! Inhu wiped the wounds on his body and cursed under his breath, almost messed up big time. Inhu turned to look at Suli, feeling a panic rising in his heart, and hurried over. But Suli was already in an extremely weakened state, his body emitting a green hue, clearly deeply poisoned. Inhu's eyes darkened. Damn it! Where's the flying squirrel? Suli's face was filled with sorrow. Dead. Dead. Shen Chen? Ran away. However, as soon as Suli's words fell, Shen Chen proved with action that he hadn't run away. It was a silent but highly penetrating sniper rifle bullet that pierced Suli's forehead. I'm here, I've always been here, I'm everywhere, Shen Chen muttered to himself as he crouched on a tree in the distance. The next moment, he aimed the gun directly at Inhu. Suli's forehead exploded. The still warm brain matter splattered Inhu's face along with blood. Inhu stared wide-eyed, his mind in turmoil. He clearly didn't hear any sound, but he saw a bullet pierce Suli's head. How is this possible? Inhu's mind reacted quickly, realizing immediately that Suli was shot dead by Shen Chen's handiwork. Only he was carrying a sniper rifle. But what made his scalp tingle and his whole body tremble was, why? Why was there no gunshot sound? Could this bullet have been shot from a slingshot? This kind of silent bullet launch was something only advanced marksmen with exceptional abilities could achieve. And Shen Chen was just an ordinary person. Firearms need gunpowder, so there should be a sound when fired. He swallowed hard, feeling that Shen Chen was more trouble than he had anticipated. In the next instant, Inhu didn't have time to think, didn't care about the already dead Suli, and had no intention of dragging the target, the black bat juvenile body. He simply flashed, his body bursting with emerald light, and plunged headfirst into the earth. The ground was like water, and Inhu disappeared like a fish diving into water. For Inhu, because he didn't hear where the gunshot came from, he couldn't determine Shen Chen's position at all. Hiding behind any tree could expose his location. It was much safer to burrow underground. At the same time, it would also make Shen Chen lose his target. As long as Shen Chen searched, he could catch him. Meanwhile, Shen Chen, squatting on a dead tree in the distance, watched this scene with a slight surprise. This ability is truly unexpected. Shen Chen remained still on the tree, activating the sound amplification system and retracting the level 5 bullet from the gun barrel. In Shen Chen's plan, he intended to use the level 5 bullet to take out Inhu in one shot. Even if Inhu reacted fast enough to hide, he could use the bullet's ability to curve, as seen in the previous scene. But reality exceeded Shen Chen's estimation. This guy went underground. However, this was not a problem for Shen Chen. He immediately connected to the cluster firepower disc. Cluster firepower disc, kinetic energy remaining 98%, loading capacity 12 rounds. 24 rounds remaining in the ammunition compartment. Terminal wireless connection 500 meters. Edit command, invisibility float 500 meters autofollow. Shen Chen quickly set the command, advance 1000 meters, cruise. In silence, a slight ripple appeared in the air, and the invisible cluster firepower disc remained hovering over Suli's body. Shen Chen jumped down from the tree, switching to a more practical short-range revolver. The entire swamp of dead trees was eerily quiet, not even a breeze stirring the air. As Shen Chen took a few steps, the sound amplification system suddenly picked up a rustling sound. It was the sound of something moving underground, heading towards him. Shen Chen remained calm, knowing that Inhu was planning to launch another surprise attack from underground. But he was mistaken. The next second, in the midst of the air, the clustered firepower disc suddenly made contact with invisibility. The gun barrel drooped slightly. The fire flashed suddenly, without any sound, like a plastic bag dropped from a high building. But in the next moment, the shell exploded thunderously in the swamp 800 meters ahead of Shen Chen. A powerful shockwave instantly swept through the entire swamp, lifting the originally calm mud in an instant. The mud mixed with water splashed, forming towering mud columns that roared into the sky like the swamp's rage, soaring into the clouds. Under this immense force, the plants in the swamp were uprooted, leaving messy tracks in the air along with the splattering mud. The explosion's vibration made the surrounding land of the swamp tremble, as if the entire wetland was trembling in anger. When the mud fell, it made a dull sound, and the splashed water droplets fell back into the swamp, creating ripples. The air was filled with a strong smell of mud and gunpowder, but not the bloody scent Shen Chen expected. Shen Chen frowned. The shells of the clustered firepower disc had been modified. Although there were no engraved patterns, Shinshen had tried to use bullet patterns on the shells but failed. It seemed that the modifications didn't agree with the environment, and there were no external clues. But not to mention the modified shells, even the standard high-explosive shells from the Research Institute could blow up a shadow tiger. But Shinshen didn't see any flesh and blood. All that remained were chunks of flesh from iron wireworms and other creatures. Shinshen tilted his head, staring at the bomb crater in front of him. In a brief moment, he noticed a human arm. However, this human arm was not made of flesh and blood but of wood, resembling a prosthetic limb. Seeing this, Shinshen's pupils suddenly contracted. Underestimated him. Shinshen instantly realized that the rustling sound just now was not the shadow tiger crawling underground but the prosthetic limb he created using his abilities. Shinshen didn't hesitate at all. He directly commanded the clustered firepower disc to bombard the battlefield from all angles without any blind spots. Since he didn't know the shadow tiger's exact location, he must not have gone far in such a short time. Or perhaps, he didn't bother to run. After all, he was an ability user. Could he be scared off by an ordinary person? Boom! The clustered firepower disc poured out shells. In the gloomy and dangerous heart of the swamp, the artillery once again tore apart the long silent tranquility. Shells filled with destructive power streaked through the dense miasma like doomsday meteors, dragging fierce tails straight into the mud. The rolling mud and water vapor intertwined into a chaotic world. Shinshen's gaze kept scanning. In the light of the explosions, a hellish scene danced on his face. Under such intense artillery bombardment, Shinshen was determined to blow up the shadow tiger's physical body. Sure enough, as the shells plowed into the ground, after just one round, a dark figure leaped out of the swamp mud 300 meters away from Shinshen. Shadow Tiger, do you miss Mount Meng? Ha ha. Shinshen's voice was eerie and grand, seemingly boiling the boundless smoke and water vapor, as if rejoicing and cheering. At this moment, the shadow tiger was like a silent rock, enduring the tidal pain coming from all over his body. His abdomen had a bloody hole blown open, his internal organs shattered, and his spine on his back deformed and twisted. His face was a mixture of blood, water, and mud stains. He never expected that, despite Shinshen's cunning schemes and powerful firearms, his plan to sneak underground and launch a close-range ambush had failed. And that wasn't all. What surprised him the most was the firepower disc hovering above his head. Wasn't this the shelter's weapon? How did it end up in Shinshen's hands? Moreover, it had grown in size and firepower. This shouldn't be happening. After using this bombing weapon, it should automatically return to the Research Institute. Also, when did Shinshen bring this thing here? It's incomprehensible. Absolutely incomprehensible. Shinshen. At this moment, Ian, who was like a blazing flame in the icy cold current of the ocean, resembling a dying beast in desperation, suffering an icy, silent and ferocious, mad yet resilient. You think you can kill me with firepower alone? You're mistaken. Despite his battered body, Ian, who continued to charge at lightning speed. This was his final madness. If he couldn't catch Shinshen again, he couldn't afford it, especially with the firepower discs in the sky posing a huge threat. Shinshen calmly raised his pistol. You are the one mistaken. You know nothing about technology, without a shred of reverence. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire erupted like a storm, bullets flying towards Ian, who at astonishing speed. Shinshen's speed in shooting was jaw-dropping, seemingly ignoring the huge recoil of the revolver. The bullets fired from the muzzle were like a machine gun spitting out flames up to a meter long. Meanwhile, the concentrated firepower discs loaded their shells, bombarding Ian, who one by one. Gunshots and cannon blasts rang out, bullets and shells crisscrossing. Ian, who was surrounded by a strong life force, his bark-like defense seemingly impenetrable, but only against the Research Institute's shells. However, in the face of Shinshen's ruthless firepower, it eventually proved too much to bear. The intense shockwaves continuously pierced through the bark shield, throwing him into the air repeatedly, then crashing heavily onto the muddy ground, covered in wounds and scars. Finally, when the last shell exploded near him, the bark shield could no longer withstand the destructive force, completely collapsing. Ian, who was overturned by the huge air wave, falling to the ground. He struggled weakly, trying to get up. His forehead burned. It was the scorching heat of the gun barrel. Ian, whose face was covered in blood, his eyes filled with infinite resentment and hatred. Who are you after all? I have never encountered anyone in the wilderness who could wield firearms to threaten those with abilities. Shinshen's mouth curled into a grim smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If you get hit, stand up straight. Digging to the root is meaningless. May there be no escape in hell. You boom! The swamp of dead trees returned to silence once again. Shinshen squatted beside Ian, whose body, his head already shattered. He poked his mouth with the gun barrel. Ha, thought your head was tough, but it's just stubborn. cleaning up the battlefield, he found nearly a dozen intermediate crystal cores on various personnel. Not bad. Who's up for a mission? Shin-chan clicked his tongue. Then, he dragged the corpse of the black bat onto the vehicle. This was the target of this mission. Without it, Shin-chan wouldn't get paid. As for the bodies of In-hoo and the others, Shin-chan didn't even spare them a glance. In this world, wherever one dies, that's their grave. No matter who dies, even if General Yu Chang dies in battle, no one will collect the bodies. Some might even celebrate. The whole world is a natural graveyard. Shin-chan got into the vehicle. This was his first time driving this modified vehicle in this world. Checking the power compartment, Shin-chan was pleased to find residual crystal core energy inside, enough to drive back to the shelter. Stepping on the gas, the engine of the vehicle roared. Despite everything, the off-road vehicle in this world was in no way comparable to vehicles of the past. Abandoning various safety features for passengers inside the vehicle, as well as flashy gadgets like TVs and refrigerators, the focus was on performance. Not just four-wheel drive, not just powerful engine, but a suspension system that could freely adjust between 10 centimeters and 100 centimeters from the ground, explosion-proof wheels that could rotate 180 degrees freely, and a crawling mode for special terrains. This was the essence of modern vehicles. Shin-chan took one last look at the swamp of dead trees. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then stepped on the gas, the vehicle shooting off into the distance. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and the clouds above the wilderness were blown apart by strong winds, allowing streaks of red sunlight to shine through. However, the scenery and colors of the entire wilderness remained dull. After about 10 hours of driving, Shin-chan saw the Titans wriggling in the darkness. They're back. However, the next moment, Shin-chan realized something was wrong. In the past, electricity was an extremely precious resource in the shelter. Even with generators powered by crystal cores, the output was clearly insufficient. Usually, only the upper echelons could afford to use it. But now, all the energy-consuming searchlights in the shelter were turned on, illuminating the wilderness at night. It seemed like they were looking for something. Just then, someone shouted a few times. The beams of the searchlights all shone on Shin-chan's vehicle. Shin-chan raised his arm to shield his eyes from the glaring light. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to jump out of the car, he heard chaotic shouts coming from the shelter. "Run! What are you standing there for? There's a demon behind you!" Shin-chan listened to the intermittent howls floating in the air, like the eternal cold wind blowing from the Arctic ice fields. Chilling and frightening. His whole body was covered in goosebumps, and his soul felt like it was freezing. Shin-chan felt an incredibly oppressive and chilling breath behind him, like a substantial tide surging from all directions. His neck was extremely stiff, his hands gripping the steering wheel were sweating profusely, slipping. Trembling, he slowly looked back. In an instant, Shin-chan felt like an invisible hand was choking his throat, making it hard to breathe, rendering him speechless. He saw it. Under the searchlight, a demon beast emerged before his eyes, as if it had broken out from the depths of hell. Less than 100 meters behind the car, the demon's massive body was large enough to block out the sky. Its body resembled a twisted black mountain, covered with lava-like hot and cracked hard shells, embedded with countless wriggling eyeballs and sharp bone spurs, each shimmering with eerie light, sending shivers down one's spine. Beneath its enormous torso, numerous tentacles coiled like greedy snakes, each filled with razor-sharp barbs and glands dripping corrosive liquid, turning even hard rocks into pus wherever they touched. At the ends of these tentacles hidden in the darkness were gaping mouths, ready to devour any living creature that dared to approach. At the center of the demon was an incessantly beating heart, pulsating with thunderous sounds, releasing waves of evil energy with each beat, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Despite being scarred and incomplete, the demon could always regenerate new tissues from its wounds, its undying nature making any attack against it seem feeble and futile. The End Chaos Body. Shin-chan struggled to utter the name. A terrifying creature seemingly cursed with eternal life. For a moment, Shin-chan felt like his life was being stripped away. Shin-chan dared to fight fierce beasts and battle with supernatural beings, but facing the demon, all his methods seemed feeble and powerless. "Shin-chan, what the hell are you thinking? Run!" Suddenly, Rock's loud shout echoed. Shin-chan shuddered. Run! Running was the only way to survive. 300 meters. As long as he could get within 300 meters, he would be within the Titan's shelter range. 300 meters of life and death. Shin-chan stepped on the gas pedal, feeling a surge of power as if entering an engine compartment. The off-road vehicle's wheels spun in place, gravel flying. With a whoosh, Shin-chan's eyes almost left after images as the off-road vehicle shot out. Step on the gas. Don't let go, press hard, hold the steering wheel tight. The people on the shelter kept waving their arms and shouting. In the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, Shinshen was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, his hands gripping the steering wheel stiffly. He really didn't understand why driving at this moment was so difficult. Before returning from the swamp and the deadwood forest, he felt like a wandering cowboy in the Wild West, in the mood to shoot down some ferocious beasts. But now, during the escape, he was inexplicably nervous, with his hands and feet completely out of sync. As soon as he touched the steering wheel, different parts of his body seemed to act on their own, and his judgment of space, speed, and distance was frequently off. Fortunately, the battle armor belonged to an external mechanical exoskeleton. Shinshan, to prevent the steering wheel from veering off course at a distance of 300 meters, directly cut off the power module, putting the battle armor in a shutdown state, relying on mechanical strength to keep a tight grip on the steering wheel. The speed of the off-road vehicle was getting faster and faster, but the limit was only 50 miles per hour. After all, the off-road vehicle's performance was designed for navigating complex wilderness terrains, not for speed. Moreover, it was carrying the heavy load of a black bat corpse, weighing over 3 tons. 300 meters, 280 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters, getting closer, closer and closer. The people inside the shelter were shouting, "The abomination hasn't moved. It seems uninterested in you. Lucky guy. Shinshan, you could even stop and taunt the abomination, huh?" Shinshan listened to the shouts of the crowd and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thoughts raced through his mind, is this an unusually polite abomination? Quite rare. But his relaxed mood only lasted for a second, as a sudden change occurred. The massive body of the abomination of the end of chaos directly pressed down, like Mount Tai collapsing. The surging tide in the air gently descended, blocking Shinshan's path directly. Screech! Shinshan immediately activated the battle armor, slamming on the brakes. The vehicle's speed did not decrease due to inertia. After coming to a stop, the abomination was only 10 meters away. This scene shocked the people inside the shelter instantly. Rock pounded on the fence, fiercely extinguishing his cigarette butt. The momentary disappearance of the spark was like Shinshan's dimming life. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, call me Godfather." Little K looked up at Rock, then glanced at the vehicle completely blocked by the abomination. He shook his head firmly. "Bastard!" Rock cursed again and walked away. At this moment, the others in the shelter also shook their heads and left one after another. This time, no one pitied Shinshan's impending death. In this world, the least valuable thing is sympathy. Numbness. That's the prevailing sentiment. But only little K clung to the fence, standing on tiptoes, eyes straining. Facing Shinshan, who was less than 200 meters away from reaching the safety zone of the shelter but was blocked by the abomination, the shelter's occupants shook their heads, showing no pity or sighs, as if a drama had ended, the restaurant had closed, and people had left, leaving the building empty. No one believed Shinshan would survive. Amidst the words "May hell have no refugees," the residents left completely. They ate, drank, and reveled. In this world, anyone's death is just death. The exodus continues unabated. It won't change because of anyone's appearance or disappearance. Everyone's blood runs cold. It just can't warm up. Even Rock, who had a good relationship with Shinshan, couldn't muster any warmth. Only little K remained clinging to the fence, neck craned, his eyes flickering with tension and suppression. At this moment, Shinshan's path was completely blocked. The countless tentacles of the abomination of the end of chaos dissolved into the darkness. In an instant, the vertical pupils on the tentacles all lit up, like floating light bulbs in the air, or falling stars. Bewildering and fantastical. Damn it! Shinshan cursed under his breath, not giving up hope for survival. In this world, the abomination was an indestructible and immortal presence. Whether it was due to insufficient harm from the superhumans or other reasons, it just couldn't be killed. But that didn't mean the abomination would slaughter all humans at first sight. The smoky abomination from before didn't kill over 30 people until it had chased them for a while. Thinking of this, Shinshan felt a glimmer of hope, refusing to give up or be driven to madness by fear. The off-road vehicle roared to life once more. His body reacted swiftly. He slammed the brake pedal to the floor, tires violently scraping against the ground, creating a cloud of white smoke that billowed like molten lava during a volcanic eruption. The tires emitted a piercing, sharp howl, akin to the dying wail of a fierce beast. The vehicle shook violently, the engine roaring incessantly. The rear wheel skidded wildly, defying physics by gripping, slipping, and regaining traction in a high-speed spin, leaving deep tire marks on the ground. In that split second, the entire vehicle nearly skimmed the ground sideways, tilting dramatically as if it would flip over in the next second, only to miraculously regain balance at the last moment. With Shinshan's precise maneuvers, the off-road vehicle carved a graceful arc in the air, swiftly executing a 180-degree turn on the spot. A beautiful drift sent it charging into the vast wilderness of the night. Shinshen had lost count of how many times the off-road vehicle had veered off the road. In the wilderness, there were no roads, every direction was a path in the midst of escape. An hour later, Shinshen stole a glance behind him. The monstrous creature still loomed large, like a giant net closing in on him. Faster! Faster! Shinshen urged, pressing harder on the gas pedal. However, the off-road vehicle struggled to accelerate, hovering around 50 miles per hour. The creature's colossal form surged towards him like a tidal wave, clearly faster than the vehicle. Beads of sweat dripped down Shinshen's forehead, feeling like a mouse toyed with by a cat. Circling back to the shelter was extremely unwise. The more he circled, the closer he got to the creature in a straight line. He had to maintain a straight distance and maximize the gap. Yet, at a critical moment, the poorly maintained, high-speed off-road vehicle suddenly emitted white smoke from the engine. The speedometer plummeted drastically. Shinshen winced in pain. With the speed already insufficient, now the engine was malfunctioning. In the next moment, Shinshen decisively pulled out a mid-level energy core and threw it into the power module of his battle armor. The power system hummed to full capacity. Maximum power. After Shinshen's mental command, the visual panel flashed red. He could feel the heat and kinetic energy generated by the power module running at full capacity. In the next breath, Shinshen kicked open the car door and leaped out. His figure rolled abruptly to the left. In that instant, time seemed to stretch, space distorted around him, and the energy bands on his battle armor flickered intensely with his movements, dazzling like exploding stars. As he landed, Shinshen leveraged the roll, kicking up a storm of dust on the hard ground, akin to a meteor impact creating a massive shockwave on Earth. Several tactical rolls, combined with the battle armor's close-fitting design, absorbed the immense inertia. Without waiting for the dust to settle, he immediately rose to his feet, propelled by the powerful thrusters within the battle armor, transforming into a swift shadow racing forward. Racing at full speed, Shinshen's feet traversed a desolate landscape littered with shattered rocks and withered vegetation, each step stirring up swirling dust. The power module of the battle armor had pushed the speed to its limit, reaching 60 miles per hour. Each leap seemed to challenge the constraints of gravity, leaving faint traces in the air. The visual panel continued to flash red. Shinshen blocked it out, willing to burn out the power module rather than halt his breakneck pace. This was a matter of life and death. The only solace was that the battle armor's speed surpassed that of the off-road vehicle. Glancing back, the nightmare-like creature with its numerous bloodthirsty eyes continued its relentless pursuit, but the gap between them seemed to widen. Shinshen felt a sense of relief in his heart, but he didn't let his guard down. He continued to sprint forward with all his might. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. The eastern horizon was tinged with a faint rosy hue, the shy outline of the early sun not yet fully breaking free from the darkness, soft yet full of power. The morning glow gradually unfolded like a huge watercolor canvas, illuminating the once silent wasteland in a dreamy way. Shinshen glanced ahead. The dilapidated ruins outlined spotty figures in the dim light, rusted iron frames and shattered concrete shimmering with a cold and mysterious silvery gray luster in the morning light. Shinshen slightly adjusted his posture, skirting around the urban ruins. Diving into the city would only hinder his speed with numerous obstacles. In just a few breaths, the evil creatures would catch up, leading to a fatal end. It wasn't until the sun had fully risen, brightening the world, that Shinshen bypassed the urban ruins and once again sprinted through the wilderness. Along the desperate journey, Shinshen continuously added intermediate crystal cores to the power module of his battle armor. It was a burning through of resources. A complete burning through. Compared to his life, Shinshen felt it was not enough. He wished he could cram in an advanced crystal core to unleash even greater kinetic energy from the battle armor. But Shinshen knew that even an advanced crystal core would be useless, as the grade of the battle armor limited the maximum speed. Approximately an hour later, Shinshen crossed over a hill and dashed down, suddenly spotting a group of humans in his field of vision. They seemed to be a team coming out from a shelter to hunt ferocious beasts for food. There were 4 vehicles in total, all in a sorry state, with the lead vehicle being a green Jeep patched up with iron sheets, graffiti on the doors and hood. A man with dirty braids was driving the Jeep, while a bald giant with wrists the size of pears sat in the passenger seat, eyeing Shinshen's running figure with a predatory gaze. The sound of the vehicles approached. Shouts, whistles, the roaring tires of the speeding Jeep, figures resembling demons, chests strapped with ammunition belts, rifles wildly waving, all indicating they were no ordinary folk. "Hey, kid, come play with us. Don't run, you'll tire yourself out, and we won't spare your ass. Robbery. Hand over the crystal cores on you. Which shelter are you from? However, their arrogant expressions abruptly changed seconds after spotting Shin-chan. Firstly, Shin-chan's speed was too fast. Secondly, behind the hill, a dark mass loomed. When that mass finally climbed over the hill and revealed its true form, everyone was stunned. In an instant, boundless fear gripped them all. Some even lost their balance and fell from the vehicles. Damn it! It's an evil creature. This guy is luring evil creatures here. Turn around. Don't run towards us. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The rifle spat out bullets furiously, leaving a trail of bullet holes in Shin-chan's path. This threat was inconsequential to Shin-chan. In fact, he continued his sprint, swerving his steps directly towards them. Dragging them down with him would slow the pursuit of the evil creatures. Better to die together than alone. Bastard, turn the other way. Damn it! Let's run! Hurry back to the shelter. The previously wobbly jeep suddenly accelerated and began to turn. Due to the terrain, two jeeps collided at high speed, causing them to burst into flames. The overturned jeep drew a parabolic arc in the air, accompanied by a deafening roar as it crashed down, plowing over 6 meters of soil behind it. Curses and cries of pain echoed from those thrown out. The remaining two vehicles didn't even spare a glance at their stranded teammates, speeding away. The dozen or so people were completely dumbfounded, standing still in confusion. It wasn't until Shin-chan brushed past them that they snapped out of it. Enraged, they raised their rifles and started shooting at Shin-chan. However, Shin-chan had no intention of engaging with them. With a few swift movements, he disappeared from their sight. Just then, a large shadow loomed overhead. The arrival of the evil seed. Ah, help me! Giggles at the moment when the evil seed descended. Panic, fear, and even malicious resentment surged in their hearts like raging waves. Suddenly, countless evil tentacles pierced through the bodies of these humans who hadn't had time to escape. A sharp, soul-tearing pain flooded their minds, immediately causing them to let out hoarse screams, curling up on the ground like shrimps, frantically writhing and struggling. The hollow-like evil tentacles seemed to suck them dry in the blink of an eye. As the tentacles flung the dried corpses out like trash, smashing them to the ground, bodies shattered like broken glass into pieces. The insatiable greed of the evil seed seemed satisfied, lingering for a moment before drifting northward. At this moment, Shin-chan stopped in the south, watching the evil seed depart completely. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground. He lay on the desolate land, gasping incessantly. Running for nearly 3 hours straight, despite the assistance of the battle armor, left him dizzy and exhausted. If not for the threat to his life, such high-intensity running would have been impossible to sustain. After panting heavily for over 10 minutes, Shin-chan finally recovered somewhat from the terrifying pain akin to soul-tearing, lying in a sorry state on the ground. He struggled to lift his head, drank some water, and quickly chewed on food. His exhausted internal organs began to receive nourishment. Shin-chan stood up again. He knew the pursuit was not over. Although the evil seed had left, it had brought calamity upon a group of humans. It would not let the matter rest. Moreover, the location was definitely very close to the shelter of those people. After all, they had encountered him just as the sun was rising, indicating they had not been out for long. The two fleeing jeeps would return soon, seeking revenge. Trying to reason with them would be futile. It would be like throwing oneself into a fire pit. In this world, reason cannot fill one's belly, nor can it bring the dead back to life. Everyone knew that in this desolate world, one must nurture a bit of malice in their hearts. Such absurd matters required a show of strength first, followed by a nonchalant attitude towards life and death. Refusal to submit would lead to confrontation. Negotiation? There was no negotiation, only bullets. Of course, there was still a possibility of negotiation between shelters. For anyone who caused such trouble, expecting forgiveness and pardon was wishful thinking. With a thought, Shin-chan ordered the battle armor to conduct a self-check. After all, the battle armor had been operating at a high load continuously, even emitting a burnt smell. The situation was likely not favorable. Self-check in progress. At the same time, he accessed the data of the cluster firepower disk. Cluster firepower disk, kinetic energy remaining 38%, loading capacity 12 rounds. 24 rounds remaining in the ammunition compartment. Terminal wireless connection 500 meters. Edit command, invisibility float 500 meters autofollow. Shin-chan glanced at it. Fortunately, there was still kinetic energy left in the cluster firepower disk. He was afraid that if the energy ran out, it would fall from high altitude directly. It wouldn't be fun to crash and burn. Currently, it was feasible to support the return to Shelter 36. Just then, information popped up on the visual panel of the battle armor. Self-check completed, upper body frame including head support unit, shoulder components, chest armor plate, back support structure and spine simulation device, shoulder joint module, elbow joint driver, wrist joint and hand exoskeleton, etc. Intact. Lower body framework, damaged. The list is as follows: hip joint component, damaged 30% knee joint module, damaged 50% ankle joint drive unit, damaged 50% foot propeller, damaged 90% power module, damaged 70% control system including sensors, neural interfaces, etc. Intact life support system including oxygen supply, cooling system, heating device, waste disposal facility, etc. Intact skeletal structure, slightly damaged power transmission cables, infrared visual cable disconnected, others intact. After carefully reviewing the information, the problem is not significant. The upper body is unaffected, but lower body movements may be somewhat stiff. With a clear understanding, Shin-Chen knew how to deal with the pursuit ahead. Glancing to the west, he saw a dust cloud rolling on the horizon, kicked up by a jeep heading in his direction. Shin-Chen activated the war armor again, pushing the power module output to the limit. Even if I burn out the power module, I have to run to the ruined city, or I'll be a sitting duck. Shin-Chen paused abruptly, then dashed back in the direction he came from. The pursuers, including several superhumans, were closing in. Fighting in the wilderness was definitely not in his favor. Only by engaging in alleyway battles in the steel forest could he deal with them one by one. Damn it! Captain Blacktooth, we've lost quite a few men. The bald giant sitting in the car had a fierce glint in his eyes, extremely agitated and cursing loudly. Known as Blacktooth, the man with dirty braids all over his head had a cold and murderous look on his face, creating an atmosphere of extreme oppression, gloom, as if a great disaster was imminent, enveloping the car. They had just fled back to shelter No. 12, reported to the leader, Chi-Yun Lai, and found that the enemy had already left. They immediately sought permission from Chi-Yun Lai to send out reinforcements to pursue revenge. According to Blacktooth's description, Chi-Yun Lai showed a strong interest in Shin-Chen's war armor, almost without any hesitation, and requested to bring back the armor for research at the institute. At this moment, Blacktooth growled, "Hurry up! Chase him! Don't let that guy escape from me!" The driver stepped on the gas pedal, increasing the speed once again. Blacktooth turned to the bald giant and said, "Shirshin, I don't need your nonsense. When I catch that guy in the war armor, I will definitely crush him to pieces." Shirshin, the bald giant, gritted his teeth. It's the first time someone dared to mess with the mutants. He's really bold. Blacktooth snorted, his gaze fixed ahead. It's just that this mutant's end chaos body is not fast enough and has been injured, otherwise how could he be led around like a dog by humans? Injured? Shirshin was suddenly surprised. How did you figure that out? Blacktooth's eyes held an unmistakable hint of mockery. Are you so scared that you didn't even observe carefully at first? Shirshin's mouth twitched, unable to speak. He was indeed almost scared out of his wits at first. There were many mutants in the wilderness, but because the wasteland was too small and the shelter was always on the move, the chances of encountering mutants were not high. This was his first time encountering a mutant outside the shelter. Naturally, he was a bit flustered and had no mind to observe anything. Blacktooth's gaze was extremely profound, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as he slowly spoke. This mutant's heart position is covered in scars, even exposed. Although the wound is healing, it seems to have suffered significant damage. Shirshin gasped, his head buzzing. The others in the car were also shocked. Injured? Mutants injured? Does that mean? Shirshin asked excitedly, aren't mutants supposed to be invincible? How could they be injured? Does this mean mutants can die too? Blacktooth shook his head. I don't know why this mutant is injured, but one thing is certain, the mutant is not dead, and this record remains unbroken. At this moment, an ordinary person holding a rifle interjected, I heard someone saw the body of a demon, it must have been killed by humans. Only you naive fools would believe that the bodies of demons were destroyed by us humans, Blacktooth said bluntly. The crowd lowered their heads at his words, thinking, what's wrong with believing that? Who wants to scavenge for a lifetime? Blacktooth took a deep breath and exclaimed, all that nonsense is useless. Our current task is to avenge our brothers. With that statement, he ignited the pent-up frustration in everyone's hearts, and they all clamored, damn it, who knows which shelter this person is from, pure trouble follows him. Let's take him down. There are over 10 of us, we can handle him, right? Hold on, let me deal with him first. The crowd was stirred up, filled with indignation. For them, bullying others was normal. But if others bullied them, it was a whole different story. That was intolerable. They urged the driver to step on the gas, not wanting to wait a moment longer, eager to tear the culprit into pieces right now. However, Blacktooth still had some rationality left. He raised his hand and said, This person is wearing battle armor, running at an astonishing speed. He must have equipment beyond what we anticipated. We may outnumber him, but we must be careful not to mess things up." The crowd nodded in understanding. Hu Shinshan almost burned out his power module. Finally, he rushed back to the ruined city. Here, Shinshan completely wiped out the Avengers who were chasing him. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. For Shinshan, those who died miserably at the hands of demons were just unlucky. The Avengers chasing him were digging their own graves. Of course, Shinshan could continue on his way back to Shelter 36. But leaving loose ends would only bring endless trouble in the future. So, to get rid of the problem, Shinshan chose the ruined city as his battlefield. Stepping inside, Shinshan seemed to awaken his fighting genes. His blood surged, heart beating rapidly. His palms itched, nostrils eager to smell blood. Advancing along the road, the once towering skyscrapers seemed to have been ruthlessly devoured by the beast of time, leaving only the dilapidated skeletons askew. Cars littered the streets haphazardly, like blood clots in the silent veins of the city. Shinshan's footsteps echoed between the rubble and broken walls, the faint friction sound reverberating in the chest of this silent city. He meticulously observed every possible advantageous terrain that could serve as a sniper point. In his mind, he silently calculated wind direction, light, and line of sight obstruction, trying to find the best position to conceal himself and launch a deadly strike against the enemy. Shinshan walked for about 10 minutes. Climbing over cracked buildings, his figure agile as a cat, sometimes swinging from broken beams, sometimes flashing between shattered glass windows, until he reached the top of a partially collapsed high-rise building. The panoramic view here, with the surrounding ruins acting as natural barriers, provided him with an excellent ambush point. Apart from a public building and a small church, there were only a few dozen houses. Obviously, even in the old days, this was not a bustling place. He took out his Barrett sniper rifle, skillfully assembling and adjusting it. Then he commanded the battle armor to change color, blending silently into the background like a shadow waiting for its prey to appear. Today was a bit chilly, with low temperatures. Shinshan lay on the cold broken wall, gazing down at the city below that had long turned into ruins. The wind kept brushing past him, as the damaged parts of his armor compromised its seal, allowing the chilling wind to seep into his suit. Shinshan's body temperature had dropped to match the environment, the wind not making him feel any colder. However, Shinshan still disliked the cold, which made him very uncomfortable. Low temperatures would slow down the flow of blood, as if everything, including himself and the world, was slowly solidifying. Before long, a dozen people appeared in Shinshan's field of vision. Shinshan saw two familiar faces, a man with dirty braids and a bald man. The two people at the front of the group were obviously experienced hunters, their gazes sweeping the field for any suspicious traces like a finely woven net, without missing a thing. Their formation was well spread out and disciplined, clearly indicating rigorous training. Despite their appearance resembling uncivilized savages, their tactical coordination was much stronger than anyone Shinshan had encountered before. The dozen or so people were spaced about a kilometer apart. In Shinshan's field of vision, some individuals were barely visible, just a blurry dot. Shinshan sniffed, realizing his combat armor needed an upgrade. Hopefully, the next upgrade would assist in enhancing his vision. Meanwhile, in the distance, two individuals kept scanning the low hills on either side, clearly experts in long-range sniping, their gazes repeatedly sweeping over potential sniping locations. Shinshan could sense that their eyes had passed over his hiding spot several times, but they seemed unaware. Most of the time, when a sniper with expertise in firearms was searching for another sniper, they relied on their infrared visual abilities, a necessary awakening ability for firearm specialists. However, Shinshan had lowered his body temperature to match the surroundings completely, was kilometers away, and his combat armor blended seamlessly with the environment, far from the red armor they had previously seen. Due to preconceived notions, they naturally found it difficult to detect him and wouldn't even consider that his armor could change color. Perhaps in their eyes, only red objects would raise their alertness. Blacktooth and the others quickly entered the ruins of the city. "This guy is not a man at all," Stoneheart said nonchalantly. He actually ran straight into the ruins. Blacktooth watched the people ahead searching various areas and replied indifferently, "This is a cunning fox. When he left the evil seed, he anticipated that we would chase him and ran here to hide in advance." "What's there to hide?" Stoneheart chuckled with a hint of disdain. "It's just delaying his time of death. I remember this guy carrying a sniper rifle. He should be a sniper." Blacktooth looked around, searching for clues. "A good sniper requires patience. We might need some time to catch." Before Blacktooth could finish his sentence, a sudden chill ran through him, so intense that he couldn't help but shiver, immediately shouting, "Everyone, take cover." In an instant, he grabbed Stoneheart and swiftly dashed into the opposite building. Bang! A slightly muffled gunshot echoed over the ruins of the city, and the sniper occupying the bell tower of a small church fell in response. As the first gunshot still reverberated faintly in the deserted town, another shot followed. Before the sound of the gun reached the ears of the crowd, the second sniper expert, positioned on the second floor of a house, also fell. The powerful bullet pierced through the wall, splattering his chest into a mess with mud and debris. A bloody, mangled arm flew out of the window on the other side, landing in the central square below. This time, Shin Chen eliminated nearby targets with regular bullets. There were silent bullets available, but not many. They were to be used at critical moments of surprise attacks. These small fry, even if the gunshots were exposed, wouldn't affect the overall situation. The bullets came from 1,300 meters away. Stoneheart listened to the gunshots, his face turning somewhat pale. After taking cover in the building, he leaned against the window to observe outside, where the sniper expert's arm dropped straight in front of his eyes. It's 1410 meters. Black Tooth corrected the error estimated by Stoneheart. However, his expression was very ugly. After all, he was a fourth-order combat martial artist in the combat department. His main strength was close combat. Long-range sniping was not his forte. At this point, it was easy to understand that they had fallen into a trap. The nearby terrain was not complex, but Shin Chen had taken advantage of the favorable position, and their two sniping experts were taken out immediately. It could be said that the situation of this battle had already turned into a losing game for ordinary people. They could only rely on themselves and Stoneheart to break through and chase. Just as Black Tooth was calculating how to quickly reach Shin Chen's position, the continuous sound of sniper rifles rang out, and one by one, people fell from the rooftops. Cries of alarm echoed in the ruined city as they searched for safe spots, trying to figure out the sniper's direction. However, Shin Chen's shooting speed was unusually fast, almost unlike that of a sniper. As soon as someone peeked out, they would immediately attract a bullet. The thin walls of these eroded houses provided no cover at all. The muscles on Black Tooth's face kept twitching, and each gunshot felt like a blow to his heart. In a short period, Shin Chen had fired 13 bullets, killing at least 8 people. After seeing the fate of the second sniping expert, he no longer held any hope for those hit by the bullets. The power of the bullets used by the other side clearly left no survivors. Each death meant a weakening of his team's strength. He's just an ordinary person, Stoneheart concluded. Black Tooth glared. Did he even need to say that? The firearms used by experts specializing in firearms were different. Or rather, the guns they used were like small cannons. And Shin Chen on the other side was just using ordinary bullets. Just then, a teammate with great experience and courage raised his hand and fired 2 shots. The gunshots rang out in succession, the first shot creating a large hole in a broken outer wall in front of Black Tooth, and the second shot entering through the hole, completely piercing the floor, raising a large cloud of dust on the next floor, with wood fragments and dust even spraying out of the window. In an instant, an extremely agile figure leaped out of the window along with the smoke and dust, landing and immediately springing up, rushing towards another house suitable for hiding like a cheetah. Black Tooth watched the figure leap out, shouting, "Well done, you forced him out. Let's go." Black Tooth was the first to rush out of the house, striding quickly towards Shin Chen. After Shin Chen was forced out, Black Tooth's desire for intense slaughter and joy erupted. He immediately signaled to Stoneheart to charge out. As long as Shin Chen showed up, with everyone surrounding him, there was only one way to go: death. Stoneheart ran even faster, the already dilapidated street under his feet crumbling into a web of cracks with each step he took. Just then, in Black Tooth's field of vision, a black dot suddenly appeared in the house where Shin Chen had disappeared. What's that? Black Tooth was puzzled, watching what looked like a bullet, creating air ripples as it flew, a high-frequency vibration emitted during the flight. A bullet? Black Tooth was almost dumbfounded. How could there be silent bullets without gunshots? Stoneheart, be careful. Black Tooth, without even thinking about why an ordinary person like Shin Chen would shoot silent bullets, quickly warned. Although Stoneheart's defense had reached the 3rd level, being hit by a sniper rifle, while not fatal, would still cause injury. At this moment, Stoneheart was somewhat disdainful of Black Tooth's reminder. So what if he was hit by a sniper rifle bullet? It wouldn't kill him. At most, he would be injured. In the wilderness, getting injured was like an everyday occurrence. But Stoneheart's hatred for Shin Chen was overflowing, still thinking about capturing Shin Chen alive and inflicting the most terrifying punishment and torture on him. Therefore, in a split second, Stoneheart chose to evade. His movements were extremely swift, suddenly diving towards the side, then rolling, swiftly reaching the edge of a house, ready to hide in the blind spot for shooting. At that moment, another bullet silently pierced through the air, flying towards him. Just right, hitting the spot where he had dived. In an instant, blood splattered from his body, his entire form lifted off the ground, somersaulting in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. His lifeless body hit the ground, with almost half of his waist missing. Even in his gruesome death, not a single cry escaped his lips. The death was swift and merciless, without any pause. And all of this happened in just a couple of breaths. A third-tier Esper was dead. Blacktooth couldn't believe his eyes. From head to toe, he felt a chilling sensation, standing dumbfounded in the open space, almost forgetting the life and death situation he was in. He was well aware that Shin-chen's cunning far exceeded his imagination. Shin-chen first used a bullet to make Stoneheart dodge, then the second bullet was the real killer move. This level of calculation and scheming was terrifying, comparable to a computer. How did he penetrate Stoneheart's defense? Blacktooth couldn't fathom at that moment what kind of bullet Shin-chen used. Its power far surpassed the limits of damage that normal gunpowder bullets could inflict. Perplexed, confused, horrified, various emotions flooded his mind, chaotic and unceasing. It was like an ant, usually not worth bothering to crush. Yet Shin-chen, this ant, managed to kill an elephant before his eyes. This was more shocking than a lion killing an elephant. An ordinary person, with a sniper rifle, even if a god descended, couldn't possibly achieve the feat of sniping and killing a third-tier Esper with one shot. He suddenly snapped out of it, his face cold and murderous, with a hint of unease. Blacktooth saw the flickering muzzle flash on the ruins opposite, but still couldn't pinpoint Shin-chen's location. He roared, picking up a rifle dropped by a teammate beside him. Pointing the gun, he wildly sprayed bullets towards where Shin-chen might be hiding. His fingers pulled the trigger heavily, and in an instant, the rifle roared deafeningly, like thunder tearing through the silence. Tons of fire spewed from the muzzle, tracer rounds speeding towards Shin-chen's hiding place, forming a hot and deadly trajectory. The surrounding dust churned violently from the intense firepower, the air filled with the smell of burnt gunpowder and steel. Each gunshot was accompanied by flying debris, each impact leaving new wounds on the ruins. After emptying the magazine, Blacktooth crouched, amidst the rubble and debris, using various buildings and obstacles as cover, charging towards Shin-chen's sniper position. With a distance of 1,500 meters, he needed about a minute to charge. But as long as he could get within 500 meters, he was confident he could suppress Shin-chen's firepower. In other words, he still had to cross 1,000 meters under the escort of death. Blacktooth leaped forward swiftly, employing various unimaginable tactical movements to close the distance with Shin-chen. Shin-chen kept firing continuously, bullets whizzing past Blacktooth, but instead of being relieved by the deviation of these bullets, his heart sank deeper. The screams of agony kept coming from behind him, clearly indicating that Shin-chen's target was not him, but those teammates still hiding in the ruins. Walls or roofs were no obstacle for Shin-chen's bullets. His shooting pattern was precise, one shot to end a target's life, the frequency and switching speed of his shots breaking any sniper rules Blacktooth knew. Once again, Blacktooth was shocked by the unimaginable power of Shin-chen's bullets. The penetrating force was too fantastical. It was as if the walls were made of paper. It was maddening and hair-raising. As Blacktooth continued to advance, getting closer to Shin-chen at a distance of less than 800 meters, everyone he brought with him, except for two cowards who had hidden in the basement, fell to Shin-chen's gun. At this moment, Blacktooth saw that Shin-chen's combat armor had turned a sandy yellow, with large patches resembling camouflage gear. Color-changing armor? Blacktooth's eyes flickered with interest. The rifle he carried was noticeably different from firearms of the old era, as well as the ally magazine hanging from his leg, making him stand out from other snipers. People in the wilderness had a simple yet effective way of recognizing strength. To them, clothes without patches, shiny metal objects, and uniquely shaped firearms represented unbeatable power. Of course, the most significant display of strength was through various combat vehicles. Shin-chen's vehicle had long been lost in the wilderness, but his equipment was enough to showcase his might. Most of his features remained hidden behind a mask, but his calm and icy eyes shone with a profound gaze in Blacktooth's eyes. Shin-chen was even half-kneeling, holding a rugged and simple Barrett sniper rifle without bothering to conceal his figure, and as Blacktooth faced him, he pulled the trigger. The flash from the shot was particularly blinding. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the ruins. It was the agonizing cry of a teammate who had tried to flank Shin-chen with Blacktooth but was now lying on the ground outside the small building, his buttocks soaked in blood. Shin-chen turned his gun towards Blacktooth, forcing him to dodge several times before finally finding refuge behind a large rock formation. "Kid, are you challenging Shelter No. 12? Blacktooth, leaning against the rock, shouted sternly. He was filled with hatred. The recent battle had almost cost him all his men. Only one remained, and he was just an ordinary person. Shinshen's bullets and marksmanship were so dominant that Blacktooth couldn't even raise his head. At that moment, he even doubted if Shinshen was pretending to be weak. "Can you represent Shelter No? 12? Shinshen's voice was cold with a hint of disdain. His gun subtly swayed, scanning the rock formation. However, the rock was too thick for the bullets to penetrate. If Blacktooth dared to show himself, he would be shot in the head. Of course, if Blacktooth stayed hidden for too long, Shinshen wouldn't mind using level 5 bullets. "Listen to me, our leader, Shi Yunlai, is very interested in you. Let's talk." Bang! Shinshen fired a shot directly, the bullet shattering against the rock, sending stone chips flying. That was Shinshen's answer. Talk? There was no room for negotiation. With a person's remaining value drained and still in enemy territory, there was only one outcome: death in the wilderness. However, Blacktooth seemed unwilling to give up, continuously shouting from behind the rock formation. Occasionally, he would poke out a tree branch, taunting Shinshen. This was not a meaningless waste of time by Blacktooth but rather another teammate taking the opportunity to sneak up on Shinshen. Just as Blacktooth attempted to persuade Shinshen to surrender and visit Shelter No. 12, Shinshen goaded him to come out from behind the rock. Both sides were extremely wary. Blacktooth feared Shinshen's mysterious marksmanship and bullets, while Shinshen did not want to engage in close combat with Blacktooth. So far, Blacktooth had not displayed any special abilities. Without knowing his opponent's trump card, the looming threat of the giant sword hanging over their heads remained. As the two stood at a stalemate, without realizing it, a figure, almost as stealthy as a cat, crept up behind Shinshen. It must be said that this ordinary person's combat skills were far superior to 90% of regular individuals. He moved almost like a lizard, crawling with his chest almost touching the ground. Each movement was slow and graceful, akin to a lizard hunting its prey. It was evident that he had undergone very professional training. Just as the enemy approached within 10 meters of Shinshen, he suddenly touched a transparent thread. In an instant, the sound of a soda can rattled out of nowhere, emitting a piercing clang. It was a warning device set up by Shinshen. Simple, yet hard to detect. At that moment, Shinshen suddenly turned around and blindly fired a shot. Bang! The enemy reacted swiftly, rolling to the side the moment the soda can made noise, dodging the bullet. Just as the enemy was about to counterattack with his gun raised halfway, he had to freeze in midair because a dull military knife was already at his neck. Shinshen slowly raised his right hand, forcing the enemy to tilt his head back and rise on his tiptoes. Feeling a slight sting on his skin, the enemy could sense the sharpness of the knife. He dared not make any sudden movements, only following Shinshen's arm as it continued to rise, forcing him to stand on his tiptoes. Under the threat of death, his throat trembled violently, despite the cold weather, large beads of sweat already forming. Suddenly, Shinshen's right hand flicked, the blade of the knife grazing the enemy's neck, shaving off stubble and leaving a smooth skin behind. In just a split second, the enemy was drenched in sweat, seeing a flash of light from the blade before feeling a cool sensation on his neck. Then, he saw red blood spraying. At the same time, his body temperature plummeted rapidly. It felt like something mercilessly stripped away from inside him. Before he could scream, Shinshen's left fist struck like lightning, squarely hitting his nose. The burly man flew back as if weightless, crashing heavily into a shed wall, creating a large hole and falling inside like a feather. Dealing with the assailant effortlessly, Shinshen was about to continue facing Blacktooth when a loud bang echoed. A wall was smashed by brute force. Blacktooth's figure, like a speeding train, charged directly. Accompanied by a thunderous grin, "Scum! Let's see where you can run." Blacktooth's terrifying physical strength, combined with the force in his arms, veins bulging, resembled a ferocious iron whip striking down viciously. Boom! Caught off guard, Shinshen was ruthlessly flung away by Blacktooth's arm, like a rag doll tossed into the air. Boom! Shinshen crashed through countless rocks and debris, buried among them. Even his sniper rifle slipped from his grasp, its whereabouts unknown. Trample Blacktooth's energy surged violently within him, shaking his internal organs, muscles, and tendons. A cold, murderous aura seemed to freeze the blood in his veins, rapidly dissipating into the void. Blacktooth smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty grin, just an ordinary person after all, so fragile. He snorted, "I'll have to dig you out and take you back. Losing so many men, I need to explain to the leader." Just when he thought Shinshen was doomed under his charge, a pile of rubble shifted, indicating an upward force within. Soon, 1, 2, countless pieces of rubble began to fall. Blacktooth stared at the pile of rubble like an ancient graveyard, squinting, sensing a demon about to emerge. Still alive? Blacktooth was surprised. Even with his impact, Shinshen, even in armor, should have died or been severely injured, completely defenseless. But now, the situation once again exceeded his expectations. Is the battle armor defense really that advanced? Blacktooth's eyes flickered, waves of thought surging within him, a suspicion even he found hard to believe. The next moment, with a clatter, Shin Chen's arm struggled out from under the heavy rubble. The arm was covered in dark iron battle armor, faintly shimmering, as if flowing with a mysterious and eerie vitality. The joints of the armor emitted a deep and powerful friction sound, like the roar of an ancient demon breaking free from its restraints. Following that, more rubble flew in all directions. Shin Chen's body began to slowly wriggle out of the pile of rocks, his shoulders, chest, waist. Every piece of armor stubbornly held up against the heavy pressure. His body squeezed out bit by bit from the shattered rocks, like the gates of hell opening, a demon emerging from the earth. Finally, as Shin Chen completely climbed out of the rubble, he stood on the ruins, bathed in the blood-red glow of the setting sun, as if supporting this piece of heaven and earth. He lifted his head slowly. His clear and calm gaze met Blacktooth's eyes, and he said lightly, "You're strong, but not strong enough." In Blacktooth's eyes, cold and fierce light flickered. He suddenly burst into wild laughter, his laughter unexpected, delighted, and satisfying. "Excellent! You are the most cunning and tenacious ordinary person I have ever encountered. I have experienced countless individuals, some are weak, some are resilient, some compromise, and some are arrogant. But never has an ordinary person embarrassed me like this. To call you an ordinary person is a gross underestimation. I believe you are even stronger than those with abilities." How fortunate! The cold and fierce look in Blacktooth's eyes seemed to solidify into substance. I love a good challenge. In the next moment, Blacktooth raised his hand, and a wave of energy spread throughout the area. This was one of his abilities, Aura Lock. In close combat, it could create a force field around himself, increasing his attack speed and defense while decreasing the enemy's speed and accuracy, putting them in a passive position. For Shin Chen, who currently had no firearms in hand, just this ability alone was enough to deal with the situation. In Blacktooth's view, Shin Chen's armor defense was good, but could he fight? Ultimately, he was just a target. Blacktooth licked his lips, eager to know which was superior, abilities or technology. Shin Chen's calm eyes suddenly showed intense fluctuations. Close quarters combat. This was Shin Chen's first time, and he also wanted to know if his combat skills from his past life, combined with the assistance of the armor, could take down someone with abilities. Shin Chen directly took out the intermediate crystal core and inserted it into the power module, extracting the energy for later use. In the next moment, Blacktooth wasted no words, stomped heavily, soil flying, took a step forward like an arrow released from a bow, and in the next instant, he was in front of Shin Chen, throwing a punch that created a vacuum zone behind him. The air exploded, fierce winds swept towards Shin Chen. Never been hit before? Well, enjoy it. Blacktooth's wild roar echoed with a thunderous sound as he charged towards Shin Chen. Facing Blacktooth's onslaught, Shin Chen didn't even have time to draw his revolver. In fact, his first thought wasn't to use the gun for shooting. At this distance, the revolver's effectiveness was limited, the threat not as great as 10 meters away. Shin Chen didn't resist head-on but moved like a whirlwind, dodging to the side, then pushing off with the foot thrusters to propel himself away. By the time Blacktooth's punch missed, Shin Chen had already leaped several steps 10 meters away. He had the revolver in his left hand. As he landed, he immediately pulled the trigger. The six-chambered revolver's cylinder spun rapidly. With a low, powerful click, the bullets in the chamber were mercilessly pushed into the endless darkness of the barrel. The muzzle glowed momentarily, like a spark igniting oil, ready to unleash its power. As Shin Chen's fingers squeezed the trigger, the bullet shot out from the long barrel. The muzzle spewed out hot flames and billowing smoke. Bang! The bullets left a burning trail, sparking up a large fire on the ground. But by then, Blacktooth was no longer there. His disappearance was so swift that it left Shin Chen amazed. It was one of his abilities, Instant Shadow Dodge. It allowed him to briefly enter a subspace state during an opponent's attack, using perception and prediction, making the enemy's attacks seem to pass through nothingness, achieving near-perfect evasion. At the same time, in this state, Haya could swiftly adjust his position, circling around to the enemy's side or back for a counterattack. However, this ability could only be activated for a short time once, and the distance of the displacement was barely 10 meters. Shin Chen stepped back a few meters, and a black shadow passed in front of him. Haya was moving at high speed. The faint sharp whistling and the thread of cool breeze brushing past his face could feel its terrifying killing power. Even bullets have to be avoided. What kind of esper are you? It's embarrassing. Losing face, Shin Chen tried to provoke Haya's weakness with words. Haya ran around Shin Chen at high speed, responding amidst laughter. You should put away these low-end tricks. Your bullets are extraordinary. Only a fool wouldn't dodge. Shin Chen pursed his lips, immediately maxed out the power module output, and began extreme kinetic energy output again. He also started moving at high speed, changing directions from time to time, but Shinshin couldn't aim at Haya, who was also moving irregularly. In the high-speed movement, the wind on their faces was becoming both cold and harsh. The two chased each other like lightning, flashing from one building to another, even entering abandoned buildings and constantly maneuvering. While chasing and evading, they continued to attack each other. Shinshin was not just evading, while dodging the opponent's attacks, he was always trying to lock onto the opponent, the revolver in his hand ready to fire, but never did. Haya was clearly wary of the revolver in Shinshin's hand. Once the gun's sight locked on, he would promptly abandon the attack and swiftly dodge, not giving Shinshin time to shoot. Shinshin was patient. Haya was patient too, a patience based on outlasting each other. Haya's high-speed ability also required energy consumption. Once the energy inside him depleted, he would be as vulnerable as an ordinary person. But how long Haya could sustain this chase, Shinshin had no way of knowing. However, Shinshin was getting a bit anxious. His battle armor was already damaged after this relentless pursuit. If it were the peak period of his battle armor, Shinshin could outlast Haya depending on how many crystal core sources he had. No matter how much energy an Esper had, it was limited by the crystal core sources. But now, the situation was very unfavorable for Shinshin. He urgently needed to find an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Haya. The chase had been going on for over half a minute. In this distance, at this speed of combat, the disadvantage of the pistol was actually very apparent. From aiming, to pulling the trigger, to firing the bullet in a short time, it was enough time for Haya to react. Shinshin held the revolver in his left hand, crouching low, moving between buildings like a ghost under the high load support of the battle armor. Haya crouched even lower, often using both hands and feet, like an extremely agile reptile. At this moment, Shinshin observed the surroundings, his brain working rapidly, then suddenly leaped from the ground onto the outer wall of a building, swiftly maneuvering to the corner. Haya, at this moment, was like a cannonball, shooting from a rooftop over 10 meters away, with a light sound, sticking tightly to the outer wall of the building. He was horizontal, then like a gecko, crawled along the outer wall at a much faster speed than Shinshin, instantly reaching the corner of the building. It seemed like Haya had a sudden idea and did not rush into the corner. Instead, his palm flipped and an almost invisible thin line shot out, curved in the air, pulling towards the blind spot behind the corner. This seemingly inconspicuous thin line actually had great power. In a brick and wood structure like this building, one pull could easily leave a cut over 10 centimeters deep. Before the thin line was fully pulled, he had already rushed out of the corner, showing his confidence in the power of his weapon. However, his confidence was met with the deep and unfathomable muzzle of the revolver. With a strange cry, Blacktooth's thin line trembled in the air and shot towards Shinshin's arm like lightning, while his own body bounced back with force. This was the best reaction in the current situation, combining offense and defense. Obviously, Blacktooth knew well the power of the revolver and understood that a brick wall couldn't withstand the impact of bullets. Retreating behind the corner was not a good choice. As for the thin line he had swung, he didn't expect it to touch Shinshin's body. To his surprise, the thin line easily pierced through Shinshin's armored arm and deeply embedded into the wall. However, he couldn't feel happy because Shinshin's arm firmly held the revolver, the sight aimed steadily at Blacktooth who was bouncing back, and Shinshin's right hand had grabbed the thin line that pierced through his left arm. With a loud bang, the revolver roared again. Blacktooth had already shot to the ground at lightning speed and bounced sideways. The bullet missed again. Blacktooth felt lucky to have dodged it. However, in the moment of his lingering fear, he suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling his arm. Raising his head abruptly, Blacktooth saw Shinshin pulling his thread in the opposite direction. In the next moment, before Blacktooth could cut the thread, he was pulled towards Shinshin as if being sucked in, flying directly upwards. At the same time, Shinshin leaped down, his right fist pulled back, accompanied by a deafening low growl like a bell tolling. "It's over." As Blacktooth flew upwards, his eyes suddenly burst with intense light. He clenched his right hand into a fist, enveloping it with a layer of violent energy, crimson and dazzling. This was his strongest attack, Pulse Impact. By rapidly vibrating his own energy, he could unleash a powerful force instantly, creating a high-density energy wave that struck the enemy's internal organs, causing irreversible internal injuries and immediate death on the spot. At the same time, Blacktooth's entire spine was energized, violently trembling, like a dragon ready to soar into the sky, giving off an explosive shock even through his clothes. "You're asking for death. How dare you abandon the gunfight and challenge me with your fists, you bastard. But, you will die for it." Blacktooth's expression was fierce, the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to materialize, on the verge of bursting out. In his view, Shinshin was simply seeking death, no longer relying on the speed advantage provided by the armor and the threat of the revolver. jumping down to face him with a fist from above? What a joke! In an instant, Shin-chan descended from above. Black Tooth flew towards Shin-chan head-on. The two met in mid-air, fists about to clash. However, just as they were about to collide like meteors hitting the earth, Shin-chan's right fist suddenly lit up brightly. Like thunderous explosion, a dazzling electric current burst out from the palm of Shin-chan's armored hand, a wild and intense energy surge, as if a long-dormant dragon had awakened within Shin-chan, breaking free from its restraints in an instant. This electric current instantly illuminated the surroundings, flickering with blue-white arcs of electricity, weaving a brilliant and dangerous light net in the air. The crackling of the electric current was crisp and exhilarating. Black Tooth only glanced at it, and his scalp exploded. His brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy siege hammer, blanking out in an instant. The electric current was so violent, as if a ball of lightning had risen from Shin-chan's hand. What the hell? Black Tooth clearly saw the dazzling electric current, but suddenly everything went black before him. Boom! In Black Tooth's utter astonishment, the two fists collided in midair. Although Black Tooth was somewhat surprised, he was certain that the electric current on Shin-chan's hand was not from any supernatural ability but that his armor could provide electric attacks. Although somewhat frightening, Black Tooth didn't care at all. How strong could a mere electric current be? At most, it would tickle him. Shin-chan wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. In the next moment. At the moment when their fists collided, the electric current raged like a violent lightning storm, illuminating the sky with a dazzling blue light. Each current wildly jumped, expanded, and exploded, sparking and crackling, like a myriad of arrows piercing the silent night sky, leaving behind streaks of rushing light. Simultaneously, the red energy on Black Tooth's fist was also releasing its power. With a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth, a blazing fireball exploded in mid-air. The calm air was instantly torn apart, powerful air currents swept violently, a wave of intense heat, accompanied by earth-shattering noise, stirred up smoke and dust like a sandstorm rising into the air, blooming with crimson flames. A series of violent explosions echoed in the air, the sound of air being forcefully compressed and displaced by unmatched, pure power and speed. Time seemed to stand still. In Black Tooth's eye sockets, countless electric currents clung to him like winding snakes. In this suffocating moment, Black Tooth felt as if he had touched the cold and merciless fingertips of death. The electric current pierced through the air in an instant, invading the unguarded body with the force of thunder, creating a terrifying symphony of visual and auditory sensations. Intense electric arcs erupted in an instant, displaying a strange and brilliant blue-white light, twisting, jumping, and spreading like a violent and greedy light snake tightly coiling around Black Tooth. Its brightness was enough to pierce the darkest corners of the darkness. The surrounding air seemed to be scorched by the intense energy, emitting a sizzling hiss, filled with a strong smell of burnt and smoky air. Black Tooth's body convulsed violently from the electric shock, his muscles contorting almost to the point of deformation under the high voltage. The surface of his skin cracked and charred by electricity, crimson blood oozing out. His facial expression froze in extreme pain and horror, his pupils dilated infinitely from fear, reflecting unspeakable inner terror. His body seemed to transform into a temporary lightning conductor, each pulse challenging the limits of life, each tremor a howl on the edge of life and death. Black Tooth never expected that Shin-chan's released electric current would be so violent. It was like a high-voltage electric grid. How is this possible? How is this possible? Black Tooth's eye sockets twitched madly, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He couldn't imagine why a small battle armor could provide such a violent electric current energy. This was no different from a small power station. He couldn't continue this confrontation. He would be electrocuted to death, or knocked out. Fainting in the ruins of the city was no joke. He could easily be bitten to death by lurking beasts. Black Tooth couldn't help but shudder and be shocked. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by a giant hand, a sense of unprecedented, unparalleled danger and crisis rising within him. He endured the extreme pain of the electric current crawling in his brain at this moment. His face turned a fierce red, like a demon, his large teeth protruding, his muscles knotted, shimmering with explosive power. He roared with all his might, "Just die!" Boom! Black Tooth once again squeezed out all his energy, the crimson glow of his fist shining brightly, the thin line of air instantly distorted, crimson sharp shockwaves suddenly formed, like an exploding bomb. The crimson shockwave spread violently, silently shattering everything in its path. Then a red shadow covered the entire alley, and the adobe buildings on both sides instantly crumbled and collapsed like tofu. Shin-chan was also directly knocked back by Black Tooth's blow. His figure uncontrollably flew upwards, drawing a parabolic arc, and heavily fell to the ground. Creak! Shin-chan slowly got up from the ground, the joints of his battle armor emitting a harsh friction sound. Gently touching the armor, Shin-chan smiled, truly worthy of the upgraded battle armor. it actually withstood his strongest blow. Superpowers are impressive, but technology surpasses all. He walked step by step towards the convulsing figure on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and picked up his revolver casually. Shinshin strolled leisurely, as if walking in empty space. His gaze swept around, his eyes seemingly nostalgic, as if pondering, some await death, some evade it, and you chase after it. At this moment, Blacktooth's bloodshot eyes opened, revealing protruding eyeballs. His charred face, with burnt and decaying skin sliding off, exposed flesh almost cooked. His veins bulged, his expression a mix of horror and disbelief as he stared intently at Shinshin approaching. Who are you? Why would Shinshin hushed him? This has no meaning for you. Raising the gun again, Shinshin calmly stated, life and death are fated, wealth is in the heavens. It's all predestined. Look at what's happening now, in the end, everyone will be buried together. Why bother? Regretful or not? Give me a reason not to kill you, Shinshin finally asked. Under Shinshin's gaze, Blacktooth, resigned and with a hint of desperation, chuckled, to save a bullet, is that reason enough? Shinshin, initially intent on killing, was momentarily stunned by the man's words. Gazing at the grotesque grin, he chuckled, do you think you're funny? I don't need your one bullet. Blacktooth's eyes trembled violently, revealing intense emotional turmoil. His tone somewhat humble, he pleaded, regret, truly regret. I was wrong. I was really wrong, spare me, let's not cross paths again. In Blacktooth's view, as long as Shinshin softened, he could crawl back to safety and live. As for what comes next, settling scores could come later. After all, this whole situation was Shinshin's fault. If Shinshin didn't provoke the evil, none of this would have happened. Therefore, Blacktooth believed that as long as he yielded, Shinshin wouldn't shoot. However, Shinshin shook his head, his eyes filled with a cruel and enigmatic gleam. No, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. In an instant, Blacktooth's resentment, rage, even terror and horror erupted. You dare. You're an enemy of Shelter 12. May hell have no refuge. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the ruins of the city. Not long after, Shinshin emerged from the ruins of the city. He had over 30 intermediate crystal cores on him. These were the spoils he had scavenged. Heading west, Shinshin began trekking at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. The battle armor couldn't be overloaded anymore. It would be completely scrapped, and even the assisted walking might fail. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of yellow sand and rusted mechanical debris woven into a silent carpet. The once prosperous remnants of civilization now eroded by time, leaving only shattered skeletons, as if narrating a distant era's exodus elegy. The sky was a dull and oppressive leaden gray, the heavy clouds seemingly unable to bear the world's grievances. Rain began to drizzle sporadically. This rainwater was drinkable but could cause gastrointestinal infections. The only safe water source in this world was the purified water source in Titan's massive stomach. Shinshin didn't seek shelter from the rain. He continued walking alone, carrying his gun. About 5 hours later, Shinshin raised his eyes and saw a vehicle crash into a large tree in the distance. Found it. It was the vehicle Shinshin had used for escape. On it lay the important mission target, the black bat juvenile body. Whether he could obtain the RV license plate depended on Rock. After inspecting the vehicle, the engine was intact but wouldn't start. Crawling under the car, Shinshin found a hole in the chassis, a wire completely smashed into several pieces, with no possibility of reconnecting. Shinshin broke a thin branch, soaked it in a puddle, and used it to connect the wires. The engine roared to life. Nice little trick. Shinshin turned the steering wheel, carrying the body of a black bat, and hit the road again, speeding through the wilderness. After a couple of hours, Shinshin returned near Shelter 36. Suddenly, he noticed the Titan wriggling its massive body, turning around and crawling. This direction is north. After narrowly escaping death twice, Shinshin finally returned near Shelter 36 with his spoils, the black bat's body. At this moment, the Titan was turning. Originally moving east, it now started veering north. If the Titan continued straight north, it would enter the frigid northern territory. This was not good news for Shelter 36. The entire shelter was bustling with activity. Many people began leaving the shelter, like ants entering and exiting the wilderness, cutting wood and branches for heating reserves. No one knew if the Titan would enter the north, and once inside, when it would come out. Therefore, a large supply of firewood was the most crucial resource for the shelter. When Shinshin appeared in the garage and returned the off-road vehicle, the busy residents all wore expressions of incredulity and extreme shock on their faces. They stared at Shinshin, feeling as if they had seen a ghost. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Shinshin? No way, he's still alive? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? It's the first time I've heard of an ordinary person escaping from the evil ones." Wherever Shinshin went, waves of shock rippled through. but Shin-chan paid no attention. Indeed, those with abilities could outrun the evil ones, but leading trouble away was also an option for ordinary people. Regardless of being a black cat or a white cat, surviving was what mattered. Shin-chan first dragged the black bat's body to the logistics department, delivered the mission target, and received a storage receipt in return. Generally, for collection-type tasks like this, the goods were first sent to the logistics department before rewards were settled at the mission location. This helped to minimize corruption. After all, the shelter did not belong to everyone, it was the private property of General Yu Chang. Or rather, until someone defeated General Yu Chang, everyone was subordinate to the shelter. Any underhanded dealings were essentially cutting into General Yu Chang's flesh. Back at the mission location, Rock, who was still dozing off, suddenly woke up. He pretended to rub his eyes, as if he doubted his own vision after seeing Shin-chan, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, increasingly manic. Clapping his hands, Rock exclaimed, all right, I knew Lady Luck would favor you. Shin-chan slammed the storage receipt on the table. I am Lady Luck herself. Oh, Rock patted Shin-chan on the shoulder, with a lecherous grin. When did you transition? Do you mind if I have some fun with you in our relationship? This joke was really cold. Not funny at all, like someone shouting that all the evil ones would be wiped out. Rock scrutinized Shin-chan, picked up the storage receipt, and clicked his tongue a few times. It's unbelievable. You used to be just an ordinary person following others, and now you've grown to a point that I can't imagine or understand. Shin-chan replied, one must always grow, or perhaps need a little miracle. This is no longer a matter of miracles. Rock shook the storage receipt, but you are creating miracles. Leaving aside everything else, when facing the evil ones blocking your path, did you not feel a shred of fear in your mind? Fear can make people lose the courage to resist, and can also plunge them into hysterical madness. Those who always fall into the former weakness have long become the dung of the wilderness vultures and decay wolves, Shin-chan said calmly, leaning back in his seat. Rock stroked his chin, nodding knowingly. Rock was not interested in how Shin-chan survived being chased by the evil ones. He only knew that he could now shake off the title of Godfather. Glancing outside, he saw the residents hurrying, all busy stocking up on firewood. Rock lowered his voice, changed the subject, and asked, tell me the truth, what about Inhu and the others? Rock's meaning was clear. Shin-chan brought back the body of the target of this mission, but Inhu and the others did not show up. It seemed to suggest that something unpleasant had happened during their operation to encircle the black bats. Shin-chan was quite open and composed, with a hint of confusion on his face. I don't know either. Inhu asked me to guard outside, and when I tried to get in, Inhu and the others were gone. I tried to find them, but couldn't. Do you think this excuse? Rock paused, then exhaled and continued. Can Yu Chang be trusted? Shin-chan suddenly realized and hurriedly added, my words have flaws. I indeed didn't find any survivors, but there were bodies, and the ground was full of craters. Craters? Rock tilted his head. From bombings? Shin-chan nodded. Rock was a bit puzzled. With the presence of supernatural beings in the operation to encircle the black bats, there should be no need for bombs. How could there be craters? Was it another shelter that attacked? Rock probed. Shin-chan actually admired Rock's imagination. As for Shin-chan, he wasn't afraid of Yu Chang's investigation afterwards. Investigation would be futile. Apart from Inhu, almost everyone else at the scene was killed by the black bats in one strike. Suli and Inhu were shot in the head by Shin-chan himself. But before leaving, Shin-chan didn't forget to send a cluster bomb to blow them to pieces. There were no traces of bullet shots. Moreover, Shin-chan cleaned up all the shell casings on the ground. It would be difficult for General Yu Chang to find any evidence against him. Just because he survived while others died, it didn't mean he killed his teammates, right? Who would dare to go on missions in the future? At this moment, Rock was imagining the details, trying to fill in the gaps in the whole process, at least to report without giving General Yu Chang a reason to doubt. As for why only Shin-chan came back alive, Rock had a clue. Only the victor deserved to breathe and have a beating heart. But he still had a strong doubt about Shin-chan's method of killing the supernatural beings. Just with firearms? It was almost unbelievable and hard to imagine. Were the supernatural beings just easy targets now? Rock didn't dwell on it, as it was a waste of brain cells to try to understand the incomprehensible. But Rock earnestly advised, Shin-chan, you must always remember that you are an ordinary person. You might be able to handle the current supernatural beings, but if you encounter someone like the Blue Enchantress, show respect and bow your head. It's not shameful. Shin-chan smirked, or find a way to calculate my mission rewards for me. I suggest that if there is a breakthrough in this research institute this time. Rock temporarily ignored Shin-chan and continued, you can try to undergo a second awakening and become a supernatural being. Shin-chan's expression changed slightly. He thought Rock's suggestion was reasonable. However, Shinshen didn't want to risk his life. Half the chance of awakening, half the chance of exploding. With no room for maneuver, the risk was too great. Here, take a high-grade crystal core. Rock tossed the mission reward to Shinshen. Shinshen clicked his tongue. So fast? No need to calculate? Rock shrugged. If anyone comes back alive, you won't get any mission rewards. Now that everyone is dead, even though you are doing the mission for free, the rewards can only go to you. Shinshen grinned. The logic is flawless. Rock waved his hand. Take your little K away. What's wrong? Damn it. A hint of displeasure appeared on Rock's face. He actually cleaned my room behind my back. Shinshen widened his eyes slightly. Did little K steal something? He actually cleaned my room. Damn it. I hated being spotless and orderly. Such a house has no warmth. Rock almost growled. Do you understand? No warmth. Shinshen. Shinshen stood up slowly, took a deep breath, patted Rock on the shoulder. It seems like you need a woman. A woman who can bear me a child. Rock was stunned. When he looked up again, Shinshen had already left the task area. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, spat. Bear a child? Ha, damn Exodus, why make future generations suffer? Shinshen emerged from the task area and headed to the service center. The so-called service center was the central department of the shelter. Whether it was a person with abilities or an ordinary person, they could come here to handle various matters such as paying fees, immigration issues, policy distribution, and so on. The main structure of the service center was built using materials like old metal sheets, prefabricated concrete components, recycled wood, presenting a rough industrial style. At the same time, the windows were designed as small yet sturdy bulletproof glass or iron grill windows. Here, Shinshen paid for an advanced crystal core and obtained a camper permit. With this permit, he could build a camper, attach it to Titan, and follow the shelter in the Exodus. Leaving the service center, he went to the research institute. By this time, Shenanji had already made all the assembly templates for the wheels and camper, piled up on one side collecting dust. After paying another fee, theoretically, Shinshen now owned his own camper. It just needed to be assembled. It looks like you need to hire a few people. Shenanji, dressed in a multifunctional worksuit and wearing protective goggles, appeared behind Shinshen. At the same time, his hands in rubber gloves dripped with dark red, foul-smelling blood. Shinshen? Blood? Shinshen looked at Shenanji's hands in astonishment. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be bat blood. You. Shenanji waved his hands. Blood, haven't you seen it before? Shinshen shrugged. I thought you were only into research and manufacturing. Shenanji showed a hint of disdain. Combat personnel need specialization, and we researchers need to be versatile, or else how can we justify this paycheck? Any progress? Hard to say. Shenanji cleaned his gloves and said, the information we have here is not complete. How Shelter 1 managed to awaken the elixir needs further research. But I have a feeling it's not that simple. I think you can justify this paycheck, Shinshen said lightly. When this sentence reached Shenanji's ears, it seemed like Shinshen was mocking their incompetence. But Shenanji didn't get angry. If you're not as good, you have to admit it. I was thinking, if we really can't figure it out, maybe we can suggest General Yu Wuchang to dig deeper. Shinshen's eyes twitched. That's a bit too much. It could easily lead to war between shelters. Shenanji's face suddenly turned cold, and he sneered. War is what drives progress. It's the driving force of this world. That makes sense. Shinshen rubbed his nose. Let's talk about my camper. Shenanji pointed to the housing construction modules and explained simply, the so-called camper is supported by 4 movable wheels, achieving a perfect combination of residence and mobility. If you're willing to spend an extra crystal core, you can choose better materials to construct the modules, with good insulation, waterproofing, and moisture-proof properties, lightweight and durable. The modules are filled with high-efficiency insulation materials, covered externally with a composite plastic layer resistant to UV rays and weather. The modules are interconnected through precise docking structures to ensure seamless sealing while allowing for quick assembly and disassembly. But unfortunately, you chose the cheapest option, with only one function, to shelter from the wind and rain. Shinshen interjected, it's enough. Shenanji spread his hands and continued, the housing section includes wall modules, glass window modules, roof modules, basic living facilities modules. The glass window module ensures the stability of the windows during movement or wind pressure. The roof modules are designed to be streamlined, with waterproof buckles fixed between the modules to ensure no leakage in rainy or snowy weather. The basic living facilities module. Just simple beds and seats, no cabinets, need to pay extra for that, Shinshen said indifferently. They can be added slowly in the future. Then, Shenanji introduced the installation method. It's not very difficult, just remember the general sequence. It's like playing with building blocks. After a moment, Shenanji had to go to the lab to work, while Shinshan alone moved materials from the upper level to the lower level. As for Chen Anji's suggestion to hire help, that was definitely out of the question. The assembly of any module is based on experience points. Missing even one step would result in a lack of experience points after completing the construction of the RV, which would prevent upgrades. Even Shinshan didn't ask Rock and Little K for help. He believed in self-reliance. In the past, whenever a new RV was born in the shelter, it would attract a lot of onlookers. In the lower level of the shelter, there were only two things that made the residents happy. One was a new RV, which meant the shelter was growing and could accommodate more people. The other was the birth of a newborn. Due to the recent turn of the Titans, possibly entering the harsh northern winter, everyone was busy stocking up on wood. Shinshan's RV construction didn't attract much attention. People just glanced from afar and went about their own business. The sunlight shone through the desolate horizon onto this barren land. Shinshan began the first step of assembling the house. The wheels had to be lowered and hung on the public iron chain. Shinshan's RV was positioned very far back, extending 5 kilometers away. Shinshan jumped down, holding the iron chain in one hand and the wheel in the other, and after a lot of effort, he finally hung the RV foundation on the Titan. The moment it was hung, words popped up in the corner of Shinshan's eye: house construction, experience points +1, the experience points were stable. Next, he could start building the house on the RV site. Construction followed the sequence from bottom to top, from outside to inside, ensuring tight and crack-free connections between each module to prevent structural loosening from severe bumps. Generally, RVs were built using wood and could be connected in various ways, such as nails, rivets. While modular construction only had slots, if the slots were not tightly sealed, a few bumps when the Titan entered the ruins would cause it to fall apart. This was also why the shelter residents didn't like modular construction. However, for Shinshan, it was not a problem at all. Shinshan began to securely install the chassis components on the wheels. Every screw, every panel was carefully fixed to ensure the stability and durability of the overall structure. Soon, wall modules were inserted one by one, seamlessly connecting to form a closed and cozy space. Large transparent plastic window modules were embedded, introducing precious natural light into the interior. The internal wiring was also pre-buried. Despite the high electricity costs in the shelter, the Research Institute had also reserved this option in designing the house. For Shinshan, this was all experience points. House construction, experience points +1, house construction, experience points +1. Until 3 hours later, a rugged-looking RV construction was completed. Shinshan carefully checked every detail, confirmed that no modules were missing, and nodded in satisfaction. The interior space was not too large, just over 100 square meters, divided into 2 rooms, a living room, and a kitchen. No need for a bathroom. The wilderness outside the shelter was a natural toilet. Shinshan went out and bought 2 blankets. A simple home was now completed. Shinshan sat cross-legged inside the RV, lighting a cigarette. It's better to have a home with 4 walls than to wander the world. Shinshan looked at the RV and couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Then, Shinshan focused on the RV. Information about the RV popped up. Fictitious RV LV1, 200-200, this RV only exists in name, with an area of 113 square meters. The building materials are poor, stability is worrying, it's almost like a tent, only able to provide basic shelter from wind and rain, but the ventilation design is flawed, leading to leaks during heavy rain. High temperatures turn it into a furnace, low temperatures into an ice cave, offering no defense or comfort. Step lightly, or it might fall apart. Shinshan. This evaluation is a bit harsh. The RV is still decent, why such a scathing description in the external review? Are they judging it against all-terrain armored vehicles? Shinshan sniffed, seems a bit exaggerated. He couldn't help but imagine how terrifying the RV would become after upgrading into a massive mobile fortress. But he pushed those thoughts aside. Shinshan thought, upgrade. An invisible halo spread along the RV. Fictitious RV Level 2, 0/500, this RV only exists in name, with an area of 113 square meters. The ventilation angle has been improved to prevent rain leaks. The door lock has been upgraded for increased security, the construction module connections reinforced for stability, and the building materials upgraded for improved durability and defense. After reading the information, Shinshan took a deep breath. Indeed, upgrades are powerful. Despite using the lowest grade building materials, with upgrades, it could now withstand defense levels of alloy steel. Although the exterior remained unchanged, the interior underwent a huge transformation. Awesome! Shinshan stood up, caressing the RV. He felt that this RV might be the most crucial existence after the upgrade of the firepower disc. Everyone will be surprised in the end, right? Shinshan muttered to himself. Then, he started cleaning the room. After a while of dusting, Shinshin gave up. Cleaning the room doesn't even give experience points. How am I supposed to level up in the future? Shinshin scratched his chin, temporarily puzzled. Where there's a will, there's a way. Just then, the door creaked open, and Rock entered with little K. Rock glanced around, somewhat reproachfully. Why didn't you inform me? I could have helped with the chores. Shinshin handed him the broom. It's not too late now. Rock tossed the broom to little K, patting him on the back of his head. Clean up. Little K knew this was their new home and worked diligently. Shinshin took off his battle armor, hung it on the wall, and began inspecting the armor for parts that needed replacement, making a note of each. He was getting ready to go shopping. Little K, Shinshin instructed as he was about to leave, if someone intrudes, shoot them on sight. Don't talk nonsense, Rock scolded. This is a sanctuary. Who dares to kill here? It's just petty theft, a warning will do. Shinshin shrugged. The two headed towards the Titan's main body. Rock cleared his throat and lowered his voice. I have two pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Shinshin? Am I hallucinating? Shouldn't it be one good news and one bad news? At the upper level of the sanctuary, a car passed by rows of dilapidated factories and smoke-emitting chimneys, stopping after a while in front of the only neatly enclosed estate with a mansion inside. The mansion was spacious and clean, exuding luxury compared to the old industrial-style low-rise buildings in the estate. Apart from the luxury, the estate was patrolled by armed guards, and the car convoy had just stopped at the gate. Servants dressed as butlers were already waiting respectfully, bowing and welcoming. Welcome back, General. The lackeys who were dozing off in the car were now wide awake, gazing at the luxurious estate with envy and admiration. Compared to the emaciated and ragged appearance of the lower-class people, the atmosphere in General Yu's estate was completely different. Even the servants there looked spirited and well-dressed. The contrast in living conditions was like night and day. As General Yu stepped out of his car, someone immediately approached to take his cloak. A steward-like figure bowed and said, General, Inhu, Suli, Fei Shu, and others have been lost in battle. General Yu's temple twitched slightly, but he maintained a pleasant smile, showing no sign of distress. Impermanence, these two words were the creed of General Yu's life. Everything is impermanent. All will become part of the post-apocalyptic world. Although General Yu felt a twinge of regret, he quickly shifted his focus. He inquired, how is the progress on the mission? As long as the mission could be completed and the awakening potion developed, combat-type ability users like Inhu could still be artificially cultivated. The Research Institute may need to investigate the corner of Shelter No. 1 Research Institute. There is currently no conclusion or plan, but I thought I should inform you first. The steward paused before continuing. As for the corpse of the black bat, it was brought back by Shinshin, and he was the only one who returned alive. Shinshin? General Yu was greatly surprised. He encountered the evil species and survived? Indeed, he was very fortunate, the steward replied. General Yu seemed unfazed, as if he had already imagined the scenario. Sniper. Dangerous yet safe, just lucky. How did Rock report? Rock conveyed that Inhu and the others were hit by artillery fire. Artillery fire? General Yu frowned. They didn't have any cannons with them, did they? The steward shook his head. General Yu's expression darkened. Send someone to inspect the scene, focus on the shell casings, find out which shelter is being foolish. The steward nodded in agreement and added, General, the radio communication conference is about to begin. The radio communication conference was a way for the shelters in the post-apocalyptic world to contact each other remotely. Under ideal conditions, such as using high-power transmitters, efficient antennas, and suitable communication frequencies in unobstructed environments, radio waves could theoretically span thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, especially on the surface, considering various complex factors, radio communication generally covered distances ranging from tens to thousands of kilometers. At specific times, each shelter had to communicate with each other to confirm their existence. Over time, it had almost become a place for shelter leaders to exchange verbal jabs remotely. General Yu's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Boring. With that, General Yu strode into the estate and entered a study. Lifting a piece of oilcloth revealed an old-fashioned radio set standing silently on a dilapidated workbench. The once glossy black casing was now covered in layers of thick dust and rust, as if adorned with a mottled camouflage coat. The once smooth edges were now rough and uneven, marked with scratches and wear. Though the knobs and buttons were heavily worn, their original functions were still clearly visible. Exposed wires and oxidized connections gave the equipment a greenish tint, yet this old radio set continued to work tenaciously. Whenever the knobs were turned and the frequencies adjusted, it emitted electromagnetic signals, piercing the silence of the post-apocalyptic world, seeking a response from afar. Soon, a massive antenna was erected in the estate, the radio was powered on, and the staff began operating it. The crackling of electricity quickly transformed into human voices. This is Shelter No. 25, you little rascals, are you still alive? Ha ha. This is Shelter No. 8, under the rule of the Spider Queen, shut your mouth. Alright, understood. This is Shelter 12, Chief Chi-Yun Lai is hunting a human, male, name unknown, height 180, features, wearing red battle armor. Anyone sheltering this person will be considered an enemy of Shelter 12. This is Shelter 36, General Yu Wuchang solemnly warns all shelters, sneak attacks are shameful, shelling our personnel will come at a bloody cost. This is Shelter 20, searching for our personnel, Chasemaster Gone Mo, features, Chasemaster with skeletal hands, Gone Mo with completely white eyes. This is Shelter 22, Chief informs Shelter 20, regards to all the females in your family. Shelter 20, our team encountered your personnel, confirmed deceased, repeating, confirmed deceased. The entire radio communication turned into a war of words once again. Friction between shelters was constant, a common occurrence among the chiefs. Only when Spider Queen of Shelter 8 spoke, did everyone quiet down. The voice of the Spider Queen was transmitted through the radio waves. Despite some distortion in the electrical currents, her voice remained cold yet filled with pride and mystery, possessing a transcendent beauty, like a clear spring on a snowy mountain. Anyone who heard this voice could imagine her unparalleled beauty. However, when one desired to possess this celestial sound, it seemed unattainable, accompanied by a sense of dark death. Shelter 36, Yu Wuchang. Yu Wuchang was called out, immediately picking up the intercom, responding, here. Shelter 12, Chi-Yun Lai. Chi-Yun Lai promptly answered, I'm here. The Spider Queen spoke again, both sides reported encountering a Chaos Endling, described with injuries. Is this true? With these words, Chi-Yun Lai immediately knew where the armored man came from. Suppressing his anger, he replied, according to our personnel, that's correct. Yu Wuchang. Yes. Yu Wuchang quickly responded, there is indeed an unhealable wound in the heart area. The Spider Queen fell silent for a moment and asked, the direction of its disappearance. Yu Wuchang remained silent, he had no idea where Shinshen had led the Chaos Endling. But Chi-Yun Lai knew. When the Chaos Endling appeared, it wasn't far from Shelter 12, still visible as a black dot heading north. Chi-Yun Lai reported this situation. After receiving the information, the Spider Queen fell silent once more and calmly said, then I will make a move. Just a few simple words. To the other chiefs, it seemed like the 15th tier Spider Queen was going to pursue the Chaos Endling. Chi-Yun Lai trembled, Spider Queen, can you really kill it? The Spider Queen decisively replied, it's impossible without getting injured, as long as there's an injury. Then how was the Chaos Endling injured? The Spider Queen sighed, that is something we can only look up to, a power from deep space. That's it, you may discuss. After the Spider Queen went offline, the radio buzzed with a cacophony of voices. They discussed what power from deep space meant, a concept that was challenging for those who were not members of the bloody meeting to grasp, or rather, not daring to contemplate. At that moment, many chiefs looked up at the sky, puzzled. Just then, you damn Yu Wuchang. Chi-Yun Lai cursed directly, naming names. Yu Wuchang felt bewildered, his face turning grim. Taking matters into his own hands, he spat back through the intercom, Chi-Yun Lai. Too audacious, you're just wasting your life. Your people killed one of my squads, who's really audacious here? Inferior skills, life and death are unpredictable. Although Yu Wuchang didn't fully understand what was happening, upon reviewing the situation, the person Chi-Yun Lai referred to, wearing red battle armor, was likely Shinshen. Only Shinshen had a connection to the Chaos Endling. But no matter who it is, once you enter the wilderness, you must be prepared to face death at any time. If you die, it's your own fault, just reincarnate directly. Therefore, Yu Wuchang naturally does not tolerate the other party's stinky problems. But what Chi-Yun Lai wanted was not compensation, but the battle armor on Shinshen's body. In Chi-Yun Lai's view, Yu Wuchang is very likely unaware of the value of the battle armor. The two of them quarreled from a distance, amidst discussions among other leaders. In the end, Shelter No. 1 said, any behavior of digging at the foundation will suffer a devastating blow. Yu Wuchang snorted, turned off the intercom. He stroked his chin, waved his hand, and said to the butler, go, invite Rock over. We have definitely miscalculated regarding Shinshen's estimation. An hour later, Rock walked out of the manor. He came down to the lower level and met Shinshen. There are two bad news now. Which one do you want to hear first? The first bad news. Rock continued with a somewhat heavy expression. The Titans may be heading towards the northern winter. Shinshen was not surprised by this news. So far, the Titans have been slowly turning towards the route to the north, which everyone can feel. Currently, the entire shelter is busy collecting wood, preparing for the experience. No big deal, Shin-chan replied casually. The second thing. Rock stared at Shin-chan, took a deep breath, and said, I just came back from Yu Wuchang Manor. The leaders of various shelters held a radio contact meeting, and Chi-Yun Lai from Shelter No. 12 has set his sights on you. This news made Shin-chan's eyes suddenly focus. How is this possible? The team led by Blacktooth was completely wiped out by himself. He had not revealed which shelter he came from, so how did Chi-Yun Lai accurately target him? After much thought, Shin-chen thought of a very absurd possibility, that is, the demonic end chaos body. As long as Shelter No. 36 and Shelter No. 12 communicate about the movements of the demonic seed, Chi-Yun Lai can easily associate him with Shelter No. 36. Rock continued, according to Yu Wuchang, did you single-handedly kill a whole team from Shelter No. 12? Rock's face was filled with an incredulous expression as he said this. Even if Shin-chen were an Esper, it would be quite exhausting and time-consuming to chase and annihilate a team. But Shin-chen not only escaped from the demonic seed but also effortlessly wiped out a team. Unbelievable. Who exactly is this demonic seed? Initially, Rock was extremely skeptical upon hearing this news and even argued with Yu Wuchang, insisting that Shelter No. 12 was slandering him. However, the butler on the side confirmed the radio communication. That was conclusive. Without much hesitation, Shin-chen, after weighing his options, replied with great certainty, it doesn't matter. We are far from Shelter No. 12, and besides, the Titans are also entering the north. In the short term, they have no way to deal with me. Did you really do it? Killed the Espers one by one with a shot? Rock asked with widened eyes. Shin-chen's face was full of malicious smiles as he leisurely said, it's just that they don't know fear. Bullets killing Espers, nothing special, right? Rock showed a relieved, relaxed expression, with a hint of admiration. It seems that, as Yu Wuchang said, they have underestimated your combat power. This is both good and bad. How so? In the future, the difficulty of your missions will inevitably increase. Shin-chen shrugged, risk and reward are directly proportional. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Rock chuckled, well said, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. You just need to have an understanding of your own strength, no, of your firearms. High-level Espers are not afraid of firearms, you need to have a bottom line, decisively run away, never hesitate. This advice is worth a drink from me. No need. I'm very busy these days. Oh, what's going on? Rock looked around and saw only two people nearby. He lowered his voice and said, two things, especially Yu Wuchang may establish a biological research institute and organize a team to recruit people from Shelter No. 1. Shin-chen had heard some rumors about this matter from Chenin. Shin-chen asked tentatively, so, won't there be a fight? That's why Yu Wuchang asked me to research and organize the manpower. Don't worry, I won't let you take this risk, Rock assured. Shin-chen sighed. Rock continued, another thing is that before we enter the harsh winter of the north, other shelters will send multiple teams to gather here. Shin-chen was surprised. For the shelters, even trading with other shelters was beyond the Titan and within the wilderness. Only a few people could enter the shelters for a brief rest, like chasing horses and gone MO. Sending large organized teams into the shelters was like handing the enemy a sharp knife to the heart. If people from other shelters caused trouble, it would be uncontrollable. What's this about? Shin-chen asked with a puzzled expression. Rock's face turned cold and terrifying as he said slowly, the harsh winter of the north is not silent, on the contrary, many people are active in that area, with secret information hidden in the ruins. This time, several shelters will join forces to explore. Shin-chen's curiosity was piqued. Secret information? Tell me more. Rock stretched lazily and waved his hand. I can't tell you more. Your current task is to collect wood. With your broken RV. Not to belittle you, it's not very useful. Once you enter the harsh north winter, it will be like a moving refrigerator. Watching Rock leave, Shin-chen pursed his lips. From Rock's words, Shin-chen gathered some important information. Chi-Yun Lai was eyeing him. The shelter might convene a battle to dig out traitors, like the last time with Chasing Horse and others, resulting in many deaths. Another task involved joint missions between shelters, exploring unknown secrets. These were not things Shin-chen could participate in. His current task was to upgrade the RV in preparation for the harsh north winter. Additionally, while he had time, he planned to head south to retrieve the briefcase Chasing Horse and Gone MO were looking for in the subway tunnel. After Rock left, Shin-chen visited the research institute to customize some damaged parts of the battle armor. Then he went to a weapons store. The store had new arrivals. The first thing that caught Shinchan's eye was a rugged-looking large-caliber sniper rifle, entirely black with a gun body measuring over a meter, exuding a dark and fierce aura. The store owner, with calloused fingers, took down the sniper rifle and presented it with a standard salesperson smile. Running his fingers over the gun, the owner introduced, "This is my new product, named the Reaper Series RS-107, a semi-automatic sniper rifle using 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds, a 5-round magazine, dual-chamber recoil suppressor, detachable spike-shaped bipod, standard Type 3 accessory rail, equipped with the latest optical ranging aiming system from the Research Institute." Shinchan scratched his head. "Can you explain it more simply?" The store owner looked at Shinchan with some disdain. "The design concept of this weapon is to deal with armored tanks, missile launchers, and even low-flying combat aircraft. It can easily penetrate 50mm special steel plates within a range of 2 kilometers. Many shelters are researching genetic soldiers to challenge the so-called fourth-tier ability users." "Wait," Shinchan exclaimed in surprise, "tanks? Combat aircraft? Genetic soldiers?" Shinchan was completely baffled. These new terms were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. The store owner tilted his head. "Are you okay? You don't know tanks? Well, they rarely appear, but we have several in the shelter's garage, gathering dust. Their firepower is indeed inferior to cluster firepower frisbees. The fighter is a helicopter, wasting too much crystal core energy, coupled with beasts flying everywhere. This thing rarely appears now. Genetic soldiers are just our term. The official term is Second Awakening." Shinchan nodded, thinking that the Research Institute had come up with some novel technology, only to find out it was the same old stuff from the past, just used by the weapon shop owner for comparison. The weapon shop owner sneered, "This gun can make those self-righteous brats feel on top of the world. In this era, the importance of a good gun surpasses that of your manhood. I'm talking about firearms. I suggest you switch to a sniper rifle. Your current gun is just terrible. Whether in invisibility or power, it can't be compared to the Grim Reaper series." Shinchan retorted, "My manhood disagrees." Weapon shop owner. Shinchan focused on the gun. Information flashed in the corner of his eye. Grim Reaper RS-107 Anti-Material Sniper Rifle Level 1, 0/10, range of 2 kilometers, capable of firing grenades, armor-piercing rounds, and other types of ammunition. Possesses immense killing power. Shinchan found it unimpressive. Although the initial damage was much stronger than the Barrett, the level of the Barrett was incomparable to this sniper rifle. Still, Shinchan asked, "How much?" Standard model, without additional accessories, 80 intermediate crystal core units. Bullets are sold separately. Shinchan's eyes gleamed. "Let me ask, can this thing kill demons?" The weapon shop owner glanced at Shinchan. "It's best not to make such jokes again." Shinchan chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "You were the one who brought this ridiculously expensive thing to tease me. The RS-107 is the pinnacle of the Grim Reaper series, with long range, high accuracy, great power, a variety of ammunition types, and overall perfect performance. If you can compromise on the gun's performance requirements, we can lower the standards and recommend something else to you." After some consideration, Shinchan wasn't really coveting the RS-107 sniper rifle, for a simple reason: it had too many attachments. The more complex the firearm, the more demanding it was in harsh conditions. Even in times of crisis, the AK series remained the king of civilian firearms. It's all about reliability. Then, Shinchan's gaze wandered around the iron shelves, catching sight of another gun. His eyes lit up with information, finally settling on one. He pointed, "How much for this gun?" Shinchan was referring to a uniquely designed firearm. It was only about 20 centimeters long, a mix of brass and silver, with a barrel diameter exceeding 15 centimeters, comparable to a large apple. This made the gun look top-heavy and peculiar, resembling the early German hand cannons on Earth. Moreover, the gun bore stains and obvious signs of wear, making it look particularly shabby and ugly among the firearms. "This gun." The weapon shop owner seemed amused, tilting his head. "It actually suits you." Shotgun Level 1, 0/10, a whimsical creation of the weapon shop owner. Solely produced this one, abandoned due to extremely poor reviews such as lacks accuracy, excessive recoil, laughable range, excessive stress on the muzzle, and becomes unusable after a few shots. Damaged due to its age. Even when it was intact, there was a high risk of barrel explosion. The drum can hold 3 bullets, firing all at once when the trigger is pulled. Shinchan no longer pursued accuracy in firearms, instead seeking pure destructive power. He had a sniper rifle for long range, a revolver for close combat, but lacked firepower for mid-range. And now, a shotgun. In the ordinary person's understanding, a shotgun is a weapon that can fire clustered pellets, with strong firepower, high initial hit rate, and good rapid response capabilities. It is mainly used to kill close-range targets in jungle, urban, and other complex terrains during ambushes and sudden combat. Generally speaking, shotguns have thick barrels, large calibers, no rifling, and are loaded with small pellets, usually a dozen or so or dozens of them. When fired, they make a huge noise and create a honeycomb pattern upon hitting close-range targets, capable of causing widespread damage to enemies. This is the massive killing power that Shinshan has always been eager to pursue. Of course, cluster firepower frisbees can also achieve this. However, the range affected by cluster bombs is too large. When a bomb is dropped, even oneself may be affected. The shotgun, on the other hand, delivers a fan-shaped blast, which effectively compensates for this drawback. But don't blame me if I didn't warn you, this thing is faulty and can't shoot bullets, the weapon shop owner kindly reminded. In his opinion, he would rather recommend the Grim Reaper series sniper rifles, as they can make quite a bit of money. Shinshan picked up this oddly shaped hand cannon. Without even looking up, he asked, "Faulty? Then I can only treat it as a collectible, give me a price. If you want this thing, 10 intermediate crystal cores will be enough. Too expensive. I'll throw in 100 rounds of bullets for you." Without any hesitation, Shinshan directly tossed out 10 crystal cores. Without saying anything else, although the shotgun is in a damaged state, the problem can be solved through upgrades. Just the shotgun bullets given for free are worth it. It's worth noting that shotgun bullets are different from rifle bullets. The conventional shotgun shells mainly consist of 3 types: birdshot, buckshot, and slug. The structure is primer plus shell plus wad plus pellet, with the main difference from other bullets being a wad inside the shell that separates the bullet head and gunpowder. For example, in the case of pistol bullets, there is no barrier between the bullet head and gunpowder. Therefore, the manufacturing process of shotgun ammunition is more complex than other bullets. A broken gun plus bullets equals great value for money. While the weapon shop owner was busy looking for bullets, Shinshan quickly disassembled the shotgun. Barrel, automatic mechanism, firing mechanism, magazine, aiming device, stock, grip, etc. At the same time, the shotgun's magazine is rotary, not pump action. It doesn't matter, as long as it can fire bullets. Start assembling. Experience +1, experience +1. After a moment, Shinshan reassembled the shotgun. Shotgun LV1, 10 out of 10, upgraded. Compared to the beginning, the gun doesn't seem to have changed much, just some aging parts that, with the external enhancements, seem to have been polished. Shotgun LV2, 0/50, a shotgun with average performance that can fire bullets, with a magazine capacity of 5 rounds, firing all bullets at once by pulling the trigger, enough to cause fatal damage to ordinary armor. After the upgrade, the magazine capacity increased. Moreover, the power also increased, posing a lethal threat to ordinary armor. This is an important upgrade for a crowd-damaging weapon. So satisfying. In the future, when facing a dozen or so enemies surrounding him, unable to use the sniper rifle effectively and at a disadvantage with the revolver, having this shotgun can swiftly harvest a group of enemies. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Shinshan caressed the gun, feeling even more delighted. Power +1. He stored away the bullets the shop owner had given him. Shinshan purchased a small amount of sniper rifle and revolver bullets. Although Shinshan can produce bullets himself, the cost is too high. Shinshan had calculated that producing 1 bullet himself would cost almost an intermediate crystal core. Recently, the price of bullets has fluctuated, but even 5 bullets only require 1 crystal core. Whether it's true spirit elements or crystal powder, they must be used sparingly. It's not worth using expensive bullets against ordinary enemies. Leaving the weapon shop, he returned to the lower level. Just as he arrived on the lower level, Shinshan's eyes caught a message: RV experience points +2. Shinshan made a puzzled sound. Experience points for the RV? Shinshan pondered, realizing he hadn't done anything himself. It was only Xiao Kei cleaning the room, so it wouldn't increase experience points. After some thought, Shinshan checked the time and suddenly understood: experience points increase automatically per hour? Indeed. Shinshan felt ecstatic inside. This RV that leveled up even while lying down was truly amazing. It was even simpler than upgrading battle armor. With powered armor, you had to wear it to level up, making sleeping at night extremely uncomfortable. But the RV was fantastic. Experience points increased automatically every hour. How luxurious. Shinshan's laughter was crisp. He then walked along the wooden passage to a second-hand store, where he picked up a fireplace to use as a heater. He brought it back to the RV. Xiao Kei was still cleaning the room, unaware of where Shinshan had found scrap vehicle parts to make furniture and old maps as wallpaper. The bed was made from recycled car seats, the table and chairs were constructed from iron pipes and wooden boards, and there were simple storage shelves on the walls holding tools, canned food, and water sources. Various odds and ends cluttered the empty room. Shinchan's mouth twitched. The human aesthetic in this world was surprisingly unique. After installing the fireplace, Shinchan began repairing the battle armor. He spread out his toolbox, containing various high-intensity wrenches, screwdrivers, arc welders, laser welding guns, soldering irons, and more. Will this increase experience points? Shinchan questioned before starting. If it could increase experience points, it would be a useful bug for him. However, after half an hour of hard work and replacing all the parts, he didn't gain a single experience point. I was overthinking it, Shinchan concluded after completing the armor repairs and stretching lazily before initiating a self-check. Soon, the self-check was done, and all component modules and pipelines were in good working order. Shinchan focused on the armor. A message popped up, Powered Armor LV5, 10023/10000. There was nothing more to say. Since returning from the wilderness, losing the rented house, completing missions, escaping the evil seed, and wiping out the Black Tooth team, 5 or 6 days had passed in a flash. With a full day's worth of experience points totaling 1440, he had over 5,000 experience points left from the last upgrade, plus the recent gains, allowing him to level up again. Level up! A day without leveling up was unbearable. Powered Armor LV6, 23/30/000. This powered battle armor can confront supernatural beings, with enhanced defensive capabilities to withstand a full-force blow from a 4th-tier power-type supernatural being. Added vision magnification module, can magnify items up to 5 kilometers away. An added adhesion module, can climb vertically on walls and glass surfaces. Shinchan gasped. Since reaching LV5, the new abilities of this armor were becoming more and more extraordinary. Night vision, electric current stimulation, magnetic field resistance, high and low temperature resistance, and a sound amplification system, not to mention the long-for vision magnification, all came at once this time. Dreams do come true. Another new ability was quite impressive, allowing him to ignore gravity and climb when necessary, a crucial advantage. Strength +1. As night fell, Shinchan lazily lay in the room. Xiao Kei sat cross-legged, savoring strips of grilled meat. Shinchan got up, remembering the leather bag mentioned by Gon Mo. It was time to retrieve it and uncover any secrets that might have been overlooked. He lit a cigarette, his face hidden in the swirling smoke. Xiao Kei, Shinchan called out. Xiao Kei set down the meat strips, straightened up, and turned to face him. I'll be going out tomorrow. Collect some wood for preparing for the harsh winter in the Northern Territory. Xiao Kei obediently nodded. For Shinchan, Xiao Kei's age, on Earth, would probably still be in school. But in this post-apocalyptic world, things were different. Work knows no distinction of gender, age, or status. Death knows no age or years. The truth cannot fill one's stomach. Shinchan was still in deep slumber. The sound of many people treading on the wooden passage reached his ears. Shinchan glanced over and saw a faint fish-belly white hue emerging at the edge of the sky, heralding the arrival of another morning. The sun had not completely freed itself from the horizon's grasp, but its imminent power seeped through the cracks in the clouds, casting a faint yet resolute dawnlight. People outside were starting a new day of work. The main task was still gathering wood. Some for personal use, some to sell to the upper-class residents. Social classes existed at all times. Some toiled tirelessly, barely filling their bellies, while others lived in leisure, indulging in lavish feasts. Xiao Kei woke up early. By the time Shinchan stepped out of the room, Xiao Kei had already left the shelter with the rest of the group. Shinchan was not in a hurry. He ate some dried meat strips and fruits, along with a tasteless energy paste resembling a rag dipped in vegetable juice. He put on his powered armor, with a revolver holstered on his right hip and a dagger on his left. He slung a sniper rifle on his back and carried a shotgun as he walked out the door. Whether the door was locked or not didn't matter. There were no gentlemen in this post-apocalyptic world. This rare breed of humanity had long perished. There was no one left to educate or uphold the ideals of a gentleman. Everyone was just trying to survive each day. Shinchan's RV was at the rear of Titan. After a few steps, he could see the wilderness slowly receding. Shinchan calculated the distance. The location where he had abandoned his bag was 50 kilometers from Titan. Titan was constantly on the move, adding about 30 more kilometers to the distance. The total distance was approximately 80 kilometers. I might reach the crack in the subway at night, Shinchan thought. He jumped out of the shelter, steadying himself on the ground, and headed in the opposite direction of Titan. After about 10 kilometers, he could still see residents of Shelter 36 hauling wood. Both adults and children carried dry branches on their backs. After another 20 kilometers, Shinchan saw no signs of human activity, only the vast wilderness and occasional ferocious beasts. Inside his armor, Shinshen heard the faint but steady sound of machinery as he quickened his pace. He avoided the beasts when possible, shooting from a distance when necessary. Finally, before nightfall, Shinshen was only 2 kilometers away from where he had left his bag. Along the way, he had encountered no one except the beasts. After another 2 kilometers, Shinshen would complete his mission and uncover the secret of the bag. However, Shinshen hesitated and stopped in his tracks. Standing on the mountaintop, he felt a hint of a bloody scent carried by the night wind. Shinshen knew there were no signs of danger. The night wind was cold, typical of the wilderness, but devoid of any blood scent. It was a feeling of danger, a bodily sensation warning Shinshen. He strained his eyes to peer into the darkness. Despite his enhanced night vision and other sensory capabilities, the darkness limited his sight. Shinshen saw nothing out of the ordinary. He adjusted the visor of his armor to scan the mountains again. Even after switching through all modes, Shinshen could not pinpoint the source of danger. He began to doubt if he was overthinking, seeing things that weren't there. Perhaps Shelter 12 had set their sights on him, sending snipers to watch over, but no matter how he looked, he found nothing unusual. At least within his field of vision, everything was quiet. Just when Shinshen thought he had been mistaken, a red light suddenly lit up in the distance on the mountain ridge. It was followed by a human's agonizing scream, and finally, a muffled gunshot. A sniper! Shinshen suddenly turned around, his pupils contracting sharply. 2 groups are fighting nearby? Shinshen's frown deepened. Along the way, there had been no signs of conflict elsewhere, yet it was near the location of the briefcase? Was it just a coincidence? Soon, at different locations, red lights lit up in succession, followed by intertwined screams and gunfire. More than one sniper. Bullets were flying everywhere, with one even narrowly missing Shinshen. Shinshen lay low on the mountaintop, observing the flashes of gunfire. What was frustrating was, both groups were shooting in the direction Shinshen had to pass through. Moreover, they seemed to be moving towards the crack in the subway. Are they targeting me? Shinshen's mind was in disarray. Shinshen couldn't recall anything valuable to loot in this almost buried, fragmented urban wasteland. If there was anything, it was just the briefcase. But even Ma and Ganmo didn't know the location of this briefcase. How did these 2 unidentified armed groups know? Shinshen took a deep breath, removed the rifle from his back, and charged into the vast darkness. In the night, only a faint silver light flashed by, then everything returned to darkness. Shinshen pushed aside the complicated matters and didn't dwell on why these 2 groups were here, focusing on silently moving through the darkness. Yet, Shinshen felt a strange sense of joy. He liked this moment. In the darkness, in the wilderness, and in solitary combat. Before his journey, he had been a Special Forces soldier for several years and then a mercenary for the following years. The change in identity did not affect bullets and combat. This was the world he was familiar with. Shinshen dashed towards the brightest flame, which was also the closest sniper position. He seemed to blend with the darkness, as if he could feel the pulse of the earth and even the entire world. When he was less than 1,000 meters away from the well-hidden sniper, Shinshen had already sensed his location vaguely, while the sniper had not noticed Shinshen yet. At the same time, through the amplification system, Shinshen heard their shouts to each other. Just listening for a few moments, Shinshen's frown deepened. These 2 groups were the combatants from Shelter 20 and Shelter 22. The defected researcher originally came from Shelter 22, while Ma and Ganmo were from Shelter 20. Shinshen was certain that these people were after the briefcase, but what puzzled him more was, how did they know the briefcase's location? A locator transmitter. Shinshen thought of this possibility. Now, Shinshen was even more curious about the contents of the briefcase. An incident involving a defected researcher that had not yet ended. It could only mean, what Ganmo said was true. The contents of the briefcase were invaluable. To retrieve my belongings, I have to kill my way through. Shinshen stopped behind a rock, raised his rifle, and aimed at a mound halfway up a distant hill. The sniper was hiding behind the mound, still searching for the positions of other enemies. The other snipers were either retreating or moving, only this guy who fired first hadn't changed his position. A rookie. Shinshen muttered a veteran's disdainful words. Those who had been in and out of battle multiple times without dying spoke crudely and maliciously, yet often had sharp insights. To become a good sniper, precise marksmanship was just one of the less important skills. To be like Shinshen, a dancer in the dark, required much more. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, Shinshen had already started moving. The distant mound exploded completely. Even if the soil was very solid, it couldn't withstand the power of Shinshen's Barrett rifle. Along with the flying debris, there were large chunks of flesh and half a leg. Shinshen's shot only hit the sniper's lower body, not killing him instantly. He wasn't incapable, but rather wanted to make that dying sniper the target of distraction and attention for the enemy. It was like lighting a lamp in the darkness. No matter how focused one's will was, they would occasionally unconsciously glance at it. The sniper kept rolling, screaming in agony. Shinshen's shot completely severed his legs at the roots, a pain too immense for any human to bear. Although the injury was fatal, it wouldn't lead to immediate death, so this beacon in the dark night was destined to shine for a while longer. In the battlefield of life and death, Shinshen's heart turned as cold as solid rock, his method swift and ruthless, doing whatever it took. The moment the sniper's screams echoed in the distance, two of his comrades stopped in their tracks, turning to look. This slight change from movement to stillness had already allowed Shinshen, lurking in the darkness, to lock onto their whereabouts. In the wilderness, only a sniper could deal with another sniper. At least part of that statement was true. Shinshen silently approached one of the snipers. A distance of over 1,000 meters was just a matter of minutes. The chaotic combat intensified as Shinshen advanced. He began clearing out the enemies along his path. One of them was a sniper from Shelter 20. This enemy quickly chose a new sniping position and lay in wait. The snipers from Shelter 20 were well trained, coordinated, some advanced while others set up sniping positions for ambush. About 10 minutes later, they would move forward again, seeking the next position. Under the cover of night and mountains, this was a sound tactic, but unfortunately, Shinshen was a master sniper himself. The sniper quickly found a new target and firmly lined up his opponent in the scope. Meanwhile, his adversary from Shelter 22 remained oblivious, searching futilely for enemies on the ground. The sniper's breathing was calm and steady as he was about to pull the trigger when a hand suddenly covered his mouth and nose, forcefully lifting his head and then twisting it, causing a slight crack in the sniper's neck, making his body go limp. "Wish you have fun playing with Chasemajin Mo." Shinshen half-crouched beside the sniper's body, waiting for over 10 seconds to ensure he was dead before bending down and stealthily moving towards another sniper he had targeted. In the blink of an eye, Shinshen had quietly dealt with 4 snipers from Shelter 20, each having their necks broken from behind by him. In the darkness, Shinshen rediscovered the feeling he loved, his movements becoming increasingly fluid, swift, and light, as if the night wind was gently supporting his body. It had been a while since the snipers from Shelter 20 had fired. On one hand, over half of the personnel from Shelter 22 had been killed in action, and on the other hand, many snipers from Shelter 20 had also fallen to Shinshen. At that moment, a flash of red light appeared on the distant mountain ridge, followed by the agonizing screams of impending death in the night. Shinshen checked the distance and raised his sniper rifle, locking onto the sniper who was relocating. According to Shinshen's assessment, the enemy from Shelter 22 intended to kill him but missed, hitting and killing the enemy from Shelter 20 instead. Luck was on his side. Shinshen shouldered the sniper rifle, its body black and smooth as a mirror, reflecting the moon's brightness and the faint stars. Through the precise scope, the crosshairs were steadily fixed on the distant target. In an instant, a heavy and thunderous gunshot tore through the tranquil night, the bullet streaking towards the target like a meteor across the sky, leaving behind a blazing trail and a deafening echo. The sniper's body suddenly swayed, and his head exploded, along with a large part of his shoulder. After firing a shot, Shinshen didn't even look at the results. He immediately started moving sideways at high speed. He had to enter the subway tunnel as quickly as possible to retrieve the briefcase. Shinshen put away the sniper rifle and began moving swiftly in the darkness, using the rugged terrain as his best cover. 2 minutes later, he twisted the necks of 2 more enemies. At this moment, when Shinshen was less than 800 meters away from the subway crevice, he looked towards a hill a kilometer away. He had a feeling that there was a sniper, or perhaps a psychic, aiming at him. Boom! On the hill in the distance, within the darkness, a gun barrel flickered with a deep and captivating blue light. A brilliant blue energy bullet burst out of the barrel in an instant, like a meteor tearing through the night sky, carrying a terrifying power comparable to a shell straight towards Shinshen. This blue energy bullet raced away at a speed beyond the eye's capture, tearing through the air with a subtle yet stunning sonic boom under its intense impact. Shinshen's foot thrusters suddenly erupted with particle impact, propelling him like lightning as he leaped sideways. In an instant, he veered off the original trajectory of the blue energy bullet, narrowly avoiding the devastating energy flow. Although he successfully dodged a direct hit from the energy bullet, the powerful shockwave it released quickly spread, engulfing everything around. While Shinshen wasn't directly hit, he couldn't completely avoid the rampage of residual energy. His body trembled slightly, the sand and gravel under his feet scattered in an instant, his figure staggered slightly, as if being struck by an invisible giant wave. Shinshen rolled forward a few times, then used both hands and feet to crawl irregularly like a spider, incredibly swift. In just a few turns, Shinshen had already moved tens of meters. He accelerated, like a night wolf darting through the darkness with the wind. As Shinshen's speed increased, Just as he was about to reach the maximum speed of his battle armor, he shuddered suddenly, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Shinchen's body arched and stopped abruptly. Just less than a meter in front of him, a large cloud of dust suddenly billowed up, sand and gravel hitting his face and shoulders, stinging hotly. It was a powerful long-range sniper energy bullet from a sharpshooting psychic. If Shinchen hadn't been alert, he would likely have been hit. Shinchen immediately looked along the trajectory of the bullet, and once again saw a flash of blue light. Without hesitation, Shinchen leaped to the right, rolled upon landing, and then shot out like lightning. However, while still in the air, Shinchen's whole body shook as if struck by a high-voltage current, and he fell heavily to the ground. Behind him, another large cloud of dirt rose. Nearly 1,000 data points instantly converged on the visual panel of the battle armor, and Shinchen immediately knew that another bullet had grazed his body, shattering the armor on his left arm and taking a large chunk of flesh. If it weren't for the armor's defense, this shot might have blown half his body to pieces. Fortunately, the remaining muscle fibers could still support the movement of his left arm. Shinchen crouched on the ground, aiming towards where the bullet had come from. But to his surprise, there was no one in sight. How could this be? Shinchen furrowed his brow, quickly moved behind a huge rock, and then lay on the ground, constantly adjusting the color of his battle armor, blending in with the surroundings like a lizard. At this moment, Shinchen knew that the sharpshooting psychic was trying to stop him from advancing. In this less than 800 meters distance, if he forced his way through, he might be shot, his armor shattered, and his spine broken. That would be a big problem. Shinchen pondered for a moment. As he slowly peeked out from the ridge, searching for the whereabouts of the expert marksman, another bullet grazed past Shinchen's head. The head armor shattered once again, a few singed strands of hair drifting in front of Shinchen's eyes. He caught sight of the sniper's position once more, but it was too late to retaliate. Shinchen swiftly retreated along the slope, then moved sideways. Indeed, 2 seconds later, a geyser of earth erupted from where he had just been lying, and the sniper bullet emerged from the soil, soaring into the vast night sky. This shot, with the power of a sniper round, pierced through the soil layer on the peak of the ridge. If Shinchen had remained in place, the bullet would have struck his chest. This was the second time he narrowly escaped death, lying on the back slope of the hill, his muscles trembling slightly, fear creeping into his body. Shinchen suppressed his fear, pondering hard. The sniper rifle was already wrapped in camouflage strips made of composite materials, and his movements were unpredictable. Under the cover of night, whether in low light or infrared mode, it was difficult to track Shinchen. How had he been discovered? How could he pinpoint the enemy? He quickly activated the cooling system inside his armor, lowering his body temperature to blend in with the surroundings. If the enemy kept locking onto him, it was probably a heat imaging ability or a life detection ability. Shinchen had never encountered such an opponent before. Despite facing many powerful individuals in the past, none had been able to suppress him in the wilderness and in sniping to this extent. Traditional sniping and counter-sniping methods seemed completely ineffective against this opponent. This was an opponent with exceptional agility, advanced concealment skills, and enough patience. At the moment he fired, Shinchen could still lock onto him, even if only for a brief moment. Shinchen decided to play it sneaky. He had barely appeared on the ridge when the enemy's gun barrel turned towards him, aiming in his direction. Then came 3 consecutive shots, one forcing Shinchen back, the other 2 grazing past a few meters to his left and right. If Shinchen had peeked out while moving sideways, he might have been hit. Fortunately, Shinchen simply retreated. Next, Shinchen directly connected wirelessly to the cluster firepower drones waiting invisibly in the night sky. Explosions are an art. Shinchen borrowed a famous line from someone. Obstacles were ever present. Shinchen had to admit that at this moment. In previous battles, everything had gone smoothly, but now, under the cover of darkness, the expert marksman in shooting had indeed taught him a lesson. Faced with absolute strength and skill, Shinchen found himself unable to lift his head. Several close brushes with death, his battle armor tattered by enemy fire. The enemy played ruthlessly, forcing Shinchen to bring out his big guns to play it smart. If he didn't resolve this predicament soon, not to mention salvaging the situation, he might end up being toyed with by the enemy until his demise. Shinchen's wireless connection remained in stealth mode, with the cluster firepower drones providing cover. In the dark night, even the cluster firepower drones appearing silently were hard to discern. The cannon barrel slightly adjusted, aiming towards a distant hill. At that moment, the expert marksman in shooting seemed to sense something, abruptly raising his head, looking puzzled at the night sky. He suddenly pulled the trigger, hastily firing a shot at Shinchen, then leaped up, dashing towards the back of the mountain at a speed almost matching Shinchen's. Bang! Shinchen, keeping a close eye on the enemy, finally fired back with the first shot. The sniper abruptly halted his charge, veering sideways and leaping 20 meters away. Shin Chen's retaliatory shot missed its mark. However, the enemy wasn't dodging Shin Chen's shots. In the direction he had been charging, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the ground even beneath Shin Chen, a kilometer away. With just one blast, the explosive force covered the entire peak of the hill. The shockwave knocked down the enemies dozens of meters away. As expected, this expert marksman definitely possessed the ability of battlefield perception. Although the shells did not hit the enemies precisely, one shot covered the entire hilltop in smoke and dust. And what kind of scene would it be with 10 consecutive shots? Before this esper could even get up from the ground, 2 silent shells almost simultaneously fell, with one landing closer than the first, lifting him up dozens of meters high with the explosion's force, throwing him far down the hill like a ragged pocket, crashing heavily onto the ground. The enemy lay on the ground, looking up at the night sky, struggling to breathe. After such bombardment and fall, he surprisingly survived, which was truly astonishing. Thinking about his explosive power and speed when evading heavy artillery bombardment, Shin Chen had no doubt about the strength of his physical abilities. The enemy's left arm was gone, the lower parts of both knees were blown away, and his eyes were starting to lose focus. His gaze met Shin Chen's across the distance, conveying wordless information in shock. Shin Chen, who had aimed his sniper rifle ready to fire, slowly lowered it. Shin Chen's frown deepened. This sniper was not normal. The earth continued to tremble, heavy artillery relentlessly bombarding the hilltop, throwing tons of soil into the air. In this moment, the power of steel and flames was pushed to the extreme. In less than a minute, the 10 rounds of heavy artillery fire coverage were completed. But in this short moment, whether it was the humans from Shelter 20 or Shelter 22, they were all terrified by the explosion scene that appeared silently, feeling an incredibly long passage of time. People kept shouting into the night sky, "What the hell? Who planted the landmines? From the sky. The shells are coming down from the sky. How is that possible? Why didn't we hear the cannons? Damn it! Watch out and take cover." Even Shin Chen, seeing a meter of the hill shaved off after the artillery barrage, was speechless. At this moment, Shin Chen began a countercharge, heading straight for the still not completely deceased expert marksman. In Shin Chen's eyes, this guy's sniping skills were not inferior to his own, presumably a team leader. Yet, oddly, he was the only esper appearing on the battlefield. This was clearly illogical. Shin Chen needed to interrogate for some information, to know how many espers were on both sides and where they had gone. With a clear understanding, he could control the situation. Another thing, espers were generally well off. The crystal core was the basis for Shin Chen's upgraded equipment. And one more important point, the enemy was bombarded to pieces by concentrated firepower, but Shin Chen did not see any blood splatter. Strange. At this moment, Shin Chen moved like a black ghost through the endless night. Moonlight sparsely fell on his armor, gleaming with a cold light, reflecting a mysterious and stern silhouette. He held his breath, still as a statue, swift as thunder. Each step on dry leaves or gravel was silent. The lightweight design of his armor made his movements agile like a cat, yet his strength was that of a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Meanwhile, the two sides were still exchanging gunfire. Amidst the hail of bullets, Shin Chen's figure, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, pierced through the night, launching a sudden assault with unpredictable speed and angle. After approaching the expert marksman, Shin Chen reached out, dragging him into a shell hole. Bullets flew back and forth over the shell hole, but for Shin Chen, it was temporarily safe. Shin Chen lifted his face mask, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes, staring directly at the esper. His pupils slightly dilated in an instant, his face showing a hint of shock. It was an old man with a hooked nose, gaunt and wearing bone earrings. Despite being blasted all over, there was no twisted expression of pain on his face. Because his left arm and both knees were not made of flesh and blood but mechanical. A cyborg? At the same time, bubbles of blood began to continuously emerge from the corners of his mouth. Strangely, these bubbles were bright red when they first surfaced, but gradually turned into shades of blue and green. Shin Chen, of course, did not overlook this detail. He furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze flickering in the depths of his pupils. What in the world is this? Shin Chen's head throbbed for a moment, unable to recall any creatures with such biomechanical technology in this world. "You should retire," Shin Chen remarked, suppressing his curiosity, lighting a cigarette, taking a drag, and placing it between his lips. The enemy, holding the cigarette, took a deep drag, adopting a relaxed posture. Smoke is the best anesthetic. Will it hurt? Yes. This joke isn't funny at all. Shin Chen pointed to his severed limb, joking in tone but serious in his gaze. "You've broadened my horizons. I've never witnessed biomechanical modifications before. I've read about soundless bullets in books. I thought it was a joke until today." but I don't recall anyone like you in the entire sect. Shinshen encountered a new term, entire sect. Shinshen lowered his body, slowly stood up, facing a gradually calming black ripple before him. Tell me about the entire sect. The old man gazed up at the night sky, his eyes gleaming with fervor. It's a power from deep space. It's the only way to end the world of Exodus. You fools will never understand. The debts you owe can never be repaid. I'm not interested in that. Shinshen drew a revolver, aiming at the old man's head. What exactly is the entire sect? The old man turned slowly, his eyes clouded as if with a thin layer of dust, resembling a black and white television screen. You must be an escapee. Otherwise, you wouldn't possess his power. The entire sect will catch you, completing the missing pieces. Cut the crap. Shinshen felt the old man was like a lunatic, speaking incoherently. Shinshen only wanted core information, not cryptic words. Tell me, how many superhumans are on both sides and where are they located? Shinshen no longer dwelled on the entire sect, focusing on the most crucial information. But before he could finish speaking, the old man's body temperature suddenly soared. Shinshen immediately became alert, taking a step back. The sniper let out a scream, spewing a bluish-green flame from his mouth, followed by flames from his nose and ears. Any area touched by blood, on his body or the ground, began to burn fiercely. I will catch you. The entire sect will end everything. You, the escapee, have a destined fate. Summoning. The power of deep space. The old man's words were fragmented as the flames engulfed him intensely, reducing him to charred remains in about a minute. His clothing, equipment, everything burned in the fire. If there were any cybernetic control chips inside him, they were surely destroyed. Shinshen was surprised that his blood could transform into such a potent fuel. Was this sniper truly human? Shinshen's mind was even more chaotic at this point. He had only sought answers, yet all he got was bizarre and inexplicable information. Shaking his head, Shinshen considered that this world had no shortage of madmen. For now, he would play along with the ramblings of a lunatic. His current task was to retrieve the briefcase. As for what the entire sect was all about, Rock must have heard of it. It wasn't too late to find out later. Shinshen then picked up the old man's remains and the crystal core from the mechanical wreckage, and left, heading straight for the subway crevice. Beneath the subway crevice, in the underground passages teeming with deadly creatures and as intricate as a spider's web, Song Yu and Wang Yi leaned against a small room, catching their breath and regaining their strength. Song Yu's pink shirt was open, revealing a corner of a demon tattoo. He was of short stature, with sharp short hair and a fierce glint in his eyes. Wang Yi was dressed in a twisted military uniform, collar slouched, neck wrapped in bandages, the last button of the uniform undone, causing an unsightly figure-8 shape at the hem. From his expression to his attire, Wang Yi exuded a touch of sloppiness. Song Yu took a deep breath and reached out to turn over a body. It was his teammate, a third-tier esper, with a gaping hole in his heart. His fate was sealed upon reaching this place, completely lifeless. Song Yu had intended to search for some cigarettes. His craving for smoke was evident, his eyes revealing an indescribable anxiety and restlessness. Every nerve ending was screaming with longing for nicotine. However, this teammate did not smoke, drink, or use any stimulants, resembling a Puritan from ancient legends. Even Wang Yi, who enjoyed roasting people slowly with flames and seemed to derive pleasure from their agonizing screams, did not indulge in smoking or drinking, nor did he use any stimulating substances. If it weren't for Wang Yi's naked and unabashed desire-filled gaze towards women, Song Yu would have thought he had no interest in them at all. Song Yu gave up the futile search, but his fingers involuntarily rubbed and fidgeted with each other, as if being drawn by an invisible force, constantly simulating the actions of holding a cigarette and lighting it. In the end, he tightly grasped a crumpled piece of clothing from his teammate. Song Yu glanced at Wang Yi beside him. Throw it, Wang Yi urged, holding a tan leather bag. Otherwise, how will we know the distance of the enemies from Shelter 22 behind us? Song Yu clicked his tongue. You can still judge distance by sound? Judging distance by sound is something everyone can do, Wang Yi responded arrogantly. Song Yu sighed, feeling irritated. How did he end up with such an incomprehensible teammate? In such an empty subway tunnel, gunshots could echo far, far away, creating numerous reverberations, making it impossible to determine the enemy's distance. Instead, it would expose their own position. Song Yu was somewhat displeased, but for now, he had to comply. After all, Wang Yi was a fourth-tier esper and the commander of this operation at Shelter 20. With a forceful flick, the piece of clothing slipped from his hand, tracing a smooth and powerful arc in midair, like a phantom endowed with life, darting towards the depths of the tunnel. Illuminated by the faint glow of fluorescent mushrooms, the clothing could be seen dancing gracefully in the air, each fold's dynamic movement so lifelike, resembling a person leaping forward resolutely. In the next moment, a harsh metallic friction sound came from afar. It was the sound of the heavy Gatling gun's multiple barrels rotating at high speed. Instantly, gunfire flashed, bullets pouring out like a torrential rain, the scorching bullet chain spewing from the Gatling's muzzle forming a dancing fire dragon in an instant. The bullets streaked across the night sky like meteors, each dragging a dazzling trail behind. The firing of each bullet was accompanied by waves of scorching air, stirring the surrounding air like boiling water. These trajectories weaved into an impenetrable web of light in the dim subway tunnel, heading straight for the clothing tumbling and spinning in the air. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the blink of an eye, the clothing thrown by Song Yu was shredded to pieces. Like faint sparks, it fell powerless to the ground. Song Yu's mouth twitched, turning to Wang Yi. Distance? 300 meters, Wang Yi replied with absolute certainty, continuing, it's likely the people above won't be able to provide support. We charge forward 100 meters. Then you fall back to lure them into the left tunnel for pursuit, while I break through from the right tunnel with the bag. With this command issued, Song Yu spread out a map showing a complex network of tunnel routes. His finger traced towards the left side, his expression turning extremely grim, twisted, and even faintly fearful. The left side of the forked tunnel 100 meters ahead is a dead end. Where's your determination? Wang Yi questioned coldly, if both of us perish here, will you be happy? The right cheek of Song moved a few times, a trace of insidiousness flashed in his eyes imperceptibly. He put away the map and nodded, alright. Wang Yesong breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them were 4th level ability users. Once they turned against each other, it would be difficult to resolve, with unpredictable consequences. Fortunately, Song followed orders obediently. On the count of 3, 2, 1, let's charge out. Wang Yesong leaned against the wall, giving the final command. In the darkness, Song's figure remained motionless, like a statue. On the ground, the two sides of the conflict continued. The personnel from both shelters were trying to prevent each other from entering the subway crevice. However, under the cover of night, a faint black shadow moved swiftly along the ground, crawling like a wildcat, leaping into the subway crevice and disappearing into the dark passageway. After Shin Chen entered, he did not touch the ground. He immediately activated the climbing mode of his battle armor, using the powerful magnetic adhesion device equipped on the armor to hang lightly and precisely on the rough and uneven concrete structure of the ceiling. The complex network of pipes on the tunnel ceiling was corroded, with exposed wires hanging like withered tentacles. Occasionally, a gust of wind passed through the tunnel, stirring up echoes that sounded hollow and distant. Shin Chen looked around. In the infrared vision, the dark passage was clearly visible. Shin Chen scanned the ground, finding nothing unexpected. The briefcase was indeed gone. I'm late. But Shin Chen knew he was just late, not too late. If either side had obtained the briefcase, the battle above ground would have already ended. The fact that the personnel above ground had not received the retreat order indicated that the briefcase was still in the subway tunnel. As long as he could find their trail, he could catch up, waiting for the opportunity to steal back the briefcase. The word steal held no derogatory meaning. Shin Chen knew his own capabilities and that 4th level ability users could adapt at any time, making it easy to seek refuge. Against higher level ability users, Shin Chen could only rely on strategy rather than recklessness. At that moment, the echoing sound of rapid gunfire came from the left tunnel. Shin Chen's pupils flickered with a faint light, resembling a gecko as he swiftly climbed along the tunnel ceiling, each movement filled with rhythmic strength and precise control. His agile arms and leg joints, under the precise control of the intelligence system within the battle armor, extended and twisted smoothly, as if they were one, allowing him to move effortlessly on the inverted ceiling, navigating with ease. One intersection after another passed by Shin Chen, who, despite being upside down, continued to climb swiftly. The subway tunnel resembled a time tomb buried deep underground, with the tracks covered in thick moss and accumulated debris. The once pristine white-tiled walls had lost their luster, now dull and lifeless, with faded remnants of old advertisements, like fossils left behind by time. In a moment, 3 men appeared within Shin Chen's infrared vision. These 3 men formed a protective formation, cautiously advancing towards the depths of the subway tunnel. Leading the way was an ability user wielding a high-speed Gatling machine gun. His face was surrounded by a circle of steel-like stubble, making his head appear larger than others, with gray-white hair and a youthful appearance despite being in his 30s. Following closely behind the man with stubble was a slender young man carrying a single strap bag. He had a slightly long fringe that partially covered his eyes, exceptionally handsome and charming. Bringing up the rear of the group was a girl. She wore ripped jeans, a black t-shirt with a nuclear explosion mushroom design, short dyed hair with a faint golden streak, and silver earrings dangling prominently from her earlobes. Shin Chen hid 200 meters behind the trio. He focused on observing. The tunnel ahead twisted and obstructed his view, making it difficult to see what lay ahead. But Shin-Chen knew that the person who had actually taken the briefcase was not far ahead of the three individuals. To catch up, one must step over the heads of three people. This is undoubtedly a risky move. Although the battle armor is advanced and the modules work together almost silently, the subway tunnel ceiling is not very sturdy, with dust and small stones occasionally falling during movement. It's easy to alert the trio. 3/4 ranks. Shin-Chen muttered to himself, being stuck to them leaves only one way to die. Shin-Chen's advantage lies in long-range shooting and the kinetic energy provided by the battle armor. Thinking of this, Shin-Chen released his grip on the ceiling with both hands, slowly descending his body, grabbing and fixing his vertical body close to his legs. An unmodified, primitive, and rugged Barrett sniper rifle appeared in Shin-Chen's hands. A thick stainless steel barrel resembling an abandoned chimney, with an astonishing length and a huge caliber muzzle protruding. Instead of a precise scope, there was an exposed mechanical sight, simple yet practical. Even the most basic silencer or tactical rail was ruthlessly discarded, leaving only the most fundamental structure in function. In Shin-Chen's view, the power of the Esper is important, but precision is also the key to survival. Shin-Chen hung upside down from the ceiling, the crosshairs aimed at the back of the big man in the front of the group. The trigger of pure power aesthetics emitted a crisp mechanical clash under Shin-Chen's fingertip. May hell have no escape. In Shin-Chen's tactical thinking, the biggest threat to himself on the surface was the big man with a beard. The Gatling gun capable of firing over 1,000 rounds per minute, let alone the battle armor, even a 4th-rank Esper would find it hard to resist. Either avoid its edge or prioritize shooting. Clearly, prioritizing the shot was the optimal solution. Despite the big man with a beard being the farthest from Shin-Chen, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger directly. In an instant, the still air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a 4th-rank silent bullet made of true spirit elements and crystal core fragments silently flew out of the barrel at an elusive speed. The bullet turned into an almost invisible black line, weaving through the dark tunnel like a snake hidden in the night. Although the bullet made no sound, due to the recoil impact, Shin-Chen, hanging upside down, shook violently like a rope. Despite the contortion, the sniper rifle in Shin-Chen's hand constantly adjusted its angle, the crosshairs always locked on the back of the big man with a beard. The next moment, blood slowly oozed from the back of the big man's head, staining his collar with a strikingly vivid color. However, he did not immediately fall like an ordinary person. His face twisted, his eyes widened in disbelief, making it difficult for him to breathe, his expression a mix of pain and astonishment. His body swayed under the impact, like a giant tree about to collapse, stumbling forward a few steps, almost falling, but eventually regaining his balance. Ah, damn it! As a 4th-rank defense Esper with 3rd-rank gun mastery, under Shin-Chen's single bullet, although not fatal, his muscle tissue shattered, blood vessels burst, the pain piercing and enduring. The skin on the back of his head instantly cracked, revealing the rolling and twisting flesh underneath, the pain described as bone-crushing as every muscle tendon and nerve screamed in agony. The big man's face contorted in extreme pain, his features tight, a painful growl escaping his lips. Who's attacking? Me! This scene left the three individuals utterly bewildered and perplexed. The young man following behind him suddenly narrowed his eyes, his gaze changing wildly, exclaiming in shock, "How did you get hurt?" The woman's gaze sharpened. An attack? Where did it come from? In a brief moment, the two speculated on various possibilities. For a 4th-rank defense Esper to be attacked, it would require at least 5th-rank strength to cause such a massive injury. But who was the attacker? Even if invisible, they would have to reveal themselves. Could it be a firearm? That would be even more unlikely. Even a powerful sniper rifle couldn't break through the defense. Moreover, there was no gunshot. The key point was the absence of gunfire. The expert shooter's ability would emit a blue light when firing. But in the recent scene, there was nothing. It was truly strange. The burly man with a beard was in turmoil, finding it unbelievable, still immersed in extreme shock. He was walking in the front, yet he was ambushed from behind? In that moment, the burly man with a beard even thought his teammate behind him had turned against him. He was about to reach for the foreign object embedded in the back of his head, intending to see what had attacked him. But the next second, he shuddered violently, his body suddenly trembling, energy raging within him, causing a momentary shock to his nerves, displaying signs of mental concussion. Just then, in the darkness, another streak of fire shot towards him. Precise and accurate, it pierced the wound on the back of the burly man's head. The defense that had been breached by the three locks could no longer withstand the force of the bullet. In the instant the back of the burly man's head exploded, it had the effect of shattered water droplets, his brain tissues and bones instantly scattered and splattered under the tremendous impact, mixing blood mist and brain matter into a blurry red fog, accompanying the end of his life diffusing in the air. Thud. In the bewildered eyes of a man and a woman, the burly man with a beard fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Both of them were shaken to the core, their heartbeats seemingly skipping a beat. Their faces twisted gradually, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief taking shape. What the hell is this? The young man seemed inexperienced in combat, only shouting in panic, how could he be dead? The woman's horrified gaze gradually became confused and vacant. However, her reaction was swift. She suddenly turned her head to look into the subway tunnel behind her. Despite the faint glow of fluorescent mushrooms, she still didn't see anyone standing behind her. Yet, the next moment, the woman's pupils contracted, and she looked up suddenly. Hundreds of meters away, in her field of vision, a figure was hanging upside down on the cold, damp stone ceiling. His body swayed slightly, but the sniper rifle in his hand was aimed at her. The woman's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, leaving moist traces on her cheeks. She could never have imagined that someone had silently approached behind her. In her imagination, anyone walking between the tracks would make a sound. Except for the ceiling. And, damn it, it was an ordinary person. Enemy attack. The woman exclaimed suddenly, and in a flash, she lunged to the left. After a few rolls, she hid in a chamber. Once the woman settled back into hiding, she wore an incredibly eerie expression. Damn it, a sniper rifle can actually kill a 4th-tier defense esper. The bullets are silent, it's truly unbelievable. Don't move, let's ambush here, snipers are afraid of close combat. Although the opponent is an ordinary person, his bullets are too mysterious. Presumably he also has a close combat pistol that poses a deadly threat to espers. We must not underestimate him. This was the first time she had such fear of an ordinary person's bullets. Her mind was in chaos. She had never heard of bullets from any shelter possessing such power. They even dared to challenge steel espers. Did you hear me? The woman questioned repeatedly, but received no response. Her heart skipped a beat, her stiff neck slowly turned to look around, finding no one beside her. Her eyelids twitched as she leaned out. A few meters away, her teammate, the young man, stood dumbfounded in the tunnel. The woman cursed inwardly, useless. He was scared stiff, standing still. She urgently called out, "Come over here, quickly." As soon as she spoke, footsteps approached, and a cold, emotionless voice drifted in the tunnel. "Stop shouting, let him rest." The woman suddenly retracted her body, then heard a thud. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly, and the sound of her silver teeth grinding could be heard. It was obvious even to a layman that a young man with barely 2nd-tier defense couldn't withstand 2 shots, let alone someone with 4th-tier defense. The waves of terror and shock spread through every inch of her mind and soul. She couldn't fathom how a plain gun could take down a 4th-tier defense esper. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. However, as the footsteps drew closer, the woman licked her lips. A hint of cunning crossed her face. Slowly, she drew a dagger, poised like a mother leopard ready to pounce, hidden in the darkness, waiting for Shinchen to approach. "Approach me, and you're as good as dead." In her eyes, the enemy behind her was foolish not to use their ranged advantage and instead come searching for her. Once they were within her reach, she was confident that she could sever their windpipe in a single move. Step by step, the footsteps in the tunnel drew nearer. The woman crouched in the shadows, her back against the cold wall, listening intently, estimating the distance between them. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The footsteps continued. A look of joy and determination filled the woman's face as if she had spotted her coveted prey. 5 meters. Now! A cloud of smoke burst under her feet, and like a ghost, she leaped forward, a cold glint flashing in her hand, leaving behind fleeting shadows that moved too fast for the eye to catch. Her agile movements were like a phantom, swift and elusive. Amidst the whistling air, a dark and eerie aura seemed to move faster than sound, already appearing in the tunnel. As a senior combat esper from Shelter 22, she had rich experience in life and death battles. At this distance, from bursting out of the chamber to assassination, she was confident that the opponent wouldn't have time to draw their gun. She had the upper hand. She would win. However, her envisioned moment of rushing out and stabbing the opponent's windpipe with her dagger shattered in an instant. Because she saw, in the tunnel, a mechanical exoskeleton with only its lower half, seemingly following programmed commands, advancing automatically with each step. There was no upper body to the exoskeleton, let alone a person. At that moment, the woman's mind went blank. She had seen this type of defensive equipment before. The weaker ones relied on such devices for survival. However, the main issue was the connection modules, coordinating control centers, and the technical challenges of the exoskeleton materials. Or rather, the exoskeleton itself could be developed and improved. But the emergence of esper abilities had surpassed the scientific advancements of this world by miles. Yet, she had never seen a lower half exoskeleton moving on its own. Shouldn't it be controlled by a person? Where was the pilot? What was the point of this? Stabbing the air? The woman swallowed hard, her mind in a whirl, realizing her own naivety had led her into a trap. No, it wasn't naivety. It was the enemy's technology, far beyond this era. Hello. Suddenly, the woman felt a chill at the back of her head. A cold gun barrel pressed against her skull. Shinchen's head emerged slowly from the woman's side, resembling a malevolent spirit. Shinshen sighed softly, his voice hoarse. Let me guess, you were looking for me, weren't you? At that moment, the woman had Shinshen's revolver pressed against the back of her head. Only a gun barrel separated her from death. Her face turned pale, filled with shock and terror. You Shinshen said with a teasing tone, surprised? I tricked you. My lower half exoskeleton was walking on the track while I remained suspended from the ceiling. Shinshen's move was a sudden inspiration, especially when the woman hid in the chamber. Shinshen had originally planned to use level 5 bullets to shoot her. However, the drawback was that the bullets didn't provide infrared vision. The chamber was devoid of any light, making it easy to miss the target. Originally, level 5 bullets were not plentiful, so it was too wasteful. Therefore, Shinshen removed the lower half of his battle armor, inputted commands on the visible panel, and walked in a straight line, giving the enemy the illusion that he was approaching. Of course, the volume of the clustered firepower disc was too large to pass through the cracks. Otherwise, flying over and bombing the chamber could also solve the problem. However, as an Esper, if you were startled for too long, you didn't even hear the sound of me landing behind you, Shinshen said with a hint of a chuckle. The woman's mind suddenly cleared, realizing why Shinshen appeared behind her. This guy played a trick. Her eyes widened, filled with extreme distortion and resentment. So what if you heard it? Isn't it too late? Shinshen's face carried a faint smile. But I feel like you were looking for an opportunity to resist. Let me tell you in advance, my pistol bullets are more powerful than a sniper rifle. The woman looked at Shinshen with a somewhat gentle gaze between her beautiful eyes, and said softly, come on, let's talk it out. You're not from Shelter 20, are you? Her intuition was very accurate. There was a sniper in Shelter 20 during ground combat, with very high tactical skills, almost suppressing their side. However, snipers usually do not enter narrow terrain. Moreover, that sniper was an expert marksman Esper, using different firearms, much more advanced than Shinshen. In a team, having one high-level sniper is enough, no need for two. Therefore, the woman guessed that Shinshen belonged to a third party. Shinshen didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, indeed, I don't belong to any side. Then what is your purpose? The briefcase. How do you know about the briefcase? The woman's eyes showed a moment of confusion. The information about the briefcase was tightly sealed. The locator inside the briefcase only emitted a signal every few days. The last time it emitted a signal, it attracted Shelter 22 to come looking for it. Shelter 20 hurriedly followed suit after seeing Shelter 22's actions. Because I left it here, Shinshen answered openly. This answer once again shocked the woman greatly. She instantly thought of an unimaginable fact. You killed Chaser and gone MO. That's right, Shinshen didn't deny it at all. The woman took a deep breath, her watery eyes glaring at Shinshen with displeasure. Her face showed a slightly stiff smile. I'm not close to them. We even had conflicts and grudges. Look, the briefcase is not in my hands. You have to continue deeper into the tunnel to find Wang Yi and Song Yu from Shelter 20. Shall we part ways here? What do you think? I won't reveal any information about you, I can guarantee that. I trust your integrity. Shinshen lowered his eyelids, hinting, but I don't trust your methods. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinshen pulled the trigger directly. The whole action was smooth and decisive, as if time froze at that moment. The next second, a dull and powerful click sound rang out, which was the vibration when the hammer fell and struck the firing pin. With a loud bang from the bullet chamber, like thunder exploding, breaking the surrounding silence. Along with flickering flames and drifting smoke, a brass .357 caliber bullet shot out from the barrel, leaving behind a trail of hot flames. Boom! The woman was not good at defense to begin with, and being hit by a bullet at such close range, her body stiffened instantly, her head slightly tilted forward, then heavily fell forward, the back of her head a horrifying mess of blood and flesh, revealing the fatal metal bullet embedded within. Everything fell into silence, only the explosive impact echoed in the narrow alleyway. Shinshen twisted his neck, not lingering for too long, but putting on the lower body armor and continuing to chase deeper into the tunnel. Shinshen did not deliberately lighten his footsteps, he knew it was pointless. The sounds of battle, gunshots, and roars from this side must have already reached Wang Yi and Song Yu's ears. Now, the only thing Shinshen needed to do was to keep his distance and avoid being ambushed by the two, especially at the upcoming suppressed turn in the front. After a few more steps, Shinshin faintly heard unbelievable cursing coming from the tunnel. Damn it! Songyu, what the hell are you doing? Go left! Screw you! The continuous screams from behind, definitely a big shot coming, trying to get me killed, no way. In Songyu's view, the screams from the 3 people from Shelter No. 22 behind him could be distinguished. There must be a third party involved, and a very powerful one at that. Remember, those are 3 level 4 ability users. Now the whole tunnel has returned to calm, only the bold footsteps echoing. All signs indicate that the latecomer is confident, skilled, and most likely a level 5 or level 6 ability user. At this moment, not fighting to survive would definitely lead to a bad outcome. Between life and death, Songyu no longer cared about the mission and righteousness. Selfishness is not wrong. So, Songyu also fled towards the left tunnel. A fierce aura erupted from him, and Wang Yi sternly shouted, disobeying orders, that's seeking death. In Wang Yi's opinion, if it was the 3 people from Shelter No. 22 chasing, it would be fine if Songyu didn't follow orders. But the latecomer was definitely a terrifying powerhouse, and he was truly scared. Who wouldn't want to stay alive? He could only escape through the right tunnel himself. Songyu had to go left to disrupt the latecomer's judgment and affect the timing. At this moment, Wang Yi completely lost his patience, his gaze suddenly turning cold. It seems that unless I beat you into submission, you will never know your place. The next moment, the wind and momentum surged wildly. Wang Yi pounced towards Songyu like a fierce tiger released from its cage. Get down! Buzz! As Wang Yi uttered these words, his throat violently swallowed, and the airflow seemed to be expelled from his throat like a condensed bomb. In the blink of an eye, Songyu only saw the opponent's Adam's apple rolling, the voice just entering his ears, when the air in front of him suddenly exploded, a huge wave of air and sound echoing all around. The exhalation of the opponent, expelling the airflow, actually created an effect as if an air bomb had exploded. Ability, Sonic Burst. This intense breath was so violent and concentrated, almost like it had solidified into a tangible substance. In that instant, Songyu felt a bit short of breath. He hadn't expected that Wang Yi's low drink could have such a stunning effect. Songyu was instantly shocked, but before the shock could fully register, the fierce gust of wind and the deafening sound that followed immediately dispelled it. With a bang, in the rapid explosion of air, he only saw an astonishingly robust arm seeming to come crashing down like Mount Tai, occupying his entire field of vision in an instant. In that moment, Songyu felt extreme danger, but he was ultimately a seasoned warrior. Instantly, he pushed both hands forward, dispersing the violent air with a powerful force. His push was also fierce, his arm muscles trembling and vibrating, as fast as lightning. Almost synchronized with Wang Yi's voice and movement, in an instant, he changed his stance to block Wang Yi's punch with a posture akin to a king holding up a cauldron. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and Songyu's eyeballs bulged suddenly, feeling as if he had been hit by a meteor falling from the sky, his bones, blood, and energy all shattering and scattering, unable to withstand even half a second before his knees buckled, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Amidst the splattering of soil and rocks, Songyu suddenly found himself embedded in the ground like a toad, completely defenseless against the overwhelming force, his internal organs feeling like they were being squeezed by a ruthless force, blood spurting from his mouth. But this is not over yet. Wang Yi almost didn't even look at the results of his own actions. His hands spread out, fierce energy swirling around as he grabbed Songyu before he could even scream in pain on the ground. Songyu's palm unknowingly reached out. Ability, Shadow Theft. Can steal an item from the opponent, either specified or random. In an instant, a tan leather bag appeared in Songyu's hand. The next moment, without a second glance, Wang Yi directly threw Songyu into the dark tunnel on the left. Songyu's head was spinning, struggling but unable to stand up amidst the chaos. And at that moment, the echo of Wang Yi's earlier words, "Get down for me," still lingered in the tunnel, gradually fading away. When he says get down, you get down. In just 1 or 2 seconds, before even the echo of Wang Yi's low drink had dissipated, Songyu was defeated. Wang Yi's figure disappeared in a flash into the tunnel on the right. Step by step, Shinshin heard the sounds of Wang Yi and Songyu fighting, rushing through the bend, looking straight ahead at the T-junction, but the battle was already over. Shinshin could tell that Wang Yi had won, and Songyu was severely injured. Songyu is badly injured, the item is not on him, no need to bother with him. Wang Yi is in the tunnel on the right. After a brief analysis, Shinshin hesitated no further, activating the full power output of his battle armor, propelling himself with all the force of the foot thrusters. Shinshin sprinted wildly, almost like a sudden leap from the ground, bursting straight out. However, surprises and unexpected events always come too quickly. Just as Shinshin sprinted the straight distance, reaching the T-junction, about to rush into the tunnel on the right. Thud! A tan backpack was thrown out from the tunnel on the left. At the same time, a weak voice came, "Big brother, here's the item, spare my life." Shen Chen? The sudden change caught Shen Chen off guard. He never expected the tan leather bag to be in Song Yu's hands. What kind of trick were they playing? Those who could run didn't carry the bag, and those who couldn't run had the mission item with them. Shen Chen looked at the bag under his feet, confirming that it was the one he had lost a few days ago. Shen Chen tilted his head, looking at Song Yu lying on the ground in the tunnel on the left, slowly raising his head to look at him. It was a look of uncertainty. In Song Yu's mind, the third party involved should be a powerful individual, at least a 5th tier, possibly even 6th tier. But now, Song Yu's entire expression twisted upon seeing Shen Chen, a person wearing battle armor and carrying a gun. His blood-stained face was filled with an incredulous look. Ordinary person? Song Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously holding his breath, his anger burning inside. At this moment, Song Yu's lips turned pale, completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the person behind him, who had fought and killed 3 4th-tier ability users, was just an ordinary person? He had thought it was another ability user. This world was completely incomprehensible. Song Yu couldn't find the words to speak. Shen Chen slowly picked up the bag, pocketed it, and politely said, "Thanks." "You put that down." Song Yu's teeth ached, realizing it was just an ordinary person. What was the point of struggling? Wang Yi could easily wipe him out with a casual move. And it was a sure thing. Because Wang Yi had another ability, Deflective Force Field, specialized in countering bullets. In Song Yu's imagination, although he didn't know how Shen Chen had taken down 3 4th-tier ability users, if it was just relying on firearms, he had kicked the iron plate with Wang Yi. Shen Chen's face showed a cold sneer. "I picked it up. So what? If you have the guts, stand up and ask me for it." Song Yu struggled a few times but couldn't get up. Wang Yi had been too ruthless. With a face covered in blood, he stared at Shen Chen with a look of deep resentment. He had intended to discard the bag and beg for mercy from the powerful ability user. As a result, overwhelmed by imagination, she made a wedding dress for him. Regret was beyond words, and Song Yu felt a desire for death. All she could do was watch Shen Chen walk away briskly. Damn it! Song Yu pounded the ground with both hands, consumed by regret. Probably about a minute after Shen Chen left, hurried footsteps echoed from the left tunnel at the intersection. An angry Wang Yi burst out of the darkness, shouting, "Damn you, Song Yu! Did you steal the bag? Are you still alive? Answer me!" Wang Yi was on the verge of exploding. He ran quite a distance before realizing his bag was missing. Without a second thought, he was sure Song Yu had used her abilities to steal it, trying to survive under the big shots. So, Wang Yi swiftly turned back. Regardless of whether Song Yu was alive, he was determined to vent his anger on her. "I'm just trying to stay alive." Song Yu's voice of vanity rang out. Wang Yi spat out, "Not dead? Fine, that means the big shot has taken the bag, and you're just clinging to life, right? It's useless to say anything now, we've made a big mistake. It's your fault." "No, the third party isn't the big shot at all, but an ordinary person." "What?" Wang Yi stepped into the left tunnel, lifted Song Yu up, his eyes filled with pain, malice, disbelief, and other emotions swirling around. "An ordinary person? That's right." Song Yu gritted her teeth and roared hoarsely, "Just an ordinary person, armed with a gun. If it weren't for your reckless command, we wouldn't have ended up like this." "Nonsense." Wang Yi threw Song Yu out, walked out of the tunnel, his voice filled with indescribable shock and anger. "You're just afraid of death. Once I get the bag back, I'll take you back to the shelter for everyone to judge and scorn." Song Yu's face was filled with anger, her gaze deep and unsettling, her voice hoarse. "We're both at fault. I'm not afraid of judgment." Wang Yi didn't respond, his eyes revealing a cruel and inexplicable taste, staring straight ahead at the tunnel. Suddenly, he crouched down, a smirk playing on his lips, muttering to himself, "An ordinary person. Armed, capable of killing a 4th-tier ability user, indicating his exceptional combat skills, good marksmanship, and extraordinary armor. However, with your true identity exposed, as long as it's not the big shot, just using a gun, I have nothing to worry about." The next moment, Wang Yi stepped forward, the ground shattered, a series of explosions sounding around him, as if a violent gust of wind had erupted. Almost as the deafening roar began, he had already covered a distance of over 30 meters, charging straight ahead. Wang Yi picked up speed, racing through the complex maze of tunnels at over 50 kilometers per hour. His goal was to catch up with Shen Chen with overwhelming physical strength and speed, eliminate him, retrieve the bag, and return to the shelter to complete the mission. Flames of anger flickered in Wang Yi's eyes. The world in his eyes had become colorful, with a very distinct trace marking the path the bag had taken. Ability, directional tracking. Any item tainted with his scent would outline an invisible trail to others. "You can't escape." A moment later, Wang Yi saw another intersection ahead. His combat instinct made him as sharp as a needle. Suddenly, he leaned back, his feet abruptly bracing against the steel rails. The piercing sound of metal rang out as Wang Yi slid in a unique posture on the tracks, the soft alloy soles of his boots rubbing fiercely against the corroded steel rails, sparking a bright trail of fire like a meteor streaking through the dark abyss. At the same time, it seemed like energy was pouring out from him. The surrounding space appeared to twist and ripple like liquid metal. Ability, Deflection Force Field. The intersecting passage resembled the gaping mouth of a giant beast, leading to a hidden maintenance tunnel. Shinshen stood silently within, holding a rifle steadily, the muzzle gazing coldly ahead like a frosty moon. His eyes sparkled in the dark night, like rare jade set in an endless canvas of darkness, shimmering with a mysterious and profound light. As Wang Yi's figure appeared before Shinshen's eyes, the entire underground tunnel was instantly illuminated by the flames erupting from the gun barrel. The deafening gunshots echoed relentlessly in the empty passage. Shinshen fired a shot. Wang Yi's force field acted upon the high-speed rotating, intensely hot bullet in a way that defied the laws of physics. The bullet, originally on a straight path, underwent an incredible change upon encountering the deflective force field, as if being pulled and interfered with by an invisible force, deviating from its intended trajectory. The bullet swiftly flew towards the tunnel wall, violently impacting the concrete wall, causing it to shatter with huge rocks scattering and raining down on Wang Yi's cheeks and palms, bringing waves of sharp pain. Shinshen's attack was decisive and precise. The bullet whizzed past the edge of the tunnel, but he did not anticipate Wang Yi's almost physics-defying backward glide, coupled with the enhancement of his abilities, narrowly avoiding the fatal bullet grazing his chest, leaving behind a shadow of death. In that brief moment, Wang Yi not only defended against Shinshen's shots but also saw Shinshen swiftly swing his left hand. In his hand, a dazzling ice blue light bloomed like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, transforming into a huge icicle over 3 feet in diameter, with razor-sharp edges. With a flick of Wang Yi's wrist, the icicle flew out instantly, like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight for Shinshen. Along its flight path, the air froze into ice crystals, leaving behind a breathtaking trail of ice marks. Ability, Ice Sealing Through Stone. When Wang Yi lifted his head again to search for Shinshen at the intersection of the tunnel, the cunning Shinshen had already disappeared from view. However, embedded in the cement wall of the maintenance tunnel was a circular icicle over 3 feet in diameter, with extremely sharp edges deeply cutting into the hard concrete structure, almost a palm's depth. Wang Yi carefully pulled out the ice fragment, finding no traces of blood on its edge. This sudden ambush left both sides unable to achieve a decisive victory. While Shinshen's earth-shattering shot temporarily subdued Wang Yi's raging anger, it could not extinguish the fire burning within him. Faced with Shinshen's traces, Wang Yi unhesitatingly followed, knowing that missing this moment might make a future confrontation with Shinshen uncertain. The brief clash just now revealed that even an ordinary person, Shinshen, was still a lurking threat capable of taking Wang Yi's life at any moment. Yet, Wang Yi continued to pursue relentlessly, thanks to the stupidity of Bai Song, ensuring the mission objective was not compromised. Shinshen sprinted at top speed, his planned retreat route already disrupted. A tough guy, Shinshen had to admit at that moment, Wang Yi's ability severely restrained his own actions. That invisible force field could alter the trajectory of bullets, unlike the 3 ability users he encountered earlier. However, Shinshen concluded that Wang Yi's force field could not simultaneously withstand multiple bullets. Otherwise, facing the Gatling gun barrage from the bearded man at Shelter 22 would be advantageous, and they wouldn't be chased. If there was no opportunity for a surprise attack, there was only one way to go: escape. For Shinshen, a calm and decisive escape was a mandatory lesson. It was not shameful. As long as he could shake off his opponent, it would be a victory. A victory that could infuriate his opponent. Wang Yi followed the trail of the leather bag. Although the directional tracking was draining his internal energy, he had to keep it activated for a long time. Mainly because Shinshen's combat skills were extraordinary, and once deactivated, he might lose track of Shinshen in minutes. The maintenance tunnel soon reached its end, connecting to an abandoned subway station. Shinshen's traces became more and more prominent, turning a corner and disappearing into the restroom on the side of the platform. Bang! Wang Yi kicked down the door that Shinshen had locked, rushing in. The ceiling above had been opened, revealing a deep ventilation duct. The duct was barely big enough for one person to squeeze through. Shinshen had fled in such a hurry that he hadn't even had time to reset the grill at the entrance of the duct. Wang Yi leaped up, his head and upper body entering the duct, then he struck sideways with his left elbow, breaking through the stainless steel wall of the duct and hanging onto it. The initial part of the duct went vertically upwards, then extended horizontally, leading to darkness at the end, which Wang Yi couldn't see clearly. Should I enter recklessly? Wang Yi hesitated. His ability, the gravity distortion field, was still cooling down and temporarily unavailable. In such a narrow space, Shin-Chen could easily shoot without aiming, leaving no room to hide. After a moment of pause, Wang Yi's right hand suddenly burst into a blue ice crystal, forming a round ice spike instantly. Ice-piercing stone. He fiercely flung it into the duct. There was a muffled bang, as if the entire subway station had trembled. The ice spike rampaged through the duct, spinning at high speed. The metal duct began to twist and distort like a spiral. The stainless steel plates forming the ventilation duct groaned and struggled as they were torn and twisted by an almost irresistible force, rapidly distorting and collapsing the entire duct as if it had been struck by numerous giant stones. At the other end of the duct, a Barrett sniper rifle was thrown out, followed almost immediately by Shin-Chen bursting out from the duct, catching the modified rifle midair and landing gracefully on the ground. He suddenly looked up at the duct he had just emerged from. With a whoosh, the duct spewed out dust and debris, then twisted and knotted together as if twisted by invisible hands. If Shin-Chen had come out a few seconds later, he could have been crushed by the steel ventilation duct. Shin-Chen glanced at the distorted duct entrance and then disappeared into the deep underground passage, armed with his rifle. The battle was far from over. Although Wang Yi had destroyed the steel duct with a missed attack, it also widened the distance between him and Shin-Chen once again. Despite not knowing the terrain, Wang Yi could still clearly see Shin-Chen's trail in his field of vision. He exited the restroom, moving at a speed almost twice as fast as Shin-Chen's. Even taking a detour, he could quickly return to the right path and continue to close the distance to less than 100 meters between them. This is unbelievable. Shin-Chen traversed the tunnel, feeling like he couldn't shake off the pursuer behind him. This guy has quite a few abilities. There must be some kind of directional tracking. According to Shin-Chan's understanding of ability users, abilities came in various forms. As long as one could afford the crystal core, they could unlock abilities like leveling up in a game. Of course, this required a corresponding grade level. The more specialized one was in a certain ability field, the more powerful abilities they could unlock. However, one could also activate basic abilities at will, although combining abilities was more complex, resulting in weaker individual abilities. Although Wang Yi also had ice elemental abilities, he clearly couldn't match the specialization of the blue ice fairy in ice elements. At this moment, the underground passage was home to various dangerous creatures, yet none of them emerged, all staying far away from this area. Especially Wang Yi, who made no effort to conceal his presence, giving them too many dangerous instincts. This area was unfamiliar to both Shin-Chen and Wang Yi. However, wherever Shin-Chen ran, the visual panel of his battle armor would map it out, so getting lost was never an issue. Wang Yi seemed to have an unusually good memory of the terrain, following Shin-Chen through the maze-like passages, gradually shortening the distance between them as he never took a wrong turn or detour once he had passed through an area. Shin-Chen quickly noticed this, but he still maintained a steady pace, seemingly preparing to compete with Wang Yi in physical endurance. Wang Yi's speed was consistently 1.5 times faster than Shin-Chen's, neither fast nor slow, showing no signs of significant energy consumption. When the distance between them had narrowed to 30 meters, Shin-Chen suddenly stopped. Wang Yi's hair flew up suddenly as he exerted force, his military boots sparking on the steel rails as he accelerated forward abruptly. He had walked through this tunnel before and knew that Shin-Chen was just outside 2 bends. With this distance, Wang Yi could reach Shin-Chen in just 2 seconds. Although the deflection field was still cooling down, he was confident he could dodge Shin-Chen's bullets, or at least avoid being hit in a fatal spot. Once he made his move, Shin-Chen would have no chance. With a whistling sound, Wang Yi's body flew horizontally, charging straight towards the opposite wall. He landed heavily on the wall, his whole being fierce and ferocious as he rushed past the first corner as if running on the wall. Where he landed, the concrete cracked in large patches. As he passed the corner, Wang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw a metal oil drum appear at another corner, with a tracer round just shot into the drum from the side. The fire suddenly illuminated every dark corner of the tunnel, and the raging flames surged forward violently through the enclosed space of the underground passage. Wang Yi's heart beat strongly as the sudden danger made every hair on his body stand on end. He was rushing towards the oncoming flames at over 70 kilometers per hour, and being in mid-air, he found it difficult to turn around. In an instant, Wang Yi bent his body, arms protecting his head, legs positioned for full defense in mid-air. Just as the flames were about to hit him, a shield with a diameter of several tens of centimeters but not very thick suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yi. Ability, Ice Shield. This was one of Wang Yi's 2 ice elemental abilities. The ignited oil drum completely engulfed Wang Yi in a fierce blaze, not only halting his momentum, shattering the ice shield, but also pushing him backwards and slamming him hard against the tunnel wall, crushing and colliding with his body. The flames hitting the wall had no way to advance and had to turn left, rushing towards the side passage. In the blink of an eye, the explosive force had diminished, and the tunnel was filled with burning flames. These gasoline-fueled flames were extremely difficult to extinguish, and the temperature in the underground passage rose to a level where ordinary creatures could not survive. As Wang Yi fell from the wall, he landed in a standard posture but almost stumbled. His clothes were still burning in large patches, his hair in disarray from the flames. He coughed violently, his skin burnt, quickly retreating, rolling on the ground after landing, trying to extinguish the flames. Damn it! Wang Yi cursed under his breath. His actions were very dangerous at the moment, but he paid no mind. Under such high-temperature flames, Shin-Chen naturally could not bear it either. Presumably, his battle armor had long turned scorching hot like burning red iron. Neither would escape unscathed. Who was suffering more was evident at a glance. This lunatic is digging his own grave, Wang Yi thought. On the other end of the tunnel, Shin-Chen was not afraid of the flames at all. The battle armor's high-temperature resistance sensor directly activated the power module without Shin-Chen giving orders, automatically starting to cool down. Upgraded with the armor, Shin-Chen was not afraid of the scorching high-temperature flames. At this moment, Shin-Chen held the sniper rifle steady with one hand, the barrel pointing forward. In front of him, the raging oil and gas flames were charging towards him. The flames were fierce, and his field of vision was a fiery red. The most intense phase of the oil and gas flames quickly passed. Wang Yi did not emerge from the flames as Shin-Chen had expected, indicating that he had been seriously injured in the explosion. If he had indeed burst out of the flames, Shin-Chen would not have been surprised. This somewhat sleazy young man possessed deep ice elemental abilities, making everything he did seem like no miracle to Shin-Chen. Shin-Chen stood in the dimly lit underground passage, quietly watching the burning tunnels ahead. He kept searching for Wang Yi's figure. Wang Yi was indeed formidable, with various mysterious abilities, definitely a big spender on enhancements. However, this did not shake Shin-Chen's determination and confidence to kill him. It was quite unexpected to find the oil drum this time, his only chance to fight back. In Shin-Chen's estimation, Wang Yi surely didn't know he was fireproof, which would make him lower his guard and focus on extinguishing the flames. Shin-Chen could easily take his life before he realized it. Just then, the flames finally dissipated. In Shin-Chen's infrared vision, a writhing mass of fire appeared. Found you! Shin-Chen's sniper rifle aimed at Wang Yi, who was still rolling and batting the flames in the tunnel. The next moment, the still burning Wang Yi suddenly looked up. In his final moments, a silent bullet pierced through the darkness, appearing in front of him, less than 30 centimeters away. Instantly, his body trembled like chaff. His face was filled with a kind of fear and dread of death. Inside, an unparalleled fear and regret flooded his mind, almost causing him to collapse. Wang Yi's face contorted, emitting a terrifying scream like a dying beast. No, he couldn't understand. Clearly, they both were hit by the flames, so why was Shin-Chen unharmed and able to shoot first? Was that even scientifically possible? After all, even as an ability user, he was burned by the oil in the drum. Yet Shin-Chen, in his battle armor, wasn't even singed? However, it was too late for Wang Yi to think about anything. Although the deflection field had cooled down, it was too late to activate it. The bullet pierced through his forehead, exploding at the back of his head. Blood and flesh splattered. Wang Yi's face showed a struggling expression, his eyes lifeless, looking like a deflated balloon. His body twitched a few times, fell to the ground, and died. The flames that had not yet extinguished burned even more vigorously. Shin-Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. He slowly lowered his sniper rifle, the barrel pointing downwards. Without a glance, Shin-Chen walked steadily towards the ground along a sloping staircase, pushing open the half-closed wire mesh door. The dawn broke, the first light of dawn. The faint golden light scattered on Shin-Chen's blood-stained armor like shattered ribbons, reflecting a silent cold light. The morning breeze gently brushed the desolate land, carrying sand and dust. In the distance, abandoned buildings were submerged in sand, their wreckage faintly visible. Shin-Chen glanced back at the exit of the subway tunnel. He tightened the bag on his body, stepped on the gravel, making a rustling sound, and headed towards Shelter 36. This time, Shin-Chen's only gains were the bag and a small amount of crystal core. There were 4 fourth-tier ability users dead in the tunnel, surely with many crystal cores on them. But due to the intense battle pace, except for a few crystal cores from the Omni Doctrine Limb Enhancer, the rest were wasted. However, Shin-Chen had completed his initial mission. The secrets in the bag's compartment were undoubtedly valuable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sparked the conflict between the two shelters. At this moment, Shin-Chen had no time to check the bag's compartment. He increased his speed, running swiftly in the wilderness, leaving behind a dust dragon made of dust. This was the advantage of the battle armor. As long as there were crystal cores, there was unlimited kinetic energy, much stronger than the tiny amount of energy stored in an ability user's body. At this moment, there were only a few gunshots in the distance on the battlefield. Both sides probably sensed something wrong and seemed to be retreating. Shinshen circled around, avoiding unnecessary trouble, and advanced towards Shelter 36 from another route. Approximately 5 hours later, in Shinshen's field of vision, he could already see the slowly wriggling Titan. The Titan resembled a moving mountain range, unfolding its spectacular and terrifying presence on the horizon. Its skin displayed a mix of rust-like dark red and sandy gray, reflecting an eerie gleam under the sunlight with each wriggle. Even the winds in the wasteland seemed to hold their breath, not daring to disturb this colossal being, the only hope in this desolate world. If the people in this world still had a concept of homeland, it would be replaced by the word Titan. No one could leave the Titan for long. The time limit was 3 days after the water pot dried up. Therefore, a saying circulated in this world: perhaps you'll be lucky in your lifetime and not encounter a demon, but you'll never find a clean water source. Shinshen sniffed, quickened his pace, and gradually caught up. A couple of hours later, Shinshen caught up with the convoy of RVs. With a light leap, he jumped onto the connecting plank. Returning to his own RV, he pushed open the door. Inside the room, there were many pieces of wood added, arranged in the corners. Little K was not there, probably still working in the wilderness. Shinshen locked his door behind him. He took off his battle armor and hung it on a hanger. Despite multiple upgrades, the battle armor was still not skin-tight. It was fine during combat, but wearing it during rest was a bit uncomfortable. It felt like being wrapped in a balloon. Shinshen needed to breathe. Although wearing the battle armor earned him experience points every minute, Shinshen changed into a lightweight linen shirt. This type of shirt was uniquely styled. It was handwoven from a wild hemp fiber found in the wilderness, resistant to sand and wind while being breathable, with a rough and tough texture. The high collar effectively prevented sand and wind from entering, and the collar was fastened with metal buckles made from old vehicle parts, serving as both decoration and emergency tools when needed. The cuffs and hem were cleverly cut to ensure the wearer's movements were not restricted. The shirt also cleverly incorporated some practical pocket designs, such as hidden multifunctional pockets. For an additional cost, some tailors would sew extra layers of protective fabric on the back or shoulders. Although not very useful, after feeling relaxed all over, Shinshen sat on his bed. This bed was assembled by Little K using materials. The bed frame was made of rusty steel bars, old mechanical parts, and broken concrete blocks, appearing messy but extremely sturdy. The bed surface was layered with worn-out canvas, multiple sandbags, and covered with a recycled military blanket. Under the bed were several storage compartments enclosed by old metal sheets, used to store essential items and defensive weapons. Comfort was not a priority, being able to sleep was enough. In this messed-up world, owning an RV was the greatest achievement for an ordinary person. Then, Shinshen placed his leather bag on his lap, took out scissors, and carefully began dismantling the layers of the bag. Shinshen carefully chose the starting point, a place where the wear was most severe but did not affect the overall structure. Inserting the tip of the scissors into the seam of the bag, he gently rotated his wrist, and the scissors stealthily slid in like a snake. Then, he applied gentle force, and the leather of the bag split open with a faint hiss, a unique friction sound between leather and metal. Shinshen's every cut was precise and methodical, as if he was unraveling a carefully designed puzzle. As he dismantled, he examined the peeled leather pieces, carefully identifying any hidden secrets. With time passing, the bag gradually disintegrated into various shaped leather fragments. In the end, only the bottom layer of the bag remained on Shinshen's lap. There's nothing. Shinshen didn't even find a note. Finally, the bottom of the bag. The bottom layer was thicker. Shinshen's dagger slid in, gently tearing apart the 2 layers of leather. With a soft click, a chip in shades of gray and black fell to the floor. Ha! Shinshen was taken aback, staring at the chip spinning on the floor. Not a document, not data. It's actually a chip? Shinshen picked up the chip, examining it between his fingers. The edge of the chip seemed to be designed biomimetically, resembling desert plant leaves, with smooth lines slightly curling up. In the center, there was a semi-transparent crystalline core containing intricate and dense circuits. It gave Shinshen a sense of nano-level circuitry construction. Additionally, the back of the chip had a set of miniaturized magnetic interfaces, somewhat like a USB port but of a different size. Shinshen had no clue about the chip's function. However, lack of understanding did not mean Shinshen couldn't find answers. After focusing on the chip for a few seconds, information popped up in the corner of his eye. Unified chip, full level. This chip originates from a world-ending starship. Once implanted in the brain, it can be powered by bioelectricity, and the main control console can remotely control its functions. Effect: can strip humans of fear, turning them into fearless warriors. Shen Chen. The information was brief but explosively impactful. The energy of this chip came from bioelectricity. It was far beyond the current world's technology. Moreover, after implantation in the brain, it could strip humans of their emotions. Shen Chen shuddered at the thought. A human unafraid of battle, willing to face any opponent head-on, would send chills down even the most powerful psychic's spine. If a psychic were implanted with this chip, the consequences would be catastrophic. For humans, fear was necessary for respect, to know what to provoke and what to avoid. In other words, fear was a protective shield for humans, triggering the instinct to flee and survive. Losing the emotion of fear would create an enhanced version of a death warrior. From the brief introduction, Shen Chen sensed a different kind of horror. If this chip could strip humans of fear, could it also strip other emotions? Could it remotely control human thoughts? Flesh turned into machines. Shen Chen rubbed his temples. This chip was truly terrifying. No wonder Gon Mo bluntly stated that whoever touched this secret would die. If mass-produced, controlling human thoughts with this chip would truly bring about unity. Shen Chen felt the chip in his palm like scalding molten iron, as if facing an electronic ghost. He decided to set aside thoughts about the chip's functions for now. Shen Chen looked at another piece of information. This chip originated from the starship of world-ending level, another world-ending level. The mystery of this starship still remained unsolved for Shen Chen, and now, another unimaginable piece of information surfaced. What role does this world-ending level starship play in the desolate world? Shen Chen muttered to himself. On one side, the bloody meeting led by the Spider Queen held the secrets of the world-ending level starship. On the other side, remnants of the world-ending level starship could still be found in the wilderness. Wait, Shen Chen suddenly remembered the old man, the expert in nearly killing him with his marksmanship and specialized cyborg enhancements. Could the power of deep space refer to the world-ending level starship? Shen Chen's thoughts were in disarray. Deep contemplation was futile, given the complexity and antiquity of the matter. His current task was simply to survive, especially with the Titans about to enter the northern winter. Tuck it away in a corner to gather dust. Shen Chen hid the demon chip. He could have destroyed it, but he felt it might come in handy someday. In other words, this thing might just buy him another chance at life when needed. Just then, a sound of the door opening echoed from outside. Shen Chen stepped out of the room and saw Little K's slender figure carrying firewood on his back, carefully stacking it in a corner. Initially, Shen Chen paid no attention. In the desolate world, there was no room for slackers. Little K's work was essential for Shen Chen's survival. But as Little K turned around to continue his work outside, Shen Chen's eyes turned cold, and he exhaled sharply, "Stop." Little K stiffened all over. Shen Chen's tone was somewhat indifferent, "Turn around." I still have to go out to work," Little K responded with his head down. Shen Chen shouted loudly, "I told you to turn around." Little K slowly turned around, still hanging his head. Shen Chen took a few steps forward, lifting Little K's chin with his finger. Shen Chen tilted his head, looking at Little K's face, his teeth grinding. "Who did this to you?" Little K's face seemed like a canvas repeatedly rubbed with rough sandstone, covered in blood and dirt. His originally clear eyes were swollen and purple, filled with fear and helplessness, tears mixed with blood leaving two dark grooves on his cheeks. There was a bruise on his nose bridge, as if an invisible hand had freely splattered painful ink on his face. Dried blood hung at the corners of his mouth, his slightly open lips twisted in pain. Upon closer inspection, his skin was covered with intersecting fresh scars, forming a terrifying map. His hair was messy against his forehead, stained with scattered crimson, like withered thorns entwined over innocent life. I did it accidentally," Little K stubbornly replied. Shen Chen pressed his palm on Little K's head, saying word by word, "You're quite ruthless to yourself." Little K remained silent, head bowed. Shen Chen turned back to Little K's room, rummaged around, and found the P226 semi-automatic pistol. He opened the magazine, with yellow-orange bullets quietly squeezed inside, as if in a deep slumber. Then, Shen Chen returned to his room, put on his combat armor, and threw the P226 semi-automatic pistol to Little K, saying, "Take it, let's go. If you don't take down those who bully you today, I'll take you down." Little K trembled at his words, the gun almost falling to the ground. Shen Chen paid no attention to how Little K felt. Obedience and domination were the main themes for a 10-year-old child. Shen Chen roughly grabbed Little K by the collar and walked out of the trailer, jumping off the shelter. Shen Chen drew his revolver, pointing it at Little K's head. "Lead the way." Little K didn't move. Bang! Like thunder striking, flames erupted from the muzzle in an instant, accompanied by deafening gunshots and scorching airwaves. The bullet shot towards the hard ground at an astonishing speed, stirring up a cloud of dust, resembling a huge, briefly blooming black flower. A small pit burst open on the ground, sparks flying, dirt swirling. Next time it will be your head. Shinshen stood behind little K, expressionless. At that moment, little K's trembling shoulders couldn't stop, like a frightened little animal. Tears swirled in his eyes, his shoulders shaking more violently, a suppressed sob in his throat. We can't provoke them, we can't. Shinshen sneered, crossing the river by feeling the stones. It's you who can't provoke them. If you talk back to me again, I'll reunite you with your mother. Little K bit his lip, blood oozing out, hesitated for a moment, then lifted his feet and walked with Shinshen towards a dense forest. Along the way, members of the shelter carrying firewood back home paused when they saw little K's posture in Shinshen's aura, some even following the two into the woods. The continuous chatter along the way filled the air. Look, little K is holding a gun in his right hand. Is he seeking revenge? Ha, I can't believe it, a 10-year-old kid, does he dare? He has Shinshen backing him up. Well, outrunning the evil is commendable, but he can't provoke the one seeking revenge. Keep up, let's watch the show. Shinshen ignored the discussions, his expression unchanged, his steps steady. But little K was more flustered. Although he was only 10 years old, he was well aware of how to survive in a world of scarcity, chaos, and familiarity. That is, endure. If you can't endure, you die. Whether ordinary people or those with abilities. Especially children, if they are beaten to death. If they resist, they are also beaten to death. If they are not beaten to death, they survive after the other party vents their anger. And now, in front of everyone, letting little K seek revenge is something he never dared to imagine. Especially under the scrutiny and criticism, he walked unsteadily, feeling weak. Moreover, if he walked slowly, Shinshen would kick his butt from behind. He felt like his butt had split into 4 pieces, burning with pain. After some stumbling, the group passed through the dense forest and arrived at a clearing. Many residents were still packaging and processing wood here. Shinshen stopped, looked around, and rubbed little K's head. Come on, tell me, who hit you? Little K's trembling left hand pointed shakily at one of the men. But Shinshen was not satisfied with little K's actions and slapped his hand. With a loud smack, he fiercely slapped little K's hand, revealing a bloody red mark. Little K winced in pain, looking confused at Shinshen. Point again for me, Shinshen said coldly, interrupting little K as he raised his left hand again. Smack! Shinshen interrupted once more, his tone icy. I don't want you to make a third mistake. Little K's bewildered eyes flickered, and he raised his right hand holding the gun. Shinshen nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he rubbed little K's head. That's right. Fire! Little K. Seeing that little K's fingers seemed unable to pull the trigger, Shinshen's revolver pressed against his head. I said, fire. At this moment, all eyes were on Shinshen's side due to the commotion. The surrounding crowd erupted in noise again. Ha, do you think little K dares to shoot? Although he is young, his intelligence should be there, absolutely not daring. Not to mention little K, even Shinshen wouldn't dare. Yeah, under Third Master's men, if this goes wrong, it will be a disaster. I heard Third Master and Shinshen have conflicts. Is this Shinshen's intention? Who knows? But then again, he snatched the wood little K packaged, and when they refused, he resorted to violence. Not a good man. Well, survival of the fittest. Where in this messed up world are there good people? The target little K pointed to was a man who looked emaciated, with a deathly pale complexion and hair as messy as a bird's nest. This man naturally understood Shinshen's purpose in bringing little K. But he was not intimidated at all. Although he was an ordinary person, his backing was not ordinary, but an esper. He crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face as he laughed out loud. Heh, Shinshen, needing a little kid to back you up, is your face worth so little? Shinshen's reputation in Shelter No. 36 was somewhat significant. He was known for his exceptional combat skills, a ghost on the battlefield. But that was about it. He was useful for missions of moderate difficulty, but once the difficulty increased, being a non-esper, he was not up to the task. Faced with the man's taunts, Shinshen ignored them. Any glance at him was considered disrespectful. Shinshen just stared steadily at little K. The man's gaze became more audacious, taunting once again. Shinshen, why don't you raise your gun and shoot me? When Third Master comes looking for you later, don't cry, ha. Shinshen's expression twitched slightly. What a coincidence. One of Third Master's men? Shinshen became more interested, squatting next to little K. If you don't shoot him today, he will shoot me tomorrow. Think about it. Little K's pupils constricted. He firmly gripped the cold metal gun handle with both hands, took a deep breath, aimed at the man in front of him. With a crisp sound of the trigger being pulled, the pistol instantly unleashed a powerful force. The recoil was fierce, like a wild beast breaking free, violently impacting his still tender body. In an instant, the pistol in his hand vibrated violently, like a small beast trying to break free from its restraints. Little K's shoulder was hit hard by this force, causing his whole body to involuntarily take a step back, his arms trembling like dry leaves in the autumn wind. His cheeks were slightly contorted from gritting his teeth, his eyes blurred by tears and gun smoke. The bullet had pierced the man's forehead, blood splattering everywhere. As he faced death, his blood-stained face was filled with horror and shock. It seemed unimaginable that after escorting Sanyi out, Xiao Ke would actually dare to shoot. At that moment, the gunshot seemed like the mute button of the world. The whole place fell silent instantly, only the sound of the man falling to the ground. Xiao Ke was panting heavily, sweating profusely from his first kill. He felt weak, trembling slightly. As he raised his right hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead, Shinshen interrupted, "Safety on." Xiao Ke nodded in understanding. "It seems Rock's evaluation of you was somewhat exaggerated," Shinshen remarked with a hint of disdain. Initially, Rock believed that once Xiao Ke awakened, he would be a fierce beast. But now, seeing Xiao Ke so shaken by his first kill, it was clear that the evaluation was too high. It's worth noting that Shinshen felt nothing when he killed for the first time, as if he were a natural-born killing machine. Of course, there seemed to be no basis for comparison. Shinshen was 16 when he killed for the first time. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from the dense forest. Simultaneously, a voice filled with anger pierced the air, reaching everyone's ears in the clearing. "Such audacity, daring to kill my men." Shinshen's gaze slowly shifted, revealing extreme coldness and ruthlessness. He saw Sanyi emerging from the forest. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the dusty ground, creating patches of varying brightness. Within these patches, a body lay sprawled, blood still bubbling and flowing. The air was filled with the damp smell of earth mixed with the scent of metal bullets and gunpowder. Sanyi broke through the thick undergrowth of the forest and appeared in the center of the clearing. He first glanced at the deceased. His face was extremely grim, as dark as a mop that could wring out water. This was Shinshen's second provocation. Sanya's stubbled face bore a look of profound sorrow. Although his appearance was ordinary, his eyes were incredibly deep, as if they could see through one's soul. A sense of indescribable coldness and ferocity emanated from his sinister face. "Shinshen, I think you're asking for death." Shinshen's eyes were mocking and cold. "Yes, but don't just think about it, take action." Before Sanyi could react, Shinshen raised his revolver directly, the dark barrel aimed at Sanya's forehead. The hand gripping the revolver showed no tremor or hesitation. This hand, tempered by countless life and death struggles, seemed to have been forged into a precise and powerful machine, every movement filled with strength and accuracy. The revolver in his hand was like an extension of his body, naturally fitting every inch of his palm, a seamless harmony. His basic skills were impeccable, beyond challenge. Sanya's face twisted with extreme depth in his eyes, flashing with a chilling glint. He pressed his head against the barrel of Shinshen's gun, his tone domineering and ruthless. "Come on, I'll give you a chance to see if your bullet can kill me." "You asked for it," Shinshen said indifferently, and his finger pulled the trigger. But in the next moment, silently, the moisture in the air condensed into tiny yet dense ice crystals. These ice crystals quietly adhered to the surface of Shinshen's revolver trigger, as if whispering a frozen prelude. Instantly, as the temperature continued to drop, the ice crystals began to multiply and spread frantically. In Shinshen's bewildered gaze, countless ice crystals enveloped the revolver layer by layer, from sparse dots to complete coverage, freezing time in an instant and presenting a serene beauty. The originally cold and unfeeling revolver, under the influence of the ice crystals, transformed into a piece of art shimmering with a deep blue light. The scene happened too fast, so fast that Shinshen didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Then, a cold and clear tone, each syllable seemed to be meticulously carved from thousand-year-old ice, came. "Disperse, what's all this fuss about?" Shinshen tilted his head. The voice was very familiar. It was the Blue Enchantress. Tap, tap. The Blue Enchantress walked gracefully towards them, her eyes shining like blue crystals, momentarily illuminating the surroundings. Coupled with her pure, flawless face, she seemed like a true angel descending upon the world. Her hair danced in the wind, her white robe fluttered, revealing a beautiful figure underneath. The Blue Enchantress gently brushed her hair by her ear, her gaze scanning Shinshen and Third Master back and forth, her expression somewhat impatient. "Are you two done causing trouble?" Third Master exuded a murderous aura and anger. This time it was Shinshen who started it. "He killed my men. I killed them," Little K stubbornly shouted from the side. Shinshen's pupils revealed a clear disdain as he looked at Third Master. "Some pay the price for their own wrongdoings. It's like paying for a meal. If he dares to steal wood, dares to hit people, he should be prepared to die. Of course, Shinshin spread his hands. If Third Master doesn't intend to reason, I'm more than willing to meet him. I'm not one to reason either. Reason cannot be distinguished or judged. A duel only has two outcomes, life or death. Some people should not get involved. Shinshin turned to the Blue Enchantress. What do you say? The Blue Enchantress's gaze was deep and mysterious, as if seeing through layers of snow, revealing a hint of uncertainty. I'm giving you face. Shinshin shrugged. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight, or else. The Blue Enchantress raised her hand, and suddenly the air froze. A faint blue light shimmered in her hand, gradually taking shape from nothingness to form, like thin ice forming on a winter morning lake, spreading bit by bit. The air seemed to freeze instantly, time seemed to stand still in that moment. In the silence, everyone's focused gaze witnessed a crystal-clear ice spear gradually taking shape, its tip as sharp as a sword breaking ice, radiating a cold light. The body of the spear flowed with intricate ice patterns, like a piece of art meticulously crafted by nature, each pattern containing endless frost power. Or else, in the abyss-like pupils of the Blue Enchantress, blue light surged, death. Shinshin grabbed little K and turned to leave without any hesitation. As the Blue Enchantress's lethal ice spear gleamed, it seemed like a volcano of rage had erupted in his heart, the killing intent burning hot and uncontrollable. Shinshin felt somewhat embarrassed, thinking that the Blue Enchantress would be more polite. After all, their relationship should be quite good, right? Unexpectedly, women changed their faces so quickly. This reminded Shinshin of Bai Luo. Women in this world are really troublesome, Shinshin muttered to himself. Above the empty ground, Third Master could no longer contain his anger. He had been blocked by the Blue Enchantress several times, and he no longer held back. Isn't this going too far? Are you Shinshin's bodyguard? The Blue Enchantress's tone was calm. He's on the same level as you. Do you think he wouldn't dare to kill you? At these words, Third Master's face stiffened, his eyes bulging, roaring in disbelief. Enchantress, although I'm your deputy, I'm not your plaything. Is it fun to make fun of me? Yu Na-Chang has adjusted his evaluation. It's just a matter of formality, nothing more. Impossible. Third Master almost squeezed out the words from his throat. He's just an ordinary person. Why does he have the qualifications to be a deputy captain? The Blue Enchantress raised the ice spear, staring directly at Third Master, exhaling cold air. Are you questioning me? Third Master's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't mean that. You should go ask Rock. The Blue Enchantress turned to the onlookers, scolding. What are you looking at? Do you want to freeze to death in the northern winter? Get to work. With just a few words, the members immersed in the sanctuary where little K dared to shoot people were awakened. Their minds really couldn't keep up with the pace. With a whoosh, the crowd carrying would disappeared without a trace in a matter of moments. The Blue Enchantress strolled back, tilting her head slightly, and said, according to Rock's arrangement, you have a task to do soon. Go to shelter no. 1 to dig the foundation quietly, don't overindulge, don't mess up the task. Third Master's gaze darkened, indifferent to the task itself, he only cared about one thing. Since Shinshin can sit on an equal footing with me, will he go or not? The Blue Enchantress paused. If he goes, you might die. Joke. Third Master's gaze kept flickering. I'll say something unpleasant, women are naturally timid. The Blue Enchantress raised her eyes, a playful look in them. Are you trying to create an opportunity for me to change my deputy? That depends on whether Shinshin has the ability. Third Master's malicious teasing towards the Blue Enchantress was unabashed. What, did Shinshin rely on your evaluation to gain his position? What's wrong with taking him out for a spin? Are you afraid he'll lose his life, and you'll lose face? How did Yu Chang put it? Forge heroes, fight to reveal true character. Third Master kept provoking the Blue Enchantress. In his mind, Shinshin had become his target. If not eliminated, he really couldn't sleep. As long as the Blue Enchantress didn't interfere, everything was negotiable. Fine. I'll give you the opportunity. The Blue Enchantress replied with just one sentence and then turned and left. Inside the RV, little K was alone, bandaging himself and cleaning his wounds. Shinshin lazily sat on the floor, lighting a cigarette. His eyes flickered in the smoke. Third Master. A big worry in his heart. Brother. Little K raised the bandage, seemingly seeking help. Shinshin reached out and tied a bow at both ends of the bandage. This is something your godfather should do for you. Little K hesitated. Uncle Rock? Shinshin nodded. Remember, call me godfather when we meet. Why aren't you my godfather? I could die at any time. Little K fell silent for a moment. Shinshin patted Little K's shoulder and said with a smile, having a good backer is more important than working hard. Little K winced as the wound was patted, gritting his teeth. Shinshin smacked his lips. Let me give you another piece of advice. Little K sat up straight, listening intently. If you feel pain, it's because your kindness or evil is not pure enough. Little K was completely puzzled by these words. For a child of his age, this was too profound. Little K tentatively asked, "What should I do? Should I be kind? My mother once explained to me the meaning of this word. It's something beautiful." Shinshin shook his head. "You should keep leaping sideways repeatedly, until the evil is completely eradicated one day." "I don't quite understand, isn't this impure and more painful?" Shinshin lay back on the ground, spreading his hands. "At least, in biological terms, leaping sideways repeatedly can still be called being human." Little K curled up, lying in Shinshin's arms, yawned, and fell asleep. Shinshin patted Little K's back gently, whispering, "I hope that in your future life, after experiencing today's events, there are no fatal flaws." The flaw was self-evident. A few days later, Shelter No. 36 welcomed an unexpected guest in the dead of night. Referred to as an unexpected guest, he was actually a covert agent dispatched by Yu Wuchang. He brought back a message. A researcher at the Biological Research Institute of Shelter No. 1 couldn't bear the price set by Yu Wuchang and was planning to defect. In the world of fleeing, apart from Shelter No. 8, there was no room for provocation. Among all the other shelters, each one is considered insignificant compared to the Spider Queen. The strength of each shelter is more or less the same. It may seem chaotic, but in reality, no one can truly overpower another. This leads to shameless poaching, depending on who is willing to invest and sacrifice. Thus, Yu Chang's plan quietly begins. Rock is currently selecting suitable personnel to complete this mission. The main challenge of this poaching operation is how to safely bring back the defector from Shelter 1. The risk is too high, and it's not worth it if things go wrong. After all, nurturing high-level ability users requires a huge amount of crystal core resources. They cannot be deployed unless it's absolutely necessary. In fact, they must be kept hidden, considered as a trump card to keep other shelters guessing and act as a deterrent. On the other hand, deploying low-level ability users won't guarantee mission efficiency and may result in losses. After careful consideration, Rock believes that if Shelter 1 discovers a defector without knowing the composition of Shelter 30's excess personnel, they probably won't deploy high-level ability users. Therefore, Rock compiles a list of 5th and 4th level ability users from Shelter 36 and begins organizing the team. Rock's plan is cunning. He divides the team into 3 groups of varying sizes. Team A acts as bait, Team B provides support, and Team C is the main force. Each team has a different direction of advance and a different retreat route. Yu Chang doesn't inquire much about this. He trusts Rock's abilities but subtly suggests that Shinshin act as a sniper and a forward scout. Rock pays no attention to this suggestion. However, just as the list of mission personnel is being finalized, the Blue Enchantress pays a late-night visit, and after a 3-hour conversation, Shinshin's name appears on the mission list. Time passes. The Titan's route is officially determined. After a big turn, they head straight towards the northern winter territory. The shelter residents have no choice, either wander into the wilderness or follow the Titan. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't leave the Titan to wander in the wilderness. It's not wandering, it's a death sentence. Gradually, the temperature around begins to change subtly. Even the land, ravaged by time, feels the difference. There's a unique scent in the air, a blend of warmth and cold typical of the transitional period. The shelter members become busier, seizing the last opportunity before the snowstorm hits to harvest wood. Night falls. The pale moon hangs in the sky, casting a dim light with its half-moon shape, while the rest hides behind thick clouds, only casting a jumble of shadows. In the wilderness, the various trailers behind Shelter 36 emit the sound of crushing stones. When these sounds merge, they create a continuous rumble. Little K covers his ears, lying on the ground, engrossed in old comic books from a bygone era. Though he doesn't understand many words, the depictions of cities and stories captivate him. "Bro, could you drink water freely in the old days?" Little K's innocent voice asks curiously. Shinshin brings a cup of water and places it in front of him. Little K takes a sip and pushes the cup back, saying, "No, you had to pay for water in the old days." Little K nods, feeling relieved that drinking water for free is beyond his understanding. Shinshin ignores him, tending to the dwindling fire in the shelter. The fireplace crackles, emitting a hypnotic warmth that makes him feel even more lethargic. Experience points +1, a prompt appears at the corner of Shinshin's eye, snapping him out of his drowsiness. Fictitious RV Level 2, 500-500, this RV only exists in a literal sense, with an area of 113 square meters. The design angle of the exhaust vent has been improved to prevent rainwater from entering. The lock core of the door has been upgraded, enhancing security. The connection points of the RV modules have been reinforced, increasing stability. The building module materials have been upgraded, improving durability and defense to a small extent. Experience points are full. Shinshen had a thought. Upgrade the RV directly. It's important to note that in a few days, the Titans will enter the northern winter. Although Shinshen has stored enough wood, the adequacy of it is questionable. No one knows how long the Titans will stay in the winter. Therefore, if the RV can be effectively upgraded, it will play a decisive role in whether Shinshen will freeze to death. Almost instantly, the upgrade is completed within the invisible changes of the RV. Tentatively called the Residence LV3 of the RV 0/1000. The area of the RV is 113 square meters. Comfort has been improved, seismic resistance enhanced, and it will not fall apart on bumpy roads. The building materials have been upgraded, increasing durability and defense. Insulation has been improved, ensuring that even without heating equipment, the indoor temperature will not drop below -10 degrees. Shinshen finished reading the information, feeling a mix of joy and worry. Although seismic resistance is important, it is not currently needed. While insulation has improved slightly, it's not significant. Enduring constant -10 degrees is fine, but being without a heat source for a long time will still lead to freezing to death. Shinshen yawned. It is said that the outdoor temperature in the northern winter can drop to over 50 degrees below zero. Indoors, it can be over 30 degrees below zero, which is deadly for ordinary people. Even for ability users with strong physical fitness, it's challenging. Perhaps the only one who can withstand it is the Blue Enchantress. She specializes in ice elemental abilities and is naturally adapted to low temperatures. Shinshen felt good, at least judging by this upgrade trend. The next upgrade will definitely maintain a constant temperature above zero for the RV. Next, Shinshen shifted his focus to the battle armor. These days, Shinshen has been collecting wood and keeping an eye on Sanya's movements at all times, fearing a surprise attack. Wearing the battle armor has accumulated a lot of experience points. It's time for an upgrade. Power Armor LV6, 30000/30000. A power armor that allows the wearer to confront ability users, with enhanced defense capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a 4th-tier power-type ability user. Added a vision enlargement module, can enlarge the view of objects 5 kilometers away, and an adhesion module, can climb vertically on walls and glass surfaces. Upgrade. Power Armor LV7, 0/50000. A power armor that allows the wearer to confront ability users, with enhanced defense capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a 5th-tier power-type ability user. Added, thermal imaging system. Added, life magnetic field detection range, 3 meters, ignoring obstacles like walls. This upgrade made Shinshen excited. The defensive power reaches up to the 5th tier. More resilient. Excellent. Thermal imaging is also good, but for ability users, its effect is not significant. Ability users usually control their body temperature, so once their temperature matches the surroundings, thermal imaging becomes redundant. However, it still plays an important role in locating ordinary people and beasts at night. Another feature is life detection, which is quite useful. Based on Shinshen's experience from a previous life, in case of a disaster where people are trapped in ruins, the life detection device will come into play. These devices typically use a series of life detection instruments such as infrared, audio, video, radar, electrostatic field, optical, and gas-sensitive sensors, each with its own strengths suitable for different rescue conditions. In actual rescue operations, several instruments often work together. First, the infrared detector locates survivors roughly, then the radar detector pinpoints their exact location, and finally, the optical detector observes the surrounding environment to determine the rescue plan. The basic principle is based on the reflection principle of electromagnetic waves. By detecting various micromovements caused by human life activities, relevant information about breathing and heartbeat is obtained from these micromovements, thereby identifying the presence or absence of life. The detection of the battle armor is the life magnetic field. Everything, whether living or inanimate, emits a magnetic field at all times. It's just a matter of some being weak and some strong. For those with supernatural abilities, there may be the ability to converge the life magnetic field, but it will never completely shield off the magnetic field. It all depends on how sensitive the battle armor is. It still needs to be validated in actual combat. If the effect is good, this means that Shinshen's combat power has been upgraded once again. As long as someone tries to sneak attack, once they enter a range of 3 meters, the battle armor will definitely sound an alert. For Shinshen, this is a vital warning concerning his life. It can only be described as powerful +1. Shinshen got up to get his firearms. Last time in the subway battle, he also accumulated a lot of experience and can still level up. Passing by the window, he looked outside. A strange bird slowly glided over the narrow window, opening its flat mouth dozens of meters wide, swallowing a piece of moist rolled cloud. Its misty left wing met the moonlight, immediately stirring it into a mess, until it circled over the shelter, originally intending to dive towards the shelter, but seemed to hit something, paused for a moment, as if startled. Then, the strange bird spat out mist containing ice crystals and turned towards the direction of the moon. Shinshen shrugged. If the shelter didn't sound an alarm, there was no need to worry about strange bird or beast attacks. Suddenly, a human head appeared on the narrow window. It startled Shinshen, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Is there a woman hiding inside? I knocked on the door for so long, but no one opened it. Rock leaned on the window and shouted, "Shen Chen, what's going on?" I was about to kick the door down. As soon as Rock entered the room, he kept muttering, "Two deaf people, one big deaf person, one small deaf person." Shin Chen ignored Rock's complaints and said to Little K, "Call him." "Godfather," Little K called out crisply. Shin Chen looked at Rock with a smile. What a polite child. Rock frowned. He really wanted to turn around and leave. He couldn't stand being inexplicably happy about being a father. But thinking about the important matters today, he endured it, and with a mischievous smile, he said, "Be good, if you call me Godfather again, I'll pull out your teeth, okay?" Little K screamed, covered his mouth, and ran back to his room with a swish. Shinshin spread out his hands. "He knows you're looking for me and avoided you on his own." "Nonsense." Rock sat casually on a makeshift chair. "He was scared by me." "He's not afraid of killing people, but he's scared by you? Weren't you startled by me just now?" Shinshin smacked his lips, speechless. "Speaking of killing." Rock leaned forward, hands crossed on his thighs, his tone dark. "Is this how you educate children?" Shinshin placed an iron kettle on the fireplace, added a powder called Wilderness Soulfire, stirred for a while, poured it into a cup, and handed it to Rock. A unique flavor, a blend of subtle bitterness and sweetness, filled Shinshin's mouth. This drink was similar to coffee from the old days. It dispelled fatigue and invigorated the spirit. "There's nothing wrong with my education." Shinshin lit a cigarette, took a puff, and threw it to Rock. "At least, when a person is alive, they can lack dignity, but they cannot lack courage. Let's not talk about that for now." Rock raised the burning cigarette and asked, "Why did you take the first puff?" "I helped Little K the first time he killed someone. Any problem with that?" "Ha!" Rock took a harsh drag, pulling his mouth into a grin. "Your saliva is truly delicious, poisonous and comforting. You've successfully disgusted me." Shin Chan grinned. Rock raised the Wilderness Soulfire, drank it all in one go, smacking his lips. "Not as good as vodka. Isn't there a case stored in the bar?" "It's all gone. So you're just looking for an excuse to come and interrogate. Thank you for giving me a way out." Shin Chan flicked his cigarette butt. "Then please go ahead and show me what you've got. I'm listening." Rock spread his arms behind his back, stretched lazily, and gazed at the ceiling. "I once said I wanted to keep your tasks to a minimum, but I failed." Shin Chan seemed to understand something. Rock did try to avoid letting Shin Chan skip the missions with sky-high danger levels that only those with extraordinary abilities could handle, out of consideration for their relationship. After all, Yu Wu Chang's evaluation of Shin Chan's abilities had risen to the level of an extraordinary individual. The power of an ordinary person might not matter much, but it should not be underestimated. Among any group of people, there are talents that stand out, even if it's just a carpenter who can create value beyond imagination. In this era, while technology has advanced, there is a severe shortage of craftsmanship. Every sanctuary values talent. Even in the upper echelons of the sanctuary, besides some high-ranking officials, there are also many outstanding ordinary individuals living there. Shin Shen looked amused at this moment and said, "It's not worth you coming here just to inform me. You should wish me luck in making big money. The rougher the seas, the more valuable the fish?" Rock raised an eyebrow. "If we work together, I don't mind assigning high-risk tasks to you, but this time is different." Shin Chen interjected, "Let me guess, the third master is in the team, right? When will you start losing your memory and let me take the lead?" Rock pursed his lips. Shin Chen shrugged, "I hope I'll have that chance." Rock took a drag of his cigarette and said softly, "This mission is about undermining. I originally planned 3 teams that could easily separate you and the third master, but the Blue Enchantress intervened." Shin Chen tilted his head. Initially, Shin Chen thought it was Yu Wu Chang who intervened. He didn't expect it to be her. "Women, always trouble," Rock commented. Shin Chen didn't say much and didn't inquire further. Presumably, Rock and the Blue Enchantress had a long conversation before making this decision. Shin Chen only cared about one thing: how much can I earn? You should be concerned about whether you can come back alive. That's the difference between you and me. "No," Rock corrected, "it's the difference between an ordinary person and someone with extraordinary abilities." If I hadn't been tainted by the divine punishment miasma, based on your performance, you'd be nothing in front of me. But now I'm almost like an ordinary person, and I know what it feels like at the top. Shinshen remarked, you've experienced it, but I haven't. Isn't that a bit unfair? Damn it, Rock pinched out his cigarette butt. If there were fairness, why am I little K's godfather and not you? Then I can have little K call me grandpa. Damn it, Rock's mouth twitched. Your words can only be solved with a crate of vodka. Sure, Shinshen chuckled. I don't care about the others, just tell me, how much money can I get? 3 high-grade crystal cores. Shinshen nodded. The reward for this mission was really good. His cluster fire disk was a real money pit. Experience points for other equipment could be generated out of thin air, but the cluster fire disk required money for upgrades. Without funds, he couldn't upgrade it. Large amounts of crystal cores were what Shinshen urgently needed. Moreover, even just the stealth tracking feature of the cluster fire disk consumed energy. Without a certain financial strength, he really couldn't afford it. Shinshen called out to little K inside, come out and see your godfather off. I haven't said I'm leaving yet, Rock stared. Shinshen waved his hand, there's nothing more to talk about. At least I can offer some advice. Your advice is always from the perspective of someone with extraordinary abilities, useless to me, save it for someone else. Rock snorted, weirdo. After Rock left, Shinshen stared blankly at the fireplace. The firewood in the fireplace had already gone out. By the time Shinshen snapped out of his daze and wanted to add more, it was too late. He stood up and returned to his room, taking down his sniper rifle, his gaze fixed for a moment. Sniper rifle LV5, 201/200 modified Barrett M95, range of 1,400 meters, 5 bullets, exceptionally high damage, precision shooting, accuracy plus 30%, blind sniper accuracy plus 30%, silencing effect plus 30%, recoil reduction by 30%. The gun barrel is blocked by mud and sand but can still be used normally. This sniper rifle has been with me for a long time. It never disappoints. It is one of the essentials for my survival. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV6, 1/300 modified Barrett M95, range of 1,500 meters, 6 bullets, significantly increased damage, new attachment, flamethrower, spraying distance of 10 meters, each use consumes an intermediate energy core. This upgrade not only increases the range but also adds an unexpected attachment. In Shinshen's usual thinking, upgrading this sniper rifle meant enhancing power without any fancy features. But, wow, a flamethrower upgrade. Shinshen scanned the sniper rifle again. 2 unusual additions caught his eye. A button on the trigger side, likely for switching the flamethrower mode. And below the muzzle, a cylindrical object the size of a finger. At the top of the cylinder, there was an opening for the flamethrower, with a slot below. A gentle press would open the slot to insert the crystal core. Shinshen didn't bother with the principles, just like an esports player's goal is to win, not to study the code behind it. Shinshen clicked his tongue. What use could this thing have? He couldn't think of a situation in this world where he could use the flamethrower. How about roasting chicken wings? Shinshen stared at the flamethrower, pondering. No, fuel is too expensive. A fruitless conversation. Setting down the sniper rifle, Shinshen drew his revolver. Revolver LV4, 50-55 bullets, intact rifling, increased damage, capacity +1, 30% reduced recoil. Damage increases with consecutive shots. This revolver is Shinshen's weapon for close-range single-target shooting. Just the length of the barrel is intimidating enough, like a small cannon, a symbol of death. Especially with the increasing damage from consecutive shots, he loved it. Shinshen upgraded it directly. Before setting off on a mission, he made sure to prepare his equipment to unleash his full potential. Revolver LV5, 0/86 bullets, significantly increased damage. New, when the previous bullet is fired empty, the power of the next bullet will stack. But so will the recoil. Sizzle. Explosion. The effect of this upgrade can only be described as explosive. Once a bullet is fired empty, the power of the next bullet stacks. With 6 bullets in the revolving cylinder now, if 5 are fired empty, the 6th bullet will have 6 times the power. Terrifying. Shinshen couldn't even imagine the power of the 6th bullet. But, the recoil has increased. This made Shinshen somewhat uncomfortable. The 6th bullet could potentially result in a kill-to-self damage ratio of 1,000 to 800. But after a quick estimate, his expression improved slightly. A good deal is still a good deal. Shinshen was content, especially in a world where supernaturals roam. What more could he ask for? Then, Shinshen glanced at the shotgun leaning on the side. Maybe not for now, it hasn't been fired yet. Shinshen could only say, the enemy doesn't give chances. No rush, he would upgrade it slowly in the future. After the upgrades, Shin threw himself onto the bed. Tomorrow's tasks were simple. One was to craft bullets, and the other was to buy a camera to complete the accessories for the concentrated firepower flying disc. The day after tomorrow, he could set off for the wall-digging mission. Since he had the RV, Shin-chen's dreams had become much calmer, free from bloody images or scenarios of falling from great heights. In the past, he used to dream of strange things, massive data streams, spatial compression, time spiraling out of control. There was a starry sky like a giant beast's mouth. Numerous fleeting lights streaked across, resembling meteors dragging tails of brilliance. Shin-chen's dreams tossed and turned amidst these scenes. Shin-chen tried to see clearly the passing lights, but they remained elusive. The dreams fluctuated between highs and lows, leaving Shin-chen waking up feeling as if he had been through some exhausting ordeal. Now, on the contrary, he started dreaming of the wheat fields in his hometown, scenes from his childhood. Of course, familiar shadows always appeared in every corner of his dreams, grafted onto any unfamiliar or familiar figure. He no longer felt restless, but always felt like he had lost something important, his heart aching. Every morning when Shin-chen woke up, this emotion grew stronger. Shin-chen didn't know what he had lost. Each time, he checked his firearms, armor, bullets, and supplies. Nothing was missing. Shin-chen self-diagnosed that this might be a side effect of time travel. Getting dressed, Shin-chen walked out of the room, heading towards the upper levels of the shelter. The dawn light was quietly tearing through the darkness. Beyond the wilderness, sand and frost filled the air. It was getting colder. Even as Shin-chen breathed, small puffs of steam escaped his mouth, like miniature steam engines, turning into white vapor. The vapor, like smoke, changed rapidly with the wind, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing. Shin-chen wrapped himself up. Passing by the Blaze Bar, dim sunlight seeped in, illuminating the drunken figures from the night before, now snoring loudly with empty bottles scattered around them. A new sign hung outside the bar, covered in text. The gist was, as the shelter entered the harsh northern winter, the bar was open but had a minimum consumption requirement, warning against expecting free heating. A very human warning. Shin-chen shrugged, silently chuckling. He continued on. Shin-chen passed by a caravan. A middle-aged woman was using rusty old metal cans as makeshift pots to cook thin soup. She added some muddy lamb's quarters, chicory, and tender vine leaves, giving the soup a natural bitterness and fresh plant aroma. Of course, there were also some grain crumbs and dark things like aged beans. These grains were scavenged from mouse holes. In the wilderness, there were still plenty of wild grains left. Sometimes when humans couldn't find them, they would greet the whole mouse family and easily obtain them. "Is this tasty?" Shin-chen asked as he stood by the pot. The middle-aged woman ignored him and hurried back inside with the pot. Shin-chen thought, "I'm not trying to steal your food, why the attitude?" The old days were better, Shin-chen sighed. In those days, if you asked a Northeasterner if the food was good, it was equivalent to a demand. The Northeasterner would willingly offer food. Entering the upper levels of the shelter. Looking around, the power plant shaped like a hot pot extended into rows of factories that produced firearms, textiles, canned goods, and alcohol. It was the stability of the upper levels that gave value to the existence of these factories. If the Titan's back didn't have such a vast area, it would only provide fresh water. The rest was all caravans. At this point, humanity was almost extinct. Shin-chen wandered to the research institute. Chen-anji was not on the first floor. After inquiring, Shin-chen headed to the second floor. Actually, Shin-chen didn't need to go through Chen-anji to buy a camera. He could easily get one at the front desk. But Shin-chen had some other matters to attend to. He wanted to subtly gather some information from Chen-anji. It was about body modifications, something Chen-anji surely knew more about than Rock. That's why Shin-chen didn't rush to ask Rock yesterday. The scorching white smoke intertwined and rose. The entire second floor flickered under intense blue flames, with high-temperature sparks occasionally splashing onto the brown polyester face mask. Chen-anji, with two bright red gloves, held a welding rod in one hand and a welding gun in the other, moving forward on the metal in a rhythmic and steady manner, leaving behind a gradually changing scale pattern from gold to red. It looked magnificent. Shin-chen didn't disturb Chen-anji's work but instead wandered around on the second floor. He found a pair of arm guards on a table. The arm guards weighed about 15 kilograms, were overall dark blue-black in color, not very precise in structure but made of good material. The most distinctive feature was the dark red bearings installed at the joints connecting the fingers and palms, with the elbows wrapped in an unknown shiny leather. "What's this?" Shin-chen muttered to himself. Chen-anji paused his welding work, glanced back, then turned around to continue welding, saying, "It's equipment for mining and crushing rocks. After our tests, healthy adult males can handle it, greatly improving mining efficiency." Shin-chen nodded. He picked up one of them and played with it for a while. He put on the arm guards, inserted his fingers into the cold metal knuckles, took a deep breath, and with a crisp sound, he tried to pick up a glass of water with his right hand, only to crush the glass as he exerted force. Not bad strength, Shinshen remarked, taking them off and tossing them on the table. This thing was of little use to Shinshen. His battle armor could easily achieve this level of strength. Shinshen didn't need to mine, so it was completely useless to him. However, he still focused for a moment, prompting the system to display information. The system was very user-friendly. If you didn't focus for a few seconds, no information would pop up. Otherwise, glancing at it would flood Shinshen's vision with information. Even a stone would trigger information, which was unbearable. Mining arm guards LV1, 0/20, how much for one? Shinshen asked directly, but Chen Anji was fully focused on welding and didn't pay him any attention. Shinshen's prompt inquiry was purely instinctual. The information indicated that it could be used for killing. Great! Shinshen needed something for that. It was easy to imagine that after further upgrades, it could become one of his backup weapons. Who would complain about having one less option? Especially for Shinshen, any option that could enhance his strength was worth considering. Of course, devices that only activated for superhumans were something Shinshen despised. After waiting for a while, Chen Anji finally stood up straight and said, "Done. Shinshen, help me take off the mask." Shinshen helped him remove the mask, and as Chen Anji revealed his face, he let out a heavy sigh, carefully peeled off a thin, red glove from his hand like a cicada's wing. He then placed the gloves in a prepared sterilization tank, disregarding his heat-insulated suit, and picked up the turbine engine on the table, examining his craftsmanship. The turbine engine was only slightly larger than a human heart, shining brightly in the sunlight after being polished. Above the engine were 4 parallel brown metal tubes embedded in a complex internal metal structure, with 2 gear-shaped fans welded at the bottom, intricately designed and exuding a special industrial aesthetic. Shinshen's gaze remained fixed on the turbine engine. Soon, information popped up. Blazing Heart Turbine Engine, accessory, max level. Although small in size, it contains surging power, like a beating heart, giving life to machinery. The Blazing Heart Turbine Engine is recommended for use as a core power system in high-efficiency, compact devices requiring strong thrust support. Its exquisite craftsmanship and high-efficiency design not only meet stringent performance requirements but also allow for long-term overload energy output. A great find. Shinshen stared at it intently. It could completely replace the power module on his battle armor. Despite the excellence of the battle armor, the power module had always been a weak point. Easily overloaded, running operations for extended periods, the kinetic energy always lagging behind, prone to overheating and damage. In the past, the operational intensity was low, barely manageable. If faced with extreme operations, the power module would definitely burn out. Shinshen licked his lips, about to speak. Chen Anji set down the turbo engine, took a few quick steps to pick up sterile forceps, then lifted the red gloves from the sterilization box, placed them in a specially made medical bag for exhaust sealing, and then put the medical bag into the temperature-controlled cabinet with a password lock. Chen? Ha? What's this operation? Are these gloves so fragile? They seem to break at a touch and melt at a squeeze. Shinshen couldn't help but show a hint of disdainful expression. He. Seeing Shinshen's expression, Chen Anji's spirits lifted, and he began to boast, ignorant. These gloves are essentially consumables. Most afraid of contamination, they can fade and rot in the air in as fast as 48 hours. Shinshen gasped in disbelief. Consumables? After finishing the turbo engine, Chen Anji had nothing to do and began to show off his authority in this field. Like a teacher, he went on and on with his explanations. Shinshen probably understood. Many parts were mixed with some strange materials from this world, such as the ashes and blood of ferocious beasts, causing the materials to exhibit peculiar properties. Moreover, the working environment was extremely harsh, with high temperatures being the most common, like the environment Chen Anji's hands had just touched, where the surrounding temperature could reach hundreds of degrees. Who knows what kind of radiation and gases might be produced? This led to the development of various protective gear, such as gloves made of insulating materials, protective face masks, etc., to isolate and reduce damage to materials and protect workers from the harsh environment. However, most protective gear could not completely shield against the strange negative reactions emitted by the materials. This could make it difficult for welders to adjust their techniques flexibly, and their perception of the condition of the workpiece and welding material could become very vague, resulting in a significant decrease in the precision of the welded products. Chen Anji's gloves were among the top protective gear, almost completely shielding against the strange negative effects caused by high temperatures, with minimal damage to precision. For someone like Chen Anji who needed practical research, these gloves were indeed indispensable. So, how much crystal core do you want to splurge on this time? Chen Anji leaned back in his seat, sipping tea, and continued leisurely, how many crystal cores are you planning to buy at the research institute? Shen Chen. Just one camera? After hearing Shen Chen's procurement needs, Chen Anji sprayed out the tea in his mouth. Shen Chen felt a bit sorry. Sorry for the tea. Tea leaves were a common household item in the old days. But in this post-apocalyptic world, they were extremely precious. After all, space on Titan's back was limited, and there wasn't much land available for growing tea leaves. Shelter 36 didn't grow tea trees, it was probably an item exported by some shelter as a resource. It wasn't cheap. It would take a high-grade crystal core to buy one or two. It was somewhat reminiscent of medieval Western Europe's obsession with tea, its value comparable to gold. Chen Anji was a bit disappointed at this moment. Although Shen Chen wasn't a big spender, every time he visited, he would always make some strange requests, adding a bit of fun to the monotonous work. But now he only needed a camera. Boring. I'll give you one. Chen Anji pointed to the camera in the corner of the shed's ceiling. Pick whichever you like and take it. Shen Chen was a bit confused. Take it directly? You don't need it? Preventive measures are taken against the wise, not the foolish, Chen Anji smiled. Electricity is expensive, and those cameras up there are just for show, not powered. Besides, the research institute always has people around, so they're not needed, and no one dares to come in and steal. Chen Anji paused here, then spoke in a low voice again. I'll say something you won't like to hear. The upper-class residents are more cultured than the lower-class residents. Shen Chen chuckled. Really? Maybe some, but not many. It was clear that Chen Anji had never experienced the harsh realities of society, always living a comfortable life within the research institute. He had no idea about the cunning, cruelty, and ruthlessness of humanity in the wilderness. Shen Chen didn't hold back and directly dismantled his argument. What do you need a camera for? Chen Anji curiously asked. Shen Chen jokingly replied, I plan to record beautiful moments to show to single men. Chen Anji widened his eyes, surprised by Shen Chen's thought process. That's actually a good way to make money. You really took it seriously. Shen Chen was speechless. Shen Chen set up the camera and shifted the topic to the mining armguard. Why does this equipment look like a prosthetic limb? Chen Anji didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. It's designed based on the concept of prosthetic limbs. Then why not connect it directly to flesh instead of wearing it? Chen Anji looked at Shen Chen with a strange gaze. Are you suggesting a transformation according to the teachings of the Almighty? Here it comes. The conversation officially began. Shen Chen pretended to shake his head. What is the Almighty Church? A group of lunatics obsessed with implanting prosthetic limbs. They can even replace hearts. Instead of blood flowing in their bodies, it's lubricant. And the brain is nourished by nutrients. Chen Anji paused and continued, without a sense of smell, unable to experience the feeling of defecation. Isn't that a tragic thing? Shen Chen slowly widened his eyes. Can I say this is a kind of mechanical ascension? Mechanical ascension. An ancient term. Chen Anji stroked his chin and continued, your understanding is emotional. The reality is that prosthetic implants are just that, implants, not complete replacements for the body. Think about it, if the brain can be replaced by a computer, the term prosthetic implants would lose its meaning and become robots. So, while other organs can be replaced, how long can the human brain be preserved? It's just like our lifespan. Chen Anji's words were convoluted. He could have gone straight to the core of the issue, but he seemed to be circling around, as if afraid that Shen Chen wouldn't understand. Shen Chen understood that the Almighty Church could transform the human body while preserving the human brain. Then why haven't I seen these transformed people? Shen Chen asked knowingly. Chen Anji shrugged, they have very low material needs in their shelter. All members are transformed individuals, they are called gifted. And they rarely come out, only interested in specific things. Of course, the shelter also hires them to do tasks. Ye Wu Chang thinks they are a bunch of lunatics and avoids dealing with them. Humans only interact with humans, there's no problem with that. But they are not human, they are a pile of scrap metal. It's not surprising you haven't seen them. Shen Chen nodded. Then the two continued to talk about the Almighty Church. Some information was consolidated in Shen Chen's mind. Overall, the approach of the Almighty Church to transforming people was good, aiming to empower ordinary people. However, the risks associated with bodily transformation were too high. The probability of death was over 70%. Only lunatics or desperate individuals would be willing to take the risk of transformation. Moreover, during the transformation process, a brain-machine module interface had to be reserved. Although its purpose was unknown, just the thought of it was frightening. After learning this information, Shinshen suddenly thought of the unified chip. Shinshen had a few more questions and asked them in succession. For example, what interests the Almighty Church and where their technology came from. In fact, this was the same question. It should be noted that the technology of the Almighty Church clearly surpassed that of other shelters by several eras. This kind of abrupt leap was not in line with the current technological development of the era. Chen Anji was particularly secretive about this. After mentioning the power of deep space in a few words, he was unwilling to discuss it further. Now Shinshen could confirm without a doubt that the so-called power of deep space and world-destroying starship definitely referred to the same target. It could be inferred that this world was originally a world-destroying starship. Later, for unknown reasons, it was destroyed, leading to its disappearance. The technology on the world-destroying starship was partially acquired by the Omni Church. Other technologies might have been divided among other shelters, leading to technological advancements. This eventually developed into the current state. However, with the emergence of supernatural abilities, supernatural powers surpassed technology and became the mainstream force. In normal development, technology and metaphysics are bound to be in opposition. Therefore, in a world resembling the end times, a distorted posture is presented. Both technology and supernatural abilities exist, but regardless of the type of power, it still cannot change the fact that the evil species cannot be killed. The need to escape remains. The events of 100 years ago are gradually being forgotten by humanity. Only a few people still carry on some information, and this information is gradually deviating from the truth, leading to a sense of distortion and endless processing. For example, Chen Anji mentioned hearing a folk song. They climbed up the long ladder for more than 90 sunrises, a ladder reaching the sky, with 69,000 levels. When they reached the moon during a full moon, looking up, they only saw the vast earth disappearing into the silver light. The meaning is obscure and difficult to understand. According to Chen Anji's explanation, if one can see the earth when looking up, then there must be heaven in the deep space. This is pure nonsense. Shinshen cannot be certain if heaven exists, but hell is right beneath our feet. After the conversation, Shinshen gained a new understanding of the Omni Church. The topic shifted to the mining armors. Let's talk business. Shinshen pointed to the armors. How much for this? We set the market price at 10 intermediate crystal cores. That's not affordable at all. Shinshen was surprised by the high price of the equipment. Of course, it wasn't expensive for Shinshen, but for miners, it was quite unaffordable. A miner could earn around 20 crystal cores in a day. Although this equipment could significantly increase work efficiency, what's the use if miners can't afford it? I know it's expensive, but the price depends on timing. Chen Anji's words enlightened Shinshen. Shinshen suddenly realized, so, this mining armor isn't mass-produced yet. Once it is, the price will drop. Exactly, Chen Anji looked at Shinshen with admiration. The cost of a single sample is naturally high, but when produced in quantity, the price will come down. That's why I said, the timing of your price inquiry isn't right. What about you? Planning to become a miner? Chen Anji poured a cup of tea and handed it to Shinshen. I'm just interested in peculiar things. Shinshen tasted it, finding the tea poorly brewed but still acceptable. Chen Anji looked at Shinshen with a meaningful expression. Your words don't match your heart. Shouldn't you be interested in turbo engines? Who eats only 2 bites at a meal? Chen Anji chuckled. If I weren't busy, I wouldn't mind chatting with you all day. Quote me a price for the turbo engine. I'm interested too, Shinshen said straightforwardly. 3 high-level crystal cores. Shinshen rubbed his nose, suspecting that this world was targeting him. Rock had mentioned yesterday that completing a task would earn him 3 high-level crystal cores. Now, the price here matched exactly. Are you all in cahoots? Shinshen left 10 intermediate crystal cores, grabbed the armor, and walked away, saying, I'll take it. What about the turbo engine? Shinshen waved his hand without looking back. I don't have the money for it right now. Then I won't wait for you. Make money quickly. If someone else wants it, I'll sell it directly. Shinshen paused, somewhat surprised, and turned back. Someone else wants it? Who would need it? Ask the Omni Church if they want it, Chen Anji retorted. Shinshen's mouth twitched. Make sure to keep this toy for me. Chen Anji grinned and said, sure, no problem.